a survival game where everyone will be transported to a tomb. Only by continuously upgrading the tomb can one survive. Once the tomb is destroyed, the player will die as well. At night, the cemetery will be filled with countless vicious and eerie creatures. However, players can dig up others' ancestral tombs to obtain upgrade materials and equipment. At the beginning, each person will receive a shovel, a corpse oil lamp, and a burial shroud. During this time, various talents will also awaken. Some people awaken talents related to refining corpse oil unrelated to grave digging. Some people gain the talent of trying out sleeping in haunted houses. And those with good luck draw the talent of a grave relocation master, who can move their own grave at any time when in danger. Fortunately, with my lucky physique, I started off well and obtained the talent to summon toon ghouls, being able to summon 3 of them as minions every day. Before digging into someone else's ancestral grave, I can summon them to go in first and check for danger. I am very satisfied with this because although most of the tombs are unoccupied, some may contain extremely terrifying entities. At this time, the sky has been dyed blood red, with a mix of gray and white ghostly colors. Under this backdrop, the entire chaotic burial mound appears particularly eerie and terrifying. In order to survive the first night smoothly, relying solely on the initial burial shroud is far from enough. After all, this ghostly place is freezing at night. Only by upgrading to the next stage of a coffin is it possible to avoid the eerie creatures that come out at night. So I immediately picked up a shovel and a corpse oil lamp and came to a grave in front of me. The grave in front of me looked very old, and I could imagine that the body inside had already rotted into dry bones, and the owner of the grave should have already passed away. With this in mind, I directly swept away the food offerings on top, and then directly summoned a blue flame ghost from the grave. Upon receiving my instructions, the mysterious tomb god stealthily entered the tomb. Fortunately, no eerie aura was detected inside, indicating that the tomb's owner had long disappeared. However, I had no way of knowing what exactly was inside, as the tomb god's initial level was only at the soldier rank, unable to provide more information. So, without further ado, I began to excavate. Congratulations, you have unearthed a burial shroud. Congratulations, you have found graveyard grass X1. Besides decorating your grave, these 2 items seem to hold no other value. After digging nearly 300 units of burial soil, I finally saw the surface of the coffin. Seeing this, I raised the shovel and pried open the coffin lid, only to find an old burial shroud inside, surrounded by a pile of white bones. I couldn't help but shudder. Then I forced myself to endure the fishy smell and started collecting. The system's voice kept coming. Congratulations on obtaining 100 units of wood. Congratulations on obtaining a shroud. Congratulations on obtaining 27 white bones. Congratulations on obtaining 14 units of corpse oil. The best equipment is the shroud in front of me, because besides having a simple warming effect, there is also a chance that wearing it will be strangely recognized as the same kind. And in a dangerous moment, it might even save my life. So without thinking, I put it on directly. The first grave was quickly collected, and the system automatically refreshed it into flat ground. When I returned to my grave as soon as possible, the system prompted, upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade your territory? Seeing this, I chose to upgrade without hesitation. Then the system displayed the detailed information of the territory grave. Congratulations, your territory has been upgraded to the desolate lower level. The previous grave had disappeared, replaced by a grave built with blocks. In addition, after drilling into the cave, I found a dark wooden coffin buried underneath, where players can sleep at night. I sat on the side with a corpse oil lamp in my hand, opened my backpack and checked the items inside. After the upgrade of the tomb, I also obtained a set of coffin nails. There are a total of 7 coffin nails. By driving the blood essence, nail them on the limbs of the target, which can directly turn the target into a puddle of pus. It seems to be a good life-saving tool. After solving the housing problem, I directly took out the offerings I had collected before and started eating them, and opened the world chat channel to gather useful information. One of the old brothers awakened the talent of a waxmaker, but he did not collect any offerings to satisfy his hunger. In response, I exchanged 20 incense sticks with him for a few apples. After all, this thing might be useful for something strange. However, just as I was about to fall asleep, there was a sudden knocking on the coffin. The survival manual had clearly mentioned that neighbors would come out at night, and it was obvious that something eerie was knocking at the door at this moment. At this point, I knew deep down that once the eerie thing entered, I would be in deep trouble. If I put on a shroud like my kind, maybe I could escape unscathed. So I gritted my teeth, gathered my courage, and asked, "Who's knocking on the door so late?" A hoarse voice came from outside the coffin. "Get up quickly. Don't sleep. The boss is treating us to supper tonight." Hearing this, I immediately grasped an important clue. If the neighbor is treating oneself to supper, it means that the other party has successfully regarded oneself as one of them. The problem is that this so-called late-night snack is definitely not a good thing, but at least it is safe now, so I dare not delay, and continue to indicate that I will come out soon, since it is of the same kind. I took advantage of the buffering time to immediately spread the remaining corpse oil all over my body. After adding the shroud to ensure that everything is foolproof, I slowly pushed open the coffin lid and crawled out. However, even though I was mentally prepared, the nauseating scene in front of me almost made me vomit my 2.5-meter large intestine. I saw two badly decomposed bodies standing in front of me, as if they were corroded by some evil force, their skin showing a strange dark green color, with some places even showing eerie white bones. As I was lost in thought, one of them asked in confusion, "Why do you smell like a human?" Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat, so my CPU quickly processed and replied, "Brother, that's because I just died not long ago. You can see that my body hasn't decayed yet." The two found this explanation quite reasonable. "Okay, then let's go eat supper quickly. The boss has been waiting for us for a long time." Lin Yi found this reason quite reasonable. He didn't think much about this corpse. Okay. Lin Yi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then he followed behind the two corpses. Just started. Lin Knight had been wondering what this midnight snack was. Exactly. It wasn't until he got closer that Lin Knight finally got a good look. It was a battered old casework made of wood, and on it actually lay a human stalwart alive. Then, at his neck, it was as if a wound had been cut open by some sharp instrument, gurgling and spurting blood outward. Beside it, another corpseman was devouring it, and the human stalwart, just lying there quietly on the casemate with despair in his eyes. He watched as his vitality continued to drain away, but there was nothing he could do about it in the slightest. See this appalling scene. Lin Knight couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Original. These corpses actually feed on the living. Not only that, what made Lin Knight's soul most desperate was yet to come, and I don't know how long it was. 3 corpsemen, it seemed, had finished devouring. See only, the necromancer at the head of the group, suddenly just drank low. "New guy, you're up. It's time to come. It's finally here." Boom. One moment. Lin Knight only felt his heart rise to his throat. Dang. Lin Knight could even clearly hear the sound of his heart beating like a drum. The feeling of nervousness and fear surged like a tidal wave. Lin Knight couldn't help but hold his breath, and a layer of fine beads of sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Lin Knight didn't move, the leader of the corpses questioned again. "No, it's fine. I'm trying to say that I actually have something better than human blood here." Lin Knight was in a hurry and immediately changed the topic. At the same time, Lin Knight was also secretly glad that it was nighttime. The cover of the night allowed him to escape. If the leader of the necromancers finds out, the dead can still sweat. Believe, it won't be long before he ends up the same as on the slab. "Oh, what's good?" "Fruity." Upon hearing the good stuff, the corpseman chief instantly became interested. "I have here a few sticks of incense from the earthly offerings, and this is more tonic than blood when inhaled. It's well known, the gods and goddesses inhale the incense of offerings. Ghostbusters suck the essence of human blood. But really, Ghostbusters can also be cultivated through incense. It's just that there's no one to offer it to, so they're forced to choose the essence blood of the living. They wouldn't settle for second best if there was a better option. So here's the question, how did you get this?" The necromancer leader questioned again. Though, part of his torso had also decayed, but Lin Knight still saw the frowning motion. But, Lin Knight had known that he would ask this question. "Little man just died not long ago. These are all offerings from loved ones in the young world." Lin Knight told a small lie. But actually, these joss sticks were items that he had just traded in. Only, Lin Knight also didn't expect that so soon. These joss sticks had played a role. "Not bad. You've done a good job." The corpse leader gave Lin Knight an appreciative look. But at this time, Lin Knight didn't dare to have any thoughts of taking credit. "Thank you for the compliment, my lord." And after, in addition to distributing some to the 3 corpses, Lin Knight also burned a stick of incense at each grave. He passed a haunted altar at the edge of the heath. Lin Knight didn't even think about it and directly lit a cone as well. Back in the real world, Lin Knight had seen similar movies. Usually most ghost altars like this one will have a female ghost living inside. Now strike a good bargain. Lin Knight did not ask for his body in return. But please don't make it hard on yourself if you meet up later. All incense was distributed. The 3 corpses started sucking again obliviously. At this point, the night is deeper. There was a terrible silence around them. Lin Knight had a rare chance to catch his breath. Inadvertently, he looked at the dead villager on the tablet. Another look at the enraptured expressions of the 3 corpses. This is the graveyard survival world. Ghosts run rampant. Demons wreak havoc. Everywhere is full of unknown horrors. Lin Knight didn't say that he would avenge that villager, but at least he had to think about his own development. If they slaughtered all 3 of them, would they harvest many items? Think about it. Lin Knight couldn't help but check a glance at their information. Name, The Walking Dead. Dao, Ghost Soldier, medium term. Classification, Corpse. Current form, Walker, next form Zombie. Skill, Thirst for Blood. Thirst for blood, normal corpse soldiers. Will only drink blood. This one skill, if evolved zombies, will open the Moonwatch talent. This world is full of ghosts, but there is also a clear division of categories. If you distinguish carefully, there are about 7. They are, corpses, ghosts, spirits, fury, essence, demons and devils. Corpse, it's a corpse that still has a physical body, which starts out in the form of a walker and can slowly evolve into a zombie. Ghost, it is a ghost. The physical body has disappeared, the soul out of the body floating around, generally refers to the lonely ghost, but there are also grievances deep, evolved into the existence of a severe ghost. Spirit, it is some plant or animal that produces spirituality, first intelligence, and becomes a guardian spirit. Fury, is the evil break, evil bad luck. Unlucky things, they can be any substance. Once stained, the light one bad luck frequently, the heavy one blood disaster. Essence, plants are natural objects that absorb the essence of heaven and earth and cultivate into essence, such as tree spirits and white bone spirits. Demon, is the demon, refers to the animal evolution and cultivation to an incredible state. The snake grows wings, cattle, sheep, and even can be transformed into a person. Devil, it is formed after birth. The human heart is too obsessive, cares too much, or does not get what it wants, it will fall into the devil. Both minions were pre-ghost soldier. For the first corpse man, it has been promoted to the middle stage of ghost soldier. But, seeing this, instead of panicking, Lin Knight had an inexplicable feeling of excitement. The higher the Dao, the better the stuff that pops out. If that's the case, after the decapitation, there is a good chance that a show-level item will pop out. A bold thought arose within Lin Knight. Soon, he then laid out a well-thought-out plan. Taking advantage of the walker leader relaxing his guard, Lin Knight quietly came to the walker leader's side. Boss. Ever heard of a dragon? What dragon? Red Dragon. Chapter 5, Dead Man's Pillow. Female Ghost Altar. The words just fell. Lin Knight directly offered a band-aid and stuck it on the walker leader's brain. Next, the leader of the walkers didn't even have time to react to what the hell was going on, and his entire body fell straight backward. But the red dragon, not really a talisman after all. It can only serve as a brief deterrent, but it can't do a complete decapitation. Lin Knight didn't dare to be any slower. Taking advantage of the buffer, he offered the coffin nail again. Then he bit his finger, urged his essence blood, and took a shot directly at the back of his head. I nail you. A shot in the arm. Immediately after, Lin Knight pulled out 2 more and nailed them to the left and right arms. I'll nail you. Also at this time, the red dragon's feeble mana was depleted. It began to burn itself out. You are human. You're not dead. After reacting, the walker leader wanted to get up and pounce on Lin Knight. His arms had been immobilized. As much as he tossed and turned, he froze, unable to get up. Lin Knight seized the opportunity and came in at the knees twice more. Now, Lin Knight still had 2 coffin nails left in his hand. A belly button for a shot. He's alive. Get him. Although the walker leader could not move his body, his mouth was still able to speak. He immediately ordered the other 2 walkers. Just before those words were finished, Lin Knight's last coffin nail had already arrived. Shut up. The last coffin nail, nailed to the walker leader's metacarpal point. The 7 gatherings, the original teeth and claws and grimacing walkers. One moment. Suddenly it was as if all the life force had been drained out of it. His skin began to decay rapidly, revealing the ghastly white bones and rotting flesh beneath. Immediately after, the carrion was slowly trickling down like melted candles. It didn't take long for the entire walker to completely turn into a puddle of disgusting pus, no longer able to see its original appearance. The 2 remaining walker minions, they first looked at the boss, who had already turned into pus, and then couldn't help but glance at Lin Knight, whose eyes were full of ferocity. It seemed to be shocked by Lin Knight's eyes, or because the boss died without a backbone. The 2 corpses looked at each other. Next, surprisingly, he fled the graveyard without looking back. After making sure the 2 walkers would not return, poof, there was a sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. Lin Knight could no longer resist the pressure within him and directly sat down on his butt. One moment. Lin Knight's entire body's strength seemed to have all been drained away at this moment. The originally tense divine strings also instantly loosened up, and the entire body was like a deflated ball of leather, softly spread out into a ball. This was the first time he had gone head-to-head with a ghost. Lin Knight's heart. It must be a lie to say that I'm not nervous. He sat paralyzed on the floor panting heavily. In the meantime, his birthday suit, which he had just changed out of, was also soaked through a large part of it by the cold sweat that was beating down on him. Sweat slid down his neck, soaking his back and making them cling to his skin. An overcast wind blew, a chill down the back. Lin Knight couldn't help but shiver, thus also slightly regaining some of his energy. Lin Knight got up and started checking out the rewards. After the walker leader died, the system automatically generated a treasure chest. But take a closer look. How this treasure chest looks like an urn. After you open it, 3 items are displayed inside. Rotisserie pork, ingredients. Grade, gift. Number, 19. Introduction, the carrion has no value for consumption anymore, but it can be used to feed some special creatures. Corpse oil, material. Grade, gift. Number, 16. Presentation, you can put it inside a corpse oil lamp as fuel, or you can utilize the exclusive container to store it. White bone, material. Grade, gift. Number, 7. Introducing, having it can be ground into white bone powder, which I've heard can cure certain diseases. All 3 items are ordinary. There didn't seem to be as big a blowout as expected, but Lin Knight didn't lose a single bit of ground. Because Lin Knight knew, it's the inside of the mound where the necromancer leader resides that's the top priority. Both walker minions are inhabited by the shroud. Lin Knight only decomposed into some thatch. Good on. The walker commander inhabits a coffin. Lin Knight scavenged a pillow, a corpse suppressor coin, and 107 copper coins inside. Dead man's pillow, furniture. Grade, gift. Quantity, 1. Introducing, it doesn't seem to do much other than serve as a pillow to sleep on. Copper, material. Grade, gift. Number, 107. Introduction, possessing them, along with a corpse suppressor coin as a core, allows you to synthesize a copper sword. Corpse coin, materials. Grade, longevity. Quantity, 1. Introduction, corpse suppressor coins, also known as corpse suppressor money, are meant to be contained in the mouth to suppress the existence of corpses, but they can also be synthesized into a certain magical artifact. That is to say, with the Jinshur coin as the eye of the formation and the 107 copper coins, a copper coin sword could be synthesized. But, while Lin Knight was preparing to synthesize it, the system prompted that a red rope was still needed as a medium to string it together. Lin Knight doesn't have a red rope. This matter can only be put aside for the time being. Glancing up at the sky, after all that tossing and turning, it was now the latter part of the night. It was also time for Lin Knight to return. Tomorrow, when everyone wakes up from their sleep, we'll see if we can trade for a red rope, thought Lin Knight. Closer. Return to your territory soon. However, just then, Lin Knight suddenly and bizarrely realized that there was an extra jar next to his grave pile. Lin Knight could be sure there were no objects near the graves when he left himself. But the can, it can't just appear out of thin air. Lin Knight couldn't help but rub his eyes. Just started. Lin Knight thought it was easy for ghosts to cover their eyes and hallucinate in the dead of night. But rubbing it in a little bit and then a little bit, the jar, however, still stands quietly beside its own mound. Take a closer look. Why is this jar still somewhat familiar? And so on. It's not a ing jar that you just offered yourself, but it's not in the heath? And how did he suddenly come to his own grave? Could it be that? Is there really a female ghost living inside? What evil spirit? Come out and show yourself. As he said this, Lin Knight had already gripped the corpse suppressor coin. Not the full version of the brass sword though. However, show-grade materials always have some effect of repelling evil and shocking demons. Eunuch, you don't have to be nervous. It's me. A deep female ghost voice came from inside the jar. Aha? Who the hell are you? Lin Knight was dumbfounded. Eunuch, I'm Wang Xiaochui. Just call me Xiaochui. Xiaochui, let me ask you, why did you call me Yun? Lin Knight slightly relaxed his guard. Lin Knight wouldn't gullibly believe the words of a ghostly creature. Just, when looking at the territory information, the population is automatically one more. That is to say, the female ghost in the jar is now one of our own. Chapter 6, Copper Coin Sword, Dragon and Phoenix Candle. Xiaochui, let me ask you, why do you call me Nkong? Because of Nkong's incense. Xiaochui hangs on to a wisp of essence. This ghost life of Xiaochui is a gift from Nkong. So Xiaochui willingly recognizes her master and serves Nkong's left and right. Speaking of which, Lin Knight had actually believed it 3 times. Just, the reasoning is such a good one. But before you move, could you let me know beforehand? In the middle of the night, I was damn near scared to death of you. Xiaochui knows she's wrong. She won't dare to do it again. Words. There was an immediate sound of panic from the jar. It seems, Xiaochui also realized that she had indeed been a bit ill-considered in doing so. Forget it, you were also unintentional. Lin Knight waved his hand, signaling that there was no big deal. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for forgiving me. One more thing. What? It's better if you don't call me Youngjio from now on. It sounds weird. For Lin Knight, Offering incense was just a matter of raising his hand. Xiao Chui shouted like this, and Lin Knight in turn felt a bit awkward. Then Jade calls you master. Whatever. When he said this, Lin Knight had already laid down into his coffin. After a night of high mental concentration, Lin Knight was already exhausted to the extreme. It's almost dawn. Lin Knight must hurry to get some sleep. Oh, right. Lin Knight had just laid down and suddenly thought of something else, then opened his mouth. What else can I do for you, master? Do you have any red string? Lend it to me. Lin Knight just casually asked. However, next, he was surprised to see a look of shyness from a jar. Bizarrely enough, this one. Lin Knight was directly confused. Aha, not Jade. Let me just ask red rope. Why are you still shy on it? Master, Xiao Chui doesn't have a red rope. But what? But there's one tied to the belly band. There was a moment of silence inside the jar as if an indescribable image had come to mind. But, finally Tue murmured softly. Master, should I untie it? No, don't bother. Master, why do you have a nosebleed? No, it's fine. It's a tomato. Lin Knight hurriedly wiped his nosebleed. Then master, do you want Xiao Chui to help you serve the bed? What does it mean to serve the bed? Sitting in bed is. Towards the end, Xiao Chui's tone was already as thin as a mosquito's voice. Lin Knight didn't even hear what she said at the end. But somehow, looking at this jar again, it always looks a little redder than before. Grandma's drops. I've been single for a long time, and suddenly I look at a jar and feel all browbeaten. There were no more words for the rest of the night. Lin Knight slept straight through until dawn. Say it's dawn. It's not really that different from dusk. The sky was gray and cloudy. The entire area around the graveyard was filled with a layer of dense gray fog, and Lin Knight's visual range was limited to this mass grave. Xiao Chui, get up. Lin Knight greeted the jar. Jade didn't budge. Xiao Chui, you should be more familiar with this area. Do you know which one is the empty tomb? Although Lin Knight had a talent on his side, he didn't want to easily waste the number of tomb ghosts until he had to. Lin Knight had been saying this for a long time. Xiao Chui still hasn't moved. Xiao Chui, you won't have your soul scattered, right? Lin Knight seemed to have thought of some bad outcome. Master, it's already daybreak. Xiao Chui's Taoism is low, so she can only hide in the jar during the day. And at night, Xiao Chui can only come out to work. Holy, why didn't you say so last night? Jade didn't think too much about it last night. Jade responded truthfully. Hear this. Lin Knight was tempted to say something else, but after thinking about it, Lin Knight realized that he couldn't even refute this statement. It's true that Jade didn't think too much about it, because she'd been thinking about the aftermath of the belly band last night. This, Lin Knight can also testify. Jade couldn't get out to work. Lin Knight also had to dig the grave alone. This time, he directly sent out all 3 grave ghosts. Time flashes by. Soon, all 3 grave ghosts then sent word. 1 has an owner, 2 without a master. Luck seems to have been good. Lin Knight casually picked one of them and then started digging the grave. Digging in a tiny garden. Ding! System alert. Congratulations on digging up Underland X1. Ding! System alert. About 20 more minutes passed. After Lin Knight had thoroughly cleaned the accumulated soil from the mound, a red coffin that emitted a bizarre aura caught Lin Knight's eyes. The coffin was blood red all over, like it had been drenched in blood, and had an indescribably eerie and terrifying look. After pushing the lid off the coffin, the same pile of items was displayed inside. However, what puzzled Lin Knight was this. The name on the tombstone sounds like a male name. The burial objects, however, are mostly related to women. In the coffin, Lin Knight saw that there were mirrors, combs and rouges for women. More even, there were also bibs and fishnet stockings worn by women. Xiao Chui's bib, Lin Knight has never seen, but imagine that the style should be similar. Lin Knight just happened to undo the sling on top and used it as a red string for the copper sword. Ding! System prompt, detected that the conditions are met. May I ask whether to synthesize the copper money sword, magic weapon? Synthesize. Lin Knight didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Ding! System prompt, synthesis was successful. Congratulations on obtaining a copper sword artifact. Copper sword, weapon. Grade, longevity. Attributes, this is a ghost chopper that has the function of driving away evil spirits and avoiding the damages. Extra attribute, absorbing the essence of the moon is much more powerful. And if it's a full moon, it can even temporarily evolve to morning level. Surprisingly, it's a pseudo-morning level weapon. After reading the attributes of the copper money sword, Lin Knight couldn't help but exclaim in shock. With the copper sword's power, if we encounter the leader of the walkers again, Lin Knight definitely had the certainty to deal with it head on. And after, just when Lin Knight thought he was done scavenging and was just about to start digging for the next one, under the pillow, he found another pair of candles and a potion. Dragon and Phoenix candle, props. Grade, longevity. Quantity, 1 pair. Introduction. The red thread on top of the candle is tied to the fingers of the opposite sex, and then the candle is burned to conclude the union. Inside the dead man's coffin, however, wedding supplies were found. Lin Knight was a bit uncertain, but looking at the attributes of the Dragon Phoenix candle, it seems to be pretty good. Lin Knight couldn't use it himself, or he could choose to sell it. Thinking of this, Lin Knight carefully put it away before looking at the next item. Powerful Ghost Pills, Elixir. Quantity, 1. Grade, longevity. Introduction. After taking this Dan, not only can you increase your cultivation level, but you can also increase the duration of certain parts. Surprisingly, it's an elixir to increase cultivation. After seeing the introduction of the powerful ghost pill, Lin Knight didn't even think about it and directly chose to take it. Lin Knight had only read half of the introduction, however, and he ignored the most important second half. Chapter 7, Daikoku Anamaru, The Way of Dual Cultivation. Digging and digging and digging in the tiny garden. Hey, 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 plant tiny seeds to bloom tiny flowers. Hey, 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 hey. Lin Knight started digging the second mound. Magical. This time, Lin Knight hadn't dug for long at all, and he was already sweating profusely. Strange. Lin Knight couldn't help but mutter something. By all accounts, this is an eerie graveyard. It should feel grim, but here and now, Lin Knight's body, however, was unusually hot. The feeling was as if there was a nameless fire in the body that could be called out at any time. Could it be that? Sweating from digging graves? But it's not right either. Keep your head down. Only to see that a small tent had been erected at the crotch of his pants at some point. Tiredness may cause sweating. But what does that have to do with erections? Another 20 minutes passed. Lin Knight finally dug up the coffin lid. And so on. What's with the sudden cravings? No way, no way. It's too hard. This one really doesn't work. Jade. Lin Knight finally realized something was wrong. Master, what's wrong with you? Xiao Chui's anxious voice came from the jar. I don't know. It just suddenly felt like my body was hot. Lin Knight's face was reddened and somewhat terrifying. His eyes, they could even drip blood. Why is this happening? Did Master eat something by mistake? I just dug up a grave with a pill in it. I didn't think too much about it, but now it seems like it should be related to that. Lin Knight made a long story short. Master, is that pill called the powerful ghost pill? Yes, that's it. At first, Lin Knight thought that it was just an ordinary elixir, but the further back he went, the more Lin Knight felt that something was wrong. I remember. It's a tomb with a master, and there's a colorful ghost living inside. He originally wanted to use this elixir to impact his realm, but he didn't expect to leave it at home. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. After listening, Lin Knight's entire body froze. Jade. What were you saying? Master, Xiao Chui just said that this is a powerful ghost pill. What about the next sentence? It's a tomb with an owner. Right, that's the line. The grave is dug. You're telling me there's a master in there? Master, I'm sorry. Xiao Chui also just remembered. Forget it. I don't blame Jade for this. It comes down to this. The grave was dug by Lin Knight. One for all and all for one. It was impossible for Lin Knight to blame a maid. Besides, it's already happened and no amount of talking about it will help. Right now, the most important thing is to solve the elixir problem first. Xiao Chui, then do you know how this powerful ghost pill should be digested? Shocking the realm, I understand. But shouldn't it impact the Dantian? Why are you going straight for the dick? Master doesn't know. This is a breakthrough Dan and a harmony Dan. Due to the overpowering effect of the medicine, there must be a female ghost to assist in the dual cultivation. What would happen without the aid of a female ghost? Yin and Yang can't be harmonized, and the effects of the medicine can't be properly guided. The lesser case will bleed from the 7 orifices. The heavier case will explode and die. The reasoning is such a good one. But the middle of nowhere. Where can I find a female ghost to double up on? And so on. Xiao Chui, why don't you say something? Xiao Chui, let me explain. I really didn't mean anything by it. The effects of the powerful ghost pill were still continuing to work, but there was no way that Lin Knight would actually do something like that. No female ghosts to boot. Lin Knight could only guide himself in a stupid way. And after, he took the mound he had just half dug and proceeded to finish digging. All 3 grave ghosts went on cooldown. 500 ghost stones are still needed for the territory upgrade. Immediately after, Lin Knight gathered stones around the graveyard for a few more hours. Until the afternoon, Lin Knight had already managed to break through to the middle stage of Ghost Soldier. It was only after this medicinal effect was completely absorbed. The feeling of dryness and heat dissipated, and Lin Knight leaned against the jar and rested for a short while. But his heart didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Jade said so. He dug up a titled grave during the day. there's a colorful ghost living inside. Though, he doesn't know where he's flirting and fooling around right now, but he could return at any time. So, before it got dark, Lin Knight had to be prepared for everything. Xiao Chui, do you know what cultivation level that colorful ghost has? As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. This was something that Lin Knight had to understand clearly. Master, before Xiao Chui's consciousness dissipated, she only remembers that he was in the middle stage of Ghost Soldier. As for whether or not he has been promoted to the late stage of Ghost Soldier now, Xiao Chui isn't too sure. What does unclear mean? With the qualification of the colorful ghost, it is difficult to promote the late stage of the Ghost Soldier, but he has an ability to double cultivation effect with female ghosts with half the effort. So long ago, maybe he has. Speaking here, as if thinking of some indescribable image, Xiao Chui did not continue. But, Lin Knight already understood what she meant. In that case, follow the Ghost Soldier's late stage. Lin Knight had to plan for the worst. Master, you shouldn't be too stressed. Perhaps, that horny ghost won't come back tonight either, Xiao Chui comforted. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. As Jade said, sex maniacs may come, or maybe it won't come. But the Forest Knight, there is only one life. He didn't have the chips to gamble. In other words, Lin Knight didn't like this feeling of being a sitting duck. Instead of betting on an unknown, you should take your destiny into your own hands. Opening his backpack, Lin Knight pulled out a pile of wood. Wood materials are no longer needed for territory promotion. He dug 2 more coffins in the morning and accumulated a lot in his backpack. Using a shovel for digging graves, Lin Knight sharpened one end of a portion of the wood, while the other end was buried in the dirt and covered with grave grass. Do it all. At this very moment, the sky had come to dusk. When collecting stones in the afternoon, Lin Knight accidentally found the corpse of a black dog, and after decomposing it, Lin Knight harvested a batch of black dog blood. The coffin nail rewarded by the system had already lost its mana and dissipated automatically after killing the walking corpse leader. Lin Knight took the black dog blood and applied it to the tip of each log. In this way, he even made an improvised version of a coffin nail trap. After arranging the coffin nails around his grave 3 times, Lin Knight still felt a bit uneasy. Then, he pulled out the women's clothes again. The garter on the bellyband has been used as a red cord for the copper sword. Fishnet stockings shouldn't go to waste either. Apply the remaining black dog blood. Lin Knight never dreamed that by mistake. He had synthesized a dog blood net. Dog blood, props, grade, gift, attributes. This is a simple version of a dog's blood net with low mana, but it can be unexpectedly useful against some low-level ghosts. Probably meant to say, dog blood does not have the ability to directly decapitate colorful people, but even if it's just holding it back for a while, Lin Knight was all but certain to kill him. Everything is processed. Night is also beginning to fall. Lin Knight lit a bonfire next to the grave, then sat down next to it and began to wait quietly. Chapter 8, Late Ghost Soldier. Acacia Ghost. Nightfall. Darkness instantly enveloped the entire graveyard. There was an eerie, spooky aura about it. There was an overcast wind blowing quietly through, bringing up gusts of cold. But, nowadays, Lin Knight was already a mid-stage Ghost Soldier expert. Plus there was a campfire lit next to it. This bit of coldness naturally wouldn't pose much of a threat to Lin Knight. Lin Knight was slightly comforted. However, the good times don't last long. Lin Knight had just developed a cozy feeling. Just then, a cold wind suddenly hit the campfire and it began to sway violently. Immediately after, a gloomy and stern voice like from the 9 hells, like a bolt of lightning in the night sky, suddenly rang out in the dark night that was as black as ink and all the music was silent. Who is it? Who stole my power pill? And the Dragon Phoenix candle? That voice seemed to carry endless anger and killing intent, instantly tearing through the tranquility of the night sky. Coming! Lin Knight's brows tightened as an ominous premonition surged through his heart. Name, Lusty Ghost. Dao, Ghost Soldier, Late Stage. Category, Ghosts. Current form, Lustful Ghost, next rank Windfall Ghost. Skills, Hopscotch. Acacia, if a colorful ghost and a female ghost of the opposite sex double cultivate, the speed of cultivation will have a multiplying effect. Good news. Lin Knight had gambled correctly. The colorful ghost had indeed been promoted to the late stage of Ghost Soldier. Bad news. Lin Knight was only in the middle stage of Ghost Soldier. It's still tricky. After looking at the colorful ghost's attributes, Lin Knight couldn't help but marvel at it. Also at this time, Lin Knight finally understood why those items had appeared in the colorful ghost's coffin. If Lin Knight hadn't guessed correctly, he should be trying to bind a female ghost through the Dragon Phoenix candle. Then he would take the power pill, and with the help of the harmony passive, the 2 ghosts would double cultivate together, thus breaking through to the early stage of the Ghost General in one fell swoop. It's just a shame. Ideals are plump, reality is bony. The colorful ghost was afraid that he had never dreamed that these props of his would do the bidding for Lin Knight. It's you! I smell those clothes on you. You must have touched them. Thoughts on the occasion. The colorful ghost had also discovered Lin Knight's presence. Give it back. Lin Knight got up and threw the fishing net soaked in dog's blood. Subconscious. The pervert was about to reach for it. Just, upon seeing the clothes again, the colorful ghost always felt that something was wrong somewhere. No good. It's black dog blood. After reacting, the colorful man's face changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Next, only to see that the fishing net coated with dog's blood, as if it had life, directly covered the colorful ghost. A white mist rose up, accompanied by the sound of skin being burned. The colorful ghost let out a mournful scream. Ah, kid, you dare to count on me. I'm going to make you die. The colorful ghost tore the dog's blood net from his body, then lunged towards Lin Knight with his teeth and claws open. Although Lin Knight's move had an unexpected effect, the power of the homemade dog blood net was ultimately limited. Seeing that the colorful man is about to pounce. However, just then, puffing, a sound of wood coming through the soles of his feet. The colored man suddenly felt a vague pain in the soles of his feet. Looked down. It was actually a piece of wood that had penetrated straight through his foot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe you buried coffin nails. The feeling of intense pain caused the colorful ghost's face to start twisting. The colorful ghost stared angrily at Lin Knight. His eyes filled with resentment. His eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets, and his teeth were clenched even more, but with a foregone conclusion. For a moment, surprisingly, the sex maniac didn't dare to make another move. Lin Knight seized the opportunity. Then he directly sacrificed his copper sword. The cool moonlight shone down, and the copper coin sword gave off a ghostly glow. Under Lin Knight's prodding, the copper coin sword was like a nimble silver snake that sped straight towards the colorful ghost. Seeing this horrifying scene, the colorful ghost was shocked, and after, he forced himself to endure the sharp pain in his feet and dodged his body, narrowly avoiding the sword. This is the copper sword. How old is the colorful ghost? He recognized Lin Knight's magic treasure at a glance. Count on you having eyes. The corners of Lin Knight's mouth rose slightly, evoking a bizarre arc. Very well, now I've changed my mind. I don't want you to be worse than dead. I want you to die immediately. The colorful ghost roared angrily. Ghost Soldier late versus Ghost Soldier mid. The colorful man had expected to settle the fight easily, but the battle has evolved. The undercard that Lin Knight had shown had completely made the colorful ghost lose his patience. It's not certain who will die. Lin Knight wasn't willing to show weakness either. Since that's the case, let you learn the true strength of a late-stage ghost soldier. And after, the colorful ghost waved his hands, and suddenly the yin chi around him flourished. Immediately after, dozens of black shadows flew out from within his embroidered robes, then kept running towards Lin Knight. Lin Knight was shocked and hurriedly maneuvered his copper sword back to defense. The copper coin sword drew several arcs in the air, cutting down the black shadows one by one, but Lin Knight had not yet had time to catch his breath. The colorful ghost used this gap to violently rush towards Lin Knight. It's fast as lightning. Lin Knight couldn't dodge at all, so he was grabbed by the colorful ghost's neck. Go to hell! The colorful ghost spoke viciously. It was too late. Just as Lin Knight was despairing, next to the mound, the ever-quiet jar but suddenly moved. Xiao Chui manipulated the ghost altar and slammed it directly into the colorful ghost's back. Driven by inertia, the colorful ghost's body stumbled forward and ran a few steps, while at the same time letting go of Lin Knight in his hands. Lin Knight landed on the ground. With a flash, he put some distance between himself and the colorful man. Then he directly bit through his middle finger and scratched on the copper sword. One moment. The copper money sword's red light flourished. Go! Lin Knight bellowed. The words just fell. The copper coin sword was suddenly like an arrow off the string, shooting at the colorful ghost once again. Seeing the situation, the horny ghost was horrified. He tried to dodge again, but this time, his body was half a beat slower. Under Lin Knight's drive, the copper sword hit the colorful ghost's torso straight on. Wisps of black smoke came out of the wound. The sex maniac grimaced in pain. However, the strength of a mid-ghost soldier was ultimately limited. One blow down. Lin Knight was surprised to find that the colorful ghost was still alive. Seeing that the colorful ghost was about to escape, Lin Knight rolled over and directly pressed on the colorful ghost's joints. Driven by gravity, the colorful ghost couldn't help but drop to one knee towards the ground. Puffing, the colored man had a coffin nail just below his knee, and then it went straight in like that. After being hit by the coffin nail, the colorful ghost's movements are restricted. Lin Knight multiplied his victory. Then he pulled out a few more coffin nails from the ground and nailed them to different joints of the colorful ghost. Just like decapitating the leader of the walkers. A white mist flashed by. Soon, the horny bastard's body then evaporated into a puddle of pus. and I don't know how long it was. The white mist dissipated, but in situ, no more colorful people. All there was a small booklet that smelled of antiquity. Chapter 9 Soul Guide Lamp. Evolutionary Relic. Jinping Mai, Books. Grade, Gift. Quantity, 1 book. Introduction. Although this item does not have the effect of driving away evil spirits and shocking demons, it can increase certain aspects of skill. Just started. Lin Knight thought that a martial art had been dropped, but looked through it again and again. No moves, only poses. After determining this fact, Lin Knight's face turned green. So, dude's 9 deaths and exhausting all his cards. Finally, just popped me a ing porno book? But, after associating his identity, Lin Knight was much more relieved. It's well known. I am a sex maniac. It shouldn't be too much of a stretch for a sex maniac to carry around a copy of the Golden Lotus. Just as well. Now that you're dead, I'll keep this book in my custody. Having said that, Lin Knight put the golden vase away in his backpack. He could also take it out to pass the time when it was late at night and he was lonely. By the way, Jade, thank you for earlier. If it wasn't for Jade's help, maybe now, Lin Knight was already a corpse. Master, I'm glad you're okay. These are all things that Xiao Chui should do. The jar buzzed and shook, seemingly enjoy. Say, it's nighttime. Can you come out from within the altar? Being together for so long, Lin Knight had never seen Xiao Chui's real body before. Master, Xiao Chui can come out, but Xiao Chui is afraid of scaring the master inside the jar, came Xiao Chui's whisper. Last time, the fact that she appeared out of nowhere next to the grave had already cast a shadow over Lin Knight. This time, she dared not make another move. It's okay, you came out boldly, I'm mentally prepared. If it was at the beginning, Lin Knight would have been shocked, but it's been 2 days. There's so much happening. Lin Knight also gradually began to adapt to this new world. Yes, master. And after, the stopper on top of the jar popped open automatically. An eerie aura floated out from within the tile jar. Immediately after, a pale figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a ghostly maid with 2 pilled hair, and her body seemed to be shrouded in a light mist. As the ghost walked, the mist fluttered. From a distance, it gives a dreamlike feeling. Name Wang Xiao Chui. Doctrine, Ghost Soldier. Preliminary. Category, Ghosts. Current form, Ghost Maid. Next form, Ghost Servant. Skills, Whispering. Whispering. In her lifetime, Wang Xiao Chui was just a maid of a landowner's family, and didn't have any substantial skills. She could only do so by whispering in a jar, and then scaring away passers-by who lingered nearby. Master, it didn't scare you, did it? Xiao Chui spoke carefully. No, it's pretty. Lin Knight took a closer look at Xiao Chui. It was found that although her clothes were ancient, a timeless lotus flower was still clearly visible. Ghosts are supposed to be pale, but when placed on Xiao Chui, this pale color is something else. Combined with the 2 little pills on the top of the head, it looks from afar. Xiao Chui is like the fish playing in the water, light and flexible, but also like the elves shuttling between the mountains and forests. Every move is full of nature and vitality. Thank you, master. Xiao Chui heard the compliment and a shy smile appeared on her face. That smile was like a phantom blip under the moonlight, revealing a different kind of aesthetics. Right, you came out. So is this ghost altar useless? Lin Knight glanced at the tile jar next to him. If Xiao Chui no longer needed it, Lin Knight could use it for corpse oil. Master, although this thing resembles a wine jar, its name is actually called an urn. It's the urn that's in the urn. Xiao Chui's family was not well off before she was born. Can't afford a coffin after death. But there was something inappropriate about a girl, casually dumped in a mass grave. So, the family then buried his ashes in an urn. Subconscious. Lin Knight then checked a glance at its information. Ghost urn, props. Grade, show. Quantity, 1. Presentation, you can use it as a storage jar to relieve the pressure on your backpack. And of course, you can use it to contain ghosts. And so on. Pretending to be a ghost? Suddenly, Lin Knight remembered another movie plot. It seems that if guided with a drop of essence blood, such altars can indeed be sucked in by ghosts. And after, as if she saw something, Xiao Chui took the initiative to speak. Master, if you're useful, you stay. What about you? 2A can be deposited on any object at all, such as a black umbrella, or a streamer. Lin Knight doesn't have a black umbrella. No ghost streamers either. After thinking about it, Lin Knight had to put this matter down first and wait until he found a suitable object later. One more thing. Master, you say, what does form mean? Dao can be understood as cultivation, but what about form? Lin Knight clearly remembered that when he was checking out the information on the colorful ghost, this same column was introduced. Only, the next form of the lustful ghost is the sassy ghost. Master, the form can be understood as bloodline evolution, but Xiao Chui's qualifications are not good and she can only evolve 2 stages. Evolution? Lin Knight muttered and repeated. Yes, After Xiao Chui evolves into a ghost servant, she can evolve again into a blood-clothed secret envoy. It sounds as if the Yagyu evolved into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then the Tyrannosaurus Rex evolved into a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. What about the horny guy? For a moment, Lin Knight came to be interested as well. Lustful ghosts can evolve into flirtatious ghosts, and flirtatious ghosts can evolve into red-robed lustful ghosts. It's like the walkers evolving zombies before. Zombies evolve into purple stiffs. Purple stiff evolution. Until finally evolving into shogun. Then how should I evolve? Lin Knight followed up with another question. Imagine that. One day in the future, while others brought a group of subgutters, Lin Knight brought a group of Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts. Even mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex beasts. Lin Knight could no longer imagine it. How invincible one should be. Master, the way to evolve is not difficult to say the least, but not easy to say the least. All that is needed is to find the corresponding token. But tokens, which can be found, are hard to come by. I've heard that they are hard to be found. And what is your token? Xiao Chui needs a soul guide lamp to evolve into a ghost servant, but an item like a soul guide lamp. Xiao Chui has never heard of it. Xiao Chui shook her head. After all, she has limited experience. Xiao Chui's range of activities during her lifetime was also limited to the landlord's house. Soul attracting lamps? Right. Words. Lin Knight immediately opened the trade line. But the result was destined to be a disappointment for Upper Forest Knight. There are a lot of lords. The opener may have drawn the lantern-making talent. On the shelves of the trading house, there were white lanterns and red lanterns, but there was just no soul-inducing lantern that Lin Knight wanted. Master, don't be discouraged. Xiao Chui can evolve or not. As long as I can stay by Master's side, I am very happy. Xiao Chui comforted. I'm fine. Though, Lin Knight also really wanted Xiao Chui to evolve. But at the same time, Lin Knight also knew that if the token was really that easy to find, then low-form ghosts wouldn't exist in this world. So, this thing, Lin Knight could only put it in his heart for the time being. Chapter 10, I missed you at the cemetery. A new day. That is, the third day of the crossing. This day, it was a rainy day. Even though it was daytime now, the sky was as if it were dusk. The sky was still drizzling. Many lords did not go to work first. Idle. There was another buzz on the World Channel. Gentlemen, 2 days have passed, and I think that you have all acclimatized to your surroundings. What are you trying to say? It's idle anyway. So let's all come out and share our experiences if we can. Finally, we then summarize these lessons together. Huddle up. This will not only increase the chances of survival, but also prevent unknown dangers in advance. And after. It seemed to feel that what this lord said made sense. Soon, there was a backlash right there on the World Channel. I'll go first, folks, and don't ever over-rely on those opening reminders. Why? Ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night are limited to low-level ghosts. And ghosts with high levels of moral skill can appear during the day. What do you mean? Yesterday at dusk, I just beheaded a ghost. Dusk, close to night, but not the same as night. There is one more thing. In this world, gathering aside, the burst rate is actually divided into equal ranks. Another lord spoke up. What's the rank of all of them? Small explosions drop items directly. Medium explosions generate an urn. And large explosions generate a mound. Holy, I haven't seen a big explosion yet. What's inside the graves? It's not much. It's also encased in a coffin, which is the equivalent of rewarding you with a grave that is 100% ownerless. Actually, it can't be considered no tomb owner. Only, the tomb master was just decapitated by you in advance. Envious. I've seen an urn once. I'm even worse. Killing 2 ghosts, both of which are direct item drops. The World Channel has cast envious tones. Lin Knight was no exception. But think carefully. Again, Lin Knight always felt that something was wrong. Many explosions, mid-burst, big bang, it's all summarized by him alone, the luck component aside. That is to say, in just 2 days, this one had killed at least 3 ghosts. Lin Knight himself had only decimated 2 of them. There's something about this kid. Say, what did you all use to decapitate the ghosts? At night I lie in my coffin, not daring to come out at all. I was lucky enough to kill a low-level ghost, but all my family's assets were spelled out. Ugh, I'm still in the shroud. I feel like I'm going to be done. After a little more time, the World Channel had gone from sharing experiences to complete banter. But Lin Knight wasn't surprised. Or rather, everyone knows it by heart. People know that ghosts are scary, and ghosts know that people are poisonous. Experiences that really save lives don't really show up on the public screen. Talking and laughing. The rain has stopped. Lin Knight closed the chat channel to prepare for labor. Master, what are we doing today? Xiao Chui took the initiative to show up. As the World Channel says, ghosts with high levels of morality can come out during the day. Although Xiao Chui's Dao is not high, but it's cloudy now. Plus the graveyard is an inherently eerie environment. To put it bluntly, the weather now is not much different from the evening. Let's move the rocks first. Lin Knight responded. Territory promotion requires 500 ghost stones and 200 plutonium. The medieval soil had come together while digging the grave. But yesterday, Lin Knight only moved 200 stones. 300 stones short of territorial promotion. But shouldn't we dig the grave first? What Jade means is that it's cloudy today and she's just about ready to get out and about. Take this opportunity. She could better indicate to Lin Knight which one was the tomb of the masterless. If there's enough time, we'll see what happens in the afternoon. Lin Knight spoke after some thought. Experience on the World Channel isn't much use, but it's still a little useful. The fact that 2A is able to move around during the day is proof of that. If those neighbors come out during the day, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, Lin Knight could think of. It's also the only way to upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. Yes, Xiao Chui nodded with seeming understanding, then began to move stones with Lin Knight. Just a little drizzle in the morning. The ground wasn't too wet, but it washed away some of the dust from the gravel. As Lin Knight glanced over, the mass grave was covered with large and small, differently shaped rubble. The rubble was densely packed. Some of the gravel has a smooth, rounded surface that may be the result of prolonged weathering and water runoff, while others are angular and sharp. They were as big as rocks or as small as grains of beans, scattered in every corner of this barren land. Jade, we'll just move the smaller ones slowly. 1 small crushed stone is equal to 1 unit of ghost stone. 1 medium crushed stone is equal to 5 units of ghost stone. The large ones can no longer be called gravel. They should be called rocks. 1 boulder was equivalent to 10, or even 20 units of ghost stones, but with Lin Knight's current strength, couldn't lift it at all. Yes, master. If we were talking about Dao, Xiao Chui's current strength was not as strong as Lin Knight's. Lin Knight couldn't even move large rocks, and Xiao Chui was even more so. Time passes in an instant, and after, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Knight finally managed to gather the remaining 300 stones. Immediately after, he also finally heard that long-lost system prompt. Ding! System prompt, detected that the conditions have been met. Please ask if you want to upgrade the territory. Yes. In this situation, Lin Knight simply wouldn't choose to deny it. Ding! System prompt, upgrade successful. Congratulations to your territory. Successfully promoted from Desolation Lower Order to Desolation Middle Order. Ding! System prompt, due to your success in advancing your territory to the next level, an additional Ghost Suppressor Talisman is rewarded. Territory, Grave. Level, Desolation, Medium. Architecture, Burial Mounds, Coffins, Tombstones, Burial Chambers. Assets, 0. Introduction. At this point, it shows that the owner of the tomb has already had some influence and possesses the qualifications to place the tombstone. Upgrade requirements, 1000 ghost stones, 500 plutonium. Lin Knight clearly remembered. The first time I looked at the territory information, it showed graves pits on the back. When promoted to the Desolation Lower Order, the back is shown as a mound again. Now promoted to Desolation Middle Order, the back of the display became a grave again. Take another look at the specific changes. Before it was just a mound made of dirt. The outside is now encased in a layer of stone. In this way, even in the event of heavy rains, there is no soil erosion. Beyond that, Lin Knight also saw that in front of the grave, a stone monument had been erected. 4 large letters are clearly visible on it. The Tomb of the Forest Knights. Lin Knight subconsciously recited it silently. He himself is clearly still alive, but he already has an epitaph. It feels a bit obscure. On second thought, he changed it to another sentence. I missed you at the cemetery. Chapter 11, Female Ghosts. Corpse Suppressor Amulet. Tombstone, Construction. Grade, Show. Attribution, Lin Knight. Epitaph, I miss you at the cemetery. Attribute, tombstone is a symbol of identity. If you meet a ghost without a tombstone, he will be relatively polite to you before he realizes that you are a living person. Territorial promotion. The system rewarded a show-level building for free. Take another look inside. There was only 1 coffin buried under the mound before. The inside now automatically rose into a small chamber. That is to say, Lin Knight's range of motion was no longer limited to the coffin. He could also move around the chamber space. By the way, after promotion, a ghost-quelling talisman was also rewarded. After checking out the changes in the territory, Lin Knight placed his vision on the talisman again. Ghost Suppressor, Talisman. Grade, Show. Quantity, 1. Introduction, possessing it can temporarily subdue a ghost, and if the ghost's Dao exceeds the magic power of the talisman, it will burn on its own. The previous red dragon was only right level, but the Ghost Suppressor Talisman reached the show level directly. As long as Lin Knight used the right timing, it should also work as a surprise. Congratulations, Master. The territory was promoted. and Xiao Chui was heartily happy. Jade, thank you. Yesterday, Lin Knight moved the stones alone and only managed to move a mere 200 stones until the afternoon. Today, he and Xiao Chui moved stones together, and in the course of the morning, they moved 300 stones. The fact that the territory could be promoted so quickly was a credit to Xiao Chui. Master, these are what Xiao Chui should do. She provides labor for Lin Knight, and Lin Knight provides a place of refuge for her. I don't know when. Xiao Chui had already taken Lin Knight's grave as her new home. From there, she was no longer a lonely soul. Xiao Chui, it's been hard on you. Lin Knight looked at Xiao Chui's watery body, and his eyes were filled with praise. If only she wasn't a ghost. Master, Xiao Chui doesn't work hard. What do we do next? After you become a ghost, you won't sweat anymore. By saying this, Tue is also expressing, on the side, that she can still continue to work. Take a break and we'll see what happens later. Lin Knight looked up at the sky. It's still early. So, he's in no hurry, either. Yes, Master. Jade nodded, not sensing anything wrong. Digging in the tiny garden. Hey, 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 hey. Plant tiny seeds to bloom tiny flowers. Hey shoo. Time flashed by. Afternoon. Lin Knight began to continue digging the grave again. The territory has been successfully advanced. Another ghost-quelling talisman. Lin Knight thought to himself that even if he encountered ghosts during the day, he possessed a certain ability to defend himself. Unless the ghosts were particularly powerful, he wasn't weak at all. Just, this time, digging in, Lin Knight suddenly felt an inexplicable coolness coming from his back. That coolness, not rainy and cold. Instead, it's an insidious chill that goes deep into the marrow of the bones. Subconscious. Lin Knight then glanced backward. However, that's how it looks. Lin Knight's heart was directly chilled to the bottom. In the midst of that cold and deep mist, a large tree that had long been dead for many years stood upright. Its dry branches reached up to the sky like twisted devil's claws, as if they were trying to grab something. On one of its thickest dead branches, a female ghost dressed in bright colors sat silently, a red dress like blood. It was a stark contrast to the gloom of its surroundings. And after, she just moved like that, leaning across the branch to look at Lin Knight. A head of long black hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, covering most of her face. Through the gaps between the hair, Lin Knight clearly saw that a pair of eyes that flashed with a cold light were staring straight at him and smiling. Name Yankee Ghost. Dao, Ghost Soldier, late stage. Category, Ghosts. Current form, Gaudy Ghost, next form Red Powdered Skeleton. Skill, Mei Dao Picking Technique. Mei Dao Picking Technique, a voluptuous ghost can enhance itself by sucking human essence, but in most cases, it drains the target dry in an amalgamated fashion. Last night, as promised, I hung the lantern high. I thought something had happened when that horny deadbeat didn't show up for the whole night. I've seen it today, and it's true. The female ghost in red grumbled out. It seemed to be speaking to Lin Knight, but also as if he was talking to himself. Big sister, I can't understand what you're saying. Lin Knight didn't dig a grave today. He simply couldn't figure it out. When did one provoke such a ghostly creature? It's okay, you don't need to understand. When I suck your essence, it will be considered revenge for that dead ghost. Words. The female ghost rose up in the air and directly lunged towards Lin Knight. It's not. You're serious. What I said about encountering ghostly creatures is not false. It means low-level ghosts. But I didn't expect that. Straight to me. A late-stage ghost soldier Though, Lin Knight had just beheaded a late-stage ghost soldier colorful ghost last night. But that was with the help of the power of the copper sword. And now, it's daytime. Even at night, there would be no moonlight at all on a rainy day. Master, let me help you. At this time, Xiao Chui suddenly spoke. Jade, leave me alone and hide. The Gorgon is a late-stage ghost soldier. Jade is only pre-ghost soldier. Lin Knight was no match. And Xiao Chui was even worse. No, Xiao Chui can't leave her master behind. Xiao Chui, listen to me. This is not the time to show off. You and I together are no match for her. And after, Xiao Chui seemed to have realized this as well. But only to see. Xiao Chui was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke again. And so on. Master, I remember. She should be the colorful ghost mistress. You killed the colorful ghost. She wants to take revenge on you. Jade, are you thinking of a way to deal with this? Take off your pants. What? Master, take off your pants and show off your manhood quickly. No Jade, are you serious? Just started. Lin Knight thought he hadn't heard clearly. After confirming it once more, Lin Knight's entire body froze. Come on, Master, Jade won't lie to you. But, I understand the reasoning. But you have to give me a reason. Lin Knight admitted. He's still a virgin now. But child's urine shouldn't be useful for ghosts of this level. It's not like that. She's from a voluptuous ghost and likes to merge. and the master has taken the power pill. So, the situation is critical. Jade spoke ambiguously. But this time, Lin Knight finally heard it. Simple to understand. The colorful ghost and the gaudy ghost were originally a pair. But Lin Knight killed the colorful ghost, causing the gaudy ghost to be upset in his heart. But the world. There are no permanent friends or permanent enemies. Only permanent interests. Even ghosts benefit from this rule as well. As long as the gaudy ghosts feel that Lin Knight is more robust than the colorful ghosts, Lin Knight can become the gaudy ghost's new favorite ghosts. It may sound a bit humiliating, but face is not as important as life. Think about it. Lin Knight directly unbuttoned the buttons on his birthday suit. Chapter 12, 3 nights in the middle of the night. Lamps and candles for faith. It was too late. And after. Just a moment after the gaudy ghost had just pounced on Lin Knight, a particular part of the body was suddenly in her sights. Glowing. Hard and upright. It looked a little striking against the birthday suit. For heavy things falling down. A gagging sound came. Even though the ghostly creature didn't spit at all, the gaudy ghost stopped in time. Great! It's bigger than a sex maniac's. That was the first thought that came to the gaudy ghost's mind when she stopped. You're well maintained, little Lang. Aren't you? The gaudy ghost smiled evilly. The attitude immediately changed 18 times. But somehow, that smile, it was transmitted into Lin Knight's eyes. It was obvious that the other party was a female ghost. But Lin Knight, however, could see an obscenity. A gaudy ghost. Right. The slave is here. The gaudy ghost stared right below him like that, and Lin Knight couldn't help but shiver. But at the same time, taking the opportunity of the gaudy ghost's distraction, Lin Knight had already sacrificed the ghost urn at some point. Bite through the middle finger. A drop of fingertip blood dripped into the altar. Don't you dare say yes when I call out to you. Why not? Just, as soon as the words fell, a powerful suction force instantly came. The gaudy ghost had no time to react and was directly sucked in. And after, Lin Knight quickly closed the lid and put the ghost suppressor talisman on it again. When Xiao Chui comes out, you can pop the lid open automatically. Vagabonds are naturally available. So, think about it. Lin Knight still felt the need to affix a ghost-quelling talisman. You're so cruel, my little lord. A sultry voice came from inside the altar. Cut the crap. Lin Knight repocketed his pants and then proceeded to speak again. I asked you where your grave is. The Gorgon is sealed into the ghostly altar, but not really considered dead. There are no explosive drops on the ground. Lin Knight could only dig into her old home. Junior Lang Jun. It's extremely impolite behavior for you to inquire about a girl's home address like this. Could it be that you want to go to the house with your slave? Cut the crap and tell me where your grave is. There are no tombs, but there are others. And which one do you want to go into? Young Lang. Just. Lin Knight was halfway through his reply when he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Giggle. Little Lang. I won't tease you anymore. Keep asking. As far as I know, you shouldn't belong to this graveyard. Lin Knight hurriedly changed the topic. Lin Knight had made sure of it. A voluptuous ghost is the mistress of a lustful ghost. But two ghosts, if they were in the same graveyard, it would be impossible for Lin Knight to divide and conquer them. Of course I did. Little lord. You don't know. It's not easy for me to see my ex-boyfriend every time. So how did you guys connect? Junior Lang Jun. Did you manual a lot before? Resulting in serious memory loss. Next time don't do that. Slave can help you out. Seriously. Get to the point. Lin Knight was seeing it. This whole old sex fiend. Lin Knight might get carried away if he wasn't paying attention. The slave has just said that in the third hour of the night. If the slave wants to, he will raise the soul-attracting lamp in the cemetery. And using the lamp and candle as a letter, that dead ghost will come over when he sees it. The dead ghosts in the mouth of the gaudy ghosts are the horny ghosts. Last night the gaudy ghosts likewise raised their lanterns. But the sex maniac didn't come. And that's where the gaudy ghosts found it. Wait, what did you just say about lights? The soul lamp. Take me to your house now. Little Lang. Actually what? Actually, don't need to go home so much trouble. We can just settle it on the grass. And after about half an hour, Lin Knight held the altar. Guided by the gaudy ghost, her grave was finally found. It's not like the other graves. A bamboo pole was erected next to Yankee's grave. A white lantern is picked on a bamboo pole. Normally the lantern is underneath. But if the gaudy ghosts are hungry and thirsty, they will hang their lanterns high. Spirit-inducing lamp, equipment. Grade, morning. Attributes, picking on it breaks confusion and immunizes you from ghostly wall effects. Introduction, rumor has it that the soul-attracting lamps are synthesized from 100 ghost skins. There is a lot of mist around the graveyard, but the soul-attracting lamps have a strong penetrating distance. Special note, I've heard it's a special token of some sort. Surprisingly, it's still a morning level. Lin Knight couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Survival until now. It was the first time Lin Knight had actually seen a funeral grate prop. Junior Lang Jun, what do you need this for? Could it be that you also want to use it to attract female sex demons? You don't need to know that. When the time comes, I'll have my own use for it. Suddenly, Lin Knight thought of Xiao Chui. This gift, it should surprise her. In fact, you really don't have to go through so much trouble. As long as you greet me, I will immediately come out to serve you. Shut up, or I'll really piss on the altar. Ask and ye shall receive. Lin Knight's side point was that he was a serious virgin, but the words reached the gaudy ghost's ears, and even the jar was so much more obscene. Forget it. I don't care. Lin Knight carefully stowed the soul guide lamp into his backpack before he then proceeded to open his mouth. I'll take the lamp. Don't say I'm not humane. Seeing as you're so cooperative, I'll also give you a face. I won't take the initiative to dig the grave. You honestly explain what other good things are inside. That's a lot. Mr. Lang, come on, get it out. Don't make me do it myself. My slave also has 7/4, mid-calf, open front, and one-piece pants here. May I ask which one young Langjun is looking for? Why are there no nets? Because the nets have been taken by the colorful man. Anything else? Yes. What? Lace, ultra-thin, lace, little butterflies. Lin Knight didn't end up digging the ravishing ghost's grave, but after returning, Lin Knight, however, dug up the grave that was already half dug. Based on the hints of the tomb ghost talent, Lin Knight knew there was no owner inside. However, what Lin Knight didn't expect was, when it was dug up, there wasn't even a coffin inside. Finally, Lin Knight only collected a few bones and left it at that. At this point, the sky had come to dusk. Because it was rainy, it got dark earlier. Lin Knight wrapped up his work early, then dug into his crypt and began to organize his belongings for the day. This time, the ghostly urn on the side gently began to tremble again. Little Lang, it's nighttime. You'd better be honest. Junior Lang Jun, this time you misunderstood my slave. My slave was trying to say, can I have those bones? Why? As long as I gather 9 different types of bones, my slave will be able to be promoted to a red-pink skeleton. The gaudy ghost spoke the truth. No one can resist the temptation to evolve. Not even a voluptuous ghost who only thinks with the lower half of his body. So how many have you gotten together now? None of them. Actually, 9 different types of bones are not just 9 ordinary bones. What she needed was bones from 9 different professions. Otherwise, there's no way that the Yankee ghosts would have waited until now to collect the complete collection. But there are no tokens of the gaudy ghosts. Doesn't mean Jade's tokens aren't there too. Chapter 13, General Ghost. Strange Dreams. Jade, come here for a second. I have a gift for you. Master, what is the gift? Xiao Chui floated over in response. Here, this is for you. As he said this, Lin Knight took out the soul guide lamp. Wow. Master, this. Upon recognizing the soul drawing lamp, Xiao Chui directly opened her small mouth wide in surprise. You can stuff a goose egg in there. What's wrong? This thing is too expensive. Xiao Chui can't have it. Last time, Jade just mentioned it casually, but she didn't expect that Lin Knight would help her find the tokens so quickly. It's okay, take it. You deserve it. Evolve early and don't let me down. Jade has done so much for the territory. She deserves a prop like this. Master, Xiao Chui will not let you down. Xiao Chui nodded heavily, her gaze filled with determination. And after, Xiao Chui took the soul drawing lamp and found a quiet corner to start fusing and refining. In situ, only Lin Knight was left alone again. TSK, little Lang Jun, you're really nice to your subordinates. Slaves don't have such treatment inside the jar. Once again, the lustful ghost's grumbling words came from the inside of the jar. Simple. You make a pact with me and I can help you collect bones too. For one of their own. Lin Knight was never stingy, like Jade just now. But for outsiders, I'm sorry, human ghosts are different. Who are you before me? That's not good enough. You have to add another one. What? Let me get to the top for once. Your ing waiting to turn into pus inside the altar. Into the night. Lin Knight lay in the coffin and had a very strange dream. He dreamed he was lost in the middle of nowhere. Walked a bit more, and in appeared ahead. An eerie mist filled the surroundings, but Inin stood alone in a barren land. Lin Knight subconsciously tried to avoid it, but he is now tired, thirsty and lost. One can only walk hard. As he approached, there was a red lantern hanging on each side of the inn's entrance. The faint glow wavered in the darkness, adding a bit of an eerie atmosphere to the silent night. The red cloth on the lantern had already faded, and in some places it had broken a few holes, and when the wind blew over it, it would make a rustling sound, as if there was something struggling inside trying to escape out. Lin Knight couldn't help but shiver, then quickly walked in. At this point, it's getting late. There were not many guests in the inn. Aside from Lin Knight, there was only one table of guests. See only. These people wore bronze armor and had a few bronze war halberds next to them. Lin Knight guessed. These guys should be soldiers who have been to war. The wine is over. The general at the head of the group was helped into the guest room by an underling to rest. The content of their conversation was not too clear for Lin Knight to hear. Lin Knight only felt that these people were traveling strangely. Then he followed them. Through the guest room's screened window, Lin Knight saw the interior scene of the guest room. Several underlings were undressing the general. They first took off the general's helmet, then removed the armor from their bodies. However, after Lin Knight saw half of the general's leg, Lin Knight's entire body was shocked awake on the spot. Switch to the real world. When Lin Knight saw this scene, he didn't feel fear at all. Instead, he would still respect helping the disabled. But that general, Lin Knight could clearly see that the bones inside that half of his leg had been broken. And on top of all that rotting flesh, there was a maggot writhing. Vom. Lin Knight woke up directly from his sleep. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Xiao Chui hurriedly floated over in concern. At this point, it's light outside. Inside the chamber, however, only corpse oil lamps were lit. It's a relatively dark environment, and Jade can come out and move around. Xiao Chui, you broke through. Lin Knight sat up from within the coffin and rubbed his eyes. He found out. Jade's breath already felt distinctly different from yesterday. But what exactly was different? Lin Knight couldn't say for a moment. Yes, Master. Jade nodded. Name Wang Xiao Chui. Dao, Ghost Soldier, medium term. Category, Ghosts. Current form, Ghost Squire. Next form, Blood-Clothed Secret Envoy. Weapon, Soul-Inducing Lamp. Skills, Whispering. Whispering. In her lifetime, Wang Xiao Chui was just a maid in a landlord's house, and didn't have any substantial skills. Now, even though she's out of the jar, she can likewise hide in the shadows and whisper, and then scare off lingering passers-by. Last night, Xiao Chui had not only refined the soul-drawing lamp, but her Dao had also broken through to the middle stage of Ghost Soldier. But in the morning, it was discovered that Lin Knight was still awake. Xiao Chui couldn't bear to be disturbed, and then she began to clean the tomb on her own. Not bad, Lin Knight first appreciated, and after, he seemed to think of something else then spoke. What is the next form's token? It seems to be called something like Dripping Blood Jade Pendant. Xiao Chui scratched her little head, seemingly still a bit uncomfortable with the upgraded form. So, I see, the blood-dripping Jade Pendant. Lin Knight had likewise never heard of it. So, it was something he could only take his time with. Master, you shouldn't be too stressed. Xiao Chui actually doesn't care about advancing at all. Xiao Chui only needs Master to be well. I'm fine. But Master, you're sweating so much. Nothing, just had a nightmare at night. Lin Knight wiped the cold sweat from his face smoothly. Suddenly, he reached the image of the general in his dream again. Master, what kind of nightmare is it? Is the environment of the tomb too depressing? Xiao Chui will help you serve your bed tonight. Sitting in bed is also known as warming the bedding. Although these words were also considered the words of a tiger and wolf. After understanding Xiao Chui's character, Lin Knight did not have the slightest nonsense. It's fine. I'm probably just too tired from yesterday. Lin Knight reassured himself. Master, then you must pay more attention to rest. If there's anything you need to call out to Xiao Chui, it's fine. Okay. Lin Knight thought about it. Probably been digging graves for the past few days. More bad luck unintentionally. That's why you have nightmares. And so, day 4. He didn't dig a single grave. Once again moved rocks all day. However, 4th night, Lin Knight likewise had this strange dream again. And, the scene in the dream was exactly the same. Lin Knight first got lost in the middle of nowhere. Then an inn suddenly appeared in front of him. It's still the same group inside the inn. After, Lin Knight followed to the guest room and saw the half-rotten leg that had already decayed again. Lin Knight once again sat up in shock from within the coffin. He finally realized something was wrong. And so, morning of the 5th day, Lin Knight told Xiao Chui about this matter one by one. Master, are you saying that every time you go to sleep at night, you always dream of a general drinking at an inn? Right. And, that general is still missing half his leg. That's a little strange. Jade, do you know what's going on here? Jade shook her head in confusion. However, just as Lin Knight was at a loss for words, the gaudy ghost suddenly spoke up. Chapter 14, The General's Last Wish. Harsh Demands. Cluck. Little Langjun. You're in trouble. You're being haunted by a ghost general. What do you mean? Think carefully about what you did the day before yesterday. Day before yesterday. That is, the 3rd day. I just went to your house. I didn't do anything. Lin Knight had also found a token for Xiao Chui, by the way. And after that? You mean the empty grave that was dug? Or maybe there's an owner inside. Those bones you collected just happened to be someone's thigh bones. Now, they're missing a thigh. Of course they're going to haunt you. This time, Xiao Chui also spoke up next. Master, I remember. Xiao Chui heard from the old private school teacher in the village before she was born that this place used to be an ancient battlefield, and it seems like so many soldiers died in the war. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the green hills, and there is no need to return from the horse hide. When the general died, there was no coffin at all, just a pit dug randomly by his subordinates to bury him. The combination of age and rainwater has caused the bones of the bodies inside to be misplaced. So, Tomb Ghost did not probe the void. Then it returned the wrong message to Lin Knight. That being the case, why does he not come directly to the door, but instead passes through this form of dreaming? Junior Lang Jun, you don't know. When ghosts are strong to a certain point, they will open their own exclusive ghost domain. You should have been dragged into it. The gaudy ghost spoke out again. So what do I do now? After two ghosts analyzed it like that, Lin Knight was already basically certain. It should be this grave that was dug the day before yesterday. And Lin Knight invoked something evil. The bell must be rung. What do you mean? Find a way. Find out what he wants. Help him fulfill his long-cherished wish. And then burn 3 incense sticks at his grave. Sincerely apologize. And get his forgiveness as much as possible. There are only 2 solutions to this situation. One is to decapitate the ghost general. The other is to fulfill his last wish. But with Lin Knight's current strength, he could only choose the latter. Well, then I'll try again. Next time. Lin Knight continued to gather stones during the day and fall asleep on time at night. By the evening of the 5th day, Lin Knight was once again pulled into the dream world. But, this time, after Lin Knight entered the inn, he found a seat closer to the general and sat down. Then he ordered another jug of wine in his dream. Not for anything else, just to hear their conversation clearly. Yankee Ghost said that he had to get to the general's claim, and that was the only way Lin Knight could think of to do it. And after about half an hour, when the general went back to the guest room to rest again, Lin Knight didn't continue to follow him there, but awoke from his dream. Master, have you inquired? Xiao Chui was the first to greet him. I've inquired. The general's last wishes were 3. Lin Knight peeled a tribute orange and moistened his throat. What's it all about? The first, the general said he hoped that future generations would send his bones to his home. Did the general say where he was from? It seems like it was in some ghostly realm. Howling Ridge. Lin Knight began to recall the conversation in the dream. However, after all was said and done, Xiao Chui and the gaudy ghost, however, were silent. Ryoko, or the gaudy ghost sighed grudgingly. It's better to go straight to the second last wish. Young Lang. Why? Lin Knight was dumbfounded. Do you know where we are? I don't know. Lin Knight shook his head. He had crossed over less than a week ago, and had no idea of the map distribution here. Corpse Country Gulch. The grotesque ghost was word for word. Are the two far apart? Each large domain governs 108 small regions, which means that in the corpse domain, there are 107 other small regions similar to our Corpse Country Gully. ID. There are also 108 small regions in the Ghost region. From the Corpse Country Gulch in the Corpse Realm to the Howling Ridge in the Ghost Realm. Period. Just how many small areas do you have to go through? With the experience of the gaudy ghost, it had been unimaginable. Weak question. How big is a small area roughly? Let's take our Corpse Country Gully as an example. With your current strength, walking from one end to the other without eating or drinking or stopping in between, you'd probably have to walk for 7 days and 7 nights. Then forget it. I'd better get right to the second last wish. Then, Lin Knight muttered again in his heart. How far this ghost general has traveled in his previous marches. Number 2. The general said his greatest wish in life was to regain the lost territories. The general was assigned to Corpse Country Gulch. Recovering lost ground also means recovering Corpse Country Gulch. Become the overlord of Corpse Country Gulch. This, little Lang Jun, not slavery intentionally hit you. You still say direct last line. Is this one hard too? The Corpse Country Gully we're in is now ruled by an early stage ghost king Corpse King. If you want to become the new overlord of Corpse Country Gully, you must kill the Corpse King. Pay attention. Not ghost soldiers, not a ghost general, nor is it a ghost marshal. Instead, it was a Corpse King at the early stage of Ghost King. It was a full 9 minor grades higher than Lin Knight. The third last wish. The general loves beautiful people. He said it's okay for him to die, but he was most worried about a woman named Smoky Eyebrows in the greenhouse. And then what? And then so much time has passed, and Smoky Eyebrows is long dead, and the general wishes the two of them to be buried together. So here's the question. Who the hell is Smoke-Stained Eyebrows? All 3 last wishes have been said. Lin Knight first looked at Xiao Chui, then at the ghost urn. Do you know each other? The latter. All of them shook their heads in confusion. That is to say. Finally, inquiring about a loneliness? 3 last wishes. Lin Knight realized that none of them could be finished. Why don't I change my name to Smoke-Stained Eyebrows now? and then you can bury me and the general together? Yen Gui suddenly had a bright idea. Can't get the love of the forest knight. It's not impossible to change a general. The general is missing a leg. He's not blind. You're so lewd. You think the general can't tell the difference? Suppose the voluptuous ghosts are sent to the greenhouse as well. Lin Knight admitted that with her looks, she was not a flower girl, but at least she could take a top spot. But think, the lewd manner in which the gaudy ghost drooled at the sight of a man. Lin Knight directly shook his head. Even. Lin Knight thought for a moment. Other people go to greenhouses because they are forced by life. A gaudy ghost goes to a greenhouse. And that's a hell of a way to enjoy life. You're in deep then. Little man. What do you mean? If you can't fulfill your last wish, tomorrow night, he will drag you into the dream. Once you exceed 7 times, you will completely sink into the dream world. By then, even the great golden immortal can't save you. Aha! The words of the gaudy ghost, though with a flirtatious tone. But intuition told Lin Knight that the gaudy ghost didn't look like she was joking. Counting tonight, you've already been dragged in 3 times. You're going to die anyway. Why don't you fulfill your slave before you die? Okay, get out. Can you say something nice? I wouldn't give it to you even if I shot myself in the wall. Chapter 15, 5 Bought Bronze Sword. Territory Advancement. Back to the main topic. Isn't there any other way? Can you see what kind of cultivation that Ghost General has? Look closely. Early stage Ghost General. Words. The voluptuous ghost pondered for a moment first. Only then did he go on to speak. If you can't kill them, and you can't fulfill your last wishes, then you have to go to the source. Which source? The grave has been dug. Is it hard for me to make another grave for him and put the bones back? Just prevent him from dragging you into the dream again and the problem will naturally be solved. What exactly should I do? Lin Knight searched. It's not like he can stay awake all the time. Got any scissors on you? I don't have any scissors. Can I have a shovel? Lin Knight thought of that initial shovel for digging graves. No. Where's the copper sword? What level? Longevity level. Not nearly as interesting. It would have been fine if it was the colorful ghost from before. But the Ghost General was at the early stage of Ghost General cultivation. What should I do? There's only one thing to bet on. What's the bet? With his life on the line, Lin Knight directly transformed into 100,000 reasons. When you sleep at night, put the copper sword under your pillow. If that doesn't work, then you'll have to ask Lezu. But what? Once or twice might work, but more often than not, there are times when Razor sleeps and isn't home. The gaudy ghost flirted again. But this time, Lin Knight understood what she meant. Beyond the words, this method may work temporarily and should not be used long-term. Okay, I'll remember that. At this point, the time had come to the latter part of the night. After a brief squint, day 6, Lin Knight started gathering again with all his might. On the one hand, tomorrow will be the 7th day, the first 7 days of Lin Knight. The system had said that there would be a man-made disaster-level event. Lin Knight wasn't sure exactly what it was. You can only increase your bottom line as much as possible. On the other hand, there are also Ghost General nightmares at night. Digging above the grave was not productive. Lin Knight could only find a new breakthrough by upgrading his territory. Hopefully, the reward of the upgrade would help him defuse the situation. However, the result was destined to disappoint Lin Knight. After 3 consecutive days of intense collection, Lin Knight once again gathered enough for 1,000 ghost stones and 500 medieval earths. But the promotion rewards seemed to be a bit of a letdown. Ding! System prompt, detected that the conditions have been met. Please ask if you want to upgrade the territory. Yes. Lin Knight's tone was filled with anticipation. Ding! System prompt, upgrade successful. Congratulations to your territory. Successfully promoted from Desolation Middle Order to Desolation Upper Order. Ding! System prompt, due to your success in advancing your territory to the next level, the qualification for making offerings is opened. Ding! System prompt, due to your success in advancing your territory to the next level, an additional fortune stone is rewarded. Territory, Mausoleum. Level, Desolation, Upper Level. Architecture, Coffins, Tombstones, Burial Chambers, Temples. Assets, 0. Introduction. At this point, the tomb owner's influence is even more profound and has been allotted to the temple. Upgrade condition, unknown. Desolation promotes grievances. Ordinary materials can no longer fulfill them. So explore the upgrade conditions on your own. Lin Knight took a look at the specific changes. The mound behind his own tombstone disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with a small, broken temple. The small broken temple was small. On the elevated platform in the center, there was only one tablet in Lin Knight. There is also an incense burner in front of the tablet, but there are no scented candles in it. Lin Knight had already opened the qualifications for offerings. As long as someone burned incense and sacrificed, Lin Knight could also cultivate through incense. But Lin Knight took a look around. It's nothing but mounds or graves. The surrounding area was again wrapped in a mist. This desolate mountainous place. Lin Knight directly gave up. Take a second look at the extra bonuses. Fortune and longevity stones, special props. Grade, unknown. Introduction, by consuming 1 shoshi stone, you can unconditionally upgrade props below the show grade to the first grade. That is to say, after using this prop, the right level is directly promoted to the show level. The life level is directly promoted to the funeral level. However, items with a starting rank of mourning cannot be upgraded. Lin Knight looked at it. Except that territories can't be upgraded. Even all his coffins can be upgraded. Wooden coffins can be upgraded with bronze coffins. Ordinary stone monuments can be upgraded to spirit-suppressing monuments. And so on. The copper sword is also only at the show level. With the fusion of the two, isn't it possible to directly evolve the mourning level? Think about it. Lin Knight immediately tested it. Ding. System prompt, detected that the host possesses the shoshi stone. May I ask whether or not to upgrade the copper coin sword to a 5-bot copper coin sword? 5-bot copper sword, weapon. Grade, mourning. Attributes, this is a ghost chopper that has the function of driving away evil spirits and avoiding the damages. Extra attribute, absorbing the essence of the moon is more powerful. And if it's a full moon, it can even temporarily evolve to the Dain level. Introduction, hardware as talismanic money. Heaven and earth around. To ward off evil spirits, it can absorb the spirit of heaven and earth, and take in the dragon's energy of humanity. There are 108 copper coins, 36 in the Big Dipper and 72 in the earth. The main hilt is made of lightning-struck mahogany, threaded with silkworms, mixed with aged vermilion sand and the blood of a rooster's crown. When the sword is completed, there is no taboo, and all evils are avoided and retreated. The attributes of this sword are really tempting to look at, but Lin Knight wasn't in a hurry to confirm it. Instead, he looked to the ghostly urn. I have a mourning grade copper sword, can I behead the ghost general? Lin Knight tried to ask. However, Vixen didn't even think about it and just refused to say. Can't. Why? Lin Knight didn't understand. Before evolution, you said it almost meant it. After evolution, it shouldn't be too bad. You have to understand that when I say almost, I simply mean preventing being dragged into the dream realm, not decapitating the ghost general almost. Copper sword after evolution. There may be no need to call out the Leizu Dharma anymore. Forest Knight can also sleep soundly, but that's a completely different thing from entering the dream world to kill the ghost general. Is it possible to chop you? Beheading me is fine, but the strength of the ghost general has crossed a large class, and the difference between a ghost soldier in front of a ghost general is simply unimaginable. Not to mention the rest. Let's say right now, suppose Lin Knight is dragged into the dream again. Dreamland is the ghostly realm of the ghost general, who can manipulate the scene to change at will. If General Ghost was willing, he didn't even have to appear within Lin Knight's field of vision. Lin Knight could only drink alone at the inn, and then 7 days to go. Lin Knight sank straight down. Forget it then. I'm not upgrading yet. On second thought, Lin Knight ultimately chose to deny it. If this night, ordinary copper sword plus razor doesn't work yet, Lin Knight then considered upgrading. Anyway, being dragged into the dream world 3 times or 4 times, as long as it's not more than 7 times, there's essentially no difference. As you wish. The gaudy ghost stopped making a sound. Noteworthy. I don't know if Lin Knight didn't sleep too much, or if the copper sword really played a role. 6th night. Lin Knight was surprisingly not dragged into the dream. Chapter 16, the day of the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. The Cursed Land. Day 7. It's not just Lin Knight's first 7 days. It is also the 7th day of the first month for survivalists around the world. Lin Knight stopped all movement, been waiting in his own little ramshackle temple. However, until the afternoon, the other lords had already finished one after another, and Lin Knight's random event was still delayed. The World Channel had begun to talk about it. Gentlemen, what events have occurred on your first 7 days? I'm a female lord, and I don't know what to tell you. My first 7 events have been triggering since day 1. What do you mean? On the first day I inexplicably received a wedding invitation with only one sentence on it. Ma'am, in 7 days, I will take you as my wife. Then, day 2, this female lord, in turn, received a wedding invitation. Only, the above becomes, my lady, in 6 days, I shall take you as my wife, and so on, until the first 7 days, when she received her last wedding invitation. My lady, the 7 days are up, and I have come to take you as my wife as promised. And then, at first, I never took it to heart, but who knew that on the 7th day, a ghost king really descended to marry me? Wait a minute, did you say, ghost king? Right. I'm refreshed in the ghost domain's Morning Soul Ridge, and I'm the ruling ghost king of Morning Soul Ridge. So you promise? Agree or die? I had no choice but to agree. but I didn't expect to accidentally obtain a lot of heavenly treasures. Actually, to put it bluntly, it's the reward given by the system for completing the first 7 events. Only, it was given out in the form of the Ghost King's bride price. Holy, you're not just getting married. This is like hugging the thigh of a local power. Ghost King after Goddess Big Brother. Weekly ask the Ghost King are given what rewards? Can you share it? Give my little brother a goal to strive for. Not much else. The main thing is that it rewards a ghost sedan chair mount, which is a few of the Ghost King's henchmen, carrying a sedan chair, are taking me to the Ghost King's palace in the morning Soul Ridge. Envious, my first 7 days event, which also started triggering on the first day, turned out to be completely different. Another lord carried a miserable tone. What's your situation? I also received an envelope on my first day, but the sender was a headless ghost and I was damn near scared to death. What does it say? He told me to take care of my head, and in 7 days, he's going to switch heads with me. Then, day 2, he likewise received an envelope from the headless messenger. It wasn't until the 7th day that the headless messenger actually came to switch heads with him. Wait, what did you do with it again? If you had actually switched heads with him, you would have gotten your box by now. Headless ghosts can be headless, but players can't run out of heads. Luckily, my talent is in paper tying, and I gave him a paper head, which barely fooled him. What's the reward? Alas, don't mention it. The so-called headless ghost doesn't have no head. It just doesn't grow on the neck. It's carried in the hand. I gave him a head, and he gave me the head he carried in his hand, picking it out like a pumpkin lamp, and it will still talk. Whoever of you wants it, I'll trade it to you. For outsiders, it's the system's event reward, but for this lord, this is a hot potato. Imagine that. You fall asleep in the middle of the night, a head keeps whispering next to you. Even if you won't be killed by a ghost, you'll be scared alive. Mind you, for a second, my first 7 days was a group of Yang relatives, burned me a lot of tributes, instead of a little danger. Life is more nourishing. Wait, where did you get your Yang family from? Maybe you guys are traveling normally and mine is soul traveling. My current identity is the stupid son of the landlord's family who just died 7 days ago in a neutral village nearby. Big brother, may I ask if our father still lacks a son? Do you remember? I'm your long-lost blood brother. Another 2 hours passed. The time had come to dusk. However, just when Lin Knight thought that he had been forgotten by the system, on the far side of the mass grave, a funeral procession suddenly appeared. Doubtful. It was clearly a funeral. The coffin was a sedan chair. Even the mourning clothes are bright red. Against the backdrop of dusk, this bizarre funeral procession marched slowly. At the front of the line were several invocators dressed in red robes and tall hats. They shook copper bells in their hands, making a clear and ethereal sound, as if summoning the spirits of the dead. Immediately behind it was the 8-carried sedan chair. The sedan chair was magnificently decorated, with red silk wrapped around it and gold and silver jewels adorning it, but it revealed an indescribable bleakness and strangeness. Next to it, there was also a witch in a different costume. She held her staff and mouthed the words. As the incantation rang out, the entire group seemed to be enveloped by an eerie power, exuding a strange aura. Further back, a row of drummers. They played a dirge with a sad and low tune that sent chills down the spine. Then there were all kinds of papier-mâché items, such as houses, carriages, domestic animals and so on, which were so lifelike that it seemed as if they really existed. Wherever it passes, it seemed that even the wind stopped flowing. There was dead silence all around. Only the bells of the invocators, the dirge of the drummers, and the murmurs of the mourners intertwined, as if forming a death song that echoed through this empty cemetery. What's going on here? Seeing this unbelievable scene, Lin Knight frowned slightly. Can't tell if I'm nervous or confused. If my slave is not mistaken, the girl in the sedan chair should be a living person, who has not yet reached the end of her Yang life, but is forced to be buried alive for an underworld marriage. How do you know? Can't you see? There's another guy out front holding a rooster. A living man marries a rooster. There is only one scenario. The village should have offended some evil spirit. It's either Hebe or Wong Tai Sin. So, the village has to sacrifice a woman to quell the wrath of the evil spirits. We're all at the same end of the world. Lin Knight shook his head and had nothing to say. Now that he was on his own, he didn't have the heart to pity her people. Closer. The funeral procession came to a stop at the cemetery where Lin Knight was. And after, just as Lin Knight was just about to return to the tomb to rest, a bizarre system prompt directly caused Lin Knight's heart to hit rock bottom. Ding! System alert, due to the deep resentment of the bride buried alive, the entire graveyard is cursed. Ding! System alert, due to the curse on the graveyard. Increased chance of encountering a ghostly wall when going out. Increased chance of sleep nightmares. Increased chance of encountering a severe ghost. All props have reduced properties. Gathering materials is less rewarding. The refresh rate of new graves is reduced. Ghosts have a reduced burst rate. 7 whole negative attributes. One moment. Lin Knight was confused. Chapter 17, Dragon and Phoenix Candle. Underworld couple. Aha? Hello? Hi. System? I ask. What do you mean? Other people's first 7 days are spent marrying the king of ghosts and recognizing the landlord's godfather. My first 7 negative attributes? Take a step back. The more you think about it, the angrier you get. Hold back for a while. The more you think about it, the more you lose. Into the night. Wait until all the funeral processions have left. Lin Knight held a corpse oil lamp in one hand and a shovel in the other. Then, quietly, he left the crypt. Jade, master, if the girl inside swindles, do you have the certainty to kill it? Lin Knight's face was stern. Curse my graveyard. It doesn't exist. Master, Xiao Chui hasn't killed anyone yet, but if they've just been buried, their Dao should be very shallow. Xiao Chui should be fine. Yes, digging in the tiny garden. Hey. Plant tiny seeds to bloom tiny flowers. Hey. Due to the curse, declining efficiency gains. After about half an hour, it was only then that Lin Knight finally dug up this new grave. Dusk, Lin Knight saw the bride buried with his own eyes. However, after digging, and there's nothing in there. Aha, where are the people? Lin Knight subconsciously glanced around. A gust of cloudy wind struck, but only to see, I don't know when, behind Lin Knight, an exquisite sedan chair suddenly appeared. God is out of the picture. And, no sign of it. If you look closely, the palanquin, surprisingly, is exactly the same as the palanquin that was used for the funeral during the day. Look to the side again. On top of the railing of the sedan chair, a woman in a red wedding dress sat quietly. Although covered with a red head, half of her face was still exposed. See only, her face was as pale as paper, but her lips were painted bright red. The combination of the two seems a bit out of place. Her long hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall. Then, this ghost bride just sits still, not a single movement. It feels like a puppet on strings. Name, Ghost Bride. Dao, Ghost General, early stage. Category, Corpse. Current form, Ghost Bride. Next form, Dead Dynasty Princess. Evolutionary tokens, Harem Flowers. Ghost Pet, Puppet on a String. Heart Technique, Thousand Silk Blood Swallowing Technique. Ghostland, Blood Red Funeral. Introduction, a thought of good, a thought of evil. She also used to be kind and gentle, full of expectations to marry the sweetheart. String Puppet, a blood-colored puppet is worn around the ghost bride's waist, and seems to be of vital importance to her. Thousand Silk Swallowing Blood, the ghost bride realizes the axiom of lifting threads through the puppet at her waist, and she passes red silk threads into the target's body, whereby the blood in the target's body is drawn and absorbed by her along the red threads until the target's blood is withered and he becomes a dry corpse. Blood Red Funeral, the ghost bride will conjure up a dream of an underworld wedding scene. Run! After reading the attributes of the ghost bride, this was Lin Knight's first thought. Just buried alive. Lin Knight thought that her Dao was at most at the early stage of Ghost Soldier, but the Forest Knight, still underestimating the ghost bride's resentment. Lin Knight was just about to escape, only to find that he was no longer able to move his limbs. See only, under the eerie red cover, the ghost bride stretched out her pale and slender fingers, with a scarlet red thread like blood twisted around her fingertips, and under her control, these red threads seemed to be alive as if they were rapidly shooting towards Lin Knight. In the blink of an eye, the countless red threads then wrapped Lin Knight tightly like a dense spider web. The scarlet threads of blood pierced deep into Lin Knight's body, each penetration bringing a burst of pain that pierced the heart and bones. Lin Knight wants to break free, but found it impossible to move at all. Over time, more and more red threads were inserted into his flesh and blood began to ooze out of the wounds in a steady stream. Those blood and water slowly flowed down the red line, drop after drop, converging into a string of bright red droplets. Some are absorbed by the ghost bride. Some dripped to the ground with a crisp, eerie sound. From a distance, it's like a roof when it rains. Ghost Soldier mid-stage, facing Ghost General early stage. Lin Knight didn't have any ability to fight back. Time passed by. Lin Knight could only feel his life rapidly passing away. No, something has to be done. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll be squeezed dry. And I don't know where Jade suddenly went. This time, Lin Knight could only think of ways to defend himself. A close call. Lin Knight moved with a thought. The copper sword fell straight out of the backpack and onto the ground. The blood from Lin Knight's body continuously dripped down onto the copper coin sword. Plus the moonlight. The copper sword gave off a ghostly blue light. And after, it directly flew up on its own and cut off all the red threads on Lin Knight's body. The restraints are lifted. Lin Knight frantically fled forward without looking back. Just, the further he ran, the heavier he found his legs. Just started. Lin Knight just felt a bit heavy. But run for a while. Both of his feet began to sink. Lin Knight's speed was also getting slower and slower. Until the end. Lin Knight felt like he was carrying a huge mountain behind him. It seemed that every step forward was like a heavenly barrier. Lin Knight began to find it hard to breathe. That feeling. It was as if he had been strangled by something and couldn't breathe a little. Lin Knight couldn't help but take a sideways glance. However, it doesn't matter if you don't look. It was with this look that Lin Knight's eyes nearly glazed over, but only to see. I don't know when. The ghost bride was already on her back. Her head, just like that, drooped helplessly on Lin Knight's shoulder. Through the red cover, Lin Knight could clearly see the ghost bride's empty, lifeless eyes, which surprisingly only had the creepy whites of her eyes in them. This white of the eye, as dead as ash, without luster. Then, when Lin Knight locked eyes with her, she also happened to be looking at Lin Knight. You, but my husband of the underworld. The ghost bride's lips clearly didn't move at all, but Lin Knight's ears. Instead, there came a sultry voice like a theater accent. Lin Knight just wanted to say something. It's not. But the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed hard. Once answered in this way, Lin Knight would surely die. Forget it. I don't care if you're Hebe's wife or Wong Tai-sin's wife. Just as well you reminded me. Solely, one way or the other. Lin Knight directly sacrificed the Dragon Phoenix candle. That's right. It's the pair of Dragon and Phoenix candles that were recovered from the lecher's coffin. This prop. There is no other effect. Yet it is directly possible to enter into a marriage contract with the other half. Lin Knight wrapped one end of the red thread around his own finger, then wrapped the other end around the ghost bride's finger. Finally, light the candles directly. Lin Knight swore. He definitely didn't mean to try to green someone else's wife, but the arrow had to be fired. To live. It was all he could do. That's right. I'm your husband from the underworld. The words just fell. A gust of cloudy wind struck. By the time Lin Knight opened his eyes again, the scene around him had changed drastically. Chapter 18, Scarlet Wedding. Husband and wife worship. The previous graveyard disappeared, turning the tables. A blood-red medieval wedding hall. A thick fog filled the area around the auditorium, and there was a slight chill in the mist. The entire auditorium was covered with red silk as bright as blood, as if a sea of blood was flowing and spreading. There's a wind blowing. The rows of candles waved their ghostly blue flames, illuminating the lobby in an eerie manner. These red silks fluttered gently, like blood surging through them. Directly in front of them was a high platform on which stood two figures. One of them was Lin Knight. Though he was still wearing his quaint black birthday robe, he had a large red flower temporarily added to his chest. Another course. Then the ghostly bride in a blood-red wedding dress. The red cap covered her face, but a touch of red was faintly visible at the corners of her mouth hooked up. The auspicious time has come. One bow to heaven and earth. Next, a mournful and melodious sound of Swana instantly cut through the silent auditorium. The voice seemed to come from the nine hells, carrying endless sorrow and sadness. The Swana's tune is sometimes high-pitched, like a sob, and sometimes it is low and melodious, mournful and lingering. Immediately after, Lin Knight had not yet had time to react. Just find yourself being dragged by something and forced to worship. Take a closer look. At some point, his body was wrapped in red thread again. The other end of the red thread comes from the finger of the ghostly bride. Second worship. My parents abandoned me to live and bury me in life. This second worship. I will not worship the high church. Husband, let's go straight to couples. Third worship. Husband and wife worship each other. And after, Lin Knight was again forced by the red thread to touch heads with the ghost bride. Husband, after drinking this bowl of cross-cup wine, we'll be true husband and wife. A wineglass appeared out of nowhere in the ghost bride's hand. And after, the ghost bride's white fingernails scratched lightly. Drops of scarlet blood kept dripping down. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. Lin Knight looked away. This is clearly the blood wine taken from the ghost bride's body. Husband, it's your turn. Lin Knight wasn't that bold, but the good thing is, he had enough thread holes in him. A random squeeze is still there. Ah num. Sound of panting. Ah num. Sound of panting. The glass was instantly filled. Husband, does it hurt? You say that. Don't you know if it hurts? One side zapped me with 1,000 holes. And at the same time, you feel sorry for me? But, this was something Lin Knight just said in his heart. A man under the roof has to bow down. On second thought, Lin Knight opened his mouth. It doesn't hurt. Compared to the pain and suffering your wife has endured, this is nothing compared to the pain and suffering I have endured. Lin Knight was just improvising to save his life. However, hearing this, the ghost bride's show hands suddenly became fixed in the air. Immediately after, a tear of blood, surprisingly, slowly flowed out from her eye socket that only had the whites of her eyes. Ghost corpses with blood and tears. I'll marry you with my death as a dowry. A full house. Blood and tears as a gift. I wish to be always with my groom forever and ever. Lin Knight's mood was a bit complicated. He was forced to marry a ghost. And this ghost seems to be on top of it. Lin Knight felt that this matter was absurd, but didn't dare to throw cold water on the ghost bride when she was at her most emotional. A little thought. Lin Knight then spoke. I will marry you in blood as a bride price. A red candle to lead the way. I wish to live with my wife and never leave her. To this point, the blood-red auditorium disappears. Lin Knight returned to the primordial graveyard. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the first 7 events. The curse is lifted. Rewarding you with a ghost bride. Rewarding you with the technique, 10,000 transformations blood refining technique. Ding. System prompt. Due to your perfect completion of the first 7 events, you are additionally rewarded with 1 entry into the bank of heaven and earth. Ding. System prompt. Influenced by unknown factors. The territory is forcibly upgraded to grievance level, opening up the qualification for gains. Ding. System prompt. Due to your success in advancing your territory to the next level, an additional reward of soul sealing formation. The rewards are a bit much. Lin Knight needed to take his time to check it out. Let's take a look at the individual rewards first. 10,000 transformations blood refining technique. Grade, unknown. Attributes, cultivate this method. You can refine everything as sustenance. Refine the blood. Cultivate to the peak. A drop of blood can burn thousands of miles, not an inch of grass. From the description, this gong method seems to be very counterintuitive. But take a closer look. Lin Knight felt something was wrong again. Lin Knight clearly remembered that the Ghost Bride's technique was the 1000 silk blood swallowing technique, and the system rewarded Lin Knight with another manifestation blood refining skill. A blood swallowing? A blood refiner? On the surface, the two of them had complementary feats, but think about it carefully. It's not a ing-free production machine. Then, Lin Knight can vigorously create blood every day, and the Ghost Bride sucks blood for nothing every day. Forget it, no matter what. It's a good technique. Comprehend it first, and after. Lin Knight looked at the territory information again. After a territory is promoted to the late desolate stage, it no longer provides information on the upgrade conditions and requires the Lord to figure it out on his own. So, Lin Knight was looking forward to what functions had been opened up by the grudge level's territory. Territory, cemetery. Level, spirit of grievance, lower level. Architecture, hearth, crypt, courtyard wall, tombstone. Assets, 0. Introduction. The surrounding villagers seem to have discovered this feng shui land and started to bury their ancestors here as well. Upgrade conditions, unknown. Before that it was a mausoleum. After the promotion, the territory became a cemetery again. Lin Knight took a look at the specific changes. The underground crypt has not been moved, but the broken temple above it has been officially changed to a hearth. In addition to placing Lin Knight's spirit tablets, more tablets could be placed. Beyond that, the entire perimeter of the mass grave was surrounded by a simple courtyard wall, and Lin Knight officially became the owner of this mass grave. If an outside villager buried their deceased elders here, they needed to pay a certain amount of cemetery guarding fees to Lin Knight. To put it badly, Forest Knight seems to have become a cemetery watcher. To put it nicely, Lin Knight became an honorable guardian of the cemetery. Take a second look at the extra bonuses. Soul Sealing Formation. Grade, unknown. Formation effect varies with material. Introduction. This is a kind of formation invented by the first generation of Mashan's headmaster, Chiao Tong Shang, who possesses this formation to seal a land of grievous ghosts. This formation requires 17 copper coins stained with the child's eyebrows, together with a red copper pillar with a big dipper spell deep around its circumference and a soul-quenching beast 2 bow engraved on its top to catalyze it. Lin Knight glanced at the backpack. Sure enough, there were 17 extra copper coins and a pillar of red copper. The red copper pillar is 3 feet and 3 inches thick, buried 2 feet below and coming up 3 feet and 3 inches, symbolizing the 33 heavens of Taoism. Eyebrow blood is also known as virgin blood. The money is very masculine, and represents the meaning of the 9 to 9 to yang, combination of both. Build a small 7 off. The only way to achieve the effect of driving away the spirits and grievances. Looks good. Lin Knight nodded in satisfaction. Right. Completing the first 7 events seems to have rewarded a chance to enter the Bank of Heaven and Earth. Lin Knight wasn't sure what the Heaven and Earth Bank was. Idle. Just in time to check it out. Chapter 19, The 5 Ghosts Transporting Wealth. Ghosts Pushing Grinders. Ding. System prompt. Please ask if you're teleporting the Heaven and Earth Bank. Yes. Ding. System prompt. Has sensed the host summoning. The receiving messenger is working fast and furious. Lin Knight thought that he would be directly teleported to the Heaven and Earth Bank, but I didn't realize that there was a receiver. And after. It didn't take long. An oddly shaped ghostly creature, riding a very racy mount, appeared over Lin Knight's graveyard. The entire back of the mount seemed to be a sitting chair made of gold. Behind the dragon chair is a money tree made of pure gold. The owner of the mount also had a golden pot of treasure at his feet. At the forefront were 5 ghosts bound in chains used to drive the golden sitting chair. One moment. A single word rang out in Lin Knight's mind. The Son of Heaven drives 5. Subconscious. Lin Knight took another look at its attributes. Just this look. Lin Knight's eyes were glazed over. 5 ghosts of fortune, mount. Grade, unknown. Attribution, ghost push. Catching ghosts, 5 ghosts. Additional ghost pet, golden toad. Additional spiritual treasures, money tree, treasure pot. Additional skills, turning stone into gold, inviting fortune, and golden toad spitting. 5 ghosts. The 5 rushing little ghosts in front of this mount are Miser, Abacus, Moonshiner and Backstabber. Golden toad spits out Rue. The golden toad in the treasure pot will spit out 1 magic treasure every day, provided it is fed enough golden dollars. Turning stone into gold. When a leaf falls from the money tree, no matter what object it lands on, that object will turn into gold. Inviting wealth and treasure. This mount will absorb wealth and fortune in the underworld, and the treasure bowl will coalesce with golden dollars every day. And after seeing Lin Knight dazed, the owner of that mount took the initiative to speak. I am Ghost Pusher, the messenger of the Bank of Heaven and Earth. Come with me. At these words, Ghost Pusher's tone was filled with a jarring tone, as if he didn't place Lin Knight in his eyes in the slightest. But it's no wonder. If Lin Knight also had such a mount, he wouldn't put the King of Heaven in his eyes. Sure, many people miss the important point. In addition to the mounts, the Ghost Pusher itself is very strong. Pit bulls are not guilty if it is not strong in itself. It was difficult for him to guard such a mount at all. Okay. Lin Knight responded from his mumbling and stepped onto Ghost Pusher's 5 Ghosts of Fortune mount. Shasta. A chill ran straight up from the soles of his feet. The mount rose up in the air, so fast that the surrounding scenery swept by like light and shadow. Lin Knight wasn't sure how long it would take to reach the Heaven and Earth Bank. Idle. He took it upon himself to find a topic of conversation to climb into again. Ghost, is this mount for sale? Lin Knight just casually asked. However, instead, he got an affirmative answer from Ghost Pusher. Sell. How much? 188,990,000,000 plutocrats. Last time, Lin Knight saw that such a long number was still his cell phone number. But, then again, Lin Knight suddenly thought of a problem. If the Bank of Heaven and Earth is real, that was before him. Ghost Pusher should have picked up a lot of people already. Or maybe they're not human, or sperm, or evil spirits. Identity is not the point. The point is they shouldn't be able to afford the ride either. Brother Ghost, let me ask weakly. This mount is so flashy. What if someone mugs you on the road? Oh, name, Ghost Pusher. Dao, Ghost Monarch, early stage. Mount, 5 ghosts carrying fortune. Form, already in final form. Skills, forbidden spell, ghostland, divine sense. Usually when reading someone's message, there are only 2 possibilities for a series of question marks. The first, the other side deliberately hides information. The second, the opponent was too strong to be qualified to view it himself. But when Lin Knight saw the Ghost Pusher's Dao, Lin Knight had 10,000 reasons to believe that his situation was definitely the latter. I'm sorry, I admit it was a little loud earlier. Ghost, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. Talking and laughing, a misty area appeared ahead. In a haze, Lin Knight only heard Ghost Pusher say, here it is. And after, a feeling of weightlessness then came from his feet. Lin Knight only felt a wave of dizziness. By the time he reacted again, the 5 Ghosts of Fortune ride disappeared and he found himself standing on the floor of a magnificent building. Ding! System prompt, teleportation was successful. Congratulations on successfully entering the Bank of Heaven and Earth. Ding! System prompt, you will have an opportunity to purchase an item. Please treasure it properly. In front of Lin Knight, it was a huge building that looked like it stood in the depths of the 9 specters. Its walls were shrouded in a dark shadow that gave off a creepy aura. The entire gate emanated a cold, meditative light. 4 large letters are clearly visible on the door plaque. Bank of Heaven and Earth. It's like it's written in blood. Push the door open. A putrid odor, as if paper money had been burned, instantly hit his face. When you enter the interior of TND Bank, the first thing that catches your eye is the rows of tall shelves. These shelves towered above the others and were filled with a dazzling array of exotic treasures. There were crystal clear vases, candles with black smoke, and skulls carved with bizarre runes. Bright Eyes bottle, props. Grade, warning. Quantity, 1 bottle. Introduction: if you encounter ghosts covering your eyes and have hallucinations, wipe your eyes with the clean water inside the Mingmu bottle to restore nature. But the clean water inside the Mingmu bottle is limited, and disappears automatically when it is used up. Conditions of purchase: 50,000 plutonium. Rotting jade black smoke, props. Grade, burial. Introduction. Legend has it that this is a token of the Black Ghost King, and by lighting this candle and burning the black smoke that comes out of it, you can summon the Black Ghost King to help you fight. Conditions of purchase: 100,000 plutonium. Human bone candle lamp, props. Grade, Dien. Introduction. Legend has it that this object is the skull of a woman born in the Een year, Een month, Een day, Een hour. To create a candle lamp, burning this lamp, to fulfill the woman's long-cherished wish, will receive unexpected benefits. Conditions of purchase: 50,000 plutonium. Beyond that, there are many other valuable items on the shelves. For example, a sword with a fiery red body and inscribed with runes, which was said to be incomparably powerful as it cut iron like mud. There was also a yellowed ancient book that contained various ancient and powerful spells and secrets. There was even a string of necklaces strung with 1,000-year-old pearls, each one round and smooth, radiating a fascinating luster. Flesh and blood bells, Styx lamps, the 100 Ghosts scroll, one by one, row by row. Lin Knight's eyes went straight as he watched. Mud. It's all so wanted. Unfortunately, the system says you can only buy one. Finally, Lin Knight's gaze settled on top of a ring. The entire ring was carefully polished from bone and exuded an eerie and ancient aura. The bones were from some unknown creature, perhaps an ancient beast, or the remains of some powerful ghostly creature. They have been skillfully carved by the hands of skilled craftsmen and fused together to form a unique finger ring. Chapter 23,000 Brahmas. Lifespan transformation. And most notably, when it comes to the teardrop-shaped gem set right above the ring, the jewel was crystal clear, like a pure tear frozen in eternity. 3,000 Brahmas. Equipment. Grade, unknown. Introduction. Wearing this equipment, every time you kill a sealed ghost, you will collect one tear into the bone slot inside the ring. When 3,000 tears are collected, the slot hole will be filled, and finally a drop of weak water will be formed. Attribute, a drop of weak water. 3,000 can summon the river of forgetfulness. Extra attribute, for every tear delivered, an extra compartment of the bag is unlocked. Purchase condition: 1,000 plutonium. Simple to understand. Lin Knight put on this equipment. The gemstone set in the ring was actually empty inside, requiring Lin Knight to keep beheading ghosts to channel tears. When enough of the 3,000 different ghost species have been killed, a single drop of weak water 3,000 can be synthesized. Finally, summon the hellish river of forgetfulness. 3,000 tears. It's not much to say. To say the least is not a bad thing. Couldn't care less. Just you. Buy. Ding. System alert. Insufficient conditions detected. Purchase failed. Aha. System, I want to buy this ring. Ding. System alert. Insufficient conditions detected. Purchase failed. Take a closer look. It'll take 1,000,000 plutonium. Take another look at your assets. A capital 0. I'm sorry. That's okay. Anyone? I'd like to ask if there's any other way to buy it. The system is not likely to lift a rock and stone itself, since it rewards a poor man with a chance to enter the bank of heaven and earth. Lin Knight believed. Then there must be other ways to buy it. Though, his territory was promoted to a cemetery, and he has begun to make money by guarding gravesites for others. But 1,000,000, that's a lot of saving up to do. Waiting is not an option. So, Lin Knight could only seek other means. 1 year of lifespan can be exchanged for 100,000 medieval coins. A cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the Heaven and Earth Bank's main hall. It's a ghost push. Entering the interior of the Bank of Heaven and Earth, Ghost Pusher did not reappear, but he was in the shadows. But he had been watching Lin Knight's every move. Back to the main topic. 10-year lifespan. That's 1,000,000. That sounds like a bit of a price to pay. But Lin Knight didn't even think about it and directly chose to redeem it. Brother Ghost, I want to exchange 10 years of life. Suppose Lin Knight would have lived to be 80, after redeeming 10 years of life. Only lived to be 70. 10 years. It's certainly a bit of a shame. But think of it the other way around. In a world of demons and ghosts, are you really sure you'll live comfortably into your 80s? Encountering powerful ghosts, it might be a death in a second. Instead of that, might as well convert it into a little useful asset. Another short timer. Ghost Pusher mentally despised it. However, he still followed the rules of the TND Bank and gave Lin Knight a deduction. He first gifted Lin Knight with 1,000,000 plutonium coins, and after, he had stored those 10 years of life again, within a unique space in the Bank of Heaven and Earth. Ding. System prompt, redemption successful. Reduce life expectancy by 10 years. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000,000 plutonium coins. Purchase 3,000 Brahmas. Ding. System prompt, purchase successful. Congratulations on obtaining one of the 3,000 Brahma. One moment. The column of Lin Knight's assets once again turned into a 0 egg. Inside the backpack was an additional tears bone ring that shone with a strange light. Right. One more thing. Lin Knight suddenly remembered that after marrying the ghost bride, he had also accidentally harvested a drop of ghost corpse blood tears. I don't know if this one counts. Think about it. Lin Knight immediately fused it in. Ding. System prompt, fusion of ghost bride blood tears is successful. Congratulations on successfully opening a compartment of the bag. Ding. System prompt, due to your first fusion of tears, an additional drop of rootless pure water is rewarded. After all the lords have crossed over, the initial number of backpack frames is 50. Once full of material, you will have to find a way to store it within the chamber. This was the reason Lin Knight wanted to use the ghost urn to store corpse oil before. But now, with the 3000 Brahmacharyas, everything will be different. Don't look at Lin Knight's current grid count of only 51, but it wouldn't take long for him to go up to 100. Lin Knight carefully put the ring on his hand, then looked at the other items. By the spiteful burial bone chart. Ding. System alert, insufficient conditions. Purchase failed. By the 10,000 soul streamer. Ding. System alert, insufficient conditions. Purchase failed. Lin Knight tried a few times. Still a failed purchase. After determining that the Heaven and Earth Bank could really only purchase items once, Lin Knight had no choice but to call it quits. Ghost, I'm done shopping. Take me back. On the way back. Again, the ghosts are in charge. There are no more purchases from Bank of Heaven and Earth. But Lin Knight didn't buy into it at all. As the ghost pusher was the receiving emissary of the Bank of Heaven and Earth, he thought that he should possess a lot of treasures himself. And TND Bank transactions are restricted. Trading with ghost pushers shouldn't be restricted. Think about it. Lin Knight was inspired and suddenly opened his mouth. Brother Ghost, do you have any magic treasures on you that you want to get out of the way yet? I can continue to trade my lifespan with you. 10 years less is also less. 15 years less is not much of a problem. 20 years less. It's not unacceptable to be ruthless and bite the bullet. Words. Ghost pusher first looked at Lin Knight, then at the black lines on top of his head. Children. Ha! When you are in a position to do so in the future, find 2 longevity fruits to eat first. What do you mean? Literally. People have human feelings and ghosts have ghost feelings. Don't say I'm insensitive. That's all I can say. And don't blame me for not dealing with you. I'm afraid that if I trade with you for a little while longer, you'll die directly on my mount. Are you saying that I won't live much longer? Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Ghost Pusher didn't explicitly say how long Lin Knight would live, but it sidesteps a lot of content. The air of this world has long since become foul. Among them were Ghost Chi, Corpse Chi, Grievance Chi, Demon Chi, and even more, Demon Chi. And again, the human race in this world is the most vulnerable group. They have to deal with all kinds of evil spirits almost every day. The headless ghost came to you today to change your head. Tomorrow the drowning ghost will pull you down again, once targeted by evil spirits. In the lesser case, blood flows from the 7 orifices. The heavier ones have 5 disadvantages and 3 defects. Living in such conditions, it would be strange to live a long life. Many thanks, Senior. I'll remember. The moment of final farewell. Lin Knight made a bow to Ghost Pusher from the bottom of his heart. Putting aside his strength, Ghost Pusher was still able to make it this far in his capacity as a ghost monarch, and was indeed qualified to receive this obeisance from him. On the other hand, Lin Knight also felt even more impressed with the unfathomable depths of the Heaven and Earth Bank. A great man of ghost monarch cultivation was only a guide messenger, the true owner of that heavenly bank. And what strength it should be. Chapter 21 Random Events. Catastrophe Level. Ding. Worldwide System Announcement. The Head 7 event is officially over. A natural disaster level event will be coming in a month. Please continue to get ready. Ding. Worldwide System Announcement. The Head 7 event is officially over. A natural disaster level event will be coming in a month. Please continue to get ready. Ding. Worldwide System Announcement. This world event is also divided into 4 equal classes. They are man-made disasters, natural disasters, cataclysms, and damages. After Lin Knight came out of the Heaven and Earth Bank, the curtain officially fell on the human disaster level incident. And after, Lin Knight checked another glance at the specific introduction of the natural disaster level event. The general idea was that lords like Lin Knight were growing in power and had attracted the attention of the Ghost Kings of every small region. 1 month later, the Ghost King will send out an army to attack the lords of each small region. Lin Knight was in the corpse country ditch of the corpse domain. It could be that when the time comes, you'll be facing a necromancer. But it doesn't matter if it's the Ghost King Corpse King or the Demon King. Their cultivation levels were all clear at the early Ghost King stage. 7 days have now passed. That is to say, 23 days to go. The necromancer will then attack. There was no rush for a while, so Lin Knight first returned to his own crypt. At this point, it's getting late. All 3 female ghosts were waiting for Lin Knight in the crypt. The ghost bride actually has a physical body, sort of a ghoul, but it's also essentially similar to a female ghost. So here's the question. Xiao Chui and the ghost bride are well understood. How did the gaudy ghost come out from within the altar? Where's my Ghostbusters? Husband, a gift for you. In doubt, the ghost bride was the first to speak. What? Lin Knight almost subconsciously spoke out. The ghost bride didn't say another word, but it was a gentle tug with her fingertips. The gaudy ghost directly fell on one knee in front of Lin Knight. Ding! System prompt. The ravishing ghost has taken the initiative to sign a master-servant contract with you. Please ask if you want to accept it. Accepted. It's amazing that there is such a good thing in heaven. Lin Knight simply had no reason not to accept it. The Yen ghost's cultivation level was one rank higher than Lin Knight's. Before, Lin Knight was often afraid that the gaudy ghosts would suddenly come out of their jars to haunt them. But now, the Yen ghost had completely become one of his own, and Lin Knight no longer had any worries. This time, Xiao Chui suddenly came over again, lowered her head, and spoke in a low voice. Master, I'm sorry. Ha, nice and proper. Why are you saying sorry all of a sudden? It's not that Xiao Chui won't help her master in the battle. It's just that Xiao Chui didn't expect that the bride would be the young lady that Xiao Chui had served in her lifetime. Jade was talking about the time when she had just finished digging the grave. Lin Knight's entire body was plugged with red threads, but Jade didn't come out in time to help. On the one hand, the ghost bride is the young lady Xiao Chui served in her lifetime. On the other hand, the suppression of the Dao caused Xiao Chui to be unable to move at all. You mean, you were all from the same village when you were alive? A little too much information. Lin Knight needed a good rundown. Exactly. If that's the case, has your village attracted any ghosts or evil spirits? Xiao Chui suffered a violent death at a young age. It didn't take long. The ghost bride was buried alive again. Husband guessed correctly. Near our village, there is a river of blood. The witch of the village said that this is what angered the river uncle, and that by sacrificing a woman born in the Yin year, the river uncle's anger can be calmed. And the ghost bride just happens to be born in a cloudy year. It was natural to be the woman who offered the sacrifice. Then in all these years, have you never suspected a witch? If it really pisses off Hebe, ghost brides aren't supposed to be buried in water. What is the point of burying them alive? Husband, you mean to say, the villagers are ignorant and feudalistic in their thinking, taking the witch at her word. Before, the ghost bride never suspected either, until she was used as a sacrifice. The villagers treat her as an alternative. The landowner's father threw her a look of disgust. The trajectory of her life changed completely. Powerful grievances were added to her body, which caused her to evolve into a ghoul. Her heart bore a great deal of aggravation. And just as well, on the meditation hall, it was an inadvertent sentence from Lin Knight that moved her immensely. What exactly is the situation? It is still uncertain. Wait for tomorrow. I will go to your village to explore first. Good. The ghost bride's lips didn't move, but her limbs were stiff as she nodded. It's late at night. Lin Knight lay down in the coffin and began to sleep. Early tomorrow morning. So much to do again. However, this time, Lin Knight had just laid down not long ago. Suddenly it felt like something was wrong with his body. The sensation was like something squirming on its own. Lin Knight thought it was a sign of being dragged into the dream world. Subconscious. He then silently recited a mantra. 9 heavens ing yuan thunder sound po wa heavenly honors. One moment. It was as if something had been bounced off of him. The squirming sensation disappeared, and Lin Knight awoke from his slumber. Open your eyes. Lin Knight realized that on the ceiling of the crypt, the ghost bride was craning her neck and then just staring at him blankly, as if to say, Husband, tonight is our wedding night. Why did you bounce me off? Mother, it is you. Lin Knight's expression was slightly embarrassed. Husband, I'll help you with your bed. Serving. The word. Lin Knight had already heard it no less than 3 times in Xiao Chui's mouth. Lin Knight wasn't sure why such a word would be ingrained in the mouth of a woman as young as a flower. But the real point is this. Ghost brides are corpses. Lin Knight is human. They can't really cave in. Husband, are you disliking your slave? Seeing Lin Knight's silence, the ghost bride pursued again. No. And why is that? During the daytime, I was given a spell formation that requires the use of eyebrow blood, so I can't lose my virginity for the time being, so I hope that your mother understands. Lin Knight was able to see that if he didn't have a reasonable explanation tonight, the ghost bride would definitely force her way into a room with him. Having said that, Lin Knight then literally began to bleed blood to coat the 17 copper coins, included that 1 copper pillar 3 feet thick, husband's hard work. And after, it seemed to think that Lin Knight was worrying about the village tomorrow. The ghost bride didn't continue to insist, but just quietly accompanied Lin Knight. Thank you, ma'am, for understanding. Lin Knight died the copper money as he did so, and at the same time a long sigh of relief. Tonight, he was looking for a suitable reason, but tomorrow night, he wouldn't know what to do. 17 copper coins. Only one finger in one night. It also seems a bit inappropriate. Ugh. Thinking of this, Lin Knight let out another long inward sigh. It's amazing to say the least. You ghosts, don't you have any other forms of entertainment besides marriage, cavorting and betting? Jade was full of betting. Yanks are full of mating. The ghost bride is full of cavemen. Included. The Ghost King mentioned on the World Channel. He was a male ghost though, but he also forced a female lord to be his wife. Chapter 22 Rootless Pure Water. Remaking Talents. A new day. That is, the 8th day of the Seeker. With a ghost bride. This graveyard is completely unthreatening. So, Lin Knight was going to take a trip today to explore the world outside the mists. And his first stop is the home of the ghost bride, Corpse Country. But, before he left, Lin Knight had one more thing to do. Filling the first tier for 3,000 Brahmas last night rewarded a drop of rootless pure water. And I'm just checking the properties now. Rootless water purification, props. Grade, unknown. Quantity, 1 drop. Introduction. Having it can wash the spiritual roots and reshape the talent. This is a prop that allows you to remake talents. Lin Knight's current talent was summoning grave ghosts. It is possible to explore the specifics of the inside of the grave. But honestly, with the ghost bride, or rather, when powerful to a certain point, this talent is tantamount to chicken ribs. Because, even if you dig up a tomb with a master, you have the absolute strength to deal with it. Think about it. Lin Knight directly chose to remake it. One moment. Rootless pure water disappears. The pointer began to fly around the dial. Period. Lin Knight had seen various talents such as corpse catching, foreign painting, soul devouring, and so on, but the pointer ended up being on top of the talisman. Ding. System prompt, remaking was successful. Congratulations on changing your talent to making talismans. Name, Lin Knight. Dao, Ghost Soldier, medium term. Status, Lord. Title, Ghost Brides Intended. Talent, Talisman Making. Technique, 10,000 Transformations Blood Refining Technique. Making talismans, under normal circumstances, making talismans requires yellow paper, pen and ink, and vermilion sand. Due to the comprehension of the 10,000 Transformations Blood Refining Technique, the blood is extraordinary, so one can directly bite through the finger, instead of vermilion sand, and draw a talisman in the air. Remastered is not the same as extras. Whether it's making incense, making candles, tying paper figures, or making talismans, the truth is that the talents all have their own strengths. Big difference. But the good thing is, Lin Knight comprehended the 10,000 Transformations Blood Refining Technique. In this way, the process of making talismans was quite convenient. Let's go. Aha. Since it's daytime, Xiao Chui and Yan Gui were of low moral standing, and the two of them stayed in the crypt to guard the house. Lin Knight then followed the ghost bride to the village, and I don't know how long I've been walking. A river appeared in front of Lin Knight. The river was still a shocking shade of blood. The color of the river did not shift after the ghost bride was sacrificed. That says more. There's something wrong with this village. Subconscious. Lin Knight walked over to the river to check it out. Reach out. Lin Knight cupped a pool of blood and placed it under his nose to sniff. Shasta. A strong bloody aura instantly swept over Lin Knight's entire body like a raging wind and rain. The smell, as if from the depths of hell, from the bottom up, spewing forth. It's disgusting. Can't breathe. Mother, is there a slaughterhouse near the village? Lin Knight analyzed. If it's just 1 or 2 bodies mixed in, the smell of blood can't be this strong. No. The ghost bride shook her head. There is a butcher in the village, but it was just as Lin Knight had analyzed. It's very small. It simply can't cause a large dye job. What about upstream? The ghost bride shook her head again. It's not that she won't talk about it. Just, growing up. She was also limited to Corpse Country. This river of blood just runs through her village. But where exactly upstream was? She wasn't sure. Listen to the older generation. It seems to be in the heart of Corpse Country Gulch. But, a corpse king resides there, and ordinary people don't even dare to go near it. Okay. Lin Knight got up. Since the ghost bride wasn't clear, Lin Knight could only look for another clue. However, just as Lin Knight was about to give up, Lin Knight suddenly realized that there seemed to be a pair of bizarre eyes glaring at him from the side of the river. Lin Knight stared over at him, and after, only a swift sound was heard. The bizarre figure seemed to have twisted its head out of fear and began to flee backwards. After them. Intuition told Lin Knight. The figure must know something. While giving chase, the ghost bride muttered something. Strange. What's wrong, ma'am? This figure, much like the witch's grandson, is probably only 6 years old this year, but I don't sense any breath of life in him. You mean? Aha. This time, the ghost bride was nodding, though what the ghost bride said was still ambiguous, but Lin Knight already understood what she meant. In other words, the witch's grandchildren are now kindred spirits with the ghost bride. Resurrection of the body. not unusual in this world. But after thinking about his age, Lin Knight couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who is it? Killed a 6-year-old child. Who is it again? Reanimating a corpse. The questions are growing. But when Lin Knight chased him to the village, the child's figure had already disappeared. By the way, ma'am, how many people are there in your village? There are about 100 people left. Their land is under father's jurisdiction. But over the years, the light is getting worse and worse. Demons are raging. Ghosts are rampant. The villagers moved, died, and some of them are strangely disappeared. The villagers are afraid of the ghosts out there. So all are convinced of the witch, minus the women, the old, the sick, and the young. There are at least 50 strong men left in the village. But this village gives me the feeling that there's no one here. Because it's too quiet around here. Lin Knight stood on the outskirts of the village and glanced around at the village. See only. One house looked as if it had already gone through countless years of baptism and appeared to be in a state of disrepair. The roof tiles were in shambles, and in some places there were even large holes in the roof, allowing the elements to eat away at the house. Some of the walls have also long since lost their original color and smoothness, mottled and covered with cracks and mildew. The papier-mâché windows were shattered to pieces, their frames rattling as if they might fall at any moment. The front steps are even more badly worn, pitted and covered in scratches. From a distance, the entire village felt like a ruin that had been forgotten by time, with a scent of decay and decay emanating from everywhere in the air. It's early morning. It's logical that there would be young strong men out laboring, said the ghost bride, followed by a pang of doubt. So did you see it? No. But the living were not seen. But the ghost bride smelled a strong aura of death. Go further. Lin Knight finally saw a long-lost figure. This should be the first silhouette Lin Knight saw when he entered the corpse country. It was a greasy, obese butcher, with a big belly. He was covered in blood, holding a huge bone-chopping knife, and stood there with dull eyes. Lin Knight thought he had finally seen a living person, was about to open his mouth and ask. Butcher, was the first to move. When he spotted Lin Knight's figure, it was as if he, who was originally confused, suddenly had a goal. He raised his bone-chopping knife and slashed frantically towards Lin Knight. The movements were mechanical yet carried an inexplicable force. Seeing the situation, the ghost bride quickly floated in front of Lin Knight and blocked the blow. Husband, he's dead. Chapter 23, Butcher's Ghost. Ripping open the belly. Name, Butcher. Dojo, Ghost Soldier, medium term. Category, Corpse. Current form, Butcher Ghost, next form Abominable Butcher. Weapon, Bloodstained Bone Chopper. Skill, Ripping. Disemboweling, in the Butcher Ghost's opinion. Killing is the same as killing a pig. He goes right in with a knife, disemboweling the target, and then the organs fall out all over the place. What the hell is going on here? Just now, it was so close that Lin Knight was chopped into ribs. Something unimaginable must have happened in the village after the wedding last night, and the butcher was one of the victims. And how did it come back to life? The butcher has killed pigs all his life. He has been stained with a lot of sins in himself. His sins are hard to be eliminated after his death, and it is reasonable that he swindles his body into a dumpling. Subconscious. Lin Knight then took another look at the butcher ghost, seeing the pain in his expression. I think he should not have been tortured by the old sow's soul. Other people swindle after death because their grievances are hard to get rid of, and the butcher was resurrected from the dead to atone for his sins, to live on in a painful way to diffuse the killing he had committed in life. In that case, here's a quick one for you. Think about it. Lin Knight bit his finger and drew a blood talisman directly in the air. Fu sung. Lin Knight flicked his finger and imprinted it into the center of the butcher ghost's brow. One moment. Butcher's eyes began to clear. The expression also became serene. See only. He first stood in place for a moment, then quickly transformed into a tear that flowed within the 3,000 Brahmas. It was a tear of indebtedness. The next life. You be the butcher and I'll be the pig. I used my blood to pay for the tears I owe you in this life. Husband. What kind of talisman is this? Mother. You can interpret her as a phantom dream charm. Actually, Lin Knight didn't behead the butcher ghost in the first place. It just gave him a nice dream. The butcher wept. It should also be a dream to see something that was left behind in life. Husband, I understand. And after Butcher was sealed, Lin Knight continued to look within the depths of the village again. Walked a bit more. Lin Knight arrived at the central square of the village. The usual. It was a threshing floor and a place for village meetings. Lin Knight stood in the central square, and his gaze was immediately attracted to the bizarre old acacia tree. Its trunk is so thick that it probably takes 3 adults to encircle it. The bark was rough and dark, as if it had survived countless years. The tree was so thick with branches and leaves that it shaded a third of the square. Overall, this old locust tree grows strong. However, in the underworld, Lin Knight felt that it was permeated with an eerie aura. Look further down. 6 water tanks were placed around the old acacia tree. Because of his restricted field of vision, Lin Knight wasn't clear on what was contained within the water tank. But vaguely, Lin Knight saw a lot of flies and corpse moths floating on top of the water tank. Strange. The ghost bride tilted her head sideways, her eyes dull and her gaze full of doubt. Where's the weirdness? Yesterday afternoon, when I was buried, there weren't these tanks under the old locust tree. You mean to tell me that the tank was moved there by someone just last night? Words. Lin Knight walked over quickly. However, it doesn't matter if you don't look. Upon taking a clear look at the scene inside, Lin Knight's entire body couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The body. Look around, only to see bodies piled up everywhere inside the tank. A strong smell of blood and the rotting stench of corpses instantly came, and Lin Knight pinched his nose and hastily took a few steps backwards. Auntie Wang, Master Zhao, dogs, Iron Pillar. One by one, the ghost bride reads out their names. Same as the first tank. Other tanks were similarly covered with bodies. Why are they all called that? The old-timers said. Earthy names, good to feed. And what's your name, ma'am? Fei Yen. Why is your name so high class? I'm the daughter of a landowner. Can they compare to me? Before the dog left Taiju died, it was my family's land that was planted. Nice guy. After 10 years of studying hard, Lin Knight found that he was surprisingly speechless. So, according to you, am I hugging a rich white man's leg? Though, it's the dead rich white guy. The ghost bride couldn't help but give Lin Knight a blank look, even though her eyes themselves were only the whites of her eyes. Back to the main topic. What the hell is going on here? The front is just the butcher dying. In the back, Lin Knight finds the entire village dead. Unclear. The ghost bride shook her head. It can't be that the village has really angered some powerful being. Unlike. Why? Husband, and look at this overall layout. The acacia is in. The tank is a container. The body is placed inside to rot but not melt. It's someone who has used this place as a place to raise corpses. And at night, these dead people will turn into puppets to come out and haunt the place. Mother is saying that it's someone behind this. As far as I know, the only one who knows this secret technique is the village witch, but whether it's her or not is uncertain at this point. So what now? Seal them up. Ordinary burials no longer worked because they had been refined into corpse puppets, and at night, they would still break out of the ground. What happens if you don't seal it? When they run out at night, I'm afraid they'll be miserable for 10 miles and 8 villages. And how should it be sealed? What did you do last night? All of a sudden, it was as if the ghost bride had asked about an unimportant topic. Last night, I didn't do anything. Lin Knight was dumbfounded, not knowing why the ghost bride suddenly asked this. No, ma'am, I'm clean and honest. I really don't. Lin Knight subconsciously thought. The ghost bride says he's been screwing the gaudy ghost. Husband is clean. Naturally my slave knows it well. What my slave is talking about is exactly your copper sword. Eyebrow blood. Mother means, seal them with the soul sealing formation. The ghost bride nodded and said no more. The so-called soul sealing formation. It is the use of copper coin stained with the blood of the eyebrow to set up a pseudo-7 barrier on the ground. These 7 passes are Yunkan Pass, Shanghua Pass, Zichen Pass, Shanyang Pass, Tianyang Pass, Yushu Pass and Taiyu Pass. It corresponds exactly to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Since it's daytime, can't see the Big Dipper. Without a reference, Lin Knight could only set one himself, burying the red copper pillar halfway into the soil, with the red copper pillar as the center. Lin Knight took out 7 more copper coins and arranged them in the shape of a rice spoon. Immediately after, Lin Knight took out the remaining 10 copper coins again, placing them on the ground one after the other, centered on a rice spoon. Slowly draw a perfect circle. Each copper coin was precisely placed at an equal distance from each other, with the last copper coin landing firmly in its proper place. Formation. A faint glow cut through. The 17 copper coins lay still and began to exert their power. In this way, even at night, the bodies in those tanks can only swim in them and never come out. Chapter 24: The Witch in the Coffin. What's next? The soul sealing array is complete. Lin Knight got up and clapped his hands. The ghost bride didn't say anything, but suddenly pulled on Lin Knight's coat and pointed to a room. There are no houses near the square. All there is an ancestral shrine. The ancestral shrine was wide open. The usual. This is all a place for villagers to make ritual offerings. Following the ghost bride's guidance, Lin Knight distinctly saw a child's head picking at the doorframe. Lin Knight hurriedly chased after him. The incense had been extinguished in the ancestral shrine, and there was nothing else inside, except for a few tabletops, and all there was an ancient coffin. When Lin Knight arrived, the child was lying on the coffin. See only. He first glanced at Lin Knight with empty eyes before he began to pound on the lid of the coffin again. You, at last, have found your way here. A flutter. The lid of the coffin was blown open, and a white-haired old woman sat up inside. Granny, I want to know why. Lin Knight didn't say anything, but the ghost bride jumped the gun. Ugh. The granny in the coffin let out a long sigh before slowly speaking. Wi-Fi revealed too many heavenly secrets during my life. I have no children at my knees, only a 6-year-old grandson. No matter what, I can't stand by and watch him die at an early age. So you sacrificed an entire village in the name of pissing off Hebe just to resurrect your grandson? That's right. This granny is the same witch who was responsible for burying the ghost bride alive last night. Just started. The ghost bride isn't quite sure yet, but seeing the witch show up puts everything into perspective. Where is there any Hebe descending into anger? Everything is nothing but a witch's shocking plot to resurrect her grandchildren. Yenner, don't blame Granny. This feeling of a loved one passing away hurts too much. So much so that the witch's insides are starting to get twisted. But Granny knows that people can't be resurrected from the dead. Even if he can be resurrected, he's still just a corpse demon like me now. If someone high up makes a bowl of bao soup, he can just as well reveal his original form. Little Yenner, you're still young. You'll never understand. This kind of pain of sending a white-haired person to a black-haired person. Yes, Yen doesn't understand, but Yen doesn't want to. They say blood is thicker than water. If the white hair really hurts that much, why did my parents bury me alive with their own hands? Someone said. It was the villagers who were foolish and gullible enough to believe their mother-in-law's rumors, but in my opinion, they are clearly greedy for life. Can't afford to give up this acre of land in the young world. Can't give up this thrill of the world nodding their heads at the sight of them. However, the wife is curious. After burying you alive, the wife built another 3DK in 7 defeat cave formation. How did you get out? Granny is really old and confused. You said you want to find Yenner an underworld husband, since it was the husband who saved me. As she said this, the ghost bride couldn't help but glance at Lin Knight next to her again. First look chase. It was subconsciously treating Lin Knight as a grave robber. The subsequent private engagement was because of Lin Knight's words of heartache for her. It comes down to this. The ghost bride is nothing more than a young girl of 18 years of age. How complicated can a little girl's mind be? But it was a woman of such a flowery age who was about to blossom when she had to be buried alive. Man's plans are not as good as God's plans. It seems that Granny is really old, and 100 secrets will eventually lead to a leak. Since I'm old, let's hit the road. The words are gone. The ghost bride is about to pull the strings. Do it. Avenge your parents. Hearing this, the witch subconsciously closed her eyes. However, a breath passed. 2 breaths passed. 3 breaths. More time passed. The imaginary line of blood did not penetrate her chest. The witch couldn't help but open her eyes again. Why? The witch wondered. For one thing, I know that Granny has a hard time when she sends off her family in vain. Secondly, Granny, do you remember this puppet around my waist? Which was also given to me by Granny herself. The ghost bride didn't end up going down on her hand, but the Granny was so guilty that she sacrificed the whole village. From the moment they saw me as a demoness and joined forces in favor of burying me alive, their deaths were no longer my concern. What if that includes your parents? My parents brought me into this world and gave me life, and I called them parents, and my parents buried me alive with their own hands, as if I had returned this life. From there, I'm done with them. I have nothing more to do with them. Since you spared Granny's life, Granny will also give you a piece of information. In fact, Granny didn't sacrifice your parents. Last night, they took all the family's belongings and have fled in the night. Thank you, Granny. It's nice to be on your own. After all, it was her biological parents who had raised her for 18 years. Even if he had to bury her alive with his own hands. Hate to hate, but the memories of those 18 years can't all, in an instant, disappear. So what's next for you? Yenner already has a new home. Wherever husband goes, Yenner goes. Pretty good. What are Granny's plans? Words. The witch looked first at her grandson, who had become a ghoul next to her, and then at the coffin at her feet. Wife, I'm already half a body into the ground. How can I have any plans? After you leave, just continue to cover the coffin for the wife. Right now, husband's territory is at a time when he is in need of people, and this place has become a ghost village, so if Granny stays here, all her skills will inevitably be buried. That is to say, why doesn't Granny go back with us? Take a step back. Grandmothers don't think about themselves. They think about their grandchildren. I can't talk about my skills, as long as you don't mind. We're one old man and 2 tired ones. At the mention of her grandchildren, the witch thought about it and eventually compromised. From start to finish, Lin Knight all stood by the side without saying a word. But, seeing that things ended up being resolved in such a way, Lin Knight also shook his head with some complicated eyes. At first, he himself was only forced into an underworld marriage with a ghost bride in order to survive. But no one expected so much to happen in the end. There was a village which sacrificed for the sake of her grandson. There's the ghostly bride who was buried alive because of a puppet that ultimately dissolves all the hatred. There are also foolish villagers who were previously blessed by witches and ended up dying at the hands of them. There are cannibalistic demons. There were also ghost pushers for Lin Knight's guidance. Do not advise others to do good without their suffering. This world, it's too muddy. Who's right and who's wrong? It's a man or a ghost. I can't tell the difference anymore. But just remember one thing. The conscience must be right. Husband, you won't blame me if I take the liberty, right? At this time, the ghost bride looked at Lin Knight again. No. Lin Knight shook his head again. For a ghost bride transformed by grievances to have such an enlightened mind, Lin Knight was lucky, so how could he blame her? But, subconscious, he still checked the witch's attributes. Chapter 25, Blessing Technique, Cultivation of Sneaky Plants. Name, Witch. Dao, Ghost General, Early Stage. Category, People. Current form, Witch. Next form, Hate Goddess. Evolutionary token, the Divine Feminine Staff. Bindings, Grandchildren. Treasure, Leeches and Bloodpots. Spells, Blessing of the Spirit, Cultivation of Sneaky Plants. Ghost Domain, None. The witch is a human being, and although the Ghost General is cultivated, there is no such thing as a ghost domain. Leech Bloodplate. The witch's bloodplate is an extremely bizarre magical treasure, and the broth made from it not only cures all diseases, but also treats many special symptoms, such as curing petrification, curing ulcers, and even regenerating limbs. But the materials used are also very bizarre. Blessing technique. Healing doesn't always require the use of herbs. Sometimes witches can save lives by utilizing blessings, incantations, prohibitions, charms, and even hypnosis. Weird plant cultivation. The witch knows some weird and strange plant cultivation methods, such as bones giving birth to flowers, fruits growing on flesh and blood, and corpse vines growing in the mouth. No wonder the ghost bride rose up in love with her talent. Lin Knight muttered in his heart after reading the witch's attributes. Creepy times. This skill of the witch could indeed be of considerable help to Lin Knight. And that's just the bright side. Beyond that, the witch also knows some ancient secret arts. For example, the refining of the grandson into a necromancer and the gathering of Een to raise a corpse under the old acacia tree. More even, includes officiating at the ghost bride's underworld funeral ceremony. Vaguely, Lin Knight also heard the witch mention a 3 decay and 7 defeat point, and the hold. Subconscious, Lin Knight took another look at the child's attributes. Name, Drowned Ghost. Dao, Ghost Soldier, Early Stage. Category, Corpses. Although known as drowned ghosts, corpses still exist due to timely salvage by witches. Current form, Drowned Ghost. Next form, Controlled Ghoul Child Ghost. Evolutionary token, Corpse Puppet. Bind, Witch. Skill, Drag and Drop. Introduction. The drowned ghost could not go ashore, and could only drag at the bottom of the river to find a substitute. But the witch was so powerful that she laid the groundwork for him in advance, so that not only could he go ashore, but when he evolved into a corpse-controlling child ghost, he could also manipulate some corpse puppets. Little Ming. This time, the ghostly bride walked up to the child again. Sister Fei Yen. Original. The witch's grandson is called Ming. This is for you. As she said this, the ghost bride gave the drowned ghost the string puppet around her waist again. Anyway, she had already comprehended the lifting line Upanishad above, and there was little point in continuing to keep this around. Instead of that, might as well go with the flow and give the witch a favor. Puppet on a string. It's actually called a body control puppet. One moment. Kodamine's form evolved directly and turned on the corpse control skill. At the sight of this, the witch burst into tears of joy. Ming just drowned. She didn't cry. A time to sacrifice an entire village. She didn't cry. But when she saw that Kodamine's current form was recognized, the witch cried directly into a tear. In the meantime, Lin Knight hurriedly included it within the 3,000 Brahmas. Under the acacia tree in the corpse countryside. Those corpse puppets that had been refined were originally a gift from the witch on the day of his grandson's evolution, but by mistake, it was permanently sealed by Lin Knight with the soul sealing formation. But, speaking of which, Lin Knight suddenly remembered something. Is this village completely deserted? The tank may not hold that many bodies, but don't rule out that there are others elsewhere. Words. Mona looked at her grandchildren first, then nodded again. Nothing. His grandchildren are alive now, but they are no longer human. In that case, I'll make myself at home. Lin Knight looked up at the sky. At this point, the day had come to noon. Right now, Lin Knight's cemetery was in a state of flux, and in addition to the staff needing to be expanded, the supplies also needed to be expanded. And after, he didn't even think about it, and straight away he started scouring the village for heritage. All the people of the village have been sacrificed, and it would be a waste to keep these things here. Before the Taoist practice reaches the point of incipience, Lin Knight couldn't keep eating tributes from the graveyard either. Just started. Lin Knight had only scavenged some glutinous rice seeds and some dilapidated houses. But it's nice to walk out into the yard and find a well. A second ago Lin Knight was worried about how to drill a well in this world if he also wanted to drink well water. But in the next second, Lin Knight tried to collect it and found that the water well was collected directly into his backpack. If so, Lin Knight held his chin in one hand and stared dead at the old acacia tree in the central square. This branch, this level of lushness, it's been at least 100 years. Granny, can an acacia branch fight ghosts? An acacia branch can drive away evil spirits and fight ghosts. But when placed in a graveyard, it does the opposite and becomes a presence that gathers een and invites ghosts. What is the gathering of the shadows? It's to gather all the een chi around. If a ghost cultivator practices here, it's twice the result with half the effort. That's okay. Direct move. Gathering een chi happens to be beneficial to all units of the territory's cultivation. As for attracting ghosts, with the ghost bride and the witch present, Lin Knight directly ignored the latter. Beyond that, Lin Knight also scavenged some special ghost-quelling items like vermilion sand, yellow paper, ghost urns, red ropes, and the like at some villagers' homes. It wasn't until Lin Knight had turned the village around. His eyes rested on the river of blood again. By the way, there's one more thing. What? Does Granny know the exact reason why the river turned into blood? Lin Knight had only intended to investigate the circumstances of the matter. However, hear that, but only to see. The witch paced twice, then shook her head again. The eyes seemed to contain something unspeakable. There should be a problem upstream. Actually, at first this river was clear. It's also the last few days that it suddenly turned the color of blood. It was out of curiosity that the witch's grandson accidentally drowned. So, it was only then that the witch took the opportunity to say that it was the river bow descending in anger. And does the granny know where it goes upstream? Whatever. The river couldn't have turned the color of blood out of nowhere. He'll always have a reason. You should know that the area we are in is Corpse Country Gully. And we are unified under the jurisdiction of the Corpse Country Gully's central Corpse King, and the upper reaches of this blood river are just below the Corpse King's palace. Granny is saying that all of this is, most likely, the Corpse King's doing? Can't be sure yet, but it should be about 8 or 9. That should do it. Hearing this, Lin Knight murmured along. The system announcement said so. They, the Lord's forces, had already attracted the attention of the Corpse King. Maybe, this was the Corpse King giving them a head start in advance. Because it was called Corpse Country Gulch precisely because of this area. With its many gullies and countless rivers, Lin Knight could see the river of blood. The other lords of Corpse Country Gulch should have received the news as well. I just don't know. With so much blood and water, how many people the Corpse King had decapitated. Chapter 26, The Wild God's Entry, The Dilapidated Temple. Noteworthy. On the way back, it seems to be too tired to rush. The ghost bride suddenly summoned her exclusive mount, the great sedan chair. See only. It was a beautiful, yet breathtakingly exquisite palanquin. It was covered as a whole by crimson satin, which was embroidered with delicate and intricate patterns, with gold and silver threads intertwined and glittering with a dazzling light. The top of the sedan chair was octagonal in shape, with a string of crystal beads hanging from each corner, gently swaying with the breeze and emitting a clear and pleasant sound. The crimson sedan chair curtains fluttered slightly in the wind, for little ghosts like clay figures, blushing and carrying dainty bodies, staggered along the official road. As they passed through Lin Knight's eyes, Lin Knight clearly heard a burst of exclusive songs still coming from his ears. Her vision, good as the stars shine. Girl, be careful. There is a bridge on the blood river in front of you, called the Bridge of Broken Life. Taking the sedan chair to cross the bridge is easy to rush the evil spirits and hit the evil spirits, the witch reminded. The ghost bride, the Bridge of Broken Lives. Evil men dare not stop them, and evil spirits dare not look at them. Words. Lin Knight couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. What happens if you accidentally punch a demon? This kind of statement, Lin Knight had never heard before, so in his heart, he was inevitably curious. It's nothing really, except that it's easy to collide with the funeral procession. The red and white double deaths. The magnetic fields affect each other wrongly. The ghost bride is likely to sit in the coffin, and the dead in the coffin are likely to sit in the sedan chair. In time, when Lin Knight returned home, open the palanquin and take a look. It contained a new body. Free delight in a new wife. But Lin Knight was just about to remind the ghost bride to pay attention, but only to see, the ghost bride had extended her hand. A cloudy aura rushed towards a stone monument at the end of the bridge. Shasta. A few lines in blood emerged from the tablet. Use blood as a guide to cross the bridge. And after, the horrible song continues to ring out, but the sedan chair gradually disappeared ahead. All there was a showy hand reaching out beyond the curtains, beckoning backward. So much for a little hiccup. Back to the territory again. There's still plenty of time. Lin Knight first found a suitable location to place the ancient well. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on placing the expansion building ancient well. The territory opens the drinking water function. Ancient wells, architecture. Grade, show. Introduction. In this world full of weirdness, the water source has been seriously polluted. Drinking too much will cause all kinds of diseases, but if you offer a cone of incense every day, the well water may become sweet and delicious. Current status, turbid. Lin Knight is not a perfumer, but he had just scavenged a bunch within the village. If he only needed one incense burner per day, his territory would last a long time. Ordinary survival world, facing perhaps nothing but starvation and natural disasters. But this is a world full of evil spirits. So, the supplies Lin Knight collected were very targeted. He doesn't take some ordinary pots and pans. He takes things like incense and vermilion and other items. Lin Knight reverently burned a stick of incense next to the ancient well. And after, he planted another acacia tree right in the center of the cemetery. The cemetery is small for the time being, with an old acacia tree put down to provide almost universal coverage. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on placing the extended decorative 100-year-old acacia tree. Inchi collection. Cultivation speed gained increase. 100 years of Sephora, plants. Current grade, morning, can grow. Introduction. As the years accumulate, its branches and leaves become more and more luxuriant, absorbing more and more inchi, and its grade will also get continuous growth. Attribute. 100-year-old acacia trees will gather the inchi around them, and you will gain an increase in your cultivation speed. Extra attribute. It is said that old acacia trees that are more than 100 years old will vaguely attract special ghostly creatures to inhabit them for the attributed lords to drive. Before, Lin Knight was still worried that the acacia tree would attract some ghostly and evil things. But now, these ghostly and evil things can be utilized directly. This worry of Lin Knight ceased to exist. Finally, Lin Knight moved the stones for another afternoon to generate a shady house for the witch. By the end of the night, he could have slept inside the catacombs. But the witch and her grandchildren can't just sleep in the grave pit. Everything is processed. At this point, the sky had come to dusk. Lin Knight was just about to take a break. However, just then, the witch suddenly piled another small stone house at the entrance to the cemetery with the extra rubble and stones. It was a rather peculiar-looking building that stood quietly like a small and delicate land temple. The stone house was made of hard stone throughout, with slightly rough but rustic walls that gave it a sturdy and ancient feel. The roof was covered with a thick layer of slate, and because of the unevenness of the slate, it again seemed as if the signs of age were deeply seared into it. Although the entire stone house was small, it exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. And, do it all, the witch was also very religious and burned 3 incense sticks in front of the small stone house. Granny, what are you doing? Lin Knight curiously walked over. Building temples. What are we building temples for? The old acacia tree placed here has become a place of extreme een. Such an excellent place for cultivation will inevitably cause some powerful ghosts to covet it. So, the witch is trying to use the power of the gods to keep powerful spirits at bay. But therein lies the problem. Aren't the ghosts that are attracted to us available to us? So why are we blocking them? Ordinary ghosts, in order to obtain extremely fast cultivation speeds, are of course willing to serve you for a certain amount of payment, but powerful ghosts are simply not willing to be sent to others. They wanted more than just a short period of cultivation speed. What they want is the right to belong to the entire land of extreme een. Understood. After the witch explained it so well, Lin Knight finally came to a realization. The piker is not guilty of the crime. It is equally used in this world. But, then again, can a small stone house alone withstand a powerful ghost? Or rather, what if there are no gods in residence? Try it. The witch didn't dare to put words in her mouth. If there happens to be a god of the mountains and the wilds in residence, the cemetery can naturally enjoy peace. If there were no wild gods in the area, then Lin Knight could only fend for himself. Got it. After figuring out the reasoning, Lin Knight helped the witch perfect the small temple a little more. All of this, until nightfall. It was only then that Lin Knight finally finished the small broken temple. Master, rest for a while. This time, the incense had been burned, and the muddy well water had begun to turn clear, and Xiao Chui brought over a bowl of cool, delicious well water. Jade, thank you. Lin Knight drank it all in one go, then wiped the corners of his mouth. It's been a busy day. At this very moment, Lin Knight finally took a rare break. He opened the chat again as he ate his tribute. Chapter 27, Blood and Bone Flower. Corpse Vine. By the way, how is the big woman who married the Ghost King yesterday? Have you caved yet? Is the Ghost King big, thick and long? Grow up. Seen a lot of people, but the ghosts haven't been seen yet. Everyone, listen to me. Never enter the Ghost King's palace. Remember, it's never. It didn't take long. The woman who married the Ghost King spoke back. Only her tone was filled with madness. Asterisk 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 what's going on? Someone wondered. I now. Although I hold the title of Ghost King's consort, I have the treatment of a furnace. What do you mean? Unawareness. More lords began to gather around. The so-called Ghost King marrying is simply a scam. It's a scam. I was born in the hour of Een, and the only reason the Demon King brought me to the chambers was to use my skull as a feeding vessel. Aha? So personal? Missy, first of all, I'm definitely not gloating. I'm just simply curious. Is there any special bonus to eating with your skull? Big stupid Haru. What are you doing? To a certain extent, this statement is indeed very ambiguous. Girls don't seem to have the energy to dwell on that at all. He's not eating out of his skull. He's eating my brains. One moment. Once again, there was an uproar on the World Channel. My drooling brother. You won't be a bit dead if you do that. Big brother. No need to be skeptical. Remove a bit. I can't die. The Ghost King uses a special secret technique to keep my sanity at all times. The girl explained. Because a dead man, her blood and brain flower would be unfresh. What about when your brain flower gets eaten? I special hair? Is this a brain flower problem? Are there any brothers refreshed in the ghost domain? We have to find a way to get Missy out. Immediately after, the World Channel picture began to change abruptly. There was some discussion about how to rescue Missy. Sure, some people are also looking into the addition of eating brain flowers with skulls. Everyone, the Ghost King's strength is too strong, and Missy can't be saved for a while. But the problem I'm experiencing isn't too big. So one of you come and save me. Another lord spoke up. What's wrong with you? I went out in the daytime, stood in the shadow of a corner for a while, and when I left, I found the shadow had taken a bite out of it. Holy, shadows can still be eaten? In this world, there seems to be a ghostly creature that specializes in feeding on shadows. And then what? What are the symptoms of a shadow being eaten? The part of the shadow that is eaten, the limb becomes petrified. I was one hand shadow eaten. Now my left hand is petrified. A shrunken version of 5 fingers? Big brothers, stop talking sarcasm. I'm so afraid of permanently breaking this hand right now. If any of you can save me, I'm willing to take out a morning grade prop in exchange. Fruity. Hearing about the morning level props, the World Channel one came down with interest. Oh, what kind of funereal prop is it? Do you have an antidote to the petrified state? No, what are you inquiring about blindly? Forget about it. I don't have one either. I'm sorry, I'd love to save you, but I don't have a prop to undo the petrified state either. But, just because the people on the World Channel didn't, it didn't mean Lin Knight didn't either. Lin Knight clearly remembered. That leech blood pot of a witch will unpetrify it. Thinking of this, Lin Knight looked at the witch. Granny, what do you want? My lord? Enter the countryside. This is Lin Knight's territory. So, the witch deserves a shout out to the lords. Does Granny know how to remove petrification? Indeed. See only. The witch nodded first, and after. He seemed to think of something else and then spoke. But to cure this state, the wife needs to use 2 more materials. A leech blood pan can be interpreted as a sensor. However, raw materials are still needed to successfully refine the antidote to unpetrification. What material? The corpse vine and the blood and bone flower. And how should I get it? If Lord is in dire need of this elixir, perhaps we can grow it ourselves. Don't forget, witches also do trick plant cultivation. How is it planted? Lin Knight thought that the witch could just refine it, but now it seems the situation seemed to be far more complicated than he had thought. My wife has her own way of doing this, but I will need your lordship's help in this matter. This is no problem. Lin Knight directly nodded in agreement. The so-called blood and bone flower. It's about making plants bloom on the bones of corpses. There were no ready-made corpses in the territory, so Lin Knight simply dug a temporary mound. Although Lin Knight's talent had changed now, he was no longer able to predict whether or not there was an owner inside the grave. But, with the ghost bride around, Lin Knight wasn't afraid of the tomb owner suddenly swindling the corpse. After about 20 minutes, Lin Knight managed to dig up a body. See only. The witch began by chanting some unintelligible incantation. Then he reached out with hands as dry as twigs and picked up a piece of linen that reeked of rot. Immediately after, she carefully unfolded the burlap and then slowly wrapped it around the body. Start with the head. Loop after loop until the body was completely mummified by the entanglement. And after, she brought another bowl of blood and poured it on top of the bandage. Scarlet blood dripped slowly onto the linen. Follow the seams. Little by little, the blood soaked in and spread. The witch didn't stop moving until the linen was thoroughly stained with blood. Find an extremely shady place to bury it. And remember, after burying it, water a pot of blood, and it will grow into a blood bone flower in 2 days. Is it okay to use my blood? The blood of a cultivator could not be better. And if it is overvalued, perhaps it will bloom tomorrow. Okay. Lin Knight nodded. then carried the bloody corpse away. As for how to choose a place of extreme shade, the whole cemetery belongs under the old acacia tree. 10 minutes over. Lin Knight followed the witch's instructions, successfully buried the mummy under the acacia tree, and after, he dripped on some more of his own blood. And how should I obtain the corpse life? Find another body. Hopeless. Lin Knight replowed another one. What now? This time, Lin Knight's body didn't move, and neither did the coffin. Just in case the witch wants to use it later, he'll have to go back to the plow, throw the corpse into the ancient well, and then carry the coffin containing the corpse over it, with a bell bolted underneath it, and with any luck, the corpse vine will likewise climb up early tomorrow morning. This method is also known as coffin bell burial. Coffins are existences that contain corpses, and a lot of yin chi is gathered inside, and then the meditation bell as a guide. The weird plant at the bottom, wanting to absorb more yin chi, could only keep climbing along the ancient well. Chapter 28, The Death of the Country. The Backyard Flowers. Just, this time, the witch has been finished for a long time. Lin Knight, however, was slow to act. What's wrong? I understand the reasoning. Will the well water get dirty if we do this? Lin Knight looked at the ancient well with some suspicion, and then at the corpse. The ancient well he had just collected. Lin Knight only drank a bowl of water and now he was going to be contaminated. Obviously, Lin Knight's heart was a bit hesitant. Lord need not worry. The nutrients contained in a corpse can only sustain the growth of one vine. Tomorrow morning, the corpse vines will mature and the corpse will automatically disappear. In time, Lin Knight lit another incense stick. The water of the ancient wells will be purified by itself. Understood. The words are gone. Lin Knight didn't hesitate to throw the body into the ancient well before moving the coffin above it. Though, Lin Knight still felt incredible. But in the end, he still chooses to believe the witch. By the way, there's one more thing. Everything is processed. Lin Knight once again looked at the witch once more. What? Has Granny ever heard of a backyard flower? Suddenly, Lin Knight thought of the ghost bride's token again. You mean that girl Yenner? Exactly. Lin Knight nodded truthfully. He wasn't sure if backyard flowers counted as trick plants. One can only ask with an attitude of trying. However, the result was destined to disappoint Lin Knight, but only to see. The witch shook her head outright. The harem flower, also known as the flower of the fallen kingdom, is a flower that cannot be cultivated. It only has a chance of appearing when a power is overthrown. This legendary flower, it's unattainable, extremely harsh on growing conditions. Even one day, the real forces in the neighborhood are overthrown. It doesn't come up 100% of the time either. It just has a chance of coming up. Then forget it. Early on, when he was in contact with Xiao Shui, Lin Knight knew that such things as tokens could not be found. The witch answered in the same way, which was also expected of Lin Knight. At this point, night had fallen completely. It's time for Lin Knight to rest. All that was left to do was to wait for tomorrow morning, when the trick plant was ripe and the petrified antidote was refined. The dark, ink-like sky was like a huge piece of silk that gently covered the entire earth. Gradually, a bright moon climbed the treetops, shedding a cool, soft light. The moonlight shone through the gaps in the leaves and reflected on the ground, creating a patchy light. At this point, inside the mausoleum, Lin Knight was already asleep. However, what everyone doesn't know is this. Right at this moment, a figure in red suddenly pushed open the lid of Lin Knight's coffin. Husband, tonight, you shouldn't have any reason to refuse Yenner. The words are gone. The ghost bride stuck straight up. And so on. Why does my husband's body feel a little cold? Ghost brides are corpses. Lin Knight is human. It's only logical that a ghost bride's body should be cooler. But here and now, Lin Knight's body, however, was as cold as a cellar. The ghost bride tried slapping Lin Knight, but Lin Knight didn't make a single move. Granny, wake up. My husband seems a little dead. Over time, the ghost bride finally sensed something was wrong. 10 minutes later, the witch first found a suitable position to flatten Lin Knight's body, and then looked over Lin Knight's eyelids. Girl, has your husband done any abnormal behavior lately? Perverse behavior? Hearing this, the ghost bride first made a thoughtful expression, but quickly shook his head. Granny, Yenner isn't sure. It comes down to this. They also only spent one day together. But, at this time, Xiao Shui, however, suddenly spoke up. Granny, miss, is it considered perverse for the master to have frequent nightmares at night? What do you mean? Xiao Shui has only heard that every night, the master will be dragged into the dream world by a ghost general, and after, Xiao Shui directly in things one by one. No wonder. Now it's nighttime again. No surprise there. Lin Knight should have been dragged into the dream world by the ghost general again. Granny, is husband okay now? 3 souls and 7 spirits. Now there are only 3 souls and 3 spirits left. If the other 3 spirits are also hooked away, even if the gods come, They can't do anything about it. The reason why Ghostland is 7 days to death. Just because. Dragging in dreams every day scares away a spirit. When all 7 pranas leave the body, they are permanently sunk. So what now? Shui girl, go and fetch a bowl of fresh water to fix the remaining souls first. Words. Xiao Shui didn't dare to have any slack. It wasn't long before she came over with a bowl of fresh water. The witch placed the fresh water next to Lin Knight. See only. She first burned a talisman in the bowl, and then recited some obscure incantations in a divine manner. Next, the magic happens. The original talisman, in the midst of the blazing fire, had been burned to the point where only a few remnants remained. However, when the ashes of the talisman landed in the bowl, it strangely did not sink, but landed above the clear water. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. The remnants of the talisman were magically suspended above the water like that, forming a strange and eerie picture with the white porcelain bowl. Granny, what's next? The ghost bride couldn't see it though, but she knew. The witch must have had her reasons for doing this, not just performing a trick. Summon the soul. The witch was word for word. As she said this, the witch was at Lin Knight's pillow again, lighting the corpse oil lamp. Grandson, come here. Granny, I'm in. Grandson, remember that this lamp must not be extinguished, or the benefactor who took us in will be in danger. Actually, it is the plain initial corpse oil lamp. However, when used for such occasions, it is also known as a long-lasting light. Granny, I understand. I will guard this oil lamp. Xiao Ming nodded heavily. This time, the ghost bride suddenly spoke again. Granny, so what do the 3 of us do? The 3 in the ghost bride's mouth, naturally referred to, she and Xiao Shui, and the gaudy ghost. Every time the ghost general drags himself into a dream, he scares away a spirit. You 3, look along 3 different directions. Normally, souls that are scared away don't get too far away from the body. What if I can't find it? If you can't find it, you can properly call out his name, or a common term of address between you. In short, something that will make the spirit understand that you are calling him. And after we find it? When you find it, find a random container and just bring it back. Don't frighten the spirit or it will backfire and be a mistake. Understood. And after, Xiao Shui picked the soul-attracting lamp and went to the east. The ghoul took the ghostly urn and went south. The ghost bride went to the west. Finally, only the north remains. The witch barked at Ming once more before she, too, left the crypt and disappeared in a northerly direction. Chapter 29, Soul Sealing and Spirit Determination. 9 Deaths in 1 Life. Cemetery East. The direction where Jade is. 3 o'clock at midnight. Jade picks a lantern and floats around while looking for it. Master, Master, your spirit come back. That was how Xiao Shui usually addressed Lin Knight. So, the appellation. Xiao Shui felt sure that Lin Knight could understand. After about 10 minutes, a white shadow appeared in front of Xiao Shui. Master, I've finally found you. Come back with me. Granny should already be waiting. Who are you and why should I go back with you? Master, I'm Xiao Shui. 2A? Right. Don't recognize it. The white void soul shook his head. It seems, his memory is all but forgotten. Sure, it could also be that a soul only retained part of Lin Knight's memories. Just, this one. Xiao Shui directly cried in a hurry. Master, I'm really Xiao Shui. How can you not remember me? Why don't you say the same specific thing again? Belly band, red rope, bedding, south of the cemetery. It's the direction where the gaudy ghosts are. Little Langjun, your soul come back quickly. Yanks are lucky. She hadn't searched for a while before she saw one of Lin Knight's souls wandering around. Vixen's experience is much higher than Jade's. He knew that Lin Knight's soul only retained some of his body's memories. Lin Knight had a hard time recognizing her now. Subconsciously, the gaudy ghost tried to hide Lin Knight's soul in his chest. Not to say that raw rice is cooked. Even just rubbing it in can prolong your life. But when she, thinking about the terrifying strength of the ghost bride, Vixen couldn't help but shrug. Then it was honestly put in the ghost urn again. Cemetery West. Ever since she had married Lin Knight as an underworld couple, there seemed to be an inexplicable induction between the two. Husband, your soul come back. Soon, the ghost bride also finds the lost soul of Lin Knight. There are no hosting containers on the ghost bride. But, before she left, she temporarily borrowed another string puppet from Ming. The ghost bride quickly attached Lin Knight's soul to it before disappearing into the night as well. Time passed by. After about half an hour, everyone went back to the crypt one after another. Xiao Shui released Lin Knight's soul from within the soul guide lamp. The gaudy ghost released Lin Knight's soul from the ghostly urn. The ghost bride releases Lin Knight's soul from within the puppet. Finally, the witch was releasing Lin Knight's soul from within the blood basin. All 4 lost pranas were found. Granny, what's next? Fix the prana. But, for smooth pranayama fixation, a lotus lamp is also needed as a guide. If there are no lotus lamps in the territory, they have to be replaced by other lamps. And after, the witch looked at the crowd again. Anyone who has another lamp there, any lamp will do. Words. Xiao Chui once again offered out the soul-drawing lamp. Granny, is this one okay? Put it on top of his head. Immediately after, the witch began to silently recite the spell again. The 3 souls returned to their places, and the 7 spirits gathered their forms. Yin and Yang are in harmony, and the soul is at peace. Words. The witch conjured up some more obscure finger tricks. Normally, if Lin Knight's soul was successfully fixed, the soul guide lamp would naturally light up. However, it seemed that it was because the ghost general was too powerful, or for some other reason. The witch recited the incantation silently 3 times, but the spirit-inducing lamp never lit up. Sound of panting. Until the 4th time, the witch even spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. Granny, are you okay? Ghost Bride said with concern. It does look like the old lady is getting old. The witch shook her head. Signal that you are unhindered. The soul-inducing lamp cannot be lit. Lin Knight's disembodied soul would never be able to stabilize. Granny, why don't we try it together? It wasn't that the witch didn't believe in the strength of the Ghost Bride. She was the only one who knew this secret technique. If we teach the Ghost Bride now, even if the Ghost Bride's enlightenment was good, it was a bit too late in terms of time. I mean, I'll get into my mother-in-law's body and we'll both stack our powers. Though, the Ghost Bride is considered half corpse, half ghost, but ghouls are considered ghosts. People who have died once anyway. Yes, the witch nodded heavily. Theoretically, this approach seems to work. After thinking about it, the witch didn't say no again. And after, the 2 ghost generals' early-stage Dao skills were superimposed on each other, creating a marvelous and powerful power fluctuation. This power was like a surging tide, constantly gushing out from both of them and quickly merging together to form an even more majestic torrent of energy. There's a Ghost Bride after the enchantment. The witch recited the spell again. The 3 souls returned to their places, and the 7 spirits gathered their forms. Yin and Yang are in harmony, and the soul is at peace. The heavens are clear and the earth is peaceful, and the soul returns to my body. All evils are invincible, and the prana is rooted. Yin souls turn into Yin fire. Ignite the soul-inducing lamps. Boom! One moment. Inside the soul guide lamp, the fire lit up directly. Lin Knight's lost 4 prana also returned to his body. Granny, is it all right now? After the successful fixing of the prana, the ghostly bride departs from the witch again, but only to see. The witch rose slowly and shook her head again. Now we can only guarantee that there will be no more nightmares at night. But there's no guarantee that the ghost general will come back to us in other ways. The witch didn't say exactly in what way, just after she left the crypt. Instead, he took one more look at the small, broken temple at the entrance. A new day. Lin Knight sat up violently from within the coffin. Then with a big gulp, he started breathing heavily. And after, he seemed to have another sudden thought and quickly checked his whole body again. After realizing there were no missing arms or legs, it was only then that he let out a long sigh of relief as if he were relieved. Luckily it was just a dream. But somehow, it was clearly just a dream. Lin Knight, however, really felt like he had walked through a ghost gate. Husband, are you okay? The ghost bride was the first to greet them. One moment. Lin Knight hurriedly grabbed the ghost bride's hands as if he had seen a savior. Mother, listen to me. Maybe what I'm about to say may sound like gibberish, but you must believe me. I was pulled into a dream again last night by the ghost general. And the ghost general, you probably don't know who it is. You can ask Jade later. I'll tell you what. Maybe the ghost general got mad when he didn't have a nightmare the night before. And last night he changed the scene in the dream. Before it was drinking at the inn. Then it turned into killing the enemy on the battlefield. And I became a big-headed soldier. The goal of my quest is to kill the Corpse King of Corpse Country Gully, recover the lost territory, and then rescue a greenhouse girl named Smoke Dying Eyebrows. What is the Corpse King's cultivation level and what is mine? I'm a big-headed soldier. And he told me to decapitate the Corpse King. It seemed to be this feeling of being reborn that made him feel as if he had been pardoned. Lin Knight yacked like an old mom. Just, after hearing this, instead of being a bit impatient, the ghost bride also gently held Lin Knight's hand. Husband, I know. Chapter 30 Blood Yama's Hand. Promotion in a Dream. Husband, I know. Mother, I really didn't lie. What? You know all about it? How do you know that? It's Xiao Chui. She has told me everything. Husband, you have suffered during this time. Last night, Lin Knight's 4 spirits left his body, and his body chilled like a corpse. It is also because of this relationship. The witch got up and did her magic, completely fixing Lin Knight's soul. I see. Lin Knight muttered. The reason he wakes up in the morning. Want to come. Probably also because of the intervention of the witch. the Ghost General realized that Lin Knight was unable to sink, and with the addition of Dawn, the Ghost General could only be forced to give up. But Jade only told about the nightmare. But what the Ghost Bride doesn't know is this. Last night, Lin Knight died exactly 991 times in the dream. From a big-headed soldier with no combat experience to an elite soldier of valor. Just started. Lin Knight could only survive under the Corpse King for less than a second. And in the end, survived for a full 15 seconds. More even. All of his Dao lines were promoted to the late stage of Ghost Soldier. Name, Lin Knight. Dao, Ghost Soldier, late stage. Status, Lord. Claim, the Ghost Bride's intended. Equipment, birthday suit, copper sword. 3,000 Brahma. Talent, talisman making. Technique, 10,000 transformations blood refining technique. Skill, blood Yama hand. Blood Yama hands, skills. Skill description, based on the 10,000 transformations blood refining technique. The power of essence and blood, all of which is concentrated in the arm. Then strangles the target's neck and violently erupts, exploding into a rain of blood. Backstory, this is Lin Knight in the dream to watch the Corpse King's way out of the realization. The Corpse King's skill name is called the Corpse Soul Hand. Lin Knight feel not domineering enough. Autonomous changed to Blood Yin Hand. In a nutshell, not only did Lin Knight not sink, but instead, he was blessed by the disaster and promoted to a first level of cultivation. At this point, it's already very light. Lin Knight left the crypt and began to check out the weird plants planted last night. The ancient acacia tree stands quietly in the center of the cemetery. Its thick trunk seems to bear the vicissitudes of endless years. And underneath this acacia tree, a bizarre blood and bone spirit flower was quietly blooming. The petals were as scarlet as blood, and so bright that they were palpitating. Looking closely, the blood-red petals quivered slightly, as if they were breathing gently. In the center of the flower, the milky white stamen shimmers with a faint glow, like a bright pearl set in it. Breeze. The blood-bone spirit flower swayed gently, its scarlet petals dancing with the wind like a dancing fairy. There was a faint scent in the air that you couldn't help but be mesmerized by. But who would have thought? There's a body buried underneath this bouquet of flowers. Take another look at the corpse vine. Below the deep, dark, ancient well, the corpse vine slowly climbed up like a bizarre python. The dark black vines were thick and powerful, and covered with tiny barbs. The vines, which were exposed horizontally, tightly wrapped around the coffin on the ancient well, as if they were trying to claim it for themselves. As the corpse vine continued to extend upwards, the contact between it and the coffin became tighter and tighter. Those coffins, which were already rotten and unimaginable, actually made a crunching sound under the squeeze of the corpse life vine. From a distance, the corpse life vine was like a greedy predator, devouring all the life around it without mercy. The witch picked the blood and bone flower and then intercepted a section of the corpse life vine. It didn't take long. An elixir to lift petrification was refined. Lin Knight quickly chatted privately with the Lord. The potion disappears. Lin Knight's backpack, on the other hand, had an extra morning level prop. Just when he saw its shape, Lin Knight always felt something strange. If Lin Knight wasn't mistaken, it's like a ing broom. Broom of Doom, props, grade, morning. Introduction, this shabby-looking broom has a certain chance of sweeping away bad luck from your body when you use it. Bonus note, I've heard it seems to be a token from some unlucky guy. A petrifying elixir is not worth a morning level prop at all. No wonder this lord is so generous. After reading the properties of the broom, Lin Knight understood. This lord must have swept himself up before trading. To a certain extent, it's kind of a used one, but it's not like the attributes disappear after sweeping. Think about it. Lin Knight cleaned himself and the entire chamber again. On the surface, not much has changed, but Lin Knight knew that the true ability of the Broom of Doom lay in clearing away bad luck, not clearing away dust. Bad luck is invisible. Invisible. Lin Knight may have reduced the chances of being haunted. Then again, it reduces the negative chances of ghosting, and all sorts of other things. Pretend it's easier on you. Lin Knight looked at the witch again. That said, can the blood and bone flower be planted on a large scale? Lin Knight looked away. Blood and bone flowers are gone when you run out. But the corpse vine only used a small section, as if it could be used indefinitely. It can't really be considered unlimited use. If you want the corpse vine not to dry up, Lin Knight still needed a steady stream of corpses to be thrown into the ancient well. Do you still need a petrifying antidote? Lord? The witch wondered. That's not true. Just wanted to keep some for backup. It doesn't cost much anyway. In case another lord gets petrified someday, Lin Knight was able to make another profit off of him. Or again, Lin Knight could put the refined petrified elixir on the trading floor directly, and whoever wanted it, took the medieval coins in exchange. Through the heaven and earth bank thing, Lin Knight already knew that the currency of this world was meditation paper. It's possible, but it still needs some preparation to realize large-scale planting. Large plantings of blood and bone flowers. It's no longer as simple as just needing a body. What all needs to be done? First, we must reclaim a barren land, then fertilize it with bone meal, and then water it with blood water, so that the blood bone spirit flower will grow smoothly. Blood water can be salvaged from the nearby blood river, but bone meal requires a lot of crushed bones. That means we still need to have enough bones. Lin Knight still had some stock in his backpack, but it wasn't much. Exactly. The witch nodded. Got it. I'll be out looking today. But searching should not be done blindly either. Centered on the cemetery, there are only 4 directions around: southeast, northwest and north. Yesterday during the day, Lin Knight had gone to the east, where the corpse country was headed. So, the rest, Lin Knight could only look in the south-northwest direction, and after, just as Lin Knight was hesitating on exactly which direction to go, at this time, Yen Ghost suddenly interjected. Xiaolang, Master, my subordinate has a word I don't know whether to speak or not. Say, yesterday night, when my subordinate went to the south to look for your soul, I saw a lot of barren bones discarded on the road. Perhaps there will be more harvests when we go to the south today. Is that true? My subordinate does not dare to be half deceitful. Yes, then go south today. Chapter 31 Bone Collector in the Deserted Mountain. Silt Formation, south of the cemetery, as described by Vivid Ghost. When Lin Knight arrived, found here, piecemeal, there were indeed many bones scattered about. They just lay there quietly. Some of the corpses were already mutilated, with only a few ghastly white bones left scattered around. Some are a little more complete, but the desperation and pain of death can be felt in the twisted gestures. And some bones, it seems to be because of the age. It has been weathered by age. Lin Knight picked a relatively dense location and began to bury his head in the collection, gathering on one side, screening on one side. Some of the weathered and broken bones were discarded, while some of the well-preserved bones were packed into backpacks. Actually, broken bones or not, complete skeletons too. It comes down to this. It's all going to be crushed into powder. Only, broken bones, the nutrients inside have been dried out by the sun. In order to make the blood bone flowers grow better, Lin Knight tried his best to still pick some bones that sold well. Time passed by, and I don't know how long it was. Lin Knight was entranced, nor did they pay much attention to the changes around them. However, when he looked up, only to find out, I don't know when, surprisingly, there was one more person next to him. See only, the man was stooped and wore a worn and patched black robe. The hand exposed under the black robe was like a dry tree branch, but the veins on it bulged out especially obviously, as if it might burst open at any moment. Look further up. His face was covered with deep wrinkles, and his eyes were deep-set and glowing with a ghostly light. The nose is collapsed, the lips are so thin as to be almost invisible, and the teeth are jagged and yellowed and blackened. Noteworthy, he was also carrying a sack on his back. It was as if it was used as a specialized container for bones. Name, Bone Collector of the Desert Mountain. Dao, Ghost General, Early Stage. Category, Fine. Current form, Arakan Bone Gatherer. Next form, Bone Gatherer Taoist. Token, In Spirit Bonefire. Weapon, Boning Knife. Skills, Cramp and Strip. White Bone Prisoner. Tendon stripping. The bone picker clearly remembers every joint and bone on the human body. And with the boning knife in his hand, he can pick a living person clean, with no flesh and blood attached to the bones. White Bone Prisoner. The bone scavenger can summon 4 bone hands from the ground, grabbing the lower half of the target's body and imprisoning the target firmly in place. The bone picker would have been burying his head in the collection as well. When the bones in this area were collected, both men looked up at the same time, their eyes just about locked. Aha! Lin Knight was shocked in his heart. When did this guy show up? However, Lin Knight hadn't yet opened his mouth to ask, but the bone collector was the first to speak first. After picking up the bones on the ground, now, it's time to pick up yours. Pick me up? How are you going to pick up the bones when they're on me? Just started. Lin Knight didn't react. However, when Lin Knight saw the bone collector slowly pull out that bone-picking knife, one moment, Lin Knight was directly sweating. Let's just say yes. Is there a good chance that the other side will actually scrape themselves alive? Run. After figuring it all out, this was the only thought that remained in Lin Knight's mind. Though, he had just been promoted to the late stage of Ghost Soldier, but Ghost Soldier late, in front of an early stage Ghost General, there was still no chance of survival. Just, run? Can you run away at this time? Lin Knight had just run out not more than a few steps when 4 skeletal hand bones suddenly stuck out from under his feet. Lin Knight stumbled, tripped straight to the ground. Master, are you alright? The gaudy ghost appeared from within the ghostly urn. Nothing. Lin Knight got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just picking up bones this time out. Lin Knight didn't bring the ghost bride with him. I just didn't expect it. Surprisingly, He met an early-stage ghost general mountain elf at his doorstep. My subordinate is unfavorable in protecting my master. Please punish my master. The gaudy ghost's heart knew it very well. She led the way. If anything happened to Lin Knight, the ghost bride would definitely not forgive herself. This is not the time to talk about this. First think of a way to escape this. Of course Lin Knight knew what the gaudy ghost had in mind. Just right now. Life and death. Lin Knight didn't even care to think about that. Understood. Words. The gaudy ghost didn't dare to have any slack, and quickly began to survey his surroundings. Corpse Country Gulch. Geographic location. Mostly uneven gullies. Some of the rivers were already dry, but in the last few days they have suddenly filled with blood. The gaudy ghost distinctly heard the sound of gurgling water coming from the surrounding area. Master, get to the silt patch next to the river. Why? Bone pickers only pick people with bones to target. Got it. The situation is critical. Long story short for the Yankee ghost. But Lin Knight instantly understood what the gaudy ghost meant. It was too late. Just as the bone picker pulled out his boning knife and prepared to enjoy his boning feast, Lin Knight suddenly sacrificed his copper sword and chopped off all the bones of the bound hands on his body. And after, he rolled and crawled again, and burrowed right into a nearby patch of silt. After entering, Lin Knight didn't dare to be any slower. See only, he rolled in it a few times before slathering some mud on his face. This time, the bone picker came after him too. When he saw Lin Knight, who was wrapped in mud, he obviously froze for a moment. The target is a mess of mud spirits. There should be no bones on it. I'd better keep picking up bones. The bone picker muttered a word. Having said that, and he really left. However, after the bone picker left, Lin Knight didn't get up. Instead, he remained lying on his back in the silty ground as if he was tinkering with something. Master, the bone picker is gone, the gaudy ghost reminded. But, Lin Knight still didn't get up. Master, are you okay? Lin Knight still ignored it, and I don't know how long it was. It seems that some ritual was completed, but only to see. Lin Knight suddenly took the initiative to get up again, and he wiped the bruises off his face again and shouted at the back of the bone picker. Hey, the rag picker, don't doubt it. It says you. Words. The bone picker, who was just halfway there, subconsciously turned his head to look again. Lin Knight's face was still covered in mud, but this time, it was already obvious that it was a human face. As long as it's human, then there must be bones. An error in judgment. A man of bones. Having said that, the bone picker then doubled back. Closer. Trance. The gaudy ghost only listened. Lin Knight suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Can sludge kill? No, can't it? Vivid Ghost responded almost subconsciously. Despite, she wasn't sure. What kind of drug was in Lin Knight's gourd? And what if the silt is coupled with a rune formation? What do you mean? And after, before the gaudy ghost had a chance to react, Lin Knight had already jumped out from within the sludge. Take advantage of the fact that the bone picker is defenseless. With a flash, Lin Knight directly pushed him to his original position. Chapter 32 Red Pink Skeleton. Ravishing Ghost Evolution. Pushing an expert in the early stage of Ghost General into the silt ground, and the delusion of killing people with mud. For a moment, the gaudy ghost thought Lin Knight was crazy. It's the same as what Yankee Ghost was thinking. The bone picker felt the same way. However, the bone collector was just about to return fire, but he realized that it was as if his feet had stepped on air. The body unexpectedly and bizarrely sank downward by 1 point. The bone picker couldn't help but frown. Did you hit the swamp? The bone picker tried to move again. The body, however, sank deeper. Nope, it's not a swamp. It's someone who drew a rune formation in the sludge. The bone picker finally reacted. But, it was obviously too late to react at this point. See only, the silt flooded legs first, then it floods the upper half of the body again, until the end. The entire head also disappeared. In situ, the only thing lying peacefully on top of the silt was a bag of scavenged bones. So, did the early stage ghost general bone collector really die just like that? One moment. The gaudy ghost's mouth could have stuffed a goose egg straight out of shock. Lin Knight ignored the gaudy ghost. Instead, he looked to the bag of loot. He picked up the bone picker's sack and then dumped out all the bones inside again. There are a lot of bones in there. And, it's also all different kinds. There are the chilling bones of the unjustly dead. There are backstabbing ghosts in the spine. There is also a pair of skulls of a boy and a girl. More. Seeing the end, Lin Knight's expression was fairly normal. I don't know when. The gaudy ghost had long been stunned in place. At this very moment, her expression was nothing less than, just now, when the bone collector was plunged into the muck. The gaudy ghost stared dead at the field of bones. That look, it's like the same thing as seeing an 18-year-old lean man with abs. Master, my lord pleads, if ghosts had spit too, believe. At this very moment, Lin Knight could definitely hear a gurgling sound. I know. Your token is 9 different white bones. Don't worry. I never treat my own people badly. There are many kinds of bones inside the sack. The words are gone. Lin Knight directly picked out 9 different kinds of bones and gave them to the gaudy ghost. Thank you, Master. One moment. Vixen went straight down on one knee. If the gaudy ghost had obeyed Lin Knight before, it was only due to the pressure of the ghost bride. So now, in the eyes of the gaudy ghosts, on the other hand, there was complete, nothing but loyalty. Evolve early and don't let me down. Understood. The gaudy ghost took the 9 bones. Once again, he entered the ghost urn and began to refine it. Yankee Ghost's credentials are better than Xiao Chui's. And after, it was about less than an hour later, the gaudy ghosts have then been completely refined. Out of the ghostly urn again, the gaudy ghost from before disappears. In its place, an even more soulful and flirtatious red and pink skeleton. Name Yankee Ghost. Dao, Ghost General, early stage. Category, Ghosts. Current form, red pink skeleton, next form soul sucking winks. Relic, 99 channels of essence. Mind technique, Mei Dao picking technique. Ghostland, the red-faced solitary house. Red-faced life-stopping building, a gaudy ghost manifests a life-stopping building, where some women in the form of white bones act as prostitutes, attracting passers-by to visit prostitutes, and then sucking their essence. The voluptuous ghost after refining the token. The Dao Xing had also been promoted to the early stage of Ghost General, plus the Ghost Bride, plus witches. Lin Knight's territory already possessed 3 Ghost Generals. The witch said so. The Ghost General may still find his way to the door in other ways, but, by that time, I believe that Lin Knight was already fearless. Let's go. Aha. The latter nodded. It's still early. Lin Knight continued forward again in search of the white bones. The tokens have changed for the gaudy ghosts after promotion. So, Lin Knight wasn't afraid that the two would clash. Walked a bit more. Lin Knight arrived at a huge gully. However, when Lin Knight took a clear look at the internal scene, his entire body was directly stunned. See only. It's as if this place is a hidden burial site. Touchdown. Within sight were dense and mountainous piles of corpses and bones. The ghastly white bones were stacked one on top of the other, as if they had formed a small mountain of bones. Beyond that, the ground was also covered with a thick layer of white bones, one next to the other. Dense. There's almost nowhere to get off the ground. From a distance, these white bones, like a huge carpet of white bones, emitted a sickeningly putrid odor. The sun shines down. The ghastly white bones reflected an eerie, spooky light, making the whole scene seem much creepier again. What's the situation? How can there be so many white bones here? At first, Lin Knight was just following the instructions of the gaudy ghost and came out to take his chances. But here's the number and scale. It had completely exceeded Lin Knight's imagination. Ordinary survival world. Developing the territory may require gathering stone or iron ore, but graveyard survival world. In Lin Knight's words, the scale of the white bones here was enough to qualify to be called a bone mine. Take a closer look. Lin Knight found another guillotine execution frame in the center of the sea of bones. Does that mean this used to be a torture chamber? Lin Knight suddenly thought. Jade also used to say, the graveyard he was in was an ancient battlefield. If that's the case, this place should resemble the existence of a military court. Specializes in beheading some deserters. But, look at the scale of this. More than just desertion. It's decapitating everyone. Who knows what really happened back then? Maybe now, and only the Ghost General knows. That's true. Red Pink Skull. By the way, do you have a name? Before, Lin Knight has always been called a gaudy ghost. It was already awkward. Now, the gaudy ghost is promoted to become a red powdered skeleton again. Lin Knight called out, feeling even more awkward. How about we call you Pinky? No way, no way. Pinky is so flirty. Back to Master. In my lifetime, my original name was Shihon Yu. In that case, I'll call you Red. At my master's service. The gaudy ghost bowed again. That little Red. You mark this place. There are so many bones here. We surely can't use them all in a short time. Just collect enough for the amount we need to use. And for the rest, we'll continue collecting next time. Lin Knight began to make arrangements. However, Lin Knight had been saying this for a long time. The gaudy ghost, however, was slow to move. Red, where are you? Did you hear me? Master, that. The gaudy ghost stammered and opened his mouth, as if he had something hard to say. Which one? That. Can I use some more bones? Aha. What do you mean? Hasn't your token changed? Why are you still using it? Back to Master. My subordinate is trying to use the white bones to refine another handy weapon. Just a little bit will do. It won't affect the reclamation of the wasteland. As if afraid that Lin Knight would misunderstand, the gaudy ghost deliberately bit a little bit very hard. Okay, well, you try to be quick about it. Chapter 33, Redeeming the Evil One. Grievance Undone. Lynn Neithart said, "The Yankees are to refine weapons. After refining it, her strength could be taken to the next level." Then, he just didn't think about it that much. Lynn Knight started collecting white bones alone. However, Lynn Knight hadn't been collecting for long, but only to see the center of the bone pit. One of the corpses suddenly just moved, and after a white mist flashed by, a humanoid gargoyle suddenly coalesced right above the bones. It seems to be made from the grievances of the corpses and bones. The gargoyle was in an extremely bizarre position. After standing up, first, he looked at his feet, then looked around again. It was like the soul of a person who was reborn and taken over, and it seemed to be a bit uncomfortable with the surroundings. However, when he captured Lynn Knight's figure, he directly flew over. This gargoyle is a false spirit though, but not floating, still retains a limp walk. While running, one side of his mouth cried out, "I'm not a deserter. I'm not a deserter. I'm just so homesick. Why did you decapitate me?" One moment, Lynn Knight was directly confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Crooked, a demonic spirit? I just saw a corpse suddenly stand up. What? Am I? Holy, it's true. Closer. Lynn Knight also finally saw his full face. See only, this ghastly white, wrong soul had long since lost the vigor and vitality of its life. Noteworthy, he also wore a heavy yoke around his neck. The shackles were made of rough boards, divided into two modules, left and right, and locked tightly around the necks of the wrong souls. Module above, covered with splotches and bloody marks from scratching with his fingers. Perhaps, prisoners have tried countless ways to break free, but in the end, they were unsuccessful. Name, Atonement Villains. Dao, Ghost Soldier, medium term. Current form, Atonement Villain. Next form, Criminal Law Villain. Relic, Old Mother's Suicide Note. Weapon, Severed Head Axe. Skill, Decapitation. Introduction, in life, he was a death row inmate who was mistaken for a deserter, then cried out for justice and was beheaded. And after his death, his grievances were not resolved and his soul was transformed into a ransom villain. Beheading, a chain is bound beneath the Atonement Villain's shackles, and a bloodstained iron axe is carried underneath the chain as the Atonement Villain spins the axe to slice the target's head off. Why? My mother died. I just wanted to go home to see her one last time. Why are you calling me a deserter? Why? Redeeming the villain's face. Shaking his body, he flew towards Lynn Knight. Subconscious. Lynn Knight then tried to dodge, but take a closer look. Something's not right. You're a ghost soldier in the middle of the game. Think about it. Lynn Knight directly bit through his finger and began to draw talismans in the air. See only, Lynn Knight's face was grave. His eyes were slightly closed, and his hands quickly danced in the air. As his fingers kept moving, a mysterious and complex rune gradually emerged. These runes flickered with a faint light, as if they possessed life, and intertwined and twisted in the air, forming a unique pattern. When the last stroke is completed, Lynn Knight snapped his eyes open and let out a soft cry under his breath. Go! Immediately after, he pushed the blood talisman over with force. The talisman was like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky, instantly arriving in front of the ransomed villains, only to hear a muffled poof sound. The talisman accurately printed on the heart of the brow of the Atonement Villain. A hysterical scream came. The redeemed villain instantly turned into smoke. However, just as Lynn Knight was about to let out a sigh of relief, but only to see another corpse buzzed. Subsequently, another unjust soul manifested itself in a phantom form. No, or the redeemed villains from earlier. But it was as if he could be infinitely reborn with the help of a corpse. In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Lynn Knight drew another talisman to kill it in seconds. Fruity, redeemed villains have just died. The third corpse began to tremble. Aha, if that's the case, so many corpses here. It is not. You can't kill them all in 3 days and 3 nights. Red, when things go wrong, they don't decide. Move straight to the rescue. Master, have you refined it yet? What's wrong? The bones here are starting to come back to life. Lynn Knight made a long story short. Just started. It's still just one resurrection after another. To the end, Lynn Knight found out, the rate of resurrection began to multiply geometrically. A mid-range ghost soldier might not be a big deal, but 10, 100, who the hell can top that? Perhaps, there are ghost kings with high Taoism. A forbidden spell will finish the job, but the question is, Lynn Knight was only in the late stage of ghost soldier now. He didn't ban the spell. Although the redeemed villain is only in the middle stage of ghost soldier, the magnetic field of the ghost domain has been formed here and associated with his aura, and simply killing him will surely lead to unlimited resurrection. Yanks began to help analyze the situation in the can. Change of venue and you'll be fine. But here it is. Redeemed villains will be resurrected for all eternity. There is no solution. All things in heaven and earth are mutually exclusive. Think about what these death row inmates are most afraid of. They seem to be infinitely revivable. Infinite resurrection is invincibility. No one is afraid. What I feared most in life. Born. Afraid of his old mother? Lin Knight thought of the letter object. But think carefully. Again. It felt like something wasn't right. Who is not afraid of their elders? Can't say I'm afraid either. Just don't dare to disobey. This doesn't count. So he's afraid of being called a deserter? It's not right either. It's also just a fanciful concept. Not in kind. Lin Knight couldn't possibly keep calling him a deserter to an evil spirit and then curse him to death. So what is he afraid of? Afraid of the guillotine? The guillotine is right in the center. Fear. And so on. The guillotine? I'm trying to remember. It was the fear of the executioner who was in charge of supervising his beheading. Because, from start to finish, redeeming villains just keeps emphasizing a concept. He's not a deserter. He's so homesick. But the executioner beheaded him anyway. But so much time has passed. And where do I find the executioner of the year? There is no executioner. So impersonate one. How do you impersonate? Subconscious. Lin Knight glanced down at his muddy birthday suit. Like a rag picker. You said I was the executioner. Guess the redeemed evil one believes it or not. Change your clothes. There are no clothes available. Lin Knight was just about to say that there were no clothes to change into. Not only do we know why. As the words came out of his mouth, Lin Knight suddenly thought of that blessed stone. Last time I was ready to upgrade my copper sword. But no nightmares the night before. Gave him the wrong impression for once. Then he didn't upgrade. It just happens to be preserved now. I don't know if the birthday suit can be upgraded. Or rather, will the upgraded birthday suit look slightly more like an official suit? Forget it. Whatever. There's nothing better to do at the moment. Lin Knight could only beat a dead horse. Think about it. Lin Knight directly chose to upgrade his birthday suit. Ding. System prompt, detected that the backpack possesses a shoshi stone. Please ask if you want to upgrade your shoshi. Chapter 34, Penalizing Evil Ghosts. Official robes and scarlet clothes. Ding. System prompt, detected that the backpack possesses a shoshi stone. Please ask if you want to upgrade your shoshi. Yes. Lin Knight no longer had much time to think about it. Ding. System prompt, upgrade successful. Congratulations on your birthday suit being promoted to an official scarlet robe. Officials' robes and scarlet uniforms, equipment. Grade, show. Introduction. This is a piece of life jacket that only dignitaries are entitled to wear after death. And it is said that there is the blessing of obtaining fortune in the underworld. It looks as if it's about the same. Take a gamble. And after. Lin Knight spoke directly to the reanimated atonement villain. Bold villain. How dare you plot against this official? Whom? This officer? Words. The expression on the redemptive villain's face was clearly frozen. Look again at who I am. Lin Knight took a look at it and saw that there was something going on. Another quick addition. It's the overseer. My lord, spare your life. Lord Supervisor, spare your life. I won't dare again next time. After recognizing Lin Knight's new identity, the redeemed villains immediately fell to their knees and began to kowtow frantically. Also, this official remembers that you also miss your mother. If you can return to this official, naturally you can be spared this time. I thank you for sparing my life. I am willing to serve you with 100 deaths. Ding. System prompt, the redeemed villain has taken the initiative to sign a contract with you. Please ask if you accept. Yes. Here's how it went down. Actually, Lin Knight's heart began to beat faster, but he still forced himself to speak. Ding. System prompt, signed successfully. Congratulations to the redeemed villain for officially becoming a slave of your territory. All of this, until you hear the success beep. Only then did Lin Knight finally let out a long sigh of relief. My lord, there is one more thing that I dare to ask for your help. The redeemed villains didn't get up first after joining the territory. What is it? The reason why the villain's soul is not dispersed, turned into a ransom villain. Just because I can't let go of my old mother in my heart. My mother wrote a letter to the villain before she died, and I couldn't do my filial piety in front of the hall during my lifetime. And after I died, please make sure that your honor will help the villain to find the letter. Where is that family letter? I only remember that the villain was taken away by the overseer that year. And now what? It should be scattered somewhere in the bone pit by now. And could it have decayed and dissipated over the years? Or could the writing have become obscured? I don't think so. What makes you sure? I heard from a family member who was a fellow villager that my mother, knowing that her days were numbered, wrote this letter in blood. And after writing it, she closed her eyes forever. Understood. Subconscious. Lin Knight then looked around once more. Look around. There was a blanket of white bones everywhere. Look for an envelope among the white bones and so. What's the difference between that and finding a needle in a haystack? But, just as Lin Knight was at a loss for words, this time, the The gaudy ghost was successfully refined and emerged from the ghostly urn. Red. You showed up just in time, and it just so happens there's something I need your help with. Master. What is it? There's an envelope scattered in the bone pit. Do you have any way to find it? Words. The gaudy ghost also glanced around before speaking slowly. The white bones are vast. The unusual method. 3 days and 3 nights cannot be turned over. It seems. Can only be so. How? The gaudy ghost didn't say another word. See only. She offered up a bone umbrella from nowhere, and then her vermilion lips lightly opened and her mouth began to chant. As the incantations grew more urgent, pink skeleton chimeras began to continuously fly out from within the skeleton of the bone umbrella. These phantoms first hovered in the air for a week, and then as if they had been given some sort of instruction, they quickly drilled into the sea of bones. Master. Follow them. There should be a clue soon. Them? These skeleton phantoms? They are all soul-sucking singing girls in the House of Solace. They have an inexplicable sense for white bones. They should be able to find the items that their master needs very soon. Understood. And after. Lin Knight didn't dare to be any slower. He and the redeemed villains followed close behind. A putrid stench filled the sea of bones, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard with every step. Suddenly, a pink ghostly shadow rested on top of a white bone, emitting a low cry. Lin Knight walked up quickly. In a pile of white bones, Lin Knight had indeed found a blood-stained envelope. Seeing the situation, the redemptive villain trembled with excitement at the sight. My lord, this is my mother's suicide note. Lin Knight handed him the letter, and the redeemed villain took it carefully, his eyes filled with gratitude. And after, the redeemed villain raised his head violently and let out a lone, resounding sound into the sky. The voice was like thunder, shaking the surrounding air as if it was trembling. Along with this long whistle, a strange and powerful aura began to emanate from the redeemed villain. Where he had originally stood, the ground had actually sunk slightly, forming a small pothole. Immediately after, a black light gushed out from his body, wrapping his entire body in it. These black rays of light were as if they were alive, constantly twisting and winding around the body of the redeemed villain. Under the shroud of light, his body began to undergo amazing changes. The skin also gradually became as dark as ink, glistening with an eerie luster. A few moments later, the light dispersed. The redeemed villains disappeared into thin air. In its place was a grim-faced criminal law bogeyman. He was several feet tall. His fangs were exposed. His eyes were blood red, and he exuded a chillingly terrifying aura. Name, Penal Evil Ghost. Dao, Ghost Soldier, late. Current form, Penalized Evil Ghost. Next form, Penalized Evil Underworld Marshal. Token, Ghost King's Order, with an oracle or token at the level of the Ghost King. The punishment of Evil Underworld Marshal is qualified to judge. Weapon, Severed Head Axe. Skill, Decapitation. Introduction, Hate Me. Become Me. Transcend Me. The previously redeemed villain who hated the executioner desperately, got his old mother's suicide note, dissolved all his resentment, and gradually began to become a penal officer himself. Beheading, after evolving, the criminal evil ghost, whose neck shackles have been tautly snapped, wields a bloodstained iron axe tethered to an iron chain, inflicting a fatal decapitation on the target. After evolution, redeeming villains except for the tokens and the change in form. Skills haven't changed much, for no other reason. You can't open the ghost domain until the early ghost general stage. But, even so, Lin Knight could also clearly feel that the aura of the penal evil demon had gotten a lot thicker. My lord thanks you for your success. All good deeds and filial piety are first. After the breath is completely stabilized, the punishment evil demon once again kneeled down on one knee at Lin Knight. Thank him for helping to find his elderly mother's suicide note. Before, the criminal evil spirits may just be mesmerized by the appearance of the official robes. But now, it had completely turned loyal to Lin Knight. Get up. Lin Knight collected the tears of gratitude and faintly spoke out. Chapter 35, 3 Blood Body. Half the work, half the time. Ding. System prompt, congratulations, you have collected 5 drops of tears, and have additionally gained 1 drop of Sanine True Water, filled with the tears of the ghostly bride's moving eyes. The witch saw her grandchildren's tears of joy at being recognized. Butcher Ghost killed a lifetime's worth of owed tears. The tears of the forced tears of the gaudy ghosts, redeeming the tears of gratitude of the wicked. Unawareness. 5 tears have been instilled within the 3,000 Brahmacharyas. Another special bonus was awarded. Yanks didn't actually cry. On the day of the forced contract, the ghost bride beat her to tears. One more thing. Maybe the 3,000 Brahmas are related to the tears. So, the props for each reward seem to be related to liquids. Sanine True Water props. Grade, unknown. Quantity, 1 drop. Introduction, using it can wash the impurities of the body and open a special physique. The 3 spiritual body. After reading the properties of the 3 True Water, Lin Knight didn't hesitate to use it. Ding. System prompt, taken successfully. Congratulations on successfully activating the 3-in spiritual body. Ding. System prompt, due to your comprehension of the 10,000 transformations blood refining technique, the triple-in spiritual body is transformed into the triple-in blood body by default. Triple-in blood body, special body type. Attributes, 3-in physique absorbs in chi at a speed different from normal. Others double the speed of cultivation. The host is equivalent to 3 times the speed of cultivation, 3 souls out of the body, and at the same time, senses the in chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. Special note, people with this body type are considered to be completely integrated into the world. If you are walking in the Jianghu, encountered the original inhabitants. In the case that you do not actively provoke them, they will not take the initiative to attack you again. It was a physique that accelerated the speed of cultivation. Lin Knight's territory again happened to have an old acacia tree. It's sort of a place of gathering in. Sitting under the acacia tree every day and practicing is twice as fast. Combined with the manifestation blood refining technique. Complementary. The principle of the 10,000 transformations blood refining technique was that it could refine any breath in the world. Yin Qi, Fury Qi, Turbid Qi, Corpse Qi, Demon Qi, Devil Qi, and finally all of them are refined into blood Qi. In this way, Lin Knight could then refine the Yin Qi into blood Qi. Accelerate the speed at which you condense your essence blood. By the way, how come I haven't seen that umbrella before just now? Is it your latest refined weapon? Finish taking care of your business. Lin Knight looked at the gaudy ghost again. Exactly. The gaudy ghost nodded, responding truthfully. Mortuary umbrella, weapon. Grade, morning. Attributed to Red Pink Skull exclusive weapon. Attributes, this is a white bone refined with extremely heavy grievances, which can both affect the target's mind and soul. And above the skeleton can also absorb and host the souls of the dead. Yen Ghost had originally planned to refine a white bone whip, but then a thought. It still feels like the umbrella is a little smoother to use. The main thing is, umbrellas and whips also have increased functionality compared to whips. So, Lin Knight nodded thoughtfully. No matter what the weapon, it adds strength anyway. Master, what's the arrangement now? Words. Lin Knight first looked up. At this point, it was nearing dusk. At night, all sorts of demons and spirits come out and move around. In order to minimize unnecessary trouble, Lin Knight thought about opening his mouth. That's enough for today. We'll continue the collection next time. The latter all nodded. Noteworthy. When Lin Knight returned to the territory again, there is suddenly one more unit in the territory. Just started. Lin Knight thought that a wild god had entered the broken temple. It took a closer look to realize that. It's an extra corpse crow in the old acacia tree. Corpse crow, war beast. Dao, ghost soldier, medium term. Category, demon. Favorite foods, carrion, corpses. Current form, corpse crow. Next form, morning crow. Passive, report morning. Morning, it is said that where crows appear, they always bring bad omens. And in some villages, when someone is about to die, crows will fly there in advance to report the death. A crow that looks full of doom and gloom. But, now that it has joined its territory, there is no mourning for itself. In addition to this attribute, the others don't seem to be too useful. Lin Knight simply arranged for it to directly patrol around the territory. Cackling sound. Cackling sound. The crow hissed twice, then stirred its wings and flew away. In situ. Rarely was it quiet. By the last light of dusk, Lin Knight found an open space within the cemetery and began planting and cultivating the blood bone flower. See only. He first crushed all the collected bones into powder, and then arranged for the criminal law varmints to pick a few buckets of blood and water. Using Lin Knight's blood would work a little better. However, Lin Knight also needed a process to condense his essence blood. A drop or two will do. With extensive bloodletting, it wouldn't take long for Lin Knight to turn into a dry corpse. Everything is processed. Only then did Lin Knight unload his exhaustion and let out a long sigh of relief. The canopy fell completely. There appears to be a full moon tonight. The moonlight was exceptionally bright. The bright moonlight waved over the cemetery as Lin Knight began to look through the trade lines again. There are 2 ways to trade in this world. One clicks on the other's avatar to barter. The other is to shelve it on the trading floor and buy it with plutonium. The witch evolution requires the witch staff. Penal evil ghost evolution requires a ghost king order. Xiao Chui's evolution requires the blood drop jade pendant. As the territory continues to grow in membership, the number of tokens that need to be used is also starting to increase. Lin Knight thought about it. Can you take a chance from the trading house? There are limits to what one person can do, but the power of all adds up to infinite possibilities. Open the trading line. There are many items on display inside. Although it was quite a step down from the Bank of Heaven and Earth, it still dazzled Lin Knight. Elegy, decoration. Grade, gift. Elegy content, previous, the voice has been lost. Peach blossom weeping blood tears. Hate the earth and hate the sky, sees the heart and lungs. Bottom line, virtue still exists. Willow leaves locking sad eyebrows, beating chest and stomping feet to release sad sounds. Introduction. This is an elegy that fell off a wreath that you can decorate the sides of the casket with, but otherwise it's not of much value. Shelf price, 50 plutonium. Scarecrow, props. Grade, gift. Properties, a very common scarecrow, but if you know the target's birth date, you can drop his head for him, but the birth date of the enemy is usually very difficult to get, so this prop is a bit of a chicken rib. Shelf price, 50 plutonium. Pot bottom ash materials. Grade, gift. Quantity, 10 units. Attribute, take off your clothes and rub potting ash all over your body can achieve temporary invisibility in the eyes of ghosts with low level of Dao, but it is ineffective against ghosts with high level of Dao. Warm tip, remove the armpit odor before you do this. Shelf price, 100 plutonium. There are a lot of items on the trading floor. Unfortunately, Lin Knight didn't search for a single useful thing. However, just as Lin Knight was about to give up, there was a morning level item that still caught his attention. This item, not some ghostly token, but, from the attributes, it seems to be pretty good. Chapter 36, 3 souls out of the body. Quadruple increase. Bagua mirror, equipment. Grade, morning. Additional skills, focusing, reflecting, focus. The outer part of the Bagua mirror is a combination of 8 Bagua tiles, and the inner part is a transparent mirror that can focus the moonlight to be added to the copper sword, which is as powerful as a full moon even if it is not. Reflection, special goblin ghosts view the central mirror, which will reflect the archetype. Shelf price, 1,000 plutonium. Morning grade props. It can be more than 1,000 plutocrats to a certain extent, in the end. Or is it because both skills are too cocky? Reflecting the ghostly archetype, there is no substantial damage. As far as focusing goes, it's kind of a nice attribute, but Lin Knight guessed. The seller shouldn't have had a copper sword before he listed it at a low price. The seller didn't. Doesn't mean Lin Knight doesn't have one too. However, just as Lin Knight was about to purchase it, he suddenly thought of something else. Oops, I have the brass sword, but I don't have any plutonium. Granny, do you have any plutonium there? Lin Knight looked at the witch with some embarrassment. What Lin Knight didn't expect was this. Instead, he was suddenly answered in the affirmative by the witch. Yes. Where did it come from? Hearing this, Lin Knight was visibly stunned. When you left during the day, the alien village buried 2 new graves here and paid 2 caretaker fees. I see. After listening, Lin Knight secretly nodded his head. The territory seems to have this one attribute when it is promoted to the grudge lower order. And after, he seemed to think of something else and then spoke. How much? 500 for 1, 1,000 for 2. Enough. Lin Knight purchased the Bagua mirror without hesitation. The copper sword requires moonlight to catalyze it. Besides, it can also be catalyzed by essence blood. The gossip mirror has it. Lin Knight still needed to refine some more essence blood. Daytime. Lin Knight had just activated a special physique. Idle. Just experienced it. At this point, night fell completely. All is silent and still. Only a bright moon hangs high in the sky. The watery moonlight poured down, draping the earth in a light silver veil. In the center of the cemetery is an old acacia tree. The branches and leaves of the acacia tree were intertwined, and the moonlight weaved through the gaps, casting a mottled and disorienting sparse shadow. Some of these tree shadows are shaped like slender fingers, while others are like the body of a slithering snake. They are either deep or light, bright or dark, intertwined together, forming a mysterious and wonderful painting of light and shadow. Breeze. Tree shadows gently swing, as if in a silent dance, adding a few points of spirituality and poetry to this quiet night. This is it, Lin Knight muttered. Then he began to sit under the old acacia tree and meditate quietly. The witch said it long ago. Under the acacia tree is the place where the yin is the heaviest, cultivating with half the effort. The richness of the breath surged madly into Lin Knight's body. It didn't take long. Lin Knight's breath then began to gradually become smooth and long, seemingly melting into the surroundings. Lin Knight closed his eyes slightly. The 10,000 transformations blood creation technique operated autonomously. Aura, yin, evil, devil, demon, all the breath between heaven and earth. Lin Knight felt it all turn into blood chi after it was inside him. The blood aura is getting thicker and thicker. Then it is constantly compressed and condensed, until the end. It formed a drop of essence blood that was stored within Lin Knight's body, and so on and so forth. Lin Knight didn't feel anything special. However, if anyone was watching this scene from the side, I'm sure they would have been surprised out loud, but only to see. I don't know when. His 3 souls have left his body. 3 different silhouettes crisscrossed near Lin Knight's body, plus his own body. The equivalent of having 4 bodies absorbing at the same time. And it wasn't until later that Lin Knight truly understood how much gold the word manhwa of the manhwa blood creation technique contained. Ordinary monks. Only one breath can be practiced. either cultivating chi, demonic chi, or spiritual chi. Cultivate more. Entering the body creates chaos. All different kinds of breaths began to fight for the dominant position in the body. Finally, several breaths were indistinguishable from each other, directly causing the meridians to be misaligned and go off the rails. But the forest night, yet it was possible to cultivate multiple breaths at the same time. Whatever. It would all be squeezed when it went inside Lin Knight anyway. Another moment passed. Lin Knight's body had already condensed 9 drops of essence blood. It's about time. Only then did Lin Knight quietly open his eyes. Wow. Wow. A voice like a small child crying rang in Lin Knight's ears. Wake up. I don't know when, but only to see. The corpse raven landed on his shoulder. Blackie, you're back. Lin Knight stroked its black feathers. Because the corpse crow was dark in color, Lin Knight then named himself Xiao Hei on his own. Whoa whoa. Aha. Aha? What do you mean? Having just meditated for a few weeks, Lin Knight was so refreshed and in a good mood that he rarely flirted and interacted with a corpse crow. Whoa whoa. You mean there's something going on west of the territory? If it is not automatically translated by the system. Lin Knight didn't really know what this crow had said. Whoa whoa. Got it. Blackie. Hard at work. Digging up a body for you to eat tomorrow. What happened? Lord? This time, the witch came over again. She didn't dare to disturb Lin Knight while he was meditating. Seeing that Lin Knight had awakened, the witch dared to walk over. In other words, the witch had been guarding in the shadows and was sort of protecting Lin Knight. Blackie said that a few zombies have been spotted to the west of our territory, and that tonight is a full moon, and they're holding a moon worship event. Since it wasn't a secret, Lin Knight truthfully relayed the information that Little Black had brought. Is there a zombie king? There seems to be one. But, what's the mother-in-law asking for this? Lord, forgive my wife for speaking out of turn. If we use the teeth of the zombie king to grind into powder, and with a drop of your essence blood, perhaps, we can cultivate a blood bone flower king. What's the point? With the aid of the king of blood and bone flowers, the Lord of Lords can refine a blood bone within his body. The power of essence blood no longer needs to be mentioned. A single drop of a powerful man's blood can burn the sky and boil the sea. Not to mention, how powerful it would be to condense a blood bone. Granny, I see what you mean. I'll make a trip over there. Husband, I'll go with you. The ghost bride also came over. She'd heard all about it during the day. Although Lin Knight came over safely, but the whole process can be described as a 9-way street. So, tonight she said anything to protect Lin Knight. Good. Lin Knight nodded heavily. And after, the ghost bride twisted her head and spoke again. Xiao Hong, Xiao Chui, you guys stay behind and make sure Granny and Xiao Ming are safe. Understood, ma'am. Jade doesn't need to be told. She herself is the maid of the ghost bride. Mainly gaudy ghosts. Nowadays, she had also broken through to the early stage of ghost general. However, there is a difference between strength and weakness when it comes to the same level of cultivation. She still doesn't dare to fart in front of the ghost bride. Chapter 37, Full Moon Night. Zombies bow down. Night covers the land. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, shedding a cool light, like a layer of silver veil gently covering the earth. One of the mass graves. Countless broken and decayed coffins lay strewn across the eerie barren earth. Some of these coffins had already cracked, revealing the blackened hollows inside. Others had half-covered lids, as if something would burst out of them at any moment. An overcast wind blew. It made a whimpering noise like a wind tunnel, adding to the eeriness and horror of the place. At my command, one bow, get up, kowtow again, led by a zombie king. These zombies jumped out of their coffins. At this very moment, they were worshipping obliviously to the moonlight. Husband, what are you going to do? The ghost bride glanced at the zombie king. Be careful how you open your mouth. Let's see what happens first. After they worship, there should be other activities. Lin Knight spoke cautiously as he hid behind a piece of rubble. And after, because of the official scarlet robe, Lin Knight directly swaggered and joined the worshipping group. He stood behind one of the zombies. Then also follow the slogan of the zombie king and start to worship. Hey, 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 hey. 3 kowtows. Hey, 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 hey. 4. But it didn't take long to worship. Lin Knight's entire face was stuck to the ground. And although he hadn't raised his head yet, he always felt like all the zombies were suddenly looking at him. Has it been discovered? But it's not right either. Not to mention the fact that the clothes can be faked as real. Before he came here, he also smeared the corpse oil once. Wait and see. This time, the zombie king suddenly snapped. How many are on our team? 10. How many now? 1, 2, 3, 11. More who? All the zombies collectively pointed at Lin Knight. Quiet, quiet. One moment. The scene was non-static quiet. Oops. The official robes do have the power to fake the real thing. But people have a fixed number of teams. Zombies are even more stupid. It's not like they can't tell 10 from 11. Husband, you seem to be exposed. I know. Lin Knight lowered his head and froze, not daring to raise it. What now? Spell it out. Lin Knight clenched his teeth. Then he got up violently and stomped on the back of a zombie, bouncing backward a few feet. Catch this alien. Seeing this scene, the Zombie King instantly roared. Lin Knight was wearing official robes and anointed with corpse oil. A moment and a half. The Zombie King couldn't tell what kind of species Lin Knight was, and could only categorize him as an alien. The words just fell. All zombies stopped worshipping the moon. They stood up straight in a rounded position, then began to frantically jump towards Lin Knight. The Zombie King is an early-stage ghost general. The zombie minion only had the strength of a late-stage ghost soldier. See here. However, he only saw that not only did Lin Knight not have any panic, but instead, a confident smile flashed across his face. Against the backdrop of the moonlight, Lin Knight offered the manhwa mirror from within his backpack and found a relatively suitable angle, then quickly focused with the moon. Shasta. A powerful energy gushed out from the 8 trigrams mirror, and like a raging torrent, it quickly converged on top of the copper coin sword. As the energy continued to be injected, the copper coin sword began to tremble slightly, as if it had been given life. And after, Lin Knight bit his finger and scratched at the sword again. The copper coin sword had originally emitted an azure-colored glow, and after being drenched in Lin Knight's blood, it had turned into a scarlet blood color again. Plus it's a full moon again tonight. The two colors kept changing back and forth, seemingly fighting for the dominant position. Finally, another eerie purple color formed. Nice one. I can't believe I've been temporarily promoted. Now the brass sword, equivalent to a funeral-grade weapon. A zombie with a hideous face and a putrid odor was the first to jump violently like an arrow off the string. Its sharp, withered and flickering black palm lunged and grabbed straight towards Lin Knight. It was too late. A close call. Lin Knight's figure flickered, and the copper coin sword in his hand swiftly stabbed out as if it were lightning. Shasta. A purple light flashed. There was a muffled poof sound. Lin Knight directly stabbed straight through the zombie's chest. Black pus and blood splattered out in all directions. A burst of white smoke flashed by, and a charred smell of burning flesh and blood came from the zombie as it fell straight backward. More zombies surrounded it. See only. Lin Knight was holding the copper coin sword that emitted an ancient aura. His gaze was like a torch as he stared deathly at the zombies that were rushing over. Another drop of essence blood was injected into the copper coin sword. Another one rushed by. The copper sword in Lin Knight's hand swung violently. An incomparable sword chi whistled out, chopping straight towards the zombie. That zombie sensed the deadly threat and opened its bloody mouth, spewing out a mouthful of black turbid gas in an attempt to fend it off. However, Lin Knight's sword chi was unstoppable, easily penetrating the turbid chi and ruthlessly slashing at the zombie's body. Only a miserable scream rang out as this zombie was directly split in half by the sword chi. And after, Lin Knight became more and more courageous the more he fought. He used the same method, and in no time at all, he decimated all 9 zombie minions. Finally, only one Zombie King remains. Name, Zombie King. Dao, Ghost General, Early Stage. Category, Corpse. Current form, Purple Stiff. Next form, White Stiff. Relic, None. Zombies are a special kind of existence that do not require a token. Only a constant thirst for blood, eventually evolving into a shogun. Passive, Moonwatch. Thirst for blood. Copper skin and iron bone. Stiff domain, a unified stiff mountain. Moonwatch, the Zombie King can temporarily increase his combat power by absorbing the essence of the moon. Copper skin and iron bones, the Zombie King's skin is hard, like copper and iron, and ordinary blades will have a hard time breaking through his defenses anymore. Unification of Stiff Mountain, ghosts have ghost domains, stiffs have stiff domains, and the Zombie King can wake up all the zombies in the coffins to jump out and fight. So strong. After reading the Zombie King's attributes, Lin Knight couldn't help but frown. A few days ago that was the Walker King only had a thirsty blood skill. The zombies that were just decapitated had already learned to look at the moon. But Lin Knight was also not expecting it. On the basis, the Zombie King has another copper skin and iron bones passive, and there's this stiff domain. It seems like it's pretty bad, too. Husband, I'll fight with you. At this time, the ghost bride appeared autonomously from the copper coin sword. Mother, what are you doing out here? An early stage ghost general Zombie King. You're no match for him. Don't worry, ma'am. I still have the pseudo-morning grade copper sword, though. Lin Knight's brows knitted lightly after reading the Zombie King's attributes. But only for a moment. Husband, don't forget, tonight is a full moon. Your copper sword's power increases. The same. The Zombie King also has the Moonwatch talent. Chapter 38, The Big Dipper. 7 stars seal the soul. The moonlight is bright. The cool moonlight kept pouring down. At the center of the Zombie King's brow, a weird blue light kept flickering. The light was bright and dim, as if echoing the bright moon in the sky. Over time, the blue light flashed with increasing frequency. It felt as if the Zombie King was exhaling the power of the cool moonlight through some special way. Every flash of blue light was accompanied by a tiny flicker of energy emanating from the Zombie King's body. These energy fluctuations spread out in all directions like ripples, causing the surrounding air to begin to become heavy as well. From a distance, the Zombie King was like a statue bathed in moonlight. Lin Knight didn't make a move, and the Zombie King also stood without making a move. No good. Stop him. He's shocking the white stiff. At this time, it was the Ghost Bride who saw the light. The words are gone. Lin Knight backhanded his copper sword and charged straight up. However, the Zombie King had a copper skin and iron bones enhancement, and Lin Knight stabbed up with his sword. Only a clang was heard. A spark flashed. The copper coin sword unexpectedly directly scattered to the ground in response. What a terrifying defense! Seeing this unimaginable scene, Lin Knight was horrified in his heart and hurriedly retreated another dozens of meters backward, maintaining a relatively safe distance. The Zombie King has become refined. His entire skin has become invulnerable and as tough as steel, so you can only attack his weak points. What makes a Zombie King weak? Except for the eyes is the mouth. The Zombie King didn't seem to want to give Lin Knight another chance. Being actively infested by a mole, the Zombie King had completely lost his patience. See only. The Zombie King suddenly let out a low and creepy roaring sound. The voice seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul. A roar accompanied it. Those coffins around them that were originally quiet and motionless unexpectedly seemed to be driven by some mysterious force, and they all blew their lids apart. As the coffin lid continued to explode, a rotting and gloomy aura gushed out from the coffin, and a chilly chill instantly filled the air. Immediately after, a hideous-looking zombie minion kept crawling out of the coffin. They moved stiffly yet swiftly. A pair of eyes emitting a ghostly green light stared dead ahead, and from time to time the mouth issued a ho-ho-low roar, as if proclaiming their territorial majesty to foreign intruders. A unification of the Stiff Mountains. It's the Zombie King's stiff domain. The Ghost Bride spoke out grimly again. Maiden. Is there a weapon that's handy? The brass sword is broken. Lin Knight is very passive with his bare hands. What weapon do you want to use? Gun. Lin Knight didn't even think about it. Because, when he had been a big-head soldier in Dreamland, the weapon that the Ghost General had visualized for him was a gun. Yes, the Ghost Bride nodded. And after, the Ghost Bride's mind moved, and scarlet-colored silk threads continued to manifest from her waist, guided by the Ghost Bride. The red thread, which was originally as soft as silk and as light as a dream, seemed to be manipulated by a mysterious power and began to undergo amazing changes. They were seen slowly twisting their bodies like a nimble red snake dancing in the air. Over time, this red thread gradually became stiff, and every fiber seemed to be as tough as if it had been hammered and refined 1,000 times. Eventually, all the red threads were tightly wound and intertwined with each other, forming a solid and smooth gun body. Next, the red threads at the head of the gun quickly converged and condensed into a sharp, pointed tip, flashing with a chilling cold light. In the light of the moon, the lance gleamed and was made in heaven, just like a supreme divine weapon descending into the world, emitting endless majesty and dominance. Great gun. Lin Knight took the red-threaded lance from the Ghost Bride, then jumped directly into the zombie horde. Husband, be careful. Don't worry, ma'am. Lin Knight confidently responded with a sentence. What are some zombies compared to the Corpse King? Lin Knight had accumulated countless battle experience long ago in his dreams. Not to mention, the Zombie King had the bronze skin and iron bones enchantment, but not the regular zombie minions. Lin Knight came and went through the zombie horde like the wind. With each swing, Lin Knight was able to take away a zombie with unerring precision. The red-threaded lance sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of blood-colored residual shadows. From a distance, it was like a red ribbon that threaded through the air, creating an unusual landscape against the moonlight. There are many zombie minions. However, with his flexible stance and rich combat experience, Lin Knight was not at a disadvantage. And I don't know how long it was. The Zombie King also seemed to be able to see the signs. He seemed to think that the zombie minions could no longer help Lin Knight. So, he decided to make an appearance himself. Damned mole crickets! The Zombie King let out a low cry and rushed over. Good timing! Lin Knight also greeted him. Just seeing this scene, the Ghost Bride, however, couldn't help but frown. The lance was her coalescence. Its power Ghost Bride couldn't be clearer. The copper sword couldn't even break through the Zombie King's defense. Not to mention, the redline lance is just a pseudo-weapon. Husband, watch out. Thinking about it, the Ghost Bride couldn't help but remind again. Lin Knight didn't respond. However, what everyone didn't realize was, Lin Knight would seemingly rub himself towards the ground a little bit each time as he meandered through the fight with the Zombie King. A seemingly inadvertent collision. But take a closer look. Again, there seems to be a trail. This route. This track. Why do I look like I've seen it somewhere before? The ghost bride seemed to see what was going on. And so on. I'm trying to remember. A roundabout attack is walking the Big Dipper's 7 star steps. Bumping into the ground is piercing the small hole in the center of the copper. This is the layout route of the soul sealing formation. Because, just a short while ago, Lin Knight had set up in Corpse Country. And after, as if for the very purpose of the ghost bride's conjecture, Lin Knight's movements became a few more points swifter. As he strung a copper coin scattered on the ground each time, the red-threaded lance disintegrated an inch. Finally, until the scattered 107 copper coins were once again strung together, the lance in Lin Knight's hand was completely restored into a red thread. Formation. Take the 7 stars as 7 nodes. The seemingly disorganized, yet staggered red silk threads tightly sealed the Zombie King within them. The Zombie King couldn't help but let out a low gulp as he realized he couldn't move. However, just a moment after he had opened his mouth, Lin Knight popped the last zombie suppressor coin into the Zombie King's mouth. Immediately after, Lin Knight quickly drew another talisman in the air and pushed it into the Zombie King's brow, causing it to break its connection with the moonlight. The talisman enters the body. A glint of blood flashed on the Jinshi coin. The power of all the magic treasures were superimposed. One moment. The Zombie King was directly blown into powder. Chapter 39 Moon Surplus, Blood Shadow Body Technique. Though, the Zombie King's skin is rock solid, but the inside of his mouth doesn't get any exercise. Plus the talisman, plus copper, plus the red line, plus the soul sealing formation. The whole thing flowed. It wasn't until the Zombie King completely exploded that Lin Knight sat down on the ground and gasped for air. The Zombie King is dead, but Lin Knight had also overdrawn all. This overdraft is not a chi overdraft. Rather, it's physically and mentally exhausting. The entire process of drawing the soul sealing formation required a high level of mental concentration. Lin Knight had to face the Zombie King's offense, but also had to take the opportunity to look for the copper coins scattered on the ground, and had to keep wandering around with his astral stance. 1 mind, 3 minds. If there was a mistake in any of the middle, Lin Knight might have lost all his previous efforts. Sure, the reason why Lin Knight was able to do all of this, it was also inextricably linked to the dream that night. Change it to any newbie white guy. After dying 99 times on the battlefield, it is believed that all of them will grow up to be a master combatant. Husband, are you okay? That night, what exactly did Lin Knight go through? The ghost bride doesn't know that, but all she knew was, no matter what Lin Knight did, she would be by her side. I'm fine. The Zombie King was killed by a direct explosion. Lin Knight was unable to collect the Zombie King's tooth powder. But, noteworthy, instead, the scene was suddenly refreshed with a mound of graves. That is to say, Lin Knight finally saw the legendary Great Explosion. After a short rest, Lin Knight dug up the mound, revealing an ancient coffin inside. But if you look closely, you'll find out. The coffin was identical to the one the Zombie King inhabited before he exploded. Push back the coffin lid. A bunch of items were displayed inside. Same as no. 1. Zombie King's corpse teeth, material. Grade, show. Quantity, 1. Introduction. This tooth removed from the Zombie King no longer possesses any power, but grinding it into powder is said to be an important material for cultivating a certain kind of creepy plant. The Zombie King exploded straight away. But Lin Knight also didn't expect that the system would directly reward the teeth within the treasure chest. Second item. Coffin mushroom, recipe. Grade, morning. Category, creepy plants. Introduction. With this recipe, you can grow out coffin fungus, which is said to be an important material for refining corpse demons. The witch's grandson, Ming. Upon death, they can also be refined into necromantic demons through the coffin fungus. Only, witches didn't have that at the time. In the end, a borrowed body was chosen. Third item. Copper skin and iron bone, skill book. Grade, morning. Quantity, 1 book. Properties, after use, the skin will become hard and rock solid. The last item has the shortest description. However, Lin Knight didn't dare to doubt its power in the slightest. That's the stuff. It allowed Lin Knight to directly waste a copper sword in the course of the battle. At this point, the day had come to a late night. Everything is processed. It was also time for Lin Knight to go back. But, on the way out, Lin Knight slung that coffin over his shoulder again. Cultivating coffin fungus required the use of coffins, which Lin Knight could just about take from local materials. The moon is hazy. Lin Knight carried a coffin and flew through the dark night. The ghost bride, on the other hand, arched her back slightly and gently floated down onto the coffin. If someone next to you sees this scene, I'm sure a word will be associated with it. Evil ghosts carrying coffins. Only, this coffin carrier is not a ghost. Instead, it's Lin Knight, maiden. The ghost bride leaned across the coffin, brushing her hair while nodding slightly. How do you feel? It's not as swift and comfortable as a sedan chair, but it's ventilated. And most importantly, it's with my husband. Then, my lady, teach me a stance. Why all of a sudden? Actually, the ghost bride was just kidding. There was no real complaint about Lin Knight's excessive slowness in lifting the coffin. If you can. She even wanted to enjoy this time a little longer. The moon is about to be obscured by clouds. We must hurry. When the moon is completely obscured, the road will not be easy to travel. Words. The ghost bride looked up at the moon first. Then it went on to speak. In that case, husband, listen up. Go ahead. Ma'am. The phantom shadow sneaks. The blood light appears at first glance. Flickers and moves, agile as the wind. This stance is called the blood shadow steps. Husband's technique is from the same vein as mine, so I think it should also be very useful. I'll try. Lin Knight lucked out according to the heart method that the ghost bride had described, and a force suddenly surged under his feet. He tried to take a step forward, and his figure actually moved several feet away in an instant. Same as this. A blood-colored stump was also brought out behind him. Marvelous indeed. Lin Knight was secretly shocked in his heart, then sped up his rush. A full moon is a full moon. The full moon passes. By the last glimmer of light, Lin Knight was finally rushing back to his territory. However, what Lin Knight didn't know was this: the ghostly bride sitting on the coffin. I don't know when. Her mouth had been shocked enough to fit a goose egg perfectly. Said it all. That's all you remember? You said try it. I thought you were afraid you wouldn't be able to learn and give yourself a head start. I didn't realize you were conservative. Go back. Lin Knight didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He directly activated the blood yin hand, focusing all the blood chi within his body on his right hand. Then he utilized his powerful inner strength to hard crush the zombie king's teeth into powdered form. And after, under Lin Knight's prodding, the powders came down in flurries like snowflakes. Finally, deal with it all. Lin Knight placed another drop of his own essence blood on it. Blood and bone flower king cultivation is complete. Lin Knight looked at the coffin mushroom recipe again. Cultivating coffin mushrooms is also simple. Simple to understand. It's just a matter of soaking the blood on the coffin. This dip. The interior of the casket must not be allowed to create a water table line, nor should the casket produce a dry place. Just keep the casket moist for a long time. Over time, mossy fungus-like plants grow in damp places since, all preliminaries done well. Just in case, Lin Knight again arranged for the penal evil demon to guard the side. Granny, how long is the production cycle of coffin mushrooms? Hearing this, the witch first caressed the coffin, sniffing under his nose again, before speaking slowly. The blood and water are badly diluted, and the material of the coffin is also average, so it will take as little as 3 days, or as much as 5. So long, Lin Knight clearly remembered. It only takes 1 night to cultivate other trick plants. If Lord can find a good coffin, and likewise put in a drop of his own essence blood, not only will it increase the growth rate of the coffin fungus, but with a bit of luck, it might even be able to cultivate a strain of corpse-scented devil's taro. What is a corpse-scented konjac? It can be benchmarked against the blood and bone flower king. Got it. Simple to understand. It's just that the raw materials don't work. Essence blood Lin Knight could provide himself, but the exquisite coffin territory didn't have it. It's getting late again today. It's too late to go out and look for it. So, Lin Knight could only put this matter down for the time being and wait until tomorrow. Chapter 40, The Killing Knife, The Misery of Dreams. The night is deep. When Lin Knight returned to his lower chamber, the time had come to the hour of midnight. However, Lin Knight was just about to fall asleep, only to find out. I don't know when. The ghost bride sat down next to the coffin and began to wait. The ghost bride who took off her red head. Lin Knight finally had a chance to see her face up close. The white, snow-like face was as delicate as sheep's fat white jade, emitting a faint luster. Under the curved willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of beautiful eyes were like deep lakes, clear and bright. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly, like a butterfly dancing lightly, and like a beautiful flower blooming in the dark night. Under the high and small nose, a small cherry mouth without pointing. Dainty, but it was such an exquisite jade. The moment, as if she seemed like she had something on her mind, she looked a bit rattled as she sat next to Lin Knight. Husband, what's wrong? Tonight, Lin Knight could no longer find any reason to refuse. He thought the ghost bride was thinking about the cave again. So, Lin Knight pretended to have a bewildered and puzzled expression. Is there something you want to tell me? Ha? Say what? Isn't that kind of thing done? I mean, when I fought the zombie king just now, the ghost bride prompted again. In this way. Instead, it was Lin Knight who had some misgivings. What happened when you fought the zombie king? You seem to have a lot of combat experience, but you never told me. Daytime. I'd been worried all day. Evening. I decided to go over there myself to protect you, but go over there and realize, I seem redundant. Not only do you have a lot of combat experience, And the enlightenment is also astounding. I only taught you the blood shadow steps once and you realized it. Is my lady questioning me? It was as if Lin Knight could hear something. No. What's that? I'm just worried about you. I have a prim and proper husband. By all accounts, I should be happy. But tonight I couldn't be happier. Behind the prima donna. It must have taken a lot of hard work that no one can understand. Some words. I don't know how to say it. But you have to know. I'm your maiden. There are some heartaches and grievances that I wish you could tell me about instead of keeping them to yourself. I think I'll be a very faithful listener. I'm the corpse. You're human. My body is cold. This, unchangeable. But at least, my heart is still hot. Mother, I see what you mean. The ghost bride's words from the bottom of her heart, in turn, made Lin Knight sweat a bit. It's difficult for my husband. The ghost bride wasn't forcing Lin Knight, but simply wanted to share more of his sorrows. Actually, that night, I was manipulated by the ghost general and got involved in a battlefield dream, in which I had been forced to fight the Blood Sea Corpse King to rescue a woman named Smoke Dying Eyebrows. Lin Knight began to narrate. Blood Sea Corpse King? Yes, I only heard about it before, and I realized only when I got involved in the dream that this world is actually unimaginably big. Above the corpse country gully is the domain, above the domain is the continent, and then the back world. Among them, there are even more demons and monsters. There was the Trickster Corpse King, the Blood Sea Corpse King, the Xian Kuei Corpse King, the Demon Bone Corpse King, and the Een Moon Corpse King. And where we are, it is the Blood Basin Suffering Realm among the 3,000 realms of the Burial End, Desolate Blood Divine Continent, Corpse Domain, Corpse Country Gulch. One of the rulers responsible for the small area was none other than the Blood Sea Corpse King. And then what happened? The Blood Sea Corpse King was in the early stage of Ghost King, and at that time I was only in the middle stage of Ghost Soldier, so I was no match at all. And then I just kept dying and dying. Thinking back again to that night's dream, the word that can be used to describe it is dismal. Normal battlefield. Just kill the opponent. But a battlefield full of ghostly creatures is different. Painful death. It's just a luxury. Before dying, they will split you in 5. Then some will eat your brain flower. Some will partake of your limbs. And some will partake of your entrails. When you turn into dry bones, it's still not over. There's another kind of chariot. Specializes in feeding on bones and then explodes into a powerful battle. And, once Lin Knight dies, the dream resets. That's all. Until after death 991 times. Though, Lin Knight was still no match for the Corpse King. However, his battle experience was rising and his Tao was sinking in at a rapid pace. Saved from waking up by a witch. That's what makes a late-stage ghost soldier combat master. In the dream, did the husband use a gun as his weapon? Because, against the zombie king, the ghost bride asked Lin Knight what weapon she wanted to use. Lin Knight didn't hesitate to answer with a gun. I'm just a small soldier in the ghost general's camp. The weapon he visualized for me is a halberd. Actually, I prefer to use a sword. Only, there is no condition to get it. The gun is known as the king of all weapons. The sword is known as the king of all weapons. Both are powerful, but none of them are as dominant as the knife. Sure, you can't blame Lin Knight for his twisted personality either. Try asking, who has been nibbled on by a ghostly creature 99 times and who is not mad? A gun stab and it's done. No relief. Lin Knight was going to use his sword and cut off the head of the ghostly creature. Take back all the revenge from before. What does husband mean by no condition to get it? Seen it, but not qualified to use it. In the tent on General Ghost's side, there is a large sword called the 100-cutting murdering sword. I heard that it was given to him by the Lord to be used to suppress the heart of the army, but General Ghost didn't use it either. And then it's been on the back burner. And, judging by the color of this knife, it's at least a morning level to start with. The knife lay still, but it gave off a chilling aura. It seemed to be surrounded by a layer of invisible power, emitting a rich blood-colored fury. These blood-colored baleful chi were as if they were alive, slowly tumbling and surging, sometimes coalescing into hideous and ghastly ghostly faces, sometimes transforming into evil beasts with teeth and claws, making people's bones creepy. I understand the reasoning. Why are you drooling? Husband? That knife I am really. Wife, you are really looking good tonight. Husband. No matter what it is, what husband wants, I will definitely try to get it. The ghost bride suddenly spoke solemnly. The words, like a determination. But more than that, it's a commitment. Thank you, ma'am. People know ghosts are scary. Ghosts know that people are poisonous. That world hooks up with people. The world. How could he be so favored by a ghoul? And after, it seemed to have sensed that Lin Knight had something difficult to say. The subsequent ghost brides did not force the cave again. See only. She started by threading a red thread through the sides of the chamber. And then it's just like it's described in the novel. Her entire body lay directly on the red line and began to fall asleep. In this way, both can guard the forest night. She can also be the first to respond to any windfall that occurs. Chapter 41, The Fierce Fetus of the Removed Belly. The Grieving Ghost Infant. A new day. Lin Knight was woken up by the noise, waiting for him to go out to find out. There was an extra strange maid in his yard, and the maid seemed to be injured as well. At this very moment, she was lying on the straw mat moaning over and over. What's the situation? Lin Knight was dumbfounded. Ghosts are common in cemeteries, but the living. It was the first time he had seen it. Master, a sister has come to the cemetery today, but this sister is about to go into labor, and her mother-in-law is delivering her. Xiao Chui seized the intervening time as she went back and forth with the pots and poured the water, and explained, pregnant? Delivering a baby? A little too much information. Lin Knight didn't react for a moment, but, subconscious, he walked over anyway. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. Lin Knight couldn't be of much help, but it was still fine to play a hand. When Lin Knight went over, the witch was making some preliminaries for the woman. See only, on the simple straw mat, the woman's face was as pale as paper, and her forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. She clenched her teeth and clutched the straw mat beneath her with both hands, as if using all her strength. But I don't know why, the woman did not give birth. Instead, they opted for a C-section. The witch took out a small sharp knife and briefly roasted it on the corpse oil lamp even if it was sterilized. Then he mouthed the words as if he was casting some kind of evil spell. And I don't know how long it was. It seems like the time has come. Suddenly, the witch raised her dagger violently and stabbed down hard towards the woman's belly. Shasta! Blood splattered everywhere, and the woman let out a mournful scream. But the witch, as if she heard nothing, continued to slice open the woman's belly with her dagger. The scene, too gruesome and bloody. It only made everyone in the room gripped for a moment. But that's the way the world is. There's no such thing as anesthesia. It can only be endured by force of will. At this point, the woman had been too weak to scream and could only look at the witch with eyes full of fear and supplication. With one hand, the witch pressed down on the woman's abdomen, and with the other, she violently stabbed the knife into her skin, blood instantly spurting out and splattering the witch's wrinkled face. The woman's body trembled violently, but she was deadened by the witch. The witch's rough fingers reached into the wound and peeled back the flesh with all her might in search of the fetus. With each movement she brought out more blood. Soon, the straw mat was then stained red in a large area. Holy, Granny, will you slow down? Time passed by. With the combined efforts of the crowd, Lin Knight was finally holding the child out. The whole thing down. The witch's expression was fairly normal, but Lin Knight's brain was buzzing. Are you sure this is midwifery and not flaying? However, the witch just responded faintly. I didn't make the cut. I just scratched at the base of the original wound. Look at that baby a little more closely, the witch reminded. Subconscious, Lin Knight then took one more look at the baby in his hands. Catch sight of. It was a baby face like an old man's. A great deal of age at a young age. His face was wrinkled and his eyes had a ghostly chill. When Lin Knight looked over, the baby was covered in blood, but it didn't cry out a single time. Instead, it was laughing at Lin Knight. Seeing this unimaginable scene, Lin Knight was so shocked that he almost threw the baby out. More importantly, this baby, only the placenta, no umbilical cord. Lin Knight was carried straight from the belly. I'm Teffa? What's going on here? Shift the belly of a murderous fetus. This time, the witch explained. Just say this. Her brows were furrowed and her gaze was filled with concentration. What do you mean? She didn't carry the baby. Someone cut open her stomach and shoved a baby in there so hard that there was no connecting umbilical cord. The witch said word for word. So, the witch said just before. She didn't open the wound. She just scratched on top of the original seam. In other words, this baby had only just been born and had already been turned into second hand. Aha? One moment. Lin Knight was confused again. What the hell is going on here? At this very moment, Lin Knight was holding a bloody child, his face full of questions. His hands could neither pick up nor put down, but he could only let them dry in the air. It's better to ask the person in question first. The witch shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. However, as the child was not conceived by her, plus no anesthesia for the C-section, this maid, who was born on her behalf, endured extremely grievous pain throughout the process, so much so, that, just halfway through her words, she directly lost her life. Gongzi, save my family, said. The woman then closed her eyes forever. Lin Knight, Ghost Bride, Yankee Ghost, Jade, Scene, Non-static general quiet, Ryoko, or the witch murmured and spoke. It looks like we'll just have to lure the soul, people just after they die. It was too late for the soul to leave the body. At this time, Some great powers can utilize secret techniques to forcefully strip the soul out. What exactly should I do? That's something the lords are better at. Me, if my wife remembers correctly, among the 3,000 talismans, there should be a talisman named the Soul Departure Talisman. There is such. Lin Knight nodded. And after, under the witch's guidance, Lin Knight first drew a soul departure talisman to introduce into the woman's brow. Then the witch took out an old, withered hairpin from her own head and stuck it into the woman's heavenly aureole. Immediately after, a pull on the top of its head, the woman's soul was dragged straight out. Girl, what did you just say about saving? Words. The woman glanced first at the crowd in confusion, then at her surroundings. After making sure that this was a familiar scene, he then spoke anxiously. Sir, please save my lady. Take your time. What happened to your lady? My male son has taken a fancy to a mistress, and in order to take her as his wife, just last night, my male son personally threw the young lady into a dry well. The woman spoke with vocal urgency. These words, it's not that hard to tell if it's real or not. You can't fake that kind of sisterly love. If ghosts had tears, I believe this woman would have already cried her eyes out. What's up with the kid? My young lady has long been pregnant. When she was thrown into the dry well, she was about to give birth. In order to save the child, the young lady was forced to. The words. It is also indirectly confirmed. The witch did not lie. It was the woman herself who peeled herself off. But think carefully. Lin Knight still felt that something wasn't right. You can't peel yourself. What kind of wolves are you? Your young lady gave birth to the baby. You can't just carry it over directly. Why do you have to put it in your own stomach? Chapter 42 Big Head Corpse Fetus. Reincarnation. Impending labor does not mean immediate delivery. After the young lady was thrown into the dry well, her life and death were uncertain. I was afraid that the child in my belly would be cut off from its supply. Then my young lady took it upon herself to cut open the belly with a dagger. This heart of the woman is good, but here's what she doesn't know. Scientifically speaking, immature babies die not long after they are stripped, but there is no science in this world of ghostly creatures. So, the baby died a long time ago. However, he died prematurely before he had a chance to view the world, and his powerful resentment led directly to his transformation into a murderous fetus. The woman thought the baby was still alive. I don't know. The child in the womb has long since changed its nature. Is it worth it? Words. The woman visibly froze. Yeah, is it worth it? Perhaps. It's not worth it. But, children are innocent after all. And I'm Mrs. Only Maid. If even I give up on MS, and watch a body die, tragedy strikes. What's the difference between me and that negative man? If your lady is still alive, I will convey these words of yours truthfully. Thank you, sir. And after, the woman explained a few more things about Miss, and then he was completely disoriented. So what now? Lin Knight was still holding a child in his hands. He turned his vision back to the witch. This child has turned into a ferocious fetus and is strong. If it can be utilized properly, it will be a powerful aid in the future. And what if we can't put it to good use? Lin Knight asked rhetorically. The witch herself said it. This child has turned into a murderous fetus. Foul fetuses represent the absence of feelings. How can an emotionless ghostly creature be put to good use? Let's first put it in front of the spirit hall and burn incense and baptize it day and night for 77 and 49 days. And then the old woman will think of something else. The witch gave a suggestion after a short thought. There are two reasons for doing so. One is that the infant has become a ferocious fetus, and by burning incense and bathing, some of the badness in him can be washed away. Another reason, to put it bluntly, there's no good solution with the witch's current abilities. It's the only way to give yourself some buffer time. But remember, the incense must not be cut off, or one slip will lead to a great disaster. It seems like this is a really serious matter. The witch added a final, solemn emphasis. What if the incense is accidentally broken? The fierce tire can't get supplies, and may take the opportunity to slip out and thirst for blood. And with luck, suck one or two people that we find. And with bad luck, suck a village or town. If there happens to be another pregnant woman or two within a village or town, that's over. In time, it could be as simple as more than one murderous tire. Serious. It could even directly trigger a cataclysmic level event. If things really come to this, do we still have room to block it? Lin Knight asked one more question. Something. He had to be prepared for the worst. If it really comes to this, all means of exorcism and demon suppression will be ineffective. And if we want to redeem ourselves, we can only play the emotional card. Nor can it be said that all exorcisms will fail. Taoism is fine if it exceeds the fierce fetus. But by then, the cultivation level of the fierce fetus could have been that of a ghost general, or even a ghost marshal. It was simply unrealistic for Lin Knight to find a ghost king level expert to suppress. What does Granny mean? Find his birth mother. Dawn. Move with reason. Let her own mommy slip him a pacifier. The fierce fetus has a grudge though, but one can't even disown his own mother. Really want revenge. He should go to the biological father. Understood. Subconscious. Lin Knight couldn't help but glance at the fierce tire again. Name, Big Head Corpse Fetus. Dao, Ghost Soldier Late Stage. Current form, Large-Headed Corpse Fetus. Token, unknown, depending on the token. May change the evolutionary direction. Binding, Birth Mother. Passive, Reincarnation. Reincarnation, the big-headed corpse fetus can keep drilling into the pregnant woman's mother's body, taking over the baby's soul inside for reincarnation. And every time he is reincarnated, his strength will get a qualitative metamorphosis. So, where is this a baby? This is clearly the birth of a time bomb. Just born as a late-stage ghost soldier. Just this attribute who looks at it is not confused. Nukes. Nukes. You mustn't explode. I'm your Uncle Lin Knight. I held you when you were little. Lin Knight carefully deposited it in front of the spirit hall. Then he arranged for Xiao Chui and Xiao Ming to guard it day and night. Vixens can also guard. But with the character of the Yin ghost, Lin Knight was still a bit uneasy. After all, there is so much at stake that if you are not careful, you may lose your home. Sure, nor is the so-called hosting of babies directly in front of the hearth. There are not many hosted objects in the territory for the time being. Lin Knight then hosted him on Ming's puppet. The puppets were then placed in front of the hearth. Offerings of incense day and night. Deal with it all. It was only then that Lin Knight spoke faintly. Give the women a generous burial as well, if the woman is not dead. This line of work. Personally, Lin Knight felt that it was necessary for the fierce fetus to recognize a stepmother. Change the other maids. I'm sure I would have been scared half to death long ago if I had encountered such a thing. But this maid, not hesitating to cut open his own belly to free the baby. In other words, burying the woman in his territory was also considered a card Lin Knight had given himself. In case the mother of the ferocious baby doesn't work, there's a maiden aunt over here. And after about half an hour, the woman's body was successfully buried. And Lin Knight also personally made a tablet for her and placed it in front of the spirit hall. Master, what's the arrangement now? Go find the birth mother of the ghost tire. On second thought, Lin Knight spoke. The witch also said it earlier. In case one day, the bears erupted straight away, Lin Knight could then use his birth mother to move him back. But didn't that sister say that the child's birth mother was thrown into a dry well? Plus the child was dug up. So maybe it's, now, live and let live. Besides, it's not at all uncommon for a person to die in this world. Say maybe, the child's birth mother has now become a ghost. Lin Knight only needed to bring back its ghost. Yes, the latter all nodded heavily. But, before he left, Lin Knight had one more thing to do. The blood and bone flower king that was cultivated last night has grown. Lin Knight needed to use it to gather a blood bone. Then go out and find the murderous fetus birth mother. The role of essence blood no longer needs to be described. Not to mention blood and bone. As long as Lin Knight possessed a blood bone, he didn't have to deliberately refine his essence blood, and the blood bone could produce on its own. Blood and bone into the body. It will autonomously absorb ordinary blood and then refine it into refined blood before spilling it out on the outside of the bones. At the same time, it also has a recovery and blood return function. Assuming that Lin Knight had suffered a fatal injury during a great battle, the blood bones in his body would quickly help him recover from his injuries. Everything is processed. Only then did Lin Knight set out on the path to find the birth mother of the fierce fetus. Chapter 43, Ghosts of the Dead Well. Ghost Mother of the Fierce Fetus. In the north of the territory there is a barren forest. There was a dry well in the center of the woods. The birth mother of the murderous fetus was left in there. According to the maid's instructions, Lin Knight quickly found this barren forest. Noteworthy. It's daytime now though, but the whole of the barren forest was shrouded in a thick layer of mist. The fog was so thick that one could barely see beyond 10 meters. It spread noiselessly, like a big mysterious hand gently caressing every tree and blade of grass. There was an eerie scent in the air, a strange mixture of decay, dampness and stale flavors. The odor burrows into one's nasal passages and stimulates the nerves to the point where one can't help but feel fearful. Occasionally a breeze brushed by, but this wind did not blow away the mists, but instead made the eerie aura intensify. Master, the fog is too big. Xiao Chui can't see the road ahead at all. Xiao Chui spoke up as she picked the lantern. Don't you have a spirit guiding lamp? How can you still not see the road? Master, the soul guiding lamp can only guarantee that we won't fall into a ghostly wall. Xiao Chui will bring everyone out safely from within the forest, but it can't guide us to the exact location of the withered well. Words. Lin Knight looked directly at the witch. Granny, what's the best thing about this situation? My lord, is there any more blood of the ghost babies on hand? Is it okay on the clothes? Come before. Lin Knight had already washed his hands in advance. It's no longer evident on the hands, but there should still be stained fingers on the clothes. May. The witch nodded, and after, to the puzzled eyes of the crowd, See only. The witch first ripped off a bloodied piece of clothing from Lin Knight's body. Then another talisman was used to wrap it. A thought. The talisman burns autonomously. When it burned into a ball of fire, the witch flicked it again. And the ball of fire turned directly into the wick of the spirit-inducing lamp. Mother and child are connected. Now follow the guidance of the spirit-guiding lamp. The blood of the fierce fetus should soon lead us to his birth mother. Sure, provided the maid didn't lie. The murderous fetus was really born to the woman inside the dry well. But the chances of that shouldn't be great. And after, guided by the soul guide lamp, it didn't take long. Lin Knight really saw a dry well appear in the barren forest. Take a closer look. There was another spirit floating around next to the dry well. She was seen wandering back and forth with anxious eyes, as if she was looking for something. My child. Where is my child? Who has seen my child? Hear this. Lin Knight searched for the right thing to do. But what puzzled Lin Knight was this. Somehow, this soul wanders, always with a heavy shadow behind it. What's the situation? The main soul among the three souls is gone, and the remaining two souls are about to separate at any moment. A sign of dissipation. Also, the soul of the subject is missing, and the memory and intellect are incomplete. She now remembers only the most important things from her life. Nothing else is clear. So, it was only then that he wandered aimlessly by the dry well. So what now? The woman's memory is incomplete. Lin Knight wouldn't be able to determine some information. Bring back a little cutie. Probably wouldn't recognize her murderous fetus child when she saw it. Find a way. Find her subject's soul. But where would her spirit appear in the middle of nowhere? The environment here is indeed complex, but the soul does not usually leave the body too far. Finally, the group collectively targeted the bottom of the dry well. How do I bring it up? You go down and put it on your back. Aha, why me? You're the only boy here and you have the best stamina. Holy, is this a male/female issue? I'm a human being. She's a ghost. You told me to jump inside a dry well and carry a ghost on my back? Knew it. I'll just bring the penal evil ghost. Husband, and don't worry. After finding the soul, I will pull you up at the first opportunity. Between the words, the ghost bride had already used her silk threads to coalesce into a red rope tied to Lin Knight. Remember, you only have one incense stick to burn. The witch reminded again. The dry well connects to the earth's veins. Beneath the earth's veins are the 9 specters. If they couldn't get out within the time limit, the red rope would burn on its own, and Lin Knight would sink permanently. Got it. And after, Lin Knight didn't dare to be any slower. He grabbed the red rope and climbed the cliff face of the dry well, sinking quickly to the bottom. There is no longer going to be any tap water produced below the dry well. However, there is still some wastewater sludge. Plus the environment here is overall dark and damp. The decay of the body accelerated. The moment Lin Knight jumped down, he felt a pungent putrid odor coming from his nose. Sister, I'm serving the people and doing good. In order to reunite you mother and son soon, I'm going to carry your subject's soul on my back later. On the way up. You don't want to mess around. Otherwise, when the time limit is up and the red rope spontaneously combusts, we're both screwed. I don't know if the ghosts can hear it either. Lin Knight self-soothed. And after, drawing the subject's soul from within a rotting corpse can fly upward. Good on. This missing soul at the bottom is the main soul. It was as if it was slightly spiritually intelligent. It was as if she had understood what Lin Knight had said. It's rare that the upswing doesn't act up. Soon, Lin Knight then managed to climb out. And after, 3 souls fused. One moment, the woman's eyes, it seemed, cleared up all at once. Boy, who are you and have you seen my children? To be a mother is to be strong. The first thing a woman does after regaining her sanity is still think about her child. Hong Xiaolan, right? I'll call you Xiaolan for now. I have 2 news to tell you. What? Impression. The woman did not recognize these people. However, these people actually addressed her directly by her first name. So, after thinking about it, the woman decided to listen first. Good news. Your child is now in our custody and he's safe. Bad news. He's now a murderous fetus and could turn into a disaster at any time. And what is the purpose of your search for me? To tell you the truth, we are asking you to go over there. And one day, when the fierce fetus is out of control, we hope that you will be able to reawaken his spirit in the name of his mother, and stop a disaster from happening. Lin Knight knew with love and moved with reason. Try to speak politely. Even. He used the word please in all of them. However, only to see this female ghost, first pondered for a while, but soon shook her head. No, I can't go back with you guys. Aha, you've got your nose in the air, don't you? I worked so hard to carry you here. Why are you still playing the lady? I am certainly sorry that a catastrophe has occurred, but I pity all beings. And who pities my children? Chapter 44 Poisonous Ingredients. Dead Man's Feast. I pity all beings. And who pities my children? If he can be born like a normal child, how did he turn into a murderous fetus? What do you mean? Lin Knight didn't rush to retort. These words are a bit extreme though, but not without reason. In the midst of chaos, if it is difficult to protect itself, and discuss a hammer of beings, tonight, it's the wedding day of that snake scorpion man. I have to get my revenge before I decide whether or not to go back with you guys. Having said that, the woman suddenly sneered again. Oh, ridiculous no. Just pushed me into a dry well last night and can't wait to get married tonight. Words. Lin Knight was first silent for a moment, then it went on to speak. In that case, I'll go with you. Seriously. Lin Knight wasn't trying to stop the woman from taking revenge. He was afraid the woman would die there. The woman didn't even pass the first 7 days of her life. That ex-husband of his had the nerve to get married so soon. No need to think. People must be prepared. Even. There are also high-profile people sitting next to them. Just in case. In case the woman died at her ex-husband's wedding ceremony, then wouldn't Lin Knight have worked for nothing? So, ma'am, shall I go with you? Hear that. The woman frowned slightly. And after, she seemed to think of something and then spoke again. You, little groom, have a little more conscience than that snake of a man. But not much. I thought you'd stop me. I didn't realize you were in it for the show. Watch a play. Wedding turn funeral good show. Your ladyship see through it. I'm tired of eating tribute every day. And I'd like to have a seat by the way, to improve my life. The woman only knew that Lin Knight wouldn't intervene. However, what the woman doesn't know is this. In fact, Lin Knight hadn't really brought her back to the territory for the sake of the beings. To put it bluntly, it's just preventing your territory from being destroyed. As for the beings, the night of Lin Knight's first day of crossing over, where were the beings when that passerby was being sucked by the walkers? Where were the beings when the ghost bride was buried hard and alive? It's a world where people eat people and ghosts eat ghosts. Real world rules and laws have completely ceased to exist. The beings you save. Next time, probably one of those who raised their hands in favor of you being buried alive. In that case, you will come with me. Thanks a lot. Time flashed by. Soon. It's just until the evening. Under the woman's guidance, Lin Knight and the others left the withered forest and arrived at his ex-husband's mansion. Tonight, it was her ex-husband's big day. The two boys at the door subconsciously thought they were guests to the banquet. So, there was no stopping Lin Knight and the others. Walking into the courtyard, it was spacious and ornate, filled with bright and colorful red roses and silks. They are like a blazing fire, decorating the entire courtyard with joy and beauty. Red satin dancing with the wind, as if a group of light fairies dancing in the air, giving people a dreamlike feeling. In the meantime, there is also a theater set up next to the compound. The deafening sound of gongs and drums came from above, like rolling thunder resounding through the clouds. This exciting drumming is powerful. The rhythm is bright and strong, so that people cannot help but heartbeat accelerated. Blood boiling. Lin Knight casually found a seat and sat down to prepare his meal. Tonight, there are two main purposes. One is fed, one is watching the big show. The wide and sturdy wooden table was at the moment full of a wide variety and array of ingredients. There are crystal clear snowflake fish. There were sweet and sour pork that looked like little lanterns. Bright red peppers are like strings of burning flames. The beef is well textured. Pork is fatty and lean. The chicken was white as snow. These ingredients come together as if to form a colorful culinary picture. Not only that, the table was already full of ingredients. There was a steady stream of dishes still being served by the kitchen boy. It smells so good. Lin Knight picked up his chopsticks and sniffed. However, just as Lin Knight was about to prepare his meal, the witch suddenly pushed him gently. Granny, what's wrong? Lin Knight stopped moving. Instead of speaking, the witch took the silver pin on top of her head and tapped it within the meal. One moment. The hairpin, which was originally silver white and shiny, was directly dyed black. Aha, the rice is poisoned? The witch shook her head. What's that? It's better to see for yourself, my lord. It seemed that the next words were a little hard to say. The witch didn't say so explicitly. Instead, from his quaint pocket, he pulled out 2 elm leaves, and after, she flicked on Lin Knight's eyes. The magic happens. The white as snow chicken turned into a plate of bones. Crystallized snowflake fish turned into a plate of ashes. That cold plate of vomit. Holy, what's the situation? Thinking that he had just almost instigated a bite, a wave of revulsion ran through Lin Knight's body. And look at those serving boys. Subconscious. Lin Knight then turned his head to look. Just now, I was so focused on having a full meal that I didn't pay much attention. Now that he took a closer look, Lin Knight suddenly and bizarrely realized that these few boys were actually walking on their tiptoes. And the eyes were hollow and dull. It seemed out of place in the surrounding wedding scene. What the hell is going on here? Just now, Lin Knight didn't think much about it. The more I look at it now, the more fishy it seems. And the woman's ghost entered the mansion and disappeared. It's too soon to tell. Go look inside the bridal chamber. Yes. Lin Knight got up, then took advantage of the confusion and pushed open the door to the bridal chamber. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, Lin Knight carefully closed the door again. The scene in the wedding room that Lin Knight thought should be the mistress of the house covered with a red head, sitting quietly on the bed, waiting for the groom. However, when Lin Knight began to survey his surroundings, the scene before him nearly made his eyes glaze over, but only to see two corpses hung straight up from the beam in the center of the wedding room, a piece of twine from top to bottom, strangling them like that. And both bodies were extremely well dressed. One wore a red wedding dress and the other a red Chinese mountain suit. It doesn't take much to figure out who these two people are. One is an ex-husband, one is a mistress. But isn't tonight their wedding night? And how did they die here? All of this. What the hell is going on? Between doubts, Lin Knight smoothly placed the groomer's body down, then put his hand on his nose and probed his nostrils. Unfortunately, the groomsmen have long since broken. Lin Knight was no longer able to ask for more information, and just as Lin Knight was about to invoke the groomer's soul, the witch and the others suddenly barged in as well. What's wrong? I think we're surrounded. Aha! The guests outside at the wedding reception, after eating their meals, suddenly turned into walkers at the same time and then forced us into the wedding room. Chapter 45, The West Wing, Dayu's Funeral Song. Words. Lin Knight carefully opened the door to the house and looked out. Walkers? Look around. The whole yard was filled with walkers. The guests, who were all normal before, are now all infected after eating the poisonous ingredients. With stiff, twisted steps, they wandered aimlessly through the yard, and the eyes that were supposed to be full of life and spirit. The moment, all of them also became empty and godless, just like two deep black holes, without the slightest emotion or consciousness flowing out. Among them, one walker, seemingly intentionally, glanced this way to the wedding room. Lin Knight hurriedly closed the door again. Say, what's going on inside the house? Dead. All dead. Lin Knight pointed at the two corpses on the ground. Then outside, the house was no better. Did the woman kill her? It's too soon to be sure. Accidental death of ex-husband. Only the ghost of the dead well woman has the greatest motive, but she came with Lin Knight. The ex-husband had died before Lin Knight arrived. In terms of time, again, there is some correspondence. So what now? Another asked. Take one step at a time. It won't take long. The walkers in the yard then break into the house. Lin Knight must make preparations in advance. And after, the vampire ghost and ghost bride were escorting them on the left and right. Lin Knight bit his finger and started waving it in the air quickly. As his arms continued to dance, a mysterious and complex rune gradually emerged. Lin Knight was fully focused. Every stroke appeared to be extremely precise and skillful. Under his guidance, as if these runes possess life, they flickered with a faint light, revealing an ancient and mysterious aura. Not a moment too soon, a complete blood rune was then presented. After completing the first one, Lin Knight didn't dare to slack off in any way, but continued to repeat his previous actions. Soon, one by one, the blood talismans were completed, and Lin Knight punched them all in above the doors and windows. These blood symbols looked disorganized, but they were actually in order. As the last of the blood talismans steadied itself against the door, there was a flash of red light. The entire room was enveloped in a faint red light. Husband. Do these blood talismans also imply the principle of the 7-star soul seal? Lin Knight nodded. Sort of a response. One couldn't blame Lin Knight for repeating his old tricks. Just as of now, Lin Knight would only know one soul sealing formation. Time passed by. This time, the walkers roaming outside have also finally groped the location of the bridal chamber. And after, when they detected a breath of life, they started fishtailing like crazy. Fortunately, Lin Knight was prepared. The moment these walkers touched the doorframe, the effect of the blood talisman began to take effect. A bloody light appeared. The first batch of walkers that rushed up were directly bounced a few meters away. Especially the walker at the front of the pack accidentally touched the bloodstain. Split second. His fingertips were melted right into smoke. Blocked. No. Lin Knight shook his head. Not to mention, these blood charms are imprinted on the doorframe and will continue to air dry and dilute. Even if it won't. The walkers went forward and back. Their bodies, too, would constantly wipe the route of the blood runes, until finally, it was completely ineffective and could no longer be powerful. And after, it was as if it was precisely to verify Lin Knight's suspicions. Suddenly, just then, a lilting opera came from the window. The tune is sometimes staccato, like mountains and rivers, like ups and downs. Sometimes it is light and heavy and slow, just like a gentle breeze, like a willow. Each melody jumps and flutters as if given life until it is delivered to the ears of every listener. Lin Knight couldn't see the scene outside even though he was inside the house, but if you listen carefully, it was vaguely possible to tell that the source of the sound was coming from the theater troupe in the courtyard. Lin Knight just attended the wedding reception. On the stage was a green-clad opera singer. That time, she was singing a tune called Dayu Burial. An inch of your heart resonates with no one. 7 strings of the lute. I only sympathize with the same life. I won't let you fall into the sludge and be ravaged. But now, compared with the sadness of Dayu's burial of flowers, the style of the song is obviously much more generous and open-minded. When the opera voice is high, it shakes the people like a thunderbolt. And when the music is low, it is like the sound of a babbling brook that refreshes the heart. With a jug of wine, wear a flower, drunk time song, dance when you're mad, strike when you wake up. It's The West Wing, under the influence of a theater accent. Immediately after, these walkers suddenly seemed like they had been pumped with chicken blood, and began to attack even more swiftly and organizedly. Lin Knight's blood talisman was vaguely starting to show signs of collapsing. I see. What do you understand? This isn't a wedding reception at all. To be precise, it's more like a trap, and we're cornered in the bridal chamber like a turtle in a jar. There is a big hand behind all this. Enter the door for the wedding reception. First, Dayu buried the flowers. The tune is mournful and sad, controlling the walkers to remain silent, waiting for us to enter the bridal chamber. There's no way back. The tune turns back to the West Wing and the official offense begins. So what now? Kill out. Lin Knight spoke decisively. Because Lin Knight was very clear inwardly. The other side is laying down the law. With the addition of the theater accent, the blood talisman won't last long. Instead of sitting around, might as well let it go. Don't forget, walking corpses are just transformed by ordinary guests, defaulting to the early stages of ghost soldiers. But there were 3 early stage ghost general experts. And after, with Lin Knight's instructions, the gaudy ghost made the first move as she suddenly closed her eyes and began chanting under her breath. As the mantra continues to guide, a large group of white-boned, rotten-smelling remnant skeleton phantoms suddenly emerged from her wind sleeve. The hollow eyes of these skeletal phantoms glowed with an ethereal red light. They opened their teeth and claws, first hovering in the air a few times. Each then found a good target to drill into the brow of the walker. Influenced by inexplicable factors, Shasta, a flash of blood red flashed in the walker's eyes. Immediately after, these walking corpses, as if they had suddenly lost control, began to frantically kill each other. Most of the powers of the ghouls are mental torture, but it's more than a gaudy ghost. The ghost bride is a lot more violent. A bright and colorful red silk thread continuously shot out from the ghost bride's sleeve. These filaments, like lightning, it quickly penetrated the bodies of those hideous-looking slow-moving walkers. In the process of interpenetration, they intertwine and crisscross, forming a huge and sophisticated dragnet. As the silk threads became more and more numerous, the dragnet became denser and stronger, until the last node is completed. The ghost bride turned and yanked hard. Those interpenetrated to the walkers were directly cut into pieces of flesh all over the ground by the silk threads. Chapter 46, Pair Garden Songs. Ghost in green clothes. Time passed by, with 2 ghost generals initially opening the way. Soon, Lin Knight and the others re-killed from the wedding room to the compound again. In the meantime, Lin Knight also finally got a good look at the green-clothed female ghost on the stage. Dressed in a gorgeous and incomparable costume, her sleeves fluttered as if moving with the wind. It was embroidered with exquisite patterns and motifs, with gold and silver threads intertwined among them, glittering with a dazzling light. The neckline is studded with round, white pearls, one closely spaced like a starry night. The sleeves were wide and flowing, and with a gentle wave, they danced like flowing clouds. Overall look. This costume not only highlights the noble temperament of the green opera singer, but also reveals a mysterious and charming flavor. Name, Chileang. Dao, Ghost General, Early Stage. Category, Ghosts. Current form, Akatsuki, next form Velvet Songstress. Relic, unlock more tracks. Skills, by different tunes. Enchanting different attributes. Ghostland, Pearland Eloquent Songs. Pearland Velvet Song, Akara will manifest a ghost troupe. The target becomes an audience member on stage. And then she decapitates the target through the theater. Not only that, the green-clothed female ghost saw Lin Knight and the others kill out. Her expression froze in the same way. But, after reacting, the female ghost in green quickly changed the tune again. The yard is open air. The moon is in the sky. Just like Chang'e leaving the moon palace. I'm like Chang'e leaving the moon palace. It's like Chang'e descending to the 9 heavens. Clear and cold in the palace of Guanghan. It's the drunken princess. The moon hangs over the branches and the air is suddenly cold. See only. Those melodic notes that were originally ethereal suddenly began to materialize and coalesce together, forming an incomparably sharp ice blade. These ice blades flashed with a chilling cold light. In the light of the moon, with a stern aura and sharp air-breaking sound. They shot sharply toward Lin Knight like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing on them. It was too late. The ice blade was about to stab Lin Knight. Suddenly, just then, the gaudy ghost held up the mortuary umbrella against Lin Knight. The incomparably sharp ice blade slashed fiercely on top of the umbrella bone with a thunderous force. Shasta! Sparks were shooting, only to hear a few loud clangs. The air was instantly filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. These ice blades were coming in strong and looked incredibly powerful. But none of them penetrated the defense of the bone umbrella. Master, her ghostly domain is a theater troupe, an ability and a weakness, and by burning down the theater, she will be able to dissolve this method. Yes, words. Lin Knight began to quickly draw talismans in the air again. But this time, the drawing wasn't a sealing charm or an illusionary dream charm. Instead, it's a flame charm. For talismans were struck into each of the 4 corners of the theater. Lead with the 4 directions and center with the center. The moment the flames collided with the theater, it quickly began to spread toward the center. It didn't take long. The ghost in green then got into trouble. But the sounds of the theater cavity continued to come in. She's singing. She's still singing. Only, this time, it's the final swan song. Life and death hate. Say what you want about the flowers and the moon and the people also live. And the mountains and rivers are full of several sorrows. Thinking long and coming to hate. And I don't know how long it was. The song ends. The theater was completely dusted off. The mansion compound also disappeared. In situ. But there is a woman left behind. Still in the middle of nowhere. Obsessively playing a guzheng. She played and sobbed sadly at the same time. Until both hands had been cut with blood from the strings. Ma'am, stop. It's all over. Lin Knight walked up and comforted. That's right. The woman playing the guzheng is none other than the female ghost in the dry well. You guys knew this was my ghost domain? I didn't know at first, and I slowly realized it later. Lin Knight responded truthfully. Tell me how you found out. And after. Lin Knight then began to pontificate. It's suspicious when you walk in the door. Normally, when you attend a wedding reception, you should have an invitation. But Lin Knight and the others, they went in with ease. It's too easy. It went too well. It went so well that it was as if the party had been thrown just for them. 2. It's guests. The guests at the wedding reception didn't seem to know each other. They just eat the feast, but they don't even greet each other. One last point. The troupe also had problems. Who sings Dayu's funeral at their wedding ceremony? But I wouldn't think twice about it if you played a song about heavenly fairies. But what does all this tell us? At best, it proves that the wedding reception was suspicious. But it doesn't prove that it's my ghost territory. It's true that this doesn't mean anything. But your biggest flaw, you shouldn't have hung out your ex-husband's body. What does that mean? You claimed that you wanted to seek revenge on your ex-husband, but he was already dead. And you cleverly thought that by going along with me you would be free of suspicion. But you were wrong, and this was precisely the beginning of your exposure. From the face of the ex-husband's body, probably been dead for a day. So, I'll take a wild guess. Since the ex-husband loves so mistress, how could he wait one more day? Actually, the wedding took place last night. You already bloodied the wedding party last night. The ex-husband was also smart enough to hire someone high up. It should be the playwright. But the playwright, perhaps sympathizing with what you're going through, or something else, the two of you conspired together. So, the playwright has also become a member of your ghostly domain. If I am so capable, why have I ended up with 3 souls? It should take a lot of energy to coalesce such a large ghost domain. Plus you're filled with hatred in your heart. It's only natural that you'll end up being revolted. Of course I want hate. And after. It seemed that Lin Knight's guess was basically correct. This time, the woman also finally stopped pretending and completely revealed her nature. They all deserve to die. It's just a shame. Even if I cut them into 1,000 pieces, my child will never come back. Speaking of which, surprisingly, the woman couldn't help but start sobbing again. My condolences, ma'am. No matter what, your child is still surviving in another way. Lin Knight consoled while quickly gathering his tears together. This mood, Lin Knight couldn't say that he fully empathized. But at least 1 or 2 can be experienced. When the enemy is present, she still has the motivation to survive. Now the enemy is dead. The child will never recover either. That's kind of it. Lost, confused, suddenly realizing that life doesn't make any sense out of the blue. The sky is the limit. And she didn't know where to go from here. What to do anymore. Ryoko. It wasn't known whether it was Lin Knight's comforting approach that worked, or whether it was because the woman couldn't let go of the fierce fetus. The woman stopped sobbing. How are my children now? Offer incense day and night, and dare not miss a beat. In that case, I'll go back with you. Thanks a lot. Chapter 47, The Twin Fiends of the Children. Ancient Mansion of Grieving Spirits. Name, The Spirit of the Dead Well. Dao, Ghost General, Early Stage. Category, Ghosts. Bind, fierce tire. Current form, withered well grievance. Token, none, no tokens exist for the dead well grievance. And with the child, it automatically evolves into a child mother twin. Skills, Gongshang Jiao Zhangyu. Ghostland, the ancient mansion of the disgruntled. Gongshang Jiao Zhangyu, the woman was a talented woman in her lifetime, proficient in the rhythms of various tunes and styles, so she was favored by the families of dignitaries, and when she became a ghost, her sound and rhythm were also able to kill people by affecting their minds. Ancient mansion of grievance, the woman, unschooled and with no one to teach her martial arts, took it upon herself to coalesce her place of hatred into her own magnetic field of ghostly domains. So it seems, it was just as Lin Knight had guessed. Green-clad female ghosts sing opera. The ghost of a dead well woman accompanies her in the background. A combination of both. Eventually the sound knife was formed. You were right before and after, but you guessed wrong on one point, and you know what it is? What? With that serpentine man's mind, there is no way he would have thought of inviting a high-ranking person, and the female ghost in green would have been an ordinary playwright to help with the wedding banquet. Only, how tragic for the playwright. Both of them, after hearing what happened to the other, sympathize with each other. The same enemy. The logical thing to do is to join forces. I see. After hearing this, Lin Knight could only secretly shake his head. Would have liked to go to the theater, but I didn't expect it. Become a part of the play yourself. Glancing up at the sky. It's been tossed around for so long. It's getting late. Let's go. Aha. Everything is processed. It was also time for Lin Knight to return to the territory. However, Lin Knight was just about to leave, but suddenly he felt something hugging his thigh. Looked down. It seems to be the hanged man in the bridal chamber. Name, Hangman. Dao, Ghost Soldier, early stage. Current form, Hangman, next form Hangman. Token, 3 feet of white silk. Introduction, the hanged ghost has little power for the time being, but with the 3 feet of white silk, it can evolve into the Hangman's gate god. The ex-husband brother would have been dead for a day. As Lin Knight placed him on the ground and probed his nose, he mistakenly connected to the earth vein and absorbed popularity again. So, that's what led to the sudden swindle of the ex-husband's brother as well. But, Lin Knight didn't rush to speak. Instead, he looked to the woman. After all, this was someone's family matter, and it was not good for Lin Knight, an outsider, to get involved. This snake and scorpion man can swindle the corpse. I think that the poisonous woman should have awakened as well. In that case, the woman is suppressed to the pit as a toilet ghost, and the man is, just what? Put a chain on it and be one of my watchdogs. Return to the territory again. The interior of the cemetery is as it was. However, when Lin Knight walked into the spirit hall, he suddenly realized that there was an extra person at the center tablet. One is the witch's grandson, Ming, and who is the other guy? One moment. Lin Knight then raised his guard. Take a closer look. The man has a big head, but the body is petite. It's a lot smaller than Kodamine's physique, as if it were a baby, and so on. A baby? And the head is big. This kid, why does he look a bit like a murderous tire? Putting aside how he ran from inside the puppet. But, this growth rate is a bit too perverse. Still babies when they leave in the morning. You can come back at night and run and play by yourself? Ming, what's going on here? Big brother, the two of us are playing house. Oh, playing house. That's okay. As long as you're not playing housebreaker. That said, but Lin Knight didn't let his guard down. Seriously. For a moment just now, Lin Knight's heart was in his throat. In case one of the fierce fetus can't think straight, one's own territory could be a ruin. Saya. This time, the woman suddenly spoke softly. Subconsciously Lin Knight agreed. Aha, get on the cheap? What do you promise when I call my son? Holy, my name is Lin Knight. You call me Knight, what do you think I'll agree to? His nickname is also Saya. I gave it to him, before he was even born. His world is darkness. So, I named him Eternal Night. I see. Lin Knight secretly nodded his head. But, the feral fetus didn't seem to have much of a concept of the word birth mother. It was only because of the influence of his bloodline that he couldn't help but walk over. As for why he was walking towards this woman, maybe he's not sure himself. And after, the woman took the little hand of the murderous tire. Lin Knight took the woman again and headed to the maid's gravesite to take a look. It is said that the most poisonous women are the most poisonous. The woman treated her enemies with the kind of ruthlessness that made Lin Knight himself feel a chill down his spine. But, when she saw the maid's grave, her eyes, in fact, were once again slightly moist. In front of the maid's grave, there was a delicate dagger. It was the only thing the maid had left of her life. The witch used this dagger to deliver her birth at that time. The woman stepped forward gently, stroked the dagger over and over again, then murmured the opening in a low voice. You know, although Cindy and I are master and servant, we are like sisters. This dagger, named Goshin, was given by my own hands back then, but I never thought that one day Cindy actually used this dagger to cut open her own belly with her own hands. Cindy, that is, the name of the dead maid, gold jewelry inlaid on the dagger. It means that their love is stronger than gold, but I didn't expect it. The weapon turned out to be the murder weapon of Cindy's claim. It was Cain's belly that was dug up, but it was the woman's heart that was plucked out. Why do good people never live long? Saya. The fierce Tyre did not reply, just looked up at his birth mother in confusion. On your knees. The foul Tyre didn't kneel, but the woman knocked him right on the head. The whole process. The woman's expression was fairly normal, but Lin Knight was beside him, watching in shock. My brother, you slow down. I can't even knock this head. Good on. The fierce Tyre didn't seem to be as unruly as he thought it would be, either, though not understood, but he still fell to his knees. From today onwards, Cindy is not only my sister again, she is also your little aunt. In the future, no matter what you develop into, even if you lead to goodness or even if you turn into a murderous fetus, you can be sorry to everyone in the world, but only you can't be sorry to your little aunt. Remember, that night, she was the one who dug her own belly out to make you what you are now. Kowtow. The feral Tyre didn't nod, but the woman pressed hard 3 times. Lin Knight looked away. There was also a slab of stone knocked under the head. See this scene. The corners of Lin Knight's mouth twitched viciously. Now, he seriously doubted that bringing the woman here was right or wrong. Why does it feel like a bit of an enabler? Not only did Lin Knight fail to be preventative, it also seems to have managed to pick a shortcut in the darkening of the murderous Tyre. Chapter 48, The 8 Square Ghost Show, General's Visit. Finally, the woman brought that playwright within the ghost domain to pay her respects to Lin Knight again. Lord, she has no name, no surname. From a young age was picked up to the theater foster. In the theater, more to play the role of the Green Dan. So, you call her Chingercan, then I'll call you Green. Greetings, Lord. The green-clothed female ghost owed her body slightly. She was a bit cooler and more introverted than her murderous birth mother. Immediately after, Lin Knight heard another system prompt. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on officially completing the random event. Rewarding you with a hidden building ghost theater. Ghost theater, hidden building. Grade, unknown. Exclusive characters, Ching Yi, Hua Dan, Wu Dan, Lao Shang, Clown. Attribute, ghost play is one of the rare entertainment programs for ghosts. After listening to the ghost play, ghosts will become inexplicably happy, and if any mortal accidentally passes through their territory, it will reduce the chances of bumping into evils, such as ghosts hitting the wall, ghosts covering their eyes, and other strange things. Introduction, a ghost play, 8 parties to listen to, 1 party for people, 3 parties for ghosts, 4 parties for the gods. The play if the opening shall not be suspended. Mortals do not listen, does not mean that the ghosts and gods do not listen. The system description says, as long as there is theater talent, both can start a play. Lin Knight's territory didn't have talents such as veteran students, martial arts students, and so on, but there are green clothes. Seeing this, Lin Knight didn't hesitate to let Ching Yi have a go. Before, in the haunted realm of the mother of the murderous fetus birth, how sad and angry Cyan's emotions are, singing all the killer tunes, too, but now, danger averted. She sang another song, It's a Cool Day. Lit. Wind-blown flowers fly off the branch. Love and hate have their own sorrows. Don't complain about the willow in front of the 10-mile pavilion. Lit. You can still hear the pipa playing. Lone goose flying south. About another hour or so passed. The song ends. Lin Knight's expression rippled. After all, this play is for the ghosts tonight. Nothing at all for Lin Knight. So, it was normal for Lin Knight to not understand, turn around, but only to see. Ming and Knight are having a great time. Somehow, they were obviously only 2 people, but they played like a bunch of people. Is there a possibility that they're just a bunch of people playing? At this time, the witch approached. Aha, what do you mean? My lord, the wife has 2 more elm leaves here. Would you like to post them again? Also, or forget it. Words. Lin Knight almost instinctively shivered. Thinking back to that plate of snowflake fish still haunts him to this day. But, then again, Lin Knight didn't have yin and yang eyes. Some ghosts didn't want to show themselves, and it was normal that Lin Knight couldn't see them. The feral Tyre can again be attributed to being so strong that concealment is ineffective against him. Or rather, for those who are young, the gates of heaven are still open. So here's the question, and how did Ming see it? But only to see. The witch didn't answer first. Instead, he asked Lin Knight a question that sounded as if it was irrelevant. Has Lord ever heard of a soul-attracting child? What do you mean? In the early years, there were some old customs in the village. When some old people died, they would choose a child to sit on the coffin. Meaning, with the eyes of the child, to see the world for the last time. Granny means? Ming did it once, but had an accident and killed his parents, and since then, he's been able to see things that no one else can see. Understood. Lin Knight nodded with seeming understanding. Between the talk and the laugh, the barren graveyard where Xiao Ming and Xiao Yan were playing. Suddenly, another black ghostly figure in armor appeared. Just started. Lin Knight thought that Xiao Ming's so-called partner had taken the initiative to show up. It wasn't until the ghostly creature in armor, who had pinched the neck of the fierce fetus to death and imprisoned him, that Lin Knight finally reacted. Something's wrong. See only. A ghostly carriage suddenly appeared in the sky under the shroud of night. On the carriage sat a wide-bodied, very greasy, creepy old man. He was dressed in an ornate official robe, but with a bare belly. Even more mind-boggling, his belly was full of eyes. In his hand he also held a staff that looked like a withered twig, which held a lantern with the word hail written on it. It seemed to be the reason why the creepy old man was really too obese. Somehow, look away. The feeling given to Lin Knight was like a toad sitting on a carriage. Name, Black Teo. Dao, Ghost Martial, Early Stage. Category, Human Spirit. Current form, Black Tai Sui, next form Black God of Wealth. Token, the Imperial Tomb of His Holiness. Weapon, Tai Sui Lamp. Skills, Heart-Destroying Ghost Hands. 100 Grim Eyes. Forbidden Spell, Ghost Flower Descends. Evil Thoughts Bloom. Introduction, the prototype is a eunuch, but the follow-up Insatiable, was given 3 feet of white silk and poison wine by the Emperor. After death also do not know where to get a medicine. As long as you keep taking the child placenta, can be renewed for a long time, but the shortcomings are also particularly obvious. The body is wide, full of eyes, like a toad. Heart-raising ghost hand, the eunuch uses this trick to pull out a child's heart and eat it. 100 eyes, the eunuch lifts up his own shirt, revealing a mess of eyes on his belly, and wherever he is gazed upon, all attributes will drop. Ghost flower descends, evil thoughts bloom, the eunuch descends a rain of black flowers. The petals fall to the ground and will be blown into black mist. Anyone who inhales it will lose his mind and dedicate the money in his hand, unconditionally, to the eunuch. Skill extension, the eunuch thinks you are a poor man. Not as much treasure as inside the emperor's tomb. The eunuch will stretch out his orchid finger and flick a black flower in his hand to break it, and accordingly one of the controlled person will die violently. Beyond that, he was escorted by 4 other ghost soldiers in the same armor. Actually, it's 5. The ghost soldier at the beginning returned to the group after capturing the murderous fetus and offering it to the old man on the carriage. Among them, 4 ghost soldiers. While wearing the same armor, the weapons in their hands were different. Some held a chain with 3 white ghostly creatures bound to it. It gives the impression of, like, 3 fugitives just caught on the road by the way. Others, one holding a shield and one a black blade. It gave people the feeling as if, again, they were Morrowind soldiers from the 9 hells, especially the one ghost soldier at the head, holding a large, bloody, blood-dripping sword. This person to stand there, without words and actions, only around the body of the powerful aura, can let a person see that this is absolutely a vicious role. His eyes were cold as ice, as if they could penetrate the heart. The body is as upright as a pine. Every step carries an invisible pressure, making the people around unconsciously hold their breath for it. Above that unsmiling face, vaguely reveals a murderous and decisive atmosphere, so that people have no doubt that if he strikes, it will be a stone, thunder and lightning, and so on. This bloody knife in his hand. How come the more Lin Knight looked at it, the more familiar it became? 100 chopping and killing knives. It's a ING ghost general coming to the door. Chapter 49, the red face is dead. Blood on the throat. See only. The ghost general's body was covered in a thick layer of fury. This fury, it burned like a black flame. With each step, the air around him seemed to become upside down and distorted because it couldn't withstand the pressure. That baleful aura not only wrapped around his body, but also kept spreading outwards. From a distance, the ghost general was like a demonic god that had walked out from the 9 hells, causing one to shudder. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees were withered, and a dead silence prevailed. Name, Ghost General. Dao, Ghost General, Early Stage. Category, Ghosts. Current form, Ghost General, next form Ghost Martial. Token, no specific token. Complete the previous beheading of the Corpse King's last wish. You can increase your rank and evolve into a Martial. Weapon, 100 cuts murderous sword. Skills, red face is easy to lose. Ghostland, a southern legacy. Ghost Domain second form, never return until you break the building. Background, General Ghost's original master was actually a military general, and the 100-cutting murdering knife was given to him by his original master in the hope that he could build up his career by wearing it. However, since the death of his soulmate, the Ghost General seems to have gone astray. When the Black Taiyu said that he could save the red face through the medicine, the Ghost General returned to worship the eunuch as his master. The red face is easy to dye. In fact, the red face has long since died of old age. But after the general turned into a ghost, he was able to fix his face. The general couldn't bear to see the red face leave the world, and comprehended a hint of the mysteries of aging in his grief and indignation. And his sword technique, which injures a human being, can cause the life expectancy to flow away until he has gray hairs. Southern Legacy Dreams, the scene of buying a drink at an inn in another country has already been seen by Lin Knight. If you don't break the building, you won't return, the target will be brought into the battlefield. But in fact, this is a dead circle. The enemy general inside the ghost domain is a corpse king. There is the strength to possess the strength to kill the corpse king. It is impossible to be caught by the ghost general in the dream world. The ones who can be caught in the dream world are not as strong as the ghost general, not to mention the strength to kill the corpse king. So, those who enter the second form of the ghost domain, 9 deaths. Earlier, the witch then said, General Ghost won't take it easy. But Lin Knight didn't expect that either. I'm surprised he came to the door so soon. And with his master, appear as absolutely invincible. Husband, what should we do now? The ghost bride sensed something was wrong. First to appear. Spell it out. Yes. And after, the ghost bride quickly made a battle command. Red and green each take on a ghost soldier late stage minion. Ran, the ghost of the dead well woman, tackles a pawn. Ghost bride against a minion. What about me? Lin Knight spread his hands and was dumbfounded. You deal with the ghost general. Aha, are you guys serious? 4 ghost generals against 4 ghost soldiers. One of my ghost soldiers against a ghost general? Even Tianji wouldn't dare to race like this. You're experienced in combat. Give you the best. Is this an experience thing? Husband, I believe you. Holy, me, wait, I don't have a weapon yet. One of you has an umbrella. One has a piano. There's another one that didn't go to war that has lights. I don't have anything. I'll lend you the red silk thread. This, and after. Lin Knight wanted to say something else, but the several female ghosts had already found their respective opponents. Hopeless. Lin Knight could only face the ghost general stiffly as well. However, when the ghost general saw Lin Knight's cultivation level, he shook his head with some disdain before speaking indifferently. In the dream realm, after exercising for so long, and seeing you after a long time, I thought you'd give me a surprise, but I didn't expect that your Tao is still a mess. No matter how weak my Tao is, I at least take one step at a time. Unlike you, who deceived yourself and others, escaping reality and living in delusion every day. Speaking of which, Lin Knight became angry. The redhead is clearly dead. Instead of getting separated, but set her up as a legacy in the ghostly realm. Where the hell am I going to find you a corpse? Shut up. There's no way my mayor will die. Eunuch is already collecting the primers for the medicine. If I refine another child's Zihiche today, my mayor will be completely revived. Words. Lin Knight also shook his head helplessly. The general of my heart, who fights in the south and the north, and who has a golden heart, is the only one who is slow to come out on a dead man. Pathetic. Pathetic. Lamentable. I'll use this murderous knife to shut you up for good. The one who insults mayor. All of them will fall under my sword. In that case, I would also like to learn your true strength. Before, Lin Knight had suffered the loss of a low Tao, often pulled into the dream world. Today, finally a chance for revenge. Mayor admired me the most in her life for my benevolence and righteousness. Now, I will suppress my cultivation and fight you fairly. Asterisk. Lin Knight cursed. Then preemptively, he took the lead. Whatever. The ghost general was far superior to Lin Knight in terms of combat experience and Taoism. Lin Knight didn't care about any benevolence or morality. All he knows is, if he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't have a chance to make a move later. Try asking. Lives can't be saved. Who still talks about gentlemanly manners? Not only did Lin Knight want to take the lead, and he also has to do a hit and run, not giving the ghost general a chance to catch his breath. Otherwise, the one who is in a desperate situation is himself. And after Blood Shadow Steps was launched, Lin Knight once again transformed the red silk thread into a lance and began to roam around the ghost general's body, like the move that decapitated the zombie king. Pause each time you land. Lin Knight will also leave a redline node. It didn't take long. Under Lin Knight's rapid wandering, a blood-colored heavenly net was once again set up, and the ghost general was directly trapped within it. Soul Sealing Formation? General Ghost has seen a lot. A glance recognized this formation. Just after recognizing it, his eyes didn't have any panic in the slightest. Instead, they were filled with contempt and indifference. It's okay to deal with my men, but in front of this general, it's not worth mentioning. The words are gone. He directly drew the 100 cuts murdering sword at his waist. Under the powerful influence of the surging, churning blood dagger baleful chi that was like a sea of blood, It was only that the originally tough and incomparable red silk threads had unexpectedly become fragile at this moment. There was a slight snorting sound. A red silk thread was easily chopped into two under the onslaught of the blood sword's fury chi. The broken threads fluttered feebly in the air, as if telling a story of hopelessness. A mess. Rope break. The ghost general retracted his bloody sword again. But general, have you forgotten that it was you who taught me in the dream world that fighting requires more than brute strength? It also requires brains. Lin Knight didn't explain too much, but what everyone didn't know was that he still had the last red thread outlined in his hand. Words. Lin Knight's fingers lightly loosened. One moment. The red rope was like a taut bowstring suddenly unloading, slightly over the ghost general's neck, cut straight across. Chapter 50, Inviting the Scourge Seed to Destroy the Spirits. Scarlet and demonic red threads. It flashed with an eerie cold light. If like lightning, it suddenly cut across the ghost general's neck. One moment. The ghost general's huge body directly stiffened on the spot. Its eyes remained round, but revealed an endlessly complex expression. There are doubts. There's incredible. There is also resignation. But nothing can be changed anymore. A black line of blood spilled from the neck. Immediately after, the ghost general's hideous and ghastly head then began to slowly separate from his body. It gives the impression as if his head, by a big invisible hand, slowly ripped off as if. Finally, the huge head landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust. Close behind the body that lost its head, it also came crashing down like a heavy mountain, splattering the ground with debris and dust. General Ghost is dead. Lin Knight didn't dare to be any slower. His eyes went back to the others. 4 ghost generals versus 4 ghost soldiers. The 4 female ghosts also ended their fight one after another. But here and now, Lin Knight, however, couldn't be happy for a bit. Because he knows the real bad blood is yet to come. Take another look at the Black Teiyukai. 5 of his men fell one after another. But his expression was as if nothing had happened. But only to see. He still grabbed the murderous tire and held it up in the air to play with it. No anger. And no anger. It felt as if everyone's death or life had nothing to do with him. We, have never seen such a rich baneful energy. With your medicine, our cultivation should be able to improve quite a bit again. The Black Taiyu choked the neck of the ferocious fetus while teasingly opening his mouth. Judging from his expression, he should be laughing. But this smile appeared on his face that was piled high with horizontal flesh. But it was worse than crying. Look out! Seeing this scene, Lin Knight wanted to go up and do something. But this time, however, the ghost mother suddenly stopped in front of Lin Knight. Wait a minute. What's wrong? One moment. A look of doubt surfaced in Lin Knight's eyes. It seems he was very confused. Your own child is immediately gone. Why is the ghost mother not panicking at all? Even if he was already a fierce fetus. But it's also the flesh and blood that falls off the body. This blood is thicker than water. Why can a man be so cold-blooded as to be indifferent? Ever heard of children eating people? The ghost mother replied. No. Lin Knight shook his head. I've never seen a child eat a man, but have seen people eat children. And, by the looks of it, the feral tire is about to be eaten. Through this incident, Lin Knight could also probably figure out that the medicine guide in the Black Taio's mouth should be the purple river cart. Don't forget, the murderous fetus just doesn't have an umbilical cord, but the placenta is still there. Another thing is a child's heart. Lin Knight clearly remembered. Black Taiyu has a skill that was derived specifically to rip out a child's heart. Then just watch. The ghost mother didn't explain much and just looked ahead with a bland face. Lin Knight still didn't understand, but since the ghost mother said so, Lin Knight could only shift his vision to the battlefield again. And after, it was as if it was precisely to validate what the ghost mother had said. The male choked the murderous tire with one hand. The other hand was just about to pull out the heart. However, just then, the mutation is sudden, but only to see. The fierce fetus suddenly snatched a step ahead of the Black Taiyu and opened his bloody mouth, directly biting off one of the Black Taio's hands. Shasta! A black liquid as thick as ink instantly gushed out from the break, as if a black fountain had rushed straight into the sky. Where the liquid splashes, a pungent stench filled the air. Ah! What a little bastard! So fierce! Losing an arm, the Black Taiyu directly let out a hysterical scream. The other hand also subconsciously released the murderous tire. But that's all. It didn't end there. The fierce fetus, who had lost his restraints, became even more reckless as he jumped directly onto the Black Taio's neck, after a burst of grimacing. Next, everyone then saw a scene that would make their lives indelible. Wagon, a child smaller than a gas can, laying on top of someone about the same size as Pogon, puffing, with the sound of crunching. One moment, blood sword, black blood instantly blackened the carriage. See only, the ferocious fetus opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp and pointed fangs, and then crazily gnawed on what was in front of it. Blood and crushed flesh continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, and each bite made a chilling sound. Its appearance was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, completely ignoring everything around it, as if it's not killing. Instead, they were indulging in a feast of sumptuous and unbelievable delicacies. Quiet, quiet. This one. There was dead silence all around. Ryoko. Only then did one of them mumble. In other words, the fierce fetus ate an early-stage ghost marshal alive? Boom. I'm Nima. What a bunch of monsters you all are. One was covered in eyes and bleeding black blood. One was just born, developed for a day, and started eating people. What do you know? It's called one thing leads to another. The ghost mother looked like she was expecting it. What's the flavor of eating incense and fire every day? When a child is hungry, he or she should have a proper meal. Time passed by, under the crazy nibbling of the fierce tire. It didn't take long. The black Teiyukai was eaten without even a crumb of bone left. After eating, the feral tire has not only evolved. Lin Knight meditatively felt as if all of his physique had grown a bit larger again. Him and Ming, clearly 5 years apart, but now put together, they are almost as tall. Name, Eternal Knight. Dao, Ghost General, early stage. Current form, inviting disaster species. Token, unknown, depending on the token, may change the evolutionary direction. Bind, Ghost Mother. Passive, reincarnation. Fields, living and dying. Reincarnation, the big-headed corpse tire can keep drilling into the mother's body of a pregnant woman, taking over the soul of the baby inside for reincarnation. And every time he is reincarnated, his strength will get a qualitative metamorphosis. Life and spirits in a pestilence, the fierce fetus is a sign of calamity. He suffers ostracism wherever he goes, and with a single thought, he directly selects an area to become a cursed place. Skill extension, in the cursed area, the people lose their sanity and begin to eat people. Plants turn into demonic plants, entangle houses, and thirst for the bodies of bloodthirsty animals. Also at this time, Lin Knight finally understood that line about different evolutions happening with different tokens. What the hell does that mean? Other people's evolutionary routes have been fixed for a long time. But this stuff, eat what you catch whatever evolves, ignoring the rules, haphazard development. What the hell is this if not a plugin? And I don't know how long it was, the black Teiyukai was completely digested, in situ, except for the wagon. It was left empty of trophies that shimmered with a strange light. Chapter 51 Zensek Token. Division of Forces. 100 Chopping Murderer's Swords, Weapon. Grade, Morning, can grow. Requirements for growth, just keep killing people and accumulating blood. Additional skills, 10 miles of killing field. Backstory, rumor has it that the Ghost General Superior once used this blade to decapitate 400,000 dead souls, and it was later shelved by the Ghost General before the blood slowly receded to the point of becoming a funeral pole weapon. 10-mile killing field, once the magnetic field is opened, all targets within the range have a chance to be affected by the blood-colored fury and enter a state of fear and confusion, losing their combat power. Morning Extreme. For this weapon, the positioning does seem a bit low, but Lin Knight wasn't discouraged in the slightest, because it's also labeled on the back. It can also continue to grow, as long as Lin Knight keeps killing people. Sooner or later, it can evolve into its ultimate form. Bonsai Lamp, Props. Grade, Morning. Introduction, Before, this lamp is the eunuch picked for the saint lighting with. In addition to the top printed with the word Long Live. Nothing special. After the eunuch after some improvement, in which the filling of the ghost's essence. It can do Long Bright. It's one that doesn't use corpse oil. Instead, it's a lamp fueled by ghosts. In addition to lighting, it really didn't seem to help much. After storing it in his backpack, Lin Knight looked at the last carriage again. There were 2 heavy boxes in the back of the wagon, except for a few plutonium coils. Among them, there was an 8-square furnace cauldron that caught Lin Knight's attention. 8 trigram soul refining furnace, magic treasure. Grade, Morning. Attributes, it doesn't seem to have any special function other than refining pills. If I really have to say, its medicine lead is a bit different. The eunuch should be using this stovepot to refine the elixir with the collected primers. Lin Knight brainstormed to himself, then looked to the next one. 3 feet of white silk, material. Grade, Gift. Intro, doesn't seem to be much use other than to hang yourself. Special note, I've heard that it seems to be a token of some hanged man as well. At that time, the Holy Spirit gave poison wine and 3 feet of white silk. The poisoned wine is gone, but the 3 feet of white silk is still there. It suggests that the eunuch chose to drink poisoned wine and die that year. Noteworthy. Last item. It's a token. At first, Lin Knight thought that it was an existence similar to the Ghost King's order. Lin Knight said in his heart that in terms of official positions, the eunuch and the king were not on par. There is the eunuch's dictum. The penal evil ghost can also evolve into the penal evil underworld marshal. But take a closer look and realize, On it were written the words Zen Order in large letters. Zen Order, token. Grade, none. Introduction, nothing of substance, but free access to a power. Granny, do you know what this is? Lin Knight threw the token to the witch. The witch took the token in her hand and first looked around before slowly speaking. Does your lordship know why the eunuchs of the ancient palaces all carried a broom like a feather in their hands? Lin Knight shook his head. If he remembered correctly, I think that thing is called a whisk. The duster was first used only to repel insects and mosquitoes, only later slowly evolved into where the emperor sat to clean up the place and brush away the dust on it. But how does this relate to the order of Zen? Lin Knight was asking about the token, but the witch was talking about the duster. The whisk first originated in Zen Buddhism. We usually encounter mosquitoes directly swat them to death, but Zen Buddhism has a commandment not to kill, so the whisk was invented. Is Zen a native power? The witch nodded. Then it went on to speak. The blood basin bitter realm. So big that there is no change to imagine. It's normal for disciples of the Zen sect to appear here, but my wife guesses that the Black Taiyu should be an abandoned disciple, because the Zen sect has strict precepts and purity rules, and can't kill. What Granny means is that there are many native forces in our blood basin bitter realm. Not only our blood basin bitter realm, but the entire burial and 3,000 realms exist. The human race is weak and prefers to be warm. There are also factions among the ghosts. There's the clear, as long as the grudge hall of the grudge. There are all of them made up of some ghosts such as colorful ghosts, voluptuous ghosts, lustful ghosts, and other ghosts, and the place of merrymaking is called the Gate of Ultimate Bliss. There is also a force that specializes in manipulating the dreams of others. His first founding father started Monmouth House. Take the Corpse King of our Corpse Country Gulch. He's not self-contained either. He also has superiors. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Hear the end. Lin Knight's entire body froze. Aha? An early-stage Ghost King Corpse King has a superior? What kind of cultivation should that be? Middle Ghost King? Or late Ghost King? The specifics are not clear to my wife. I only know that he belongs to the bloodthirsty Shogun lineage. Shogun. It was also the current domain master of the corpse domain. What is Shogun's cultivation level? Ghost King, the witch said in a single word. One moment. It was as if the air around them had become much colder. Let me ask weakly, this guy called Shogun, does he have 3 more brothers? That's right, they are each next door to us. The cursed domain lord cursed the queen. Underworld domain lord underworld sea winning hook. The Een domain lord buried the Een drought demon. Don't forget, the blood basin bitter realm where Lin Knight was. Desolate blood divine continent. 108 domains exist in total. Ghost domains also have domain masters. It's the same domain where that female lord was married by the Ghost King. But who exactly is the domain lord over there? The witch is not so sure. Granny, from what you're saying, isn't there a desolate blood divine continent lord above the domain lord? Then his cultivation is not Ghost Emperor. And then one person governs the 108 ghost monarchs below? Lord, with all due respect, it's not a good thing to be overly ambitious, knowing too much in advance about such nebulous things. I'm afraid it will affect your realm cultivation to stop moving forward. Don't worry, Granny. I'm just simply curious. That's all. My wife's experience is limited. I only know that his name is Prince Knight, and he has a brother named Xia Kang. The specific cultivation, my wife is no longer qualified to speculate, because there are some names. Just mentioning it shakes the mind. If it says too much, I'm afraid it will backfire directly, or even go off the deep end. The witch revealed no more. I don't know when. Lin Knight had long since frozen in place. So, hasn't the world been taken over? What the hell do you need us lords for? Overthrow them? Establishment of a new regime? Me, Ghost Soldier late. Opposite. A blind guess at the Ghost Emperor's princely knight. 108 ghost monarchs. Countless ghost kings. Overthrow them? What do you want me to overthrow them with? Got my rusty shovel and my corpse oil lamp? Not only that. And that's just the desolate blood divine continent. There were 9 continents in the entire blood basin bitter realm. If you count the other 8 ghost emperors. Never mind. My mom called me home for dinner. You guys play by yourselves. And after. Lin Knight took the Zen order and then gave that 8 trigrams furnace cauldron to the witch. Lin Knight didn't know how to make pills, but the witch should be able to use it. All loot cleaned up. Immediately after, Lin Knight suddenly received another series of system prompts. Chapter 52 Death Hangers. Right and left door gods. Ding. System prompt, detecting that the conditions have been met. Congratulations on your territory's successful promotion from Grudge Lower Order to Grudge Middle Order. Ding. System prompt, due to your successful promotion of the territory to Grudge Medium, the qualification for recruiting is opened. Ding. System prompt, due to your successful opening of the qualification for recruiting talents, The first graveyard is 100% populated with special talents. Ding! System alert. A series of system prompts passed. The territory was successfully promoted to grudge medium. Open the message and take a look. Territory. Nothing specific has changed, but the panels become much richer straight away. Territory, Mausoleum. Rank, Spiteful Spirit, Medium. Attribution, Lin Knight. Architecture, Hearths, Burial Chambers, Coffins, Shady Houses, Acacia Trees, Ancient Wells, Courtyard Walls, Tombstones. Population, 11, Forest Knight, Ghost Bride, Ghost Servant, Red Pink Skeleton, Red Velvet, Grieving Ghost Mother, Witch, Corpse Controlling Child Ghost, Inviting Scourge Seed, Penal Evil Ghost, Hanged Ghost, War Beast, Corpse Crow, Grain Field, Glutinous Rice Field. Lin Knight had collected glutinous rice seeds in the village. Creepy Plant Base, Blood and Bone Flower, Corpseborn Vine, Coffin Fungus, Veins, Rivers of Blood, Pits of Bone. Assets, $230. 000 in plutonium, Black Teo's Legacy. Introduction. The corpses buried underneath the graves also seem to have discovered the abnormality of this graveyard and have broken out of the ground to join the territory. The very beginning. There was only a small broken temple above Lin Knight's grave. If any of the people passing through the area accidentally get lost, Lin Knight helped him out of the mass grave. There is a certain chance that you will receive incense and worship from the villagers. Take this. Lin Knight could cultivate by absorbing the incense. Later with the territorial advancement, some villagers buried their ancestors here. Lin Knight will also gain additional caretaker benefits. Until now, Lin Knight looked at it for half a day. Finally got around to reading this newly opened property. So-called recruiting. It's the bodies that are buried in the graves, or the ancestors of a nearby village. There was no need for Lin Knight to dig a grave now. They also break ground on their own. Then join the territory. Become the people of Lin Knight. In this way, the extra bonus of the system makes sense. Normal refreshes are ordinary people, but the first people that breaks out of the ground is bound to be 100% special talent. Subconscious. Lin Knight glanced around at the surrounding graves. Some of the graves are piled with stones. There are graves with all hard soil on them. It's pretty tiring to dig it out yourself. Instead of that, why don't you let me give you guys a hand? Think about it. Lin Knight returned to his old ways and started digging graves again. Digging and digging and digging in the tiny garden. Hey, 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 hey. Plant tiny seeds to bloom tiny flowers. Hey, 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 hey. About 20 more minutes passed. Lin Knight dug up a black and unkempt coffin. The coffin lid rattled for a moment afterward. A dark, ungainly contraption underneath autonomously pushed and lifted the lid of the coffin. However, when he climbed out of the coffin, he didn't stand still, only to hear a plopping sound and fell directly to the ground. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts like hell. This ghostly creature covered its head and moaned half-heartedly. When he got up again, Lin Knight noticed that his face was bumped and bruised. Blood was still dripping from his nostrils. It's black though. One moment. Lin Knight all froze for a moment. Aha? System? Are you sure this is my special talent? Instead of a coal kiln digger? See only. After this ghostly creature got up, first, he wiped the dust from his face. Only then did he stutter and speak through his leaky mouth. Son. See call. But, the words were only half spoken. This ghostly creature then didn't move. What's the situation? Master. It seems like he got sidetracked in his speech and accidentally fainted to death. Xiao Chui explained. Quiet. This one. In situ. Deadly quiet. There is a gentle breeze blowing. Ryoko. It was only then that Lin Knight stroked his forehead with some heartburn. System. Can I request a refund? It's too abstract. Walking and tripping. Talking off key. I don't even know where this unlucky thing came from. But, that said, under Lin Knight's instructions, Xiao Chui still brought him a bowl of fresh water. Splash. Clear water down the throat. This ghostly creature awoke again. Son. Okay brother. Excuse me. You should really stop seeing it soon. You do. I'm so afraid of losing my life. Unlucky man thanks. Thanked. Later. What's wrong? What did you just say? Thanks. Previous sentence. Down with. Unlucky people. I think you're really unlucky. Ha? How do you know I've been so unlucky all my life? My lord? Before I was born, my mother fell and crushed my head. At 1 year old, drinking milk and getting it stuck in his teeth. Learning to walk at 2 years old and falling into the sewer. 3-year-old took a bath and sank under the sink for 5 minutes. 7 years old in private school. Just late. Just in time for roll call. I fell running at age 11 and knocked out my front tooth. 13 years old goes to the bathroom and forgets his paper. When I was 15, I bought soy sauce for my mother and dropped the money halfway down the street. 2. Thought it was a fart when I was 37 and it turned out. Unlucky or not. Let's not talk about it first, but your life is quite hard. How did you miraculously survive to the age of 37 under such conditions? But, that said, Lin Knight still subconsciously checked a glance at his attributes. However, it doesn't matter if you don't look. After reading it, Lin Knight's entire heart became unable to calm down for a long time. Name, Unlucky Ghost. Dao, Ghost Soldier, Early Stage. Category, Ghosts. Current form, Unlucky Ghost. Next form, Deathstroke. Relic, Broom of Doom. Skill, Doom Bush. Introduction. The reason why the Unlucky Ghost is very unlucky is because he sucks away the bad luck around him. He himself is unlucky, but the people around him will be blessed. And it is heard that he can evolve into a door god after finding his token. Bad Luck Bunch. The Bad Luck Bunch looks down on a certain thief who was stealing chickens and dogs, and he will inflict his own bad luck on the target. And so on. What was your token again? My lord. It's a broom. The unfortunate man seemed to suddenly stop stuttering. A broom? Why do I remember I have one in my backpack? That's right. It's the same funereal grade prop that you traded for the last time you were unpetrified. See only. A worn broom just like that, lying peacefully in the middle of his backpack. Lin Knight rubbed his eyes carefully. Make sure you're reading it right. So, where is this horse's bad luck? This is clearly my doorstop. One more thing. Lin Knight clearly remembered that Ghost Mother's ex-husband could also evolve into a door god. Just have 3 feet of white silk. He can then evolve from a hangman to a hangman. Just finished killing the black Teiyukai. Don't you happen to have one on yourself? Bereavement. Hangman. The 2 door gods on the left and right. It's not like it's all coming together. Think about it. Lin Knight's breathing became rapid. Chapter 53, Scroll of Creation. Tomb of the Ancestor King. Delivering babies in the morning. Looking for dead wells in the afternoon. Going to dinner in the evening. After a late night listening to the play and a fight with the Ghost General. This day. It seems to have gone on too long. The second half of the night. Lin Knight could finally get a good night's sleep. However, this time, Lin Knight had just closed his eyes not long ago. He is drawn into another strange dream. Or the Ghost General. No end? People who have died twice. Surprisingly, it's still shady. Lin Knight was straight up freaking out in his dreams. This time it's really dead. And what's talking to you now is just a remnant of your will than before. At this moment, the Ghost General's tone was obviously much calmer. So what the hell else do you want with me? I've said it before. 3 last wishes were not fulfilled. Can't beat a necromancer. Couldn't find Smoky Eyebrows bones. Can't find your hometown. Not a last wish. What's that? I have come to you this time with only one last small request. That's not still a last wish. And after. The Ghost General didn't care if Lin Knight answered or not, and directly began to pontificate. That green-clothed female ghost's opera cadence is very similar to Mayer's, and I searched for the cadence to find your residence. And then what? You're showing off your ability to find people. Or are you just showing off your infatuation? After I'm dead, can we have the ghost in green come to sing the ghost opera often? Her voice is really nostalgic. Every time I hear the accent, I feel that Mayer is back beside me. This is not really too much to ask. No need for General Ghost to say. Lin Knight will also organize the arrangements. Because there are other ghosts in the cemetery besides the Ghost General that need to be appeased. But here's the problem. Why should I fulfill you? Lives like a dog's paw. You're dead. And you're the only one who'll do what you want? What? Getting used to being a general. Can't recognize reality? Think it's still a battlefield? Am I still your pawn? I won't let you do this for nothing. And in the end, I can send you another creation as a reward. It seems, General Ghost had known that Lin Knight wouldn't easily agree. What? The tomb of the late king. It's a king. Also the original superior of the Ghost General. I don't care what king he is or isn't. I just want to know. What's in it for me? That's your king. Not my king. You should have gotten the 100 chopping murderer's blade. This is the mausoleum of the original owner of that blade. And I think that there will be something you need inside. So it seems that the chip is indeed tempting. But how should I ensure the authenticity? If I remember correctly, Black Teo is also looking for a mausoleum. Since you have a mausoleum, why don't you offer it to the eunuch? Instead, leave it to me? The eunuch is looking for tombs only for wealth. But the king is a military general. And the tombs are much more scarce. So the two don't clash. And even if I offer them to the eunuch won't see them. You better be telling the truth. That said, actually, with things having developed to this point, Lin Knight had already believed 7 or 8% of it. Take a step back. Even if the Ghost General had lied to Lin Knight, he was perfectly capable of just not letting Ching Yi sing. There's no drama in the army. Yes, and after the dream disappears, Lin Knight suddenly realized that there was an extra scroll in his backpack. The Tomb of the Late King, Scrolls. Grade, Unknown. Introduction. After using it, You can teleport directly into the tomb of the king. The introduction was short, but the exterior of the scroll was bound with a rusty chain with blood on it. Beyond that, there was also a small, blood-red coffin set in the center. Lin Knight carefully unlocked the chains, then directly chose to teleport. A bloody light enveloped it. By the time Lin Knight opened his eyes again, the scene around him had changed drastically. See only. It was a creepy cliff that seemed to lead straight to the bottom of the ninth circle of hell. The steep cliffs plunged into the sky, and the clouds surrounded them, making their depths seem ever more profound and impenetrable. There were also several rusty and incredibly thick chains across the center of the cliff. Lin Knight hovered above one of them. The surface of these chains was covered with mottled rust marks and cracks, as hideous as the fangs of an ancient beast spanning between the two sides of the wall. Where those chains interlocked, a coffin was tightly bound. The coffin looked old enough that the wood had taken on a decayed black color, with some strange and bizarre patterns carved on it, and the chains around it, just like that, tightly held it in place, hanging over the cliff, through the vicissitudes of time and the erosion of wind and rain, yet still tough enough to bear the great weight. On one of the sides of the cliff, it also has 3 big words written on it: the Valley of Eternal Hatred. Subconscious. Lin Knight glanced downward, under the cliff, filled with a thick mist of blood. The layer of blood mist was like a huge and heavy red curtain that enveloped the entire valley floor. They kept tumbling and surging as if they were alive. At times it rises up and rises straight into the sky, at times it slowly sinks, seeming to swallow everything up. From a distance, this scenario does not feel like fog. Instead, it's more like a fury. In the coffin at the very center of the chains, it should be the king lying. But why was he buried here? And why are there so many rushing bogies down there? A series of question marks began to surface in Lin Knight's mind. The moment of doubt. Suddenly, the baneful chi under his feet transformed into a humanoid ghost and attacked towards Lin Knight's feet. It was too late. Lin Knight was in a hurry. The blood shadow steps were activated, directly dodging the fatal blow. Then he unleashed his blood Yama hand again, tightly grasping the ghostly shadow in his hands. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Lin Knight didn't draw a blood talisman to shock him in the first place. Some questions he needed to ask first, but only to see. The ghostly figure first let out a burst of jia laughter before opening its mouth in a hideous manner. Die. Anyone who enters here will die. We've been sealed for hundreds of years, and we're going to give you a taste of eternity as well. This ghostly shadow was pinched in Lin Knight's hand to death. Couldn't break free though. His face, however, could conjure up all sorts of expressions at will. Sometimes hideous. It's horrible from time to time. Again, it's very flat at times. And so on. You mean you've been sealed here for hundreds of years? It was as if Lin Knight had caught some important clue. Damn human. Why should I tell you? Let go of me if you can. I advise you that you had better answer my questions honestly or else. Lin Knight didn't finish his words. However, with his other hand, he had already condensed a blood talisman. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If I hadn't been sealed here and unable to use my cultivation, would I be afraid of a single blood talisman from you? Ghost Shadow's tone was filled with resentment. It seems he was now being pinched in Lin Knight's hands like this, and was very unwilling to do so. Chapter 54 Ancient Power. Soldier Bone God Emperor. As you know, you are now sealed. If you cooperate well, maybe I can help you unseal, but if you don't cooperate, I don't mind sending you to your beyond life early. Lin Knight also seemed to have caught on to the fact that the ghostly shadow was sealed. Coercion plus enticement. Teasingly, he opened his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you threaten me? The ghostly figure once again transformed into a hideous form. Lin Knight could even see him clenching his teeth. Doesn't matter. It's up to you to choose. And I'm not the one who's sealed anyway. Lin Knight spread his hands and looked like he was very calm. Yes, only can answer one question. Ghost Shadow eventually chose to compromise. Why is this place called the Valley of Everlasting Hate? Humph. You'll have to ask the owner of the mausoleum about that. Ghost Shadow grunted coldly. It seemed very reluctant to mention the name. Are you retarded? If the tomb owner is still alive, can this place still be called a mausoleum? For a moment, Lin Knight felt like his intelligence had been insulted. The owner of the tomb is a prince. This place was once considered his battlefield. He died before he was successful. He lost his land before he could collect it. So he fell here with hatred. So this place was named the Valley of Everlasting Hatred. And after, the ghostly figure seemed to have thought of something else. Again, he went on to speak. If you ask me, this king is a hypocrite. A big liar. Don't talk about so many useless things. Let me ask you again. When you said you guys just now, do you mean there are other people sealed down there besides you? There are. And many. How much? One of the ghostly shadow's hands manifested a number 4. So, 4, a lot? Why is it so hard for me to talk to a ghost? I searched for it. You were human before you became a ghostly figure. You should be able to understand human language. $400,000. That's not. What? $400,000? Why do you think the fury is so strong here? Who did this? Ask the owner of the mausoleum yourself. Your Majesty? Ghost Shadow didn't answer again. Sort of a default. So, he had just called the king hypocritical. Slaughtered an army of 400,000 men. He doesn't know enough. He also said regret. Changed all the names of the places. This thing. Who wouldn't be pissed off? But, after reacting, Lin Knight still opened his mouth disdainfully. Then you guys can't do it either. 400,000 can't beat one person? Who told you he was human? Aha? What's not a person? Is it possible that he's a corpse queer? And after. Lin Knight just wanted to retort something. But something suddenly occurred to me. The eunuch is a black Teyukai. The general is a ghost general. It seems like it's normal for the king to be the corpse leader. Or again. Maybe. What about the fact that this dynasty is not the secular one imagined? Do you know the affiliated forces behind the corpse coup? Lin Knight wanted to confirm his guess. Say yes to one question. You've asked so many. Why should I answer you? Lin Knight didn't say anything. Just coalescing the blood runes again. They don't agree internally. I only know that the ghost general and the corpse coup prince belong to the Yudu lineage. And the person in control behind them is the Northern Een underworld queen. Did you know about the Black Taiyaki? Black Taiyu belongs to the Mori prison lineage. And the master of the Mori prison is the thousand-handed Emperor Kuei. But I've heard that Black Taiyu has another identity. An outcast of the Zen sect. Actually, they all belong to the Thousand Hands Emperor Kuei lineage. The corpse K prince is the Emperor K's own brother. Only, later, the power of the Thousand Hands Emperor Kuei was slowly hollowed out by his daughter-in-law, the Northern Een Empress. The reason why Black Teo hasn't been scooped up, just because, he has his own ideas. He guards the Emperor's Kuei's side day and night, wanting nothing more than to monopolize his treasure of the Emperor's tomb. And what forces do you belong to? Suddenly, Lin Knight thought of something terrifying. The corpse queen slaughtered 400,000 forces. It's amazing that the lost ground hasn't been recovered yet. The forces behind this group of bloodshed grievances were definitely not simple either. It scares you to death to say it. Can you scare me to death? I don't know. But I do know that you're dying. Lin Knight hated it when people spoke to him in this tone. We are minions of the bloodthirsty shogun's lineage. Now that we have unified the blood basin bitter realm, that corpse Kuei prince will just suppress us for a little while. So don't think about regaining the lost ground. The speaker has no heart. The listener intends to. Hearing this, Lin Knight's heart directly set off shockwaves. No wonder the ghost general wanted to fight the corpse king of Corpse Country Gully. The corpse king of Corpse Country Gulch is also under the jurisdiction of the corpse domain shogun. So, everything is right on the money. Original. These two forces of theirs had been fighting since ancient times. But, judging from the results, it should be a victory for Shogun's side. By the way, what's the name of this power of yours again? And further up, are you all under the jurisdiction of the continent master prince knight of the desolate blood divine continent? Lin Knight thought about what the witch had said. Not only the desolate blood divine continent, the entire blood basin bitter realm, the 9 continents, all belong to us, except for the knight of the prince of the desolate blood divine continent. There was also the sacred origin demon continent Xingtian, and the female clowns of the spectral ghost continent. And, is there another sector lord above these continent lords? Of course, the current blood basin bitter realm master is none other than our soldier Lord Chiyu. You can also call him the soldier bone god emperor. Well, the basics are understood, and it's time for you to be on your way. On your way? On what road? Lin Knight didn't explain too much. It just silently offered up the 100 cuts murdering blade. One moment. Ghost Shadow blew up straight away. Asterisk. You are his descendant. You're all a bunch of big liars. Slaughtered us by 400,000. Fear of our resentment. And 100 years of sealing. 100 years of sealing would be fine. And sent a descendant over to set us up. I got this sword by chance. I'm not his descendant. And I'm not trying to set you up. Lin Knight responded truthfully. He had never met this king before. Not to mention any descendants. As for the ghost general, Lin Knight hoped to never see each other again for the rest of his life. That thing. Not just a love child. Or a dog pile. And what do you mean? I just suddenly thought that maybe, between us, we could make a deal. What? If you have so many grievances, why don't you? Not as good as what? Why don't you attach yourselves to my blood blade and become my sustenance? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Ghost Shadow shook his head directly after hearing this. You can choose to refuse, but you should know that you only have one chance. And after I'm gone, how long will you all continue to be sealed? 100 years? Or 1,000 years? Are you threatening me? Just being honest. Denial. I'm leaving. You continue to be sealed. Accepted. Attached to the blood knife. I'll bring you back to life. Of course, you don't have to rush your answer. I'll give you a minute to think about it. P.S. New Year's greetings. Thank you for the small gifts. You all stick the couplets, barbarians? Chapter 55, Forging Soul Sutra. Red Prison Formation. Of course, you don't have to rush to answer me. I'll give you a minute to think about it. Lin Knight turned his back and spoke confidently. Just, this time. Lin Knight finished. The ghostly figure suddenly fell into eternal silence. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. 3. A minute passed. So it would seem that you should choose to pass up this opportunity. Having said that, Lin Knight then acted as if he was leaving. However, what no one saw was the bizarre arc that curved up at the corner of Lin Knight's mouth. Fruity. Lin Knight just turned around. A strange voice suddenly came from right behind him. Wait. Words. Lin Knight stopped moving. Actually, in thinking about what was about to happen next, Lin Knight's heart was already excited beyond words, but he still forced himself to speak calmly. Think it over? 100 years is one day. The fury here, all the time eroding our souls. This kind of taste, I no longer want to experience one more second. Just, I'll go with you. Words. The first ghostly shadow burrowed directly within the bloody blade. With the first course, there is a second course. The third way. 10th road. No. 400,000 ways. See only. As if pulled by some mysterious force, that single spiteful spirit crazily surged towards the blood knife that emitted a bloody aura. They had open teeth and claws and fierce faces, as if they carried endless resentment and unwillingness, with a steady stream of grievous spirits drilling into the blood knife. One moment. The 100 cuts murdering blade, which was already palpitating, directly erupted with a dazzling and eye-catching blood-red light. This light was like a blazing fire, instantly illuminating the entire space, as if the sky was dyed a scarlet color. They kept jumping and flashing. Again, as if it possessed its own will and soul, it danced in the air to its heart's content. A haunting aura filled the air. Lin Knight couldn't help but shiver. One more look at the bloody knife in his hand. There has been a qualitative change. 100 chopping murderer's knife, weapon. Grade, Dain, can grow. Requirements for growth, just keep killing people and accumulating blood. Artifacts, 400. 000 dead souls. Additional skills, 10 miles of killing field. Backstory, rumor has it that the Ghost General Superior once used this blade to decapitate 400. 000 dead souls, and it was later shelved by the Ghost General before its bloodline slowly receded to the point where it became a funeral-grade weapon. 10-mile killing field, once the magnetic field is opened. All targets within the range have a chance to be affected by the blood-colored fury and enter a state of fear and confusion, losing their combat power. Skill extension, the host releases 400. 000 grievous spirits that are bloodthirsty to the extreme. And wherever they go, the living will be devastated and not an inch of grass will grow. A single bloodshed injustice spirit was enough to change the bloodsword. Not to mention, a whole 400. 000 channels. The 100 cuts murdering blade that absorbed 400. 000 wrong souls. It was directly promoted to the first rank. So much for that. It was not in vain that the Ghost General had spoken of a creation. Nice. After reading the new attributes of the killing blade, Lin Knight nodded in satisfaction. But, Lin Knight wouldn't be satisfied with that. Is there anything else of value here? Lin Knight just casually asked. But I didn't expect it. Surprisingly, I got an affirmative answer. The 9 chains on this cliff are the layout route of the Red Prison hijacking and killing formation, which originally sealed us. But now that we have become your artifact spirits, this layout is useless. It was the same ghostly figure from earlier. He spoke within the blade. What do you mean? Memorize the layout of this place. It might be useful to you when you get out. Thanks a lot. Words. Lin Knight once again glanced around with his heart. See only. The thick and incomparable chain that flashed with cold and chilling light was like a hideous python that plunged straight into the steep cliff wall. The entire top of the chain was encased in hard rock. From a distance, it was as if it had become one with the entire cliff face, appearing impenetrable. Keep looking around again. When his vision fell on the coffin in the center, his gaze did not shift again for a long time, including the Red Prison hijacking and killing formation, including sealed grievances. It had already brought Lin Knight great benefits. Lin Knight didn't believe that there would be nothing inside a king's tomb. What do you want? Seemingly seeing Lin Knight's intentions, the tone in which the ghostly shadow within the bloody blade spoke began to tremble. It was a shudder that came from the depths of the soul. To know, the king once slaughtered 400. 000 of them. How could their hearts not be afraid? Though, the forces behind them are also strong. But just because the power behind them is strong, doesn't mean they are. Nothing, I was just curious to see. Don't forget, everything goes back to the basics. The end of science is boiling water. Lin Knight traveled to this world, and the most primitive way to develop was to dig up graves and open coffins. Nowadays, a king's coffin appeared in front of him, and how could he not be moved? I'm telling you, don't mess around. Don't worry, I won't mess around. I'll just follow the normal process. Words. Lin Knight picked up the blood knife in his hand and directly began to swing at the chains. 400,000 blood fury grievances have been absorbed. This sealed land is no longer useful. So, there was no pattern that Lin Knight was destroying by doing this. And after about 20 minutes, Lin Knight finally cleaved through all the chains that bound him. After placing the coffin in the valley, Lin Knight gently pushed open the coffin lid. However, after pushing it open, the result was destined to disappoint Lin Knight. See only, inside the coffin, besides the bones of the king, there was only an ancient booklet, placed next to the pillow. No wonder the eunuch can't look at it. It's so shabby. What grave robber wouldn't shake his head when he looks at it? Lin Knight muttered in a small voice. Then he looked at the booklet again. Soul Forging Scripture, Heart Technique. Grade, Unknown. Introduction. This is a mental method that can exercise mental power. The spirit also represents the soul. Want to come? It should be that the king's killing aura is too heavy, and he is afraid that he will be backfired by the fury and erode his own mind. That's why this booklet is kept with you at all times. But, now Lin Knight had inherited the blood sword. He could have practiced instead. Lin Knight put away the soul forging scripture. Take a look at the time. It's getting late. It was time for Lin Knight to leave. But somehow, it seems to be a really shabby tomb for the king. Or maybe it's something else. Before leaving, Lin Knight always felt that something was missing. Finally, he simply stowed the king's coffin in his backpack as well. The witch said so. Lin Knight's essence blood combined with a good coffin could cultivate the corpse-scented demon taro on top of the coffin fungus. This coffin has been sealed here for so long without rotting. I imagine the material must be extraordinary. And after everything is processed, the mausoleum scroll disappears. Lin Knight re-entered his small chamber again. The chamber is still the same. It's just bloody knives. Tonight, it became extraordinarily scarlet. Chapter 56, Advancing to Perfection. Above the Ghost Emperor. A new day. Lin Knight was once again woken up by a message alert. Noteworthy. This time, not the World Channel. Instead, it's a regional channel. Brothers of Corpse Country Gulch. Wake up. I've made a major discovery. A lord opened his mouth at the public screen, his tone filled with mystery. What's the situation? Early morning ruckus. I was fetching water from the ravine this morning and noticed how much thicker the blood water was. Is something big about to happen? I thought it was something. We've always been like this in Corpse Country Gulch, haven't we? It's well known. This is a world where every region is different. Corpse Country Gulch is filled with gullies everywhere. The abandoned babies forest is said to have discarded many babies. And there's that Howling Ridge where the Ghost King married a female lord. The Ghost King's palace was built on a mountain ridge. There are many wind tunnels below the ridge. A cloudy wind blows. It will make a ghostly noise. So, named Howling Ridge. But I still don't feel right. The smell of blood is already starting to fill the air. This time, another lord chimed in. Me too. Last night, I got up to go to the bathroom and noticed that the moon was slightly more bloody than usual. Then why didn't you say so? It was after midnight when I went to the bathroom, and everyone was asleep at that time. Holy, you guys are talking so metaphysical. My territory is still desolation level. Don't scare me. Last night, Lin Knight slept equally late. Whether or not the moon had an extra hint of blood color, Lin Knight didn't pay much attention to it. But, upon hearing the news that the blood water had become thicker, Lin Knight directly sent out the corpse crows, and he himself sat down under the old acacia tree, while cultivating the soul forging scripture, while waiting for news. Though, Lin Knight wasn't sure. What kind of conspiracy is the Corpse King of the Blood Sea brewing? But at this point in time, it's quasi-correct to boost your strength. Intuition told Lin Knight, something big must be going on. So, there were some things that Lin Knight had to prepare for in advance. Sunrise. But the old acacia tree is still dark and eerie. At this very moment, Lin Knight's eyes were tightly closed, and a faint glow emanated from his body, as if he had entered a metaphysical state. As the soul-forging scripture continued to run, the yin chi around him began to slowly converge, like a light layer of mist, lingering around him. Under the guidance of Lin Knight, these yin chi were again like a trickle, smoothly cutting through every meridian in his body, first merging into his dantian and then rushing into his mind. With every ounce of yin chi that was incorporated, Lin Knight's sea of consciousness would tremble slightly. Over time, the more the yin gathered, the more it grew. The rushes are also becoming more frequent. The light on Lin Knight's body grew more and more intense, like a burning flame. Sweat slid down his forehead and soaked his shirt. But the forest knight, tighten your teeth, still unmoved. Finally, after a long period of time, there was only a soft thud. That barrier instantly disintegrated like a broken ice layer, and the chi in his body was like water breaking the dike, surging and rushing towards the depths of his soul. Lin Knight's eyes snapped open, and 2 streams of refined light shot out from them. In the meantime, his body shook slightly as a brand new aura emanated from him. Name, Lin Knight. Dao, Ghost Soldier, Great Perfection. Status, Lord. Claim, the Ghost Bride's intended. Equipment, 100 Chopping Murderer's Sword. Official robe, Crimson Clothing. 3000 Brahmins. Talent, Talisman Making. Body Technique, Blood Shadow Steps. Technique, 10,000 Transformations Blood Refining Technique. Soul Forging Scripture. Skill, Blood Yama Hand. Blood Shadow Steps, on a night with a full moon. Taught by the Ghost Bride. One excretes one's own blood chi to form a trail of shadows and then accelerate one's speed. Blood Yama Hand, based on the manhwa blood refining technique. The power of essence and blood, all concentrated in the arm, and then strangle the target's neck, violently erupting and exploding into a rain of blood. After the promotion, Lin Knight glanced at his panel once again. Just, after reading it, his brows directly furrowed into a Chuan character. So, am I breaking through or not? Where's my Ghost General skill? Lin Knight originally thought, after the rise, a field will likewise open up by itself. But this Ghost Soldier Great Perfection, it directly confused Lin Knight. What's the matter, my lord? This time, the witch suddenly approached. Granny, you've come at the right time. Quickly probe my realm to see if my practicing has gone awry. Lin Knight thought that the Corpse King was giving too much pressure, too eager himself. It leads to practicing kung fu and getting carried away. Just, after the witch sniffed and probed Lin Knight's aura, but a meaningful look appeared on her face. Dare I ask Lord, what technique did you cultivate before your breakthrough? Soul Forging Scripture. Lin Knight responded truthfully. So, that should be it. Then the witch muttered to herself. It seemed to be said to Lin Knight. Again, it was as if he was talking to himself. Granny, then am I good or bad? Lin Knight was uneasy, so he asked one more question, but only to see. The witch didn't answer Lin Knight positively. Instead, another irrelevant question was asked. Have you ever known, Lord, the division of realms in this world? Ghost Soldier, Ghost General, Ghost Marshal, Ghost King, Ghost Monarch, Ghost Emperor, isn't this something everyone knows? Beyond that, each major realm is subdivided into 3 minor realms. Lin Knight was because of the appearance of the 4th realm. So, it was only then that he was filled with doubt. Then do you know the realm after Ghost Emperor? The witch continued to pursue the question. Ghost. One moment. Lin Knight was directly speechless. Aha, isn't there no more after the Ghost Emperor? How come there are realms after that? But, since the witch had brought up this concept, Lin Knight thought to himself that the witch should know something. Thinking of this, Lin Knight then went on to speak. Then does Granny know the realm after the Ghost Emperor? Words. The witch paced twice before she slowly spoke out. Exactly what realm? The wife is not too sure. The witch shook her head. And after, she seemed to think of something else. My wife has only heard that for the emperor named it a ghost god. It seemed to be an admiration for that realm, or a respect for that emperor. Say this. The witch's tone was full of seriousness. Who is he? Lin Knight almost subconsciously exited. Extreme Dao Emperor. The witch was word for word. It's obviously just a few simple words. But somehow, as soon as the witch's words fell, Lin Knight only felt as if the air around him trembled. But, then again, I still don't understand what this has to do with the Great Perfection. What does it have to do with it? Lin Knight was asking about minor realms. The witch answered the Great Realm. The two don't seem to go together at all. Chapter 57 Rivers of Blood and Broken Flesh. Corpse aura fills the air. So you know what? This emperor, the reason why he was able to touch the threshold of a half-step demon god, is because, he has one thing in common with you. What? He has also cultivated every great realm to perfection. The witch remembers it well. The technique Lin Knight cultivated was the 10,000 transformations blood creation technique. The body possesses another blood bone. Now he had cultivated the soul forging scripture. Blood, bones, soul. Practice all 3 at the same time. Naturally, just enter a great realm of fulfillment. And that emperor, it was the same back in the day. All around cultivation. That's what touched the law of half-step ghost gods. Granny, I probably see what you mean. Simple to understand. It's about not being overly ambitious or in a hurry. Laying the groundwork. Thick and thin. The party can go further. Exactly. This time, the witch nodded with rare relief. There was appreciation in his eyes. And that was the real reason why the witch had not allowed Lin Knight to be overly ambitious when she had mentioned the continent lord earlier. talking and laughing. Blackie also sent a message. Blackie, how's it going? The corpse crow circled in the air before landing on Lin Knight's shoulder again. Gah! Are you saying that not only has the blood water become thicker, but within the blood river, fresh bones and flesh have been found? Gah! Blackie nodded humanely. This was not good news for Lin Knight. What's going on? My lord? This time, the witch followed suit and inquired. Little Black said that within the blood river, a large amount of fresh bones and flesh suddenly appeared. Lin Knight spoke with a grave expression on his face. Words. The witch blushed slightly. No wonder. Did Granny find something? Last night, when my wife was practicing, she suddenly felt that the blood chi in her body was drained away by an inexplicable force. Just started. The witch still thought that some mighty power was stealing her vitality and chi. But think carefully. That's not right either. Both already have half a foot in the coffin. Who's big enough to see this bit of life in her? Is it because of the blood river? Lin Knight tried to ask. Last night, Lin Knight didn't feel anything. Sure, it could also be the reason for his low cultivation level. The forest knight was also stolen. Just didn't realize it. Unclear. The witch shook her head. The specifics, perhaps, can only be known by looking at it. Although the corpse country gully has always been eerie, there are rarely such unusual things, and the witch does not dare to jump to conclusions. In that case, come on, let's go over there together. The witch didn't make another sound, but she nodded her head, as if she had acquiesced to Lin Knight's suggestion. And after, leave the territory. Lin Knight followed the direction of the river. It was about a 20-minute walk. The person has not arrived. In the air, a strong, pungent smell of blood was already wafting in. Lin Knight walked over quickly, but only to see. The originally unadulterated river of blood was suddenly floating with countless bones and bits of flesh. Some of these bones were intact, some were mutilated, and they were either stretched out across the surface of the water, or half submerged under the blood and water. Each piece of meat is again different in shape and size, gives the impression as if the mincemeat was ripped alive from the human body. There are no rules. Because of this debris, the blood river began to become abnormally turbid. The dark red liquid flowed slowly, emitting a sickening scent of blood. Occasionally some white bones collided with each other as the water surged, emitting a crisp yet terrifying sound. And when you closed your eyes to listen, it was as if it was like a wail from the depths of hell. Lin Knight walked along the upper reaches for some more distance, but the results are invariably the same. Filled with broken flesh everywhere. What the hell? Just a moment ago, Lin Knight suddenly realized that a trace of the blood chi in his body had also been drained away. Though insignificant, but it was still clearly captured by Lin Knight. How can I describe this feeling? It was as if this blood river contained some kind of rune formation. Once the regulars get close, then the blood will be devoured. As to why I didn't realize it before, what about finding out now? It was probably because Lin Knight had just upgraded and his divine sense had become sharp. It should be the Corpse King operating behind the scenes. Granny, but did you find something? See only. The witch stretched out her withered palm and fished out a piece of flesh and blood and sniffed it on her nose before looking around. Only at last did he ease out of his voice. If my wife is not mistaken, this should be an ancient spell formation. And it was still an extremely overbearing and terrifying formation. What formation? Lin Knight similarly looked around. But nothing. A mountain of corpses. The witch was word for word. It's well known. The Corpse Country Gulch, with its gullies and ravines, is crisscrossed. Standing at the bottom, you might not feel anything, but stand in the air and you'll see, covered by the sky. Use the earth as a furnace. These gullies cross each other. The entire Corpse Country Gulch is like an intricate chessboard, and those rivers are the grid lines interspersed throughout the board. Formation. Directly against the grain. Reverse rule. Stealing the blood chi of all living beings within the formation. But then, the cost of setting up this formation was also extremely terrifying. It takes tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of living flesh. The witch also didn't expect that the Corpse King was secretly plotting this kind of formation. Where does a necromancer get so many living human bodies? Though the witch downplayed it, but after hearing it, Lin Knight still sucked in a breath of cool air. Hundreds of thousands of living beings, all dead, just to accomplish a formation. Even if you don't eat or sleep or rest, it would take days to kill. Initial speculation is that the dead should be people from some villages, because the witch could clearly see that some of the blood and flesh still had remnants of tattered clothing on them. Sure, the neutral people of Corpse Country Gulch will one day be slaughtered. And what if the people are done killing? Lin Knight searched. Are there that many neutral villages in Corpse Country Gulch? Words. The witch first glanced at Blood River, then at Lin Knight. Aha, Granny, you got this look in your eye? Holy, and so on. Nope. Are you saying that the next target of the necromancer could be? And after, Lin Knight wanted to say something else, but at this point, a coffin suddenly floated upstream. The coffin took on a creepy scarlet hue, as if it had been drenched in blood. The surface of the coffin was as smooth as a mirror, but there was a hidden hint of dark red light. From a distance, the scarlet coffin was like a huge pool of blood that sent shivers down one's spine, and after, it floated silently on the river like that, giving off an eerie and oppressive aura. Sure, or maybe it wasn't originally blood-colored. It was just drenched in rivers of blood. When it floated in front of Lin Knight, it just happened to get stuck on a pile of minced meat and stopped drifting. Chapter 58, Carrying the Spirit with My Body, Crossing the River with a Flower. Within the blood river, how could a coffin appear out of nowhere? One moment. Lin Knight's gaze was slightly wary. He doesn't think so. The necromancer butchered the man, and would be kind enough to match a coffin. Corpse Country Gully, with its intricate geography, could also be the result of the river overpowering a tomb and accidentally washing the owner's coffin into the area the witch analyzed. And rightly so. Lin Knight subconsciously nodded. He thought the witch's analysis made sense. But, then again, Lin Knight originally came from digging graves and opening coffins. This blood coffin rushed just in front of him again. Perhaps, that's God's will. Personally, Lin Knight felt that if he didn't dig up and take a look, he would be sorry for this great gift from God. Say it and do it. However, Lin Knight was just about ready to salvage. It seemed that the coffin had stagnated and the owner of the coffin had sensed something unusual, but only to see the lid of the coffin, which had been quiet, suddenly lifted up on its own. Immediately after, inside stood out an old man with gray hair. From the sample, this old man should be about the same age as the witch, but again, significantly more withered than the witch. His skin clung to his bones as if they were a thin layer of paper, with veins and veins clearly visible, like an intricate map. His cheeks were deeply sunken, his cheekbones were high and raised, and his eyes stood out from their deep sockets. The hands were like dry tree branches, the joints were thick and full of wrinkles and calluses. Each finger looked as if it had been drained of moisture by the years, dried up without a trace of life. As he walks in his coffin, the pace was slow and plodding. The whole thing looked like a piece of porcelain that could break at any moment. Somehow, Lin Knight always felt like he had seen this old man somewhere. But for a moment, Lin Knight couldn't think of it again. Subconscious. Lin Knight then checked a glance at his information. However, that's how it looks. Lin Knight's eyes were glazed over. Name, White Bone Boatman. Dao, Ghost General, Preliminary. Category, Ghouls. Current form, White Bone Boatman. Next form 9 Underworld Bones. Body technique, boat in the water. Skill, Blossom Blood Shadow. Ghostly realm, carrying the spirit in the body, a flower crossing the river. Boating on water, if fighting on a river of blood, a white bone boater will be fast, like a sailboat on water. Blossom Bloom Blood Shadow, the White Bone Boatman plants a blood-colored lotus flower on a river of blood, then explodes to kill the target, bearing the spirit in the body, a flower crossing the river, to be precise. This skill doesn't have any substantial damage, but wherever there is water, it is the domain of the White Bone Boatman, and a blood flower will rise on the surface of the river, and he walks on the surface of the river with his feet on the blood flower as if he were walking on a flat surface. It's the Desert Mountain Bone Collector. No, now I should say White Bone Boatman, though. Lin Knight wasn't sure what had mutated the Desolate Mountain Bone Collector. For what reason? But this withered face. Lin Knight couldn't be indelibly erased for the rest of his life. That's the old man. That day, with a boning knife in his hand, he chased Lin Knight around and dug up bones. Not only that, the White Bone Boatman obviously froze for a moment when he saw Lin Knight as well, as if he also didn't expect to run into old people here. But, after the reaction, the White Bone Boatman quickly transformed into a fierce appearance again. Then spoke viciously. Jie, little kid, let's see where you can run this time. The White Bone Boatman jumped out directly from within the coffin. Then his feet stepped on the blood flowers as he flew towards Lin Knight. Maybe, after such a long time, Lin Knight's strength may have gotten stronger. But, the White Bone Boatman still subconsciously ignored it outright. For the strongest of ghost generals, there's not much difference between pre-ghost soldier and post-ghost soldier. If truth be told, nothing more than a mole and a stronger mole. However, hear that, but only to see. Instead of panicking, Lin Knight had a playful, evil smile on his face. Escape? Why would I run away? There's no one possibility. This time, it's not that I'm running away. Instead, it's your turn to run away. The words are gone. Lin Knight directly erupted with the terrifying cultivation of a ghost soldier great perfection. Blood Yama hand. After feeling this unimaginable aura, the White Bone Boatman obviously froze for a moment. Somehow, this scent is weird. Kind of like a ghost general, but not nearly as interesting. It was said to be a late-stage ghost soldier, but the aura was obviously much stronger again. Could it be that? Does it say? The White Bone Boatman seemed to have thought of something. One moment. his face suddenly changed in shock. It was too late. He saw that the blood Yama hand was about to pierce through the white bone boatman. A close call, but only to see. The white bone boatman suddenly turned into a puddle of blood water and merged into the blood river. Close behind, Lin Knight's blood Yama hand directly missed, trying to escape. However, just then, a female voice suddenly came. Immediately after, a sonic blade of ice shot into the river of blood. Next, a scene that boggles everyone's mind then occurs. See only, the blood river, which was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly seemed to have been cast with some kind of mysterious magic, and even began to gradually freeze up at a jaw-dropping speed. At first, there was just a thin layer of frost on the river, but soon the frost spread quickly like a plague. Everywhere it went, the blood and water were mercilessly frozen. In the blink of an eye, the entire Scarlet River just seemed to lose all its vigor and spirit, slowly solidifying into a dark red solid ice. The river of blood was suddenly frozen. Hopeless, the white bone boatman could only be forced to take shape and reveal his true form once again. Just a moment after he first showed up, blood Yama hands was close behind. Lin Knight once again unleashed a killing move that directly pierced through the white bone boatman's chest. A hideous and ghastly hole appeared above his chest, like a devil's mouth with open fangs, and blood was continuously gushing out from that bull-sized blood hole. Scarlet blood stained the clothing in front of him, flowing down his body and converging into a shocking pool of blood on the ice. The white bone boatman's vitality began to drain away rapidly. However, this time, but only to see, instead of the white bone boatman having a bit of fear before dying, his face instead showed a wry smile. Jia, Lord Corpse King will not let you go. Originally the bone picker sank into the muck. It's already going to die, but I didn't expect it. The blood had seeped under the silt. Following the underground dark river, the bone picker picked up his life. By chance, the bone collector bloodline mutates. That's how he became an inspector under the Corpse King. His task was to make sure that the river was not blocked and could run smoothly through the entire Corpse Country Gulch. But now, he's going to die soon. The Corpse King of the Blood Sea will definitely take responsibility. Aha, you're one of the Corpse King's men? One moment. Lin Knight also seemed to have suddenly discovered some important clue. The white bone boatman didn't answer Lin Knight positively. He just put in another harsh word. Don't get too happy, kid. I'll be waiting for you down here. The words are gone. The white bone boatman's neck lolled, directly severing all vitality. Chapter 59 Blood Drops on Jade Pendant. Introducing a lost path. Previously, the bone picker got stuck inside the silt. Not really dead. Lin Knight only picked up his bone pickup bag. This time, the white bone boatman's chest was opened with a bloody hole, and his vitality was completely cut off. In situ, a direct refresh of a grave loot. Opening it up, it displayed a bunch more items. Tears of the white bone boatman, materials. Grade, none. Introduction, this is a drop. Hopeless, powerless tears. Nothing substantial. Can only be used to fill the 3,000 Brahmas. Background story, the white bone boatman's granddaughter got a strange disease. One of the bones were corroded. In urgent need of bone replacement, but no goodwill donations. And finally watched his granddaughter die. Since then the white bone boatman began to go crazy, wandering around to pick up the bones, for fear that the bones are not enough. Do not advise others to do good without experiencing their suffering. The words, it is most used in this world. If it wasn't for this tear, Lin Knight also didn't know that the bone collector possessed such a tragic experience. Lin Knight carefully filled it inside the ring, then looked to the next item. Blood-dripping jade pendant props. Grade, morning. Introduction, this is a bloodstained jade pendant that doesn't seem to have any substantial function, but can be used to convey messages, similar to a Zen order, like a symbol of a certain power's identity. Bonus note, I've heard it's also a token of some ghostly creature. For others, this blood-red jade pendant really didn't seem to have much value. However, when Lin Knight saw the last row of small words, his breathing directly became rapid. A blood-dripping jade pendant? It's like a token from Xiao Chui. Lin Knight clearly remembered. By possessing it, Xiao Chui could be promoted to a blood-clothed secret envoy. See here. Lin Knight spoke directly behind him. Jade, come here for a second. Actually, the crowd of female ghosts, after realizing that the blood river was abnormal, the first time also rushed over. The move that temporarily froze the blood river just now was one of Rant's ice blades. Master, what is it? Jade took 2 steps forward. This one's for you. Jade seems to be some kind of legendary sensitive body. One moment. As if he had seen her ghostly face, Lin Knight once again emerged with a blush. Master, this, once again. Xiao Chui was moved beyond words. There's no need to say anything. I understand. Refine it earlier so that you can serve the lady better too. Aha! Xiao Chui cupped the blood-dripping jade pendant in her hand and nodded heavily. Third item. Blood concentration pill, elixir. Grade, unknown. Attribute, after taking it, under Ghost General, unconditionally promote one minor realm. Introduction, this is a necessary benefit for joining the Corpse King's men, except that the White Bone Boatman happened to be already at the Ghost General's cultivation level, and this elixir was left behind. It was an elixir similar to the powerful Ghost Pill. However, the medicinal effect is more stable than the powerful Ghost Pill. 100% advancement after taking it. The Corpse King is so generous. Get a free elixir when you join. It made Lin Knight himself want to join in. Lin Knight muttered in his heart. Then without even thinking about it, he directly started taking it. He himself just happens to be a ghost soldier in the grand round. After use, directly breaking through the Ghost General in one fell swoop. However, Lin Knight was just about to use it when a system prompt directly froze him. Ding! System prompt, can't detect the host's cultivation level. If you forcefully take it, it may not work. Aha, I'm Teffa? What do you mean? Undetectable? Can't you see that I'm a ghost soldier? Ding! System alert, unincluded realm detected. If taken by force, it may not work. The hanging heart finally dropped. Lin Knight can't be used. Hopeless. Lin Knight could only end up throwing it to Xiao Chui again. Xiao Chui's Dao was originally in the middle stage of Ghost Soldier. Same time, she had gained another token and another potion. After about an hour, a brand new Xiao Chui appeared in front of the crowd. Name Wang Xiao Chui. Dao, Ghost General, early stage. Category, Ghosts. Current form, Secret Envoy in Blood, already in final form. Weapon, Soul-Inducing Lamp. Skills, Whispering. Ghostland, Introducing the Lost. Whispering, Xiao Chui was just a maid of a landlord's family in her life, and didn't have any substantial skills. But now, even though she's out of the jar, she's equally capable of hiding in the shadows and whispering, and then scaring off lingering passers-by. Introduced into the Lost Path, Xiao Chui can pick the soul drawing lamp to bring the target out of the ghost fighting wall, and likewise introduce the target into the Lost Path, where they can't walk out permanently. Actually, introducing Lost also has skill extensions. Once caught within Xiao Chui's lost domain, Xiao Chui can fiddle with the target at will. Only, Xiao Chui has always been kind-hearted. It's not a ghost made of grudges. The kills just aren't that heavy. Master, Miss, Xiao Chui has become stronger again. Xiao Chui can protect you better in the future. Xiao Chui rose 2 small realms in a row. Happy hands and feet. However, at this very moment, Lin Knight, however, couldn't be happy. Husband, what's wrong? This time, it was as if the ghost bride had seen the change in Lin Knight's expression. Do you know, my lady, that the White Bone Boatman who just died was actually one of the Corpse King's men? What does the husband mean? Unsurprisingly, we may have been targeted by the Corpse King. With the Corpse King's Dao, he shouldn't put us in his sights. Would husband be a bit overly concerned? The ghost bride tried to say. Hard to say. From the surface, it's still calm. But Lin Knight couldn't guarantee that the White Bone Boatman, before he died, hadn't notified the headquarters. Don't forget, that blood-dripping jade pendant is a voice transmission token. Husband, then what should we do now? Yeah, what to do now? Assuming that the White Bone Boatman has sent a message to headquarters, and marked this spot. In time, the Corpse King will definitely send someone, along the Blood River, to the door again. It wasn't Lin Knight's character to sit back and wait for death. So, Lin Knight was just thinking, is there any way to change the river? Or just seal the river of blood? And so on. Seal. I don't know if the Red Prison hijacking and killing formation is possible. Suddenly, Lin Knight thought of the King's Tomb. This formation could seal 400,000 grievous spirits. So I thought that it should be able to seal the Blood River as well. But just to be sure, Lin Knight still asked one more question. Granny, I suddenly had an idea. I don't know if it'll work, so I'd like to ask my mother-in-law for some guidance. What do you have to say, my lord? Using our territory as the eye of the formation, assuming that we arrange 9 nodes around it, I wonder if we can block the Corpse Mountain Blood River formation, but only to see. The witch denied it outright and decisively. No, any formation was meaningless in front of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Then what if this formation is the Red Prison hijacking and killing formation? Lin Knight said with a single word, not looking for a complete seal, even if it's just for a moment of involvement. My lord, you mean? Suddenly, the witch's brow was also slightly furrowed. Yudu, the corpse leader. Chapter 60, Sun Luo Yudu, corpse-scented magic potato. Lin Knight didn't explain too much, but with the witch's experience. One moment. She then understood the 4-letter word meaning. It's well known. The blood basin of bitterness. In the very beginning there were only 2 superpowers fighting for territory. One of them was a force led by the soldier Bone God Emperor. The other was the true owner of this red prison hijacking and killing formation. That time, Mori prison and Yudu are still family. The thousand-handed Imperial Kuei and the Northernine underworld queen still slept in the same room. They are collectively known as Moro Yudu. If that's the case, then there really isn't a problem. That said, the witch's frown, however, did not stretch. In terms of power, the Red Hell hijacking is indeed comparable to a mountain of corpses. Fear only, the Corpse King is sensitive to this formation. In time, Lin Knight instead became the Corpse King's key target. But, it's also possible that you're overthinking it. The necromancer won't even be paying attention to this place. Think about it. The witch didn't end up saying the words out loud. In that case, that's the arrangement. But, a grand formation that could suppress 400,000 grievous spirits would not be as simple as one would imagine. Before building, Lin Knight needed to do one more thing. Raise your cultivation to Ghost General as well. Only this. It was only then that he could better draw blood talismans and build great formations. Into the night, Lin Knight carried out the coffin inside the king's tomb. The witch said so. Possessing a still good coffin and with Lin Knight's essence blood, he could condense a corpse-scented devil's tongue on top of the coffin fungus. The witch wasn't sure where Lin Knight had gotten this coffin from, but some words. He still had to be reminded. Are you sure you want to do this? Lord? Say this. The witch's eyes were filled with worry, as if she had something difficult to say. Okay. Lin Knight didn't hesitate. But do you know that the corpse-scented devil taro contains extremely thick corpse chi? And before it matures, it will give off a strong corpse scent, and at that time, ghosts from dozens of miles around may come to fight over it. The witch was talking about growing corpse-scented magic potatoes, but the witch didn't finish last time. The corpse-scented konjac will also attract a group of poachers before it matures, if it's not guarded by absolute strength. Equivalent. He's found himself a shortcut to hasten his death. What is the approximate cultivation level of these ghostly creatures that have come to fight for it? Words. Lin Knight frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask one more question. Corpse-scented magic potatoes are used to impact the realm of the Ghost General, so the people who come should all be in the late stage of the Ghost Soldier. Lin Knight had the Ghost Soldier great perfection, but others don't have this realm. If they're all late-stage Ghost Soldiers, then there shouldn't be much pressure. Though, Lin Knight frowned slightly just now, but it was only a frown. That being said, I'm afraid that when the time comes, there will be many ghosts and it will be difficult to defeat them with two fists. The witch was still a bit worried. Will there be more natural disasters? That didn't. That's it. For a while longer. Random events are about to open up. I'm not afraid of natural disasters. And how can you be afraid of a group of contenders? In that case, my wife will put her life on the line to help Lord guard the corpse-scented devil's taro. One moment. The witch's eyes also became determined. Thanks a lot. And after, guided by the witch, Lin Knight began to continuously drip blood into the coffin. As the blood continued to drip into the coffin, the interior of the originally calm coffin gradually glowed with an ethereal light. The blood is accumulating more and more. Strange runes vaguely began to emerge from the coffin. It was as if an ancient spell had been awakened. Suddenly, there was a sound of a cracking coffin. The edge of that originally silent and cold coffin had incredibly sprouted a bright green shoot. This shoot is like a tenacious messenger of life, breaking through the bonds of death and darkness to show amazing vitality. The tender green leaves quivered slightly. The bright green color is as crystal clear as an emerald, exuding a fresh and captivating aura. It just showed its head. The air around them instantly became cold and biting. A strong smell of corpses filled the air. It's not enough. Keep dripping blood. The witch exited with a stony face. Words. Lin Knight didn't dare to be any slower. Keep squeezing your fingers. Finally. It's just too slow. Lin Knight simply cut a slash directly into his palm with his blood knife. Scarlet blood continued to converge within the coffin. After being moisturized by blood, the corpse-scented konjac grows bigger and bigger. At first it was just a small shoot, but later it could already begin to take on its first outline. See only. It looks like konjac, but is very different from ordinary konjac. Then the bright green shoots of the young. After growing up, the corpse-scented konjac has a bizarre dark red color, and the leaves are wide and fat, with jagged lines on the edges. It looks from afar. It was like the open fangs of a demon. Wait until it is thoroughly molded. Corpse-scented devil's tongue stretched its petals pleasurably in the coffin, and each petal had a hidden pattern on it, as if hiding some kind of mysterious power. As it grew, the air around it became even colder, and wisps of necrotic aura began to continuously diffuse towards the surroundings. That's enough. Next, just wait quietly for it to condense its fruit. How long does it take to coalesce the fruit? 1 hour. An hour is 2 hours. Change before. Lin Knight wouldn't feel anything, but now, the corpse breath had spread. Lin Knight knew. This next hour will be extremely memorable. The witch also said it earlier. The ripening process of the corpse-scented magic taro will attract a large number of ghosts to gather. It wasn't in Lin Knight's character to shy away. Lin Knight simply sat directly in front of the territory. Then he drew his bloody knife, stuck it in the side, and began a quiet wait. Lin Knight stared tightly at his surroundings. There was a wary look in his eyes, but at the same time with a hint of anticipation. Husband. This time, the ghost bride suddenly appeared behind Lin Knight. In the meantime, behind her, also standing were Xiao Hong, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Lan, Xiao Chui. What brings you here? Husband, I've come to help you. Before, Lin Knight fought the ghost general alone. Actually, it wasn't that the ghost bride was cold-blooded and heartless, watching Lin Knight sit back and do nothing. Just because Lin Knight advances in his dreams, the ghost bride was actually helping him to sink his cultivation on the side. But yourself, after all, it was Lin Knight's wife. It's also a member of the territory. In the long run, Lin Knight's heart was inevitably a bit unbalanced. Blame her for not doing a good job as a wife. Today, Lin Knight no longer needed to sink in. So, naturally, she, the wife, could not be sitting on the sidelines. Good, tonight we fight side by side. The latter, all of them nodded heavily. Sure, these are just the obvious ones too. Beyond that, next to Kotomine and Saya. And then there's the almost forgotten penal villain. He'd been picking at the blood and water before. So, it's what almost went unnoticed. Chapter 61, Demons Dance in Chaos. Hundreds of ghosts attack at night. Time passed by. Just started. It's still quiet around the territory. The corpse crow flapped its wings that reeked of decay, also hovering high in the sky in constant vigilance. Suddenly, a ghostly voice came, breaking the silence of the night. Immediately after, an eerie whine came from the darkness in the distance. That feeling. It was as if countless ghostly creatures were hurrying this way. They opened their teeth and claws. The face is hideous, with a creepy aura. It sped towards the side at an astonishing speed and approached. Coming, Lin Knight mentally said, then gripped the bloody knife next to him. And after, it was as if it was precisely to verify Lin Knight's suspicions. Close behind, Lin Knight then saw the first ghostly creatures that appeared in the darkness of the night. See only, it was 5 peculiar men dressed in strange clothes, but barefoot. They were tall, but 5 people have only one eye. Among them, all 4 had no eyes. Only the man at the head of the group had one eye. He led the way. The remaining 4 pulled on his sleeve and just followed. Name, Mr. Ikimoku. Dao, Ghost Soldier, late. Category, Human Spirit. Current form, Mr. Ikimoku. Next form, Gohan. Token, Colorful Silk. Skill, Sinking Disease. Introduction, 5 people share one eye, so they are called Mr. One Eye 5. Although they are 5 people, but the divine sense of mind to share. A person breakthrough all promoted to the Ghost General. Sinking disease, being looked at for a while by the only eyes of Mr. One Eye 5 will cause 100 diseases and accelerate aging. Go faster. Go faster. A little later, the corpse-scented magic potatoes will be ripe. Penis, slow down. You're stepping on my heels, and I can't see the road. Lao Si, can you tug on my sleeve? And don't keep tugging on my pants. The size is one size too big for you. I'm sorry Sango. I'll be careful next time. A couple of weird men, holding hands, walking is extremely funny. Then it slowly appeared in front of Lin Knight. I mean, you 5 brothers, how many years has it been, and you can't buy a few eyes? Lin Knight had yet to speak. Another man came out of the night in another direction. Noteworthy. The man's voice was clearly mature, but his body type was as long as a child's. Beyond that, he was also carrying a sack like a bone picker on his back. Watch from afar. It's like an old kid scavenging. Name, Hayakum. Dao, Ghost Soldier, late stage. Category, Human Spirit. Current form, 100 eyes. Next form, 1000 eyes. Relic, 1000 eyes. Magic weapon, eye bag. Skill, 100 eyes. Bag of eyes. Unlike the bone collector, the inside of the bag of 100 eyes is dedicated to holding eyes. And it said that as of now he's held 560 eyes, and that he can evolve when he's gathered 1,000. 100 eyes predator. Unlike the black Taiyu, 100 eyes is not full of eyes, but a bag full of eyes. And a pair of eyes represents a wronged soul that has had its eyes gouged out. And 100 eyes does all kinds of bad things with these eyes, some of which are put behind living people as trackers, and some are put at the head of the bed to make people have nightmares. On one side, 5 people share an eye. On one side, there's the eye trafficker. Born enemies. No wonder they taunt each other when they meet. And after, just when Lin Knight thought that the end of this was about to end, just a bang. Suddenly, the black earth exploded into another gash. A bald man burrowed out from underneath. Name, Mountain Monk. Dao, Ghost Soldier, late. Category, Gnomes. Current form, Mountain Monk. Next form, Corpse Head. Relic, Buddha's relics. Skill, shrinking earth. Introduction, monks don't fast. Don't eat vegetarians. They only eat people's brains. Shrinking the earth into an inch. Shrinking the earth into an inch is also called into the ground and did not. The mountain monk has a skill similar to the recluse. Give him a piece of land. It can disappear without a trace. Ouch. It's suffocating me. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It seems to be the reason the cemetery land is so hard. The ground was extraordinarily poorly drilled tonight. After the mountain monk emerged from the ground, a big bump on the top of his head. He covered his head and spun around in place several times. But, after noticing that his behavior seemed a bit out of character, the mountain monk quickly changed his expression again. Where is the corpse fragrance magic taro? Where is it? Hand it over to the old man. Monk Shan subconsciously glanced around. However, it was found that many more ghosts had come around one after another. These ghosts, except for Mr. Hyakum and Mr. Ikimoku. Some look like a wax face made from candles. On his skin that looked like batter fried. Eyes fall out, put the eyes back in. Ears fall off, put the ears back on. There's more. I heard his name was Whooping Cough. The coughing hasn't stopped since he came over until now. Monk Shan realized he couldn't beat any of them, then immediately closed his mouth again. Another moment passed, until there was no more movement in the distant blackness. Only then did Lin Knight speak faintly. So it seems that everyone should be here. Who's talking? Again, the mountain monk stepped forward. But, when he saw a group of ghost generals around Lin Knight, he immediately flinched back again. I'm sorry. I admit to talking a little too loud just now. Everybody buddy. Never take it personally. That's right. Behind Lin Knight, there were clearly 4 female ghosts standing. They are Xiao Hong, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Lan, Xiao Chui, goons. Seeing this scene, 100 Eyes beat his heart and despised the mountain monk. Everyone is human. Why are you acting like a grandson? Grass. They're ghost generals. Speaking of which, the mountain monk was also depressed for a while. Corpse-scented magic potatoes are used by ghost soldiers to impact their realm. A bunch of ghosts will cultivate what corpse-scented magic potatoes. It was going to be in front of so many clans. Play nice. And by the way, build up some more prestige. It didn't turn out to be loaded. Almost got used as an outlier. Afraid of what? With so many late-stage ghost soldiers. I'm still afraid of a few of his ghost generals? Don't forget. Except for the mountain monk. Lin Knight around this small cemetery. And Hyakum. Mr. Ikimoku. Whooping Cough. Wax Face. And a host of other ghosts and spirits. Before and after. The numbers add up to nearly several hundred. You're good. You're on. Humph. 100 Eyes grunted at first. Only then did he turn his head to look at Lin Knight. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the owner of the corpse-scented devil taro. It's just as well. If you hand over the corpse-scented devil taro, it will save us from having to do it ourselves. There's only one corpse-scented demon taro. But with so many elves and monsters, how can we divide it up? Lin Knight narrowed his eyes slightly. The corpse-scented magic taro was only enough for one person to impact the realm. Once separated, the effect is greatly reduced. But, Hyakum doesn't seem to be falling for it. Such a cheap trick of sowing dissension. And you want to dissociate us too? Chapter 62 The Soul-Breaking Scholar. Wielding a pen like ink. There's only one corpse-scented demon taro. How are you going to divide it up amongst so many ghosts? We can kill you first. Then we can talk about how to divide it up. Or, what? Since you were able to cultivate a corpse fragrance magic taro, you should know the method of cultivation. And we can incidentally take you away again and cultivate it for us day and night. Then it seems that there is no negotiation. The ghosts that came to fight for it. It was more than Lin Knight had imagined. Lin Knight had wanted to use a discreet move. Not to say that the ghosts will be completely earthbound. Even a slight reduction in stress would be fine. But ghosts are ghosts. Lin Knight still underestimated their ruthlessness. Kill this person first, then imprison his soul. A ghostly creature stormed out. And after, a riot then broke out among the ghosts. See this scene. Lin Knight's gaze froze as he tightly gripped the 100-cutting murderer's blade in his hand. However, Lin Knight was just about to make his move. Suddenly, just then, among these ghosts and monsters, another scholar-like man stood out. Because, Lin Knight clearly saw that he was holding a scroll in his hands and had a book basket on his back. Name, Broken Soul Scholar. Dao, Ghost General, Early Stage. Category, Ghosts. Current form, Broken Soul Scholar. Next form, Broken Soul Spirit Officer. Token, The Cast. Skill, wield a pen like ink. Ghostland, the book. Wave brush like ink. Soul Break Scholar pulls out the brush on his person and quickly writes a big seal in the air. Each font has a different effect depending on his literal meaning. For example, if he writes a character for wind, the speed of the friendly party is accelerated. In the book, there are no wives in the book in the true sense of the word. But the soul-breaking scribe will immerse you in a sea of knowledge to have fun with a woman. And then immerse yourself in it and never come out of it. After reading the attributes of the soul-severing scholar, Lin Knight was clearly frozen for a moment. The witch said so. Corpse-scented magic potatoes are used to impact the ghost general realm. The contenders should all be late-stage ghost soldiers. So here's the question. How could a ghost general appear among the ghosts competing for the corpse-scented magic potato? My name is Broken Soul Scholar. In my life, I am most displeased with bullying people. Bullying the few with the many. This lord, I'll come to your aid. And after, the soul-severing scholar did just that, making a standard bow in front of all the people facing Lin Knight. Aha, who am I? Where am I? Aren't you from across the street? Why are you suddenly on my side? One moment. Lin Knight was even more confused. This time, it was the ghost bride who was the first to react. Husband, this person's slave has also heard of him. If he says he wants to help you, then it must be. But he's not the one on the other side? Husband, and know that there are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Not to mention, this man is a ghost. Ghosts have always been erratic in their moods. Understood. Originally, Lin Knight was still worried. If one day we also bully others with many, will the soul breaker scholar defect again? It wasn't until the tone of the territory increasing its population by one came, that Lin Knight was completely relieved. Grass. Nerd. You didn't come to our side of the press. Why are you standing on the opposite side? It's Monk Sean again. The Soulbreaker scholar was suddenly on the opposite side. Lin Knight was happy, but the opposite side was straight up not happy. But only to see. The Soulbreaker scholar didn't even turn his head back. He just wrote the word seal in the air. The mountain monk couldn't open his mouth for an instant. I have yet to find you guys to settle this account of deception. And you still dare to question me. The reason why the Soulbreaker scholar agreed to press the issue, just subconsciously thought. The opponents were thousands of minions under the Corpse King. But when he went over he realized. You hundreds of ghosts. Just to grab the other side's corpse-scented magic potatoes. It's downright deceptive. The more the Broken Soul scholar thought about it, the more angry he became. Finally, another vicious exhale of foul air. Once when he was alive, he went to the capital to catch the examination for the scholarship. Mud. The invigilators were bribed by the dignitaries. His article fell through the cracks. Elected a piece of as the top article. Broken Soul's book was so angry that he went to the theory and was finally killed alive. So, Soul Broken Scholar is the most angry with this kind of power to deceive others. Nerd, are you sure you want to do this? Momo stepped forward again. Get out. I, the Soul Breaker Scholar, do not need to be questioned. Well. In that case, there is indeed nothing more to say. Momo had held out a glimmer of hope. The result was a direct scolding, glancing up at the sky. It was getting closer and closer to the time when the corpse-scented magic potatoes would ripen. No more delays. Do it. Yes. And after. The big battle is imminent. Soon. All of them then picked their respective targets. With the mountain monk as the leader of the group of ghosts, Ran stood directly in front of him, to prevent the mountain monk from hiding. Ran will ice the ground ahead of time. The eyes of Mr. Ikimoku can cause 100 diseases. Jade, on the other hand, stood in front of him. Ghost bodies are not only immune to disease. Moment of truth. Xiaochui will also pick out the soul-attracting lamps to disperse them. The cough of whooping cough can be distracting. Inability to concentrate. Green's operatic voice, on the other hand, just about covers it up. Though, Green and Lun, together, will be more powerful. But they were all early-stage ghost generals. Facing some late-stage ghost soldiers, doesn't seem like much of a threat. Finally, and a waxy noodle man. Never mind. The waxy-faced man's eyes dropped again. This will be on the ground looking for an eyeball. Pick your opponents individually. Lin Knight then took on 100 Eyes and the rest of the experts. Everyone else is a ghost general. Only Lin Knight was a ghost soldier great perfection. He was the only one here who was slightly weaker. But, Lin Knight had the addition of the 100 battles murdering sword, as well as a wealth of combat experience, and his overall strength wasn't false. So, should I call you lucky, or unlucky? Hayakome stood in front of Lin Knight. The strength of a late-stage ghost soldier was naturally not as dense as a great perfection. But, dozens of other ghostly creatures surrounded Momochi. Is there anything else to be said about this? Unfortunately, because, of all the ghostly creatures, you've gone up against me. Fortunately, I'm not like the other disgusting contraptions that eat brains and dismember. I'll give you a hard time. Then I think I should be lucky. But, Lin Knight, this lucky refers to cultivation suppression. The reason you think so is because you don't even understand my strength. If you learn what I'm capable of, then you will regret your decision today for the rest of your life. Words. 100 Eyes unzipped his bag straight away. One moment. A strange light suddenly glowed at Hayakum's back. Immediately after, a pair of eyes sprung up like a rainbow. These eyes were densely packed. Some were as big as copper bells. Some were as small as the tip of a needle. Some had icy, piercing eyes as if they could penetrate one's soul, while others shone with a demonic light that sent shivers down one's spine. 100. I. Predator. Caracal. Chapter 63. 100 Grim Eyes. Strong suppression. 100 eyes of hideousness. 100 eyes in one word. The words just fell. Countless eyes were arranged tightly at the back of Momochi. As Hayakum's body moved, these eyes followed along with a slight turn. From a distance, the light emanating from those eyes was like a destructive ray from the abyss of the universe, carrying an endless aura of might and terror. As far as the eye can see, the graveyard grass withered right away. Dead branches come right off. Even the birds and beasts flying in the sky were not spared and fell from the sky. However, when these gazes rippled onto Lin Knight, but only to see, Lin Knight directly blocked the blood sword in front of his body. In the light of the moon, the blood knife flashed with a dazzling cold light. When these rays of light with the nature of calamity reflected over, Lin Knight used his blade to directly reflect them back again. You even have this kind of treasure. What a poisonous vision 100 Eyes has. Just one glance. He then saw that the knife was extraordinary. Now, I've changed my mind. Blood knife. Corpse-scented konjac. I want it all. With just you. A late-stage ghost soldier? No. 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 A ghost soldier late in the game might not work. But if that number is 280 yet, don't forget, there are 560 eyes in the 100-eye sack. A man with 2 eyes. 560 is equivalent to 280 grievances. Under the weight of resentment, a force so powerful that it was palpitating came raging from behind. One moment. Those pairs of eyes that had originally looked restful once again erupted with incomparably dazzling and intense essence auras. The light seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles and shot straight into the distance, illuminating the surrounding space as bright as day. Now, I'll see how you fight me again. The reason why 100 Eyes dared to challenge the great perfection at the late stage. This eye pocket was his greatest leverage. Just one more pair of eyes. He's just one more grudge to add to the list. Now, 280 more eyes in 100 eyes. He'd be fighting the equivalent of 280 more people. 280 against 1. He was naturally not afraid of Lin Knight. What the hell? Why is it suddenly light? It's Hayakum. His bottom card is so strong. I've heard he gets stronger with each additional pair of eyes. Even though it's the late stage of Ghost Soldier now, its strength is already straight up to that of a Ghost General. Sensing this unimaginable scene, it was inevitable that a heated discussion was induced among the ghostly creatures. It's over. It's over. This is the end of the rivalry. Hayakum actually made that move. Looks like the corpse-scented konjac is not Hayakum's tonight. Hear the chatter around you. The corner of Hayakum's mouth was also slightly hooked into a weird, evil smile, as if he was enjoying the flattery. However, what everyone doesn't know is this. Hayakum laughed. Lin Knight laughed along with him. Then resentment? If 280 paths, they can all be called invincible. And what about my 280? In that case, so, bloom, 400,000 grudges. Lin Knight's words just fell. An extremely powerful and creepy resentment, like a raging black tide. From within that mysterious and ancient blade, a steady stream of spurts were released. The resentment seemed to possess endless power and malice. One moment. Dark clouds. Thunder rolls. The originally dark moon and windy, serene and peaceful night sky suddenly changed color. Resentment filled the night sky. It was as if the sky was shaken by this horrible resentment, emitting a low mournful cry. Wherever it passes, the flowers and plants stopped growing. The air stopped flowing. Even the breeze seemed to freeze in the air. The whole world seemed to fall into a dead silence. The only thing that was still spreading uncontrollably was the resentment that was constantly being released, eroding every inch of space, as these spiteful spirits wrapped around Hayakum's eyes. See only, the eyes behind Hayakum were like broken mirrors, instantly falling apart and exploding into a field of broken flesh. This can't be. 100 Eyes stared at these unjust souls with incredulity and disbelief in their eyes. This resentment, surprisingly, it was 10 times denser than his eye pocket. 100 times. No, it's 1,000 times. Such a martial art. He heard what he didn't hear. Such a move. He's unheard of. Nothing is impossible. Hayakum's greatest strength was easily broken. And after, Lin Knight's eyes stared, and the long sword in his hand was instantly sheathed. A cold light snapped by. That speed was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to see the trajectory of its movements. Next moment, there was a muffled poof sound. It was accompanied by a gush of blood. Hayakum's hideous, ghastly head. Surprisingly, it flew straight out like that. Before dying, the shock and disbelief still lingered on its face, as if How could he have never imagined that he would be so easily killed by Lin Knight with a single slash? And the body that lost its head. After a few shakes, it also fell to the ground with a loud splash of dust. The strongest 100 eyes. Dead. Dead. Quiet. Quiet. One moment. The entire area around the cemetery was dead silent. And I don't know how long it was. Lin Knight put away the blood sword. So, what about you guys? Momochi died. Lin Knight looked at the others again. I have heard that there is a new nun in the Bardo temple. I have to go on a blind date. Guys, I'll go first. Words. The mountain monk burrowed straight into the ground and disappeared without a trace. The old family side just sent a message saying that they accidentally got a batch of pills to cure coughs. I'll go see how it goes. Having said that, Whooping Cough also left the area. Take another look at Mr. Ikimoku. Never killed Jade. This time, it's also rare to make an exception. The second and fourth have been killed in battle. Then the oldest and the third carried the body of the second. Lao San's other hand and Lao Fu carried Lao Si's body. The three men, who looked like they were carrying two stretchers, also left the place in a hurry. Finally, only the wax face remains. He finally found his eyeballs. But just after putting it back, I realized that the fight was over. Looked around. There's no one left. I'm going back for an eye surgery. Having said that, Waxface also left in a hurry. But on the run, his eyes dropped again. Forget it. Don't. Corpse-scented magic potatoes are certainly tempting, but only if there is a life to enjoy. After all, life is gone, but there's nothing left. After the wax-faced man escaped as well. It didn't take long. The entire battlefield then went completely silent. The battle seemed to be over by this point. However, Lin Knight's brows remained furrowed. Just now, he clearly saw a few more shadow ghosts, but after the battle began, they were never seen again. Lin Knight didn't see them die, didn't see them running away either. Then, where the hell did they go? And so on. Yard Wall. Chapter 64, Pregnancy Manual, Early Stage of Ghost General. Lin Knight suddenly thought of something. Turn your head, but only to see the cemetery's courtyard wall. There were a few ghostly figures that were creeping up the wall. They moved with the agility and lightness of a gecko, quietly, walking like a ghost, eyes on them going over the wall. Lin Knight said darkly, "No good." However, just then, just a buzz, like the sound of a bowstring snapping open came. A red line skimmed the sky. One moment, the ghostly figure on the courtyard wall was directly sliced in half. Then, in an inertial trend, the ghostly corpse that had lost its center of gravity, half of it fell inside the courtyard wall. The other half fell outside the courtyard wall. It was the ghost bride who struck. Only after seeing a red-clothed figure slowly appearing from the cemetery, did Lin Knight let out a sigh of relief. But, then again, does the filament still cut through ghostly bodies? Before, Lin Knight had also cut ghosts with red thread, but those have torso corpses. Husband, have you ever heard of an inkwell? Was it Granny's idea? Aha. The ghost bride nodded. No more talking, glancing up at the sky. The battle was over sooner than expected. There's still some time before the corpse-scented magic potato matures. Idle. Lin Knight began to clean up the battlefield. Momochi died. Many of the ghosts were directly scared away. So, not much loot on the ground, except for some basic materials. Among them, there was a treasure map-like prop that caught Lin Knight's attention. However, when Lin Knight looked at the content on it clearly, his entire body was visibly frozen. Pregnancy booklet, special props. Introduction, it clearly states the time of delivery for many pregnant women. Details. Young Mrs. Wang of Longevity Village's delivery time left, 1 day, 11 hours. Young woman Li of Shady Breeze Village's time left in labor, 7 days, 3 hours. Young woman Lu from Huangsha Village has 15 days and 8 hours left to deliver her baby, 15 days and 8 hours. The lucky villages. Aha, dude thought the treasure map. What do you mean you gave me a pregnancy booklet? I don't run a ING maternity hospital. What do I need this for? Husband, I know. The ghost bride walked over. When a woman gives birth to a young child, she produces a special thing that is fatally attractive to ghosts. And I think there are ghosts collecting this. What? The purple river cart. So, Lin Knight nodded with seeming understanding. Another moment passed. Corpse-scented devil's tongue is thoroughly ripe. But, noteworthy, during the course of the battle, the witch, from start to finish, never showed her face. Lin Knight thought she was busy with something else. Wait until you get past it. In order to prevent the corpse-scented magic potato from being stolen, the witch was improvising a simple rain cover around the coffin. Wait until the battle is over. The witch lifted her defenses again. One moment. The rich scent of corpses filled the entire air. This corpse breath. It was as if it was a demonic aura from the depths of hell. With the smell of death and decay, a steady stream emanates from that delicate flower. Lord, The corpse fragrance magic taro has completely matured. If we don't take it at this time, when will we wait? Yes. Under the witch's guidance, Lin Knight took out the fruit of the corpse-scented magic potato. Immediately after, the entire branch of the corpse-scented magic taro then fell into withering, delivered to the mouth. An invisible force was like a tidal wave, instantly surging from all directions. It was a marvelous feeling that cannot be accurately described in words. It was sometimes like a gentle breeze, gently brushing over Lin Knight's body. It was also like a blazing sun that scorched every inch of Lin Knight's skin. The sensation came so swiftly and strongly that Lin Knight was completely unable to make any reaction before he was completely swept away. Lin Knight could only be forced to close his eyes tightly and concentrate fully on mobilizing the surging breath within his body. He took a deep breath, and slowly spit it out again. Start adjusting your form and rhythm. Then, again, he guided this powerful breath and launched it toward the bottleneck in his body. With the drive of Lin Knight's intention, that breath galloped up like a wild horse out of control, rushing straight to where the bottleneck was. Each impact carries a tremendous amount of power. The bottle began to neck slightly. Soul-forging sutra, hematopoietic meridians, running at the same time, combined with the scent of corpse-scented devil's tongue. Lin Knight charged one last time with a more aggressive stance. Finally, just a click, like the sound of a heavy object breaking came. Shasta. Lin Knight only felt his entire body lighten up, as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted. The meridians that were originally blocked and unsmooth instantly became smooth and unobstructed, and a steady stream of yin-chi rushed and flowed through them like a tidal wave. Name, Lin Knight. Dao, Ghost General, Early Stage. Status, Lord. Claim, the Ghost Bride's Intended. Equipment, 100 Chopping Murderer's Sword. Official robe Crimson Clothing. And 3,000 Brahmins. Talent, Talisman Making. Body Technique, Blood Shadow Steps. Technique, 10,000 Transformations Blood Refining Technique. Soul Forging Scripture. Skill, Blood Yama Hand. Domain, Moro Yudu. Blood Shadow Steps, on a night with a full moon. Taught by the Ghost Bride. One excretes one's own blood chi to form a trail of shadows and then accelerate one's speed. Blood Yama Hand, based on the manhwa blood refining technique. The power of essence and blood, all concentrated in the arm. Then strangle the target's neck and violently explode, exploding into a rain of blood. Moro Yudu, the host visualizes the old shadow of the former Moro Yudu, summoning a wide and magnificent ghost city, which is then subdued by all targets within range. Finally promoted to the legendary Ghost General, Lin Knight also opened a big skill, as he is human, not a ghost. So, his great skill was called the domain, not the ghost domain. And then perhaps, it was because he had been practicing the soul forging scripture for the past 2 days. The soul forging scripture was again the king's martial art. The king is from that power again. Lin Knight was also not expecting it. The realm that he had opened was surprisingly related to that power. But, this power was once comparable to chi. Thought it should be okay too. Not bad. After looking at your attributes, Lin Knight nodded in satisfaction. And after, next time, centered on the cemetery, Lin Knight had been frantically condensing his essence blood and setting up the red prison hijacking and killing formation. Lin Knight has no chains. He'd just have to put blood charms on every node. To ensure prowess, Lin Knight had struck over 1,380 blood symbols at each node. Each of the blood symbols flickered with a bizarre light, as if it possessed a life of its own, echoing with the surroundings, forming an intricate yet incredibly powerful formation. Blood clotting, drawing blood charms, blood clotting, drawing blood charms, and so on and so forth, until half a month had passed. This big project is only gradually coming to a close. Chapter 65, Pre-Natural Disasters, Pre-War Preparations. Time passes. In the twinkling of an eye, it had come to the night before the opening of the Plague of Heaven. This night, the World Channel was extremely lively. Holy, more than 3 weeks. So soon? I don't feel like I've done anything at all. And the territory has just been promoted to the grievance level. So nervous. I wonder what kind of natural event will happen tomorrow. I've heard it's the Ghost King of each region who will send troops to attack us. A lord speculated. It seems to be the case. I refreshed in Silent Hill, and in the days following, there were fewer and fewer wild ghosts, and the nights were getting quieter by the day. So what does that tell us? The spiritual intelligence of low-level ghosts has always been low, but they seem to be organized, and they suddenly disappeared en masse. Doesn't that tell us something? I think it's 80% that the Central Ghost King has gathered them en masse and then waited for the natural disaster event to open up and explode in a big way. The brothers of Silent Hill must be careful tomorrow. The World Channel fell into a brief silence. After a while, another person opens the way. Brothers, is there only one Ghost King in each of your areas? Isn't one enough? 2 No. That's the Ghost King. Now at this stage, how many lords have cultivated to the level of Ghost Generals? If multiple Ghost Kings in an area, Are we lords still alive? But what's with the 9 graves suddenly refreshed in my area? Isn't it normal in our world to refresh the graveyard? How are you going to develop if you don't brush your grave? No, each of these 9 graves is so big that it's like a small hill. What area did you refresh in? 9 Grave Ridge. What did you refresh on? Next to 9 Grave Ridge. Brother, I have a word not. Forget it, I'm sorry to have met you in this way. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, it was as if this lord had been declared dead in advance. Finally, just when everyone thought that the chat was over, suddenly another man spoke in a deep voice. After half a day's reading, I realized that you guys, either refreshed in the corpse domain or the ghost domain, and the graves should all be made of dirt. No dude, what do you mean? Did you refresh on Mars and the graves are made of iron? One moment. The World Channel once again caused a buzz. No, I mean, am I the only one refreshed in the wasteland? The wasteland? And where is that? Wasteland Watanabe Mountain. The burial mounds here. They're all made of stone, and they're all halfway up the mountain. Not only that, this lord had also never seen a ghoul before. Instead they were all mountain spirits. Aha, holy, so how do you trigger this natural disaster event? I don't know. Maybe, mountain goddess wrath? Mudslides? Awesome. In the meantime, the information on the World Channel was all in Lin Knight's eyes as well. He doesn't care where others refresh. But first, you have to secure your territory. Think about it. Lin Knight couldn't help but open his mouth to the people around him. It's all set, isn't it? Don't worry, my lord. It's all ready. And after, the witch then began to pontificate. During this half-month buffer, the territory was again promoted from grudge medium to grudge upper. Among them, cultivated a myriad of coffin mushrooms. There are countless blood and bone flowers. Corpse vines can be cut and taken at any time. And these have been fully scaled. There was a land of buried bones within the territory that was dedicated to cultivating the blood and bone flower. There is also a forest of coffins dedicated to the cultivation of coffin mushrooms, blood and bone flower king and corpse-scented devil's taro. Extremely demanding materials. So, these 2 strains were not further cultivated. Noteworthy. The penal evil ghost is in the process of constantly harvesting bone ore and picking blood in water. Cultivation was constantly being consolidated. Without the aid of a token, he still broke through from the late Ghost Soldier stage to the early Ghost General stage. Lin Knight's territory added another Ghost General powerhouse. Don't report the good news. Is there anything bad about it? After hearing the witch's description, Lin Knight frowned slightly. As Lord can see, it may be that the people of the nearby villages have all been sacrificed to the Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea formation, and there have been no new people to be buried in the last half a month. No newcomers were buried. Lin Knight wouldn't be able to earn plutonium. And are there any newcomers to the territory? Lin Knight was referring to, is there a new member refresh similar to the unlucky ones? But only to see. The witch still shook her head. So, I see. So it seems, everything is still affected by the mountain of corpses and blood. Natural disaster events, however. It is difficult to develop the territory qualitatively. By the way, Lord, how is the Red Prison hijacking array set up? The witch suddenly thought of something else. Everything else can go without. But this is particularly important. Even, it is likely that the decision will affect the success or failure of the battle. The last node. There's still over 100 blood talismans to go. So if nothing goes wrong, it can be set up tonight. Lin Knight pondered a little before speaking. Then make it up now. Aha! It's been half a month. Lin Knight was all about drawing blood talismans during the day and condensing his essence blood at night. Not before promotion. He can draw 500 of them in a day. Not to mention the fact that he has now been promoted to Ghost General. After his cultivation had been qualitatively improved, Lin Knight was more comfortable drawing it. See only. Lin Knight's hands were rapidly forming seals in the air and his mouth was constantly chanting. A dense blood chi surged out crazily from his body, condensing into a mysterious and bizarre blood symbol in the air. These blood symbols flickered with scarlet light, as if they contained endless power and evil aura. When the blood runes were formed, Lin Knight's gaze froze, and he violently struck the blood talisman in his hand towards the pre-planned node again. One moment. The blood talisman was like an arrow that had left the string, cutting through the void and rushing straight towards the location of the node. Immediately after, the blood talisman transformed into countless tiny blood threads again, spreading out like a spider's web and tightly wrapping around the node. These blood filaments continued to wriggle and contract, seemingly devouring the node completely. In the light of the moon, the blood shimmers. It makes for an extremely spectacular sight, and so on and so forth. When the last blood talisman hits the node, Shasta, the entire space trembled slightly, directly emitting a low rumble. To this point, the simple version of the Red Prison hijacking and killing formation was completely finished. Congratulations, Lord, On your great success. The witch bowed slightly and made a bow. Lin Knight waved his hand, gesturing to the witch that there was no need for rudeness. Turn around. A glance around toward the interior of the territory. It feels like it's almost something. Previously, 100 ghosts attack at night. A few of the shadow ghosts almost made a hole. This cannot be defended. Think about it. With the remaining time, Lin Knight punched blood talismans into some of the walls individually, after making sure everything is foolproof. Only then did Lin Knight enter Dreamland. Chapter 66, Natural Disaster Blood Rain. Mist of Doom, Thunder and Snow. A new day. This day, a day destined for the history books. Natural disaster event triggered. Early in the morning, the world channel was a mess. Sky rain blood. It's sky rain blood. It's raining blood on me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've got thunder snow here. How can it be snowing when you just teleported to a new world and defaulted to spring? Mud. Who's as miserable as me? I've got a fog of doom here. Fog plus tornado. One scrape without a squeak. Among these people, there are man-made disaster level events that are so easy that natural disaster events are not even on the radar. There's more. It's been a month of just loafing around and having fun with female ghosts. There is no development territory at all. So, when disaster strikes, all that's left is to cry, help me. Someone help me. I refreshed in the chattering valley of the corpse domain. So many butterflies. No, corpse moths. Wherever they passed, the corpses turned directly into white bones. Someone please tell me why there are still neutral forces in this world. I encountered a group of people who call themselves the Divine Stigma Cult, and they ransacked my territory. I didn't say it was a natural disaster. Why am I experiencing a man-made disaster? Heavenly calamity level doesn't necessarily mean it's a heavenly act, just that the degree of scourge has reached the calamity level. For major event levels, man-made disasters, natural disasters, cataclysms, damages. In fact, the shortened version is woe, calamity, robbery, and destruction. Random events open up the world. Some places are infested. Some places are weather disasters. There are also invasions by neutral forces. So here's the question. Random events have been triggered in other locales. What about the corpse domain, corpse country gulch? Is it raining blood out there? Lin Knight turned to the people behind him and asked. No. The penal evil ghost shook his head. Scraping the Earl fog yet? Neither. The penal evil ghost shook his head again. That's weird. However, just as Lin Knight was wondering, Blackie suddenly landed on his shoulder. Blood corpses. The blood river is filled with bloody corpses. The corpse crow quacked and cawed, and the system automatically translated it into a language that Lin Knight could understand. Blackie, are you telling me that those pieces of broken flesh from before, which formed a new body, are now crawling up the river? Gah! After getting Blackie's affirmation, one moment, Lin Knight's brows then became heavy. It's time to come. It happened after all. Husband, so what should we do now? Everyone listen to the order. Follow me to meet the battle. And after, Lin Knight sacrificed his blood knife and took the lead to walk out of the cemetery. However, Lin Knight had just stepped out of the threshold. A strong and pungent scent of blood instantly hit his face. Put your eyes on it. See only. On a dead tree. In the gutter. By the grave pit. As far as the eye can see, everywhere was covered with grim-faced, blood-soaked, bloody corpses. Its degree of scale. It has completely surpassed the night of the 100 Ghosts night attack. No, 10 times their size. 100-fold. Even 1,000 times. And, they are endless. As of now, they were still climbing up from within the river of blood in a steady stream. Some of these bodies had mutilated limbs and were able to continue walking. Some were disemboweled and their guts flowed all over the place. But they were not affected in any way. In others, the head is gone, leaving only an empty neck gurgling out blood. If you can look down from the sky, the entire corpse country gulch, ubiquitous. It's like an earthly purgatory field. Damn it! Seeing this horrifying scene, even with Lin Knight's current mind, he couldn't help but feel a tingle in his scalp. Originally thought he didn't have a natural disaster here. I didn't expect a cataclysmic event at the end. And after, it seemed to have heard Lin Knight's exclamation. Or maybe the cemetery was discovered. One moment. These blood corpses began to frantically surge in the direction of the cemetery like they were mad. Close. Closer. Just when everyone thought the blood corpses were about to flood the cemetery, suddenly, a mist of blood rose up. Those blood corpses that accidentally intruded into the red mist didn't have time to react in any way, and were instantly strangled into mincemeat. One could only see the thick, ink-like, churning red mist, as if it possessed endless power and evil will, and they were like countless ferocious tentacles that quickly wrapped around every single blood corpse. In front of this powerful force, the muscles, the bones, the internal organs, all the organs become ornamental, with a creepy tearing sound. The entire blood corpse's body directly turned into fine pieces of flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the space around them, creating a miserable picture. In the blink of an eye, the group of blood corpses that were originally still flailing and attempting to wreak havoc just completely disappeared into this bizarre red mist. In situ, the crushed meat remnants left all over the ground proved that a gruesome and horrible killing scene had just been staged. It was the red prison robbery formation that did the trick. When the bloody corpse crosses the red line, it will be directly strangled by the big formation. But there are still too many blood corpses. They go forward and back. It seems like it never ends. And for every group of blood corpses strangled by the red prison hijacking slaying formation, his power would diminish by 1 point. Until all the blood charms are consumed, the red hell hijacking and killing formation would stop functioning completely. Husband, what to do? Words. Lin Knight first glanced at the situation. Though he had punched in enough blood runes at the nodes, but compared to the number of blood corpses, the blood runes are still way off. Sure, this couldn't be blamed on Lin Knight. That's how long the system gave to him. With more blood symbols drawn at each node, I'm afraid that in the end, the grand formation wouldn't even be completed. There's no choice but to carry on. Words. Lin Knight picked up the 100-cutting murderer's sword and jumped directly into the corpses. There are a lot of corpses. It was a good thing that they were all at the early stage of ghost soldier cultivation. Lin Knight is the ghost general. A moment and a half. He can still handle it. A blood corpse rushed up with open teeth and claws. Lin Knight's heart was in his mouth. The large knife in his hand swung around and directly cut the neck of the blood corpse. Then he kicked his head aside and looked at another. A group of blood corpses greeted them. See only. Lin Knight's arm muscles were tense and his veins were slightly rippled. Both hands tightly gripped the blood knife that was cold and sharp. Subsequently, after taking a deep breath, he swung hard, and his body turned quickly with it. Accompanying his movements, the blood knife drew a graceful and stern arc in the air, bringing up gusts of strong wind and making whistling noises. The blade flashed with a cold light, as if it was able to cut through all the obstacles in the world. As Lin Knight kept spinning and swinging, the air around him was stirred into a small whirlwind. Wherever the wind goes, dusty and dazzling, those blood corpses that rushed up were also directly cut off. Minced meat was scattered all over the place. In the sunlight, glitter, touching. Chapter 67 Head Chariot. Straight to the yellow dragon. Take another look at the others. Xiao Chang held a red tasseled lance and kept weaving in and out of the corpses. Ran, on the other hand, set down her koto and was behind her, constantly assisting with her sound blade. Entering the early stages of the ghost general's penal evil ghost. His ghostly realm is a torture chamber. Simple to understand. It was the same court where the executioner was in charge of supervising his beheading back then. In the midst of its ghostly realm, all the blood corpses were cut off by a huge axe bound with chains. Wherever the giant axe goes, not an inch of grass. The air seemed to be torn apart, judging by the broken bodies on the ground. Its level of bloodshed was completely no less than Lin Knight's bloodsword. Time passed by. With the concerted efforts of the crowd, the number of blood corpses plummeted. The pressure seems to be getting less and less. However, Lin Knight hadn't yet had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Lin Knight's territory could not be attacked for a long time. The corpses seemed to have noticed the scene as well. And after, more and more blood corpses began to flock here. Lin Knight finished killing the blood corpses in front of him. Those blood corpses that originally possessed other arrangements were halfway forward, and as if instructed in some way, they suddenly changed their trajectory. Then it quickly surged towards Lin Knight's direction again. What's the situation? The enemy seems to have increased their forces. It seemed to be because the overall strength of the territory was too strong. What Lin Knight didn't know was this. He has indirectly drawn a lot of fire from attacking other lords. Not only that, in the general rear of the corpses, suddenly a big, black guy slowly drove by. His entire body was much taller and wider than the blood corpse. Wait until you get closer. That looks like a chariot. As the distance gets closer, the outline of the chariot gradually became clearer. See only. It had a ghostly black glow around it and its body was covered in sharp spiky things. These spiky things seemed to grow out of the body of the car, varying in length and thickness, but without exception, they flashed with a chilling cold light. In particular, it had a huge, hideous demonic mouth at its very tip. One of the necromancers, who was in charge of the catapult, threw a body into the mouth. It's obviously just a chariot. Surprisingly, it made a humane chewing motion. After the carcass's torso is chewed up, it spits out the bones. Finally, only a bloody head remains. The rear of the chariot comes with a stone thrower into which the heads automatically roll. Then throw it hard. The bloody head exploded directly into the mass of corpses. Immediately after, a scene that boggles everyone's mind then occurs. Scarlet blood splattered on the bloody corpse. See only. These blood corpses instantly became more frantic as if they had been given chicken blood. In that instant, those already creepy blood corpses suddenly erupted with an unstoppable manic power as if they had been injected with a super-strength stimulant. Their otherwise sluggish and rigid movements. The moment. Suddenly it became as swift as the wind and rain. Every subtle move carried an air of hysterical madness. They were marked with open teeth and claws. Their mouths spewed out a stream of foul-smelling and unpleasant blood. And their hideous and twisted faces were as if they were evil ghosts from the depths of hell, making people shudder. Lin Knight's heart fluttered. He raised the long knife in his hand and tried to swing out a biting blade but only to see those corpses that were splattered. As if they suddenly possessed intelligence, they actually raised the bodies of their companions and blocked in front of themselves. I'm Teffa? Seeing this unbelievable scene, Lin Knight's eyes almost glazed over. It seemed to have sensed the anomaly as well. Xiao Qing gripped her lance tightly, the tip of the lance flashing with a cold light as she bellowed and rushed into the deeper depths of the corpses. Ran's fingers plucked at the strings faster, the blades of sound raining down in an attempt to disrupt their rhythm. However, just then, the creepy chariot threw up ahead again, heads on the ground, blood soared. Another group of blood corpses went crazy. No, that chariot must be destroyed. Lin Knight bellowed. He was just about to step forward. As if the walkers were also aware of his intentions, they began to block his body in droves. Mother, cover me. The words just fell. The ghost bride has not yet had time to draw back. A special air current brushed against Lin Knight. Lin Knight suddenly felt his body lighten up. The movement and force became a few moments swifter. Aha! Followed the source of the airflow and looked over, but only to see. Broken Soul Scholar is waving his pen in the air. Lord, if we don't fight now, what are we waiting for? Yes, and after. Lin Knight's gaze was fixed and he decided to go straight for the jugular. His figure flashed and he went straight in the direction of the chariot. On the way, the blood corpses were blocking the way, but all of them were dodged by his nimble stance. Lin Knight was getting closer and closer to the chariot, and that sense of oppression grew stronger and stronger. At this point, the corpse soldiers around the chariot sensed the danger and all gathered around. Lin Knight's eyes were icy cold as he swung his long sword. A powerful blade chi swept out, directly chopping a group of corpse soldiers into two. But more necromancers poured in, and his movements began to be hampered. Just then, the cover of the ghost bride finally came as promised. A red silk thread came through the cuff. Through the torso of a corpse soldier, a tiny bloody hole was formed. Then, the ghost bride flicked hard. A group of corpse soldiers were directly bounced off the side. A brief vacuum formed in front of Lin Knight. Seeing that it was getting closer to the chariot, the corpse soldiers on the vehicle launched a final attack, with all sorts of putrid liquids spraying out. Lin Knight saw his chance and jumped up high with both feet slamming on the ground. Then, in the air, Lin Knight gathered his entire body's strength on top of the long blade. Next, he roared in anger, and like a meteor sliding down, his long blade slashed viciously on top of the chariot. Only a sound of metal tearing came from it. The bizarre chariot instantly lost all power. A chariot was destroyed. However, the blood corpse rampage didn't stop there. Turn your head. See only. There was surprisingly another one in the other corner of the battlefield. At this point, Lin Knight was already too late to draw back. A close call, but only to see. A wisp of black smoke suddenly rose from the left doorframe of the cemetery. Black smoke drifted over the bloody corpse's head. After he landed on the chariot and spun around a few times, the huge mouth of the demon that was originally chewing on the corpse suddenly stopped all movement. Choking? Opening the battle records, Lin Knight found the answer. It was the unlucky man who inflicted his bad luck on the chariot. No, it should be morning now. Under the urging of the Broom of Doom, the bad luck was all added to the chariot. Moment of truth. That's what led to it dropping the chain directly on the battlefield. Nice one. That's fine. After the two chariots were all paralyzed, the pressure on Lin Knight's side plummeted. However, just when everyone thought that it was about to end, the big back of the herd, suddenly there came an extremely terrifying aura. Chapter 68 Blood-Clothed Corpse Guards. Hand of the Blood Centipede. The Blood Sea Corpse King? But Lin Knight had fought with the Blood Sea Corpse King. The scent wasn't quite like that again. Though, nearly 100 fights were exchanged. No exceptions. All ended in death. But the aura of the Blood Sea Corpse King was something he could never forget in his life. The silhouette was getting closer and closer. The scent is also getting stronger. Closer. It was only when he stood in front of Lin Knight that he realized. See only. The man's face was grim and distorted. Surprisingly, he was wearing a set of clothes that did not belong to this world at all. Aha, players? Nope, he's not a Lord Player anymore. He has now become a walker. And after, just as Lin Knight was wondering, but only to see, this Lord Player, surprisingly, took the initiative to speak. You must be wondering what I look like now. Lin Knight didn't say anything, but it was a nod. Indeed, this was the first time Lin Knight had seen a player like him in the month since he teleported to this world. But I didn't expect it. But to meet in such a way. What's wrong with being a corpse, with the corpse king behind you, not to mention the other things? At least you don't have to worry about dying suddenly and unexpectedly one day. The walking ghosts and creatures around me will completely treat me as one of their kind. They never actively try to attack me again when they see my face. I'm suddenly curious as to what state you were in before you turned into a blood corpse. It seemed that this player, among the blood corpses team, had a high status. As he stood, the blood corpses surprisingly did not move again. Lin Knight simply climbed into the conversation with him. I'd better talk about the state after turning into a blood corpse first. The Lord player spoke after some thought. I'd like to hear more. Although the blood corpse has given me a mangled body, it has also given me powerful abilities. And then what? Before you, I have slain 3 lords, and before they died, they all said, we are of the same kind. Why should we degrade ourselves and fall into ghouls? But, how could they know what kind of despair I had gone through before I was mutated? The talent I drew was the murder house trial sleep. Just the challenge of sleeping in a murderous house is rewarded. What a ridiculous gift. There are no murder houses in the front, only the graves. I'll just go and try to sleep. The first night we came across a tomb with an owner. I'll never forget the scene where I was held down on a slab by a group of walkers, emptying my body. The human race is so small in front of the corpse race. So, what's wrong with me being a corpse now? Or again, if not forced to, who wants to become this ghostly, inhuman, corpse-like? It seemed to be because of the overwhelming emotions, or maybe it's something else. As he said this, the Lord, with tears in his eyes, went so far as to peel back his own chest with his own hands. However, after peeling it off, there were no imaginary organs inside his belly. Some of them are just insects, scorpions, ants and beasts, including stinky rats and poisonous snakes. After my stomach was emptied by a walker, I took my despair and transformed into a walker as well. It has been a great mercy that I have not gnawed on my own kind and eaten only poison. So, what's wrong with me being a walking corpse now? One way or another, I just want to live. What's wrong with me? You're right. The 3 dead lords are right. What's wrong is the world. We crossed over somehow. We were forced to. We had no choice. This Walker Lord is right. Lin Knight was right too. But if this Walker leader was going to attack Lin Knight's territory, Lin Knight would also not hesitate to take the bloody sword in his hand and resist. Thank you so much for listening to me spew so much nonsense. I really don't want to kill you if I can help it. It's just a pity that the Corpse King has orders. And as you said, I have no choice. Name, Bloodguard. Dao, Ghost General, Midterm. Category, Corpse. Current form, Bloodguard. Next form, Blood Godguard. Skills, Blood Centipede Hand. Transforming Bats. Corpse Domain, Blood Ravenstorm. Introduction, this Bloodguard has a special identity. Not eating people, only eating animals. Therefore, all his skills also evolved from animals. Bloodguards can't actually be considered the name of a ghost species. It's just the name of the position of the Corpse King's orthodox henchmen. And those blood corpses crawling out from inside the blood river can only be considered as puppet minions. Therefore, the blood clothes guards were also the same as the white bone boatmen. And they all wore blood-dripping jade pendants on their bodies. Blood Centipede Hand, the blood guard's arm manifests a long bloody centipede that penetrates the target's chest. Transforming Bats, when the blood guard encounters danger, he will simply transform into a swarm of bats and flee around. Blood Crow Storm, the blood guard summons all the crows in a square circle, circling and hissing in the air, disrupting and tearing at the target. Nothing more needs to be said. I understand everything. However, I'd like to remind you that the first 3 lords all died at the hands of my blood centipede. If there were outsiders present, seeing the blood-clothed guards piercing through the chests of those 3 lords with their blood centipede hands, must have been horrified out loud. What a mess that was. No different than this bloodguard's chest right now. If you really want to compare, nothing more than an extra layer of skin on the back. Thanks a lot. Lin Knight nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Without the need for anyone to remind him, Lin Knight didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Because, Lin Knight clearly saw, in the column of his Dao Xing, it was written in the middle stage of Ghost General. That is to say, this blood-clothed guard was 1 rank higher than his cultivation level. In that case, let's fight. Words. This blood-clothes guard directly unleashed the blood centipede hand. It was accompanied by a creepy clicking sound. See only. His otherwise normal arms suddenly began to undergo bizarre changes. The muscles in his arms began to twist and the bones began to deform. In the blink of an eye, it then transformed into a huge and hideous blood centipede. This blood centipede's body was as thick as an adult's arm. The body was a dark red color and covered with a layer of slimy liquid, emitting a pungent, fishy odor. Its densely packed legs and feet were even more like sharp blades. In the sunlight, it flashed with a harsh, cold light, and after, the blood centipede hand was completely disillusioned. Under the urging of the blood guards, this bloody centipede, with lightning speed, it directly sped towards Lin Knight's direction, fast as lightning. Closer. Stay in front of Lin Knight. The blood centipede suddenly opened its fang-filled mouth and spewed out a stream of dark green venom. Wherever the venom passes, the air seemed to be corroded with a tingling sound, and wisps of smoke were emitted. However, see this scene. Not only did Lin Knight not have any panic, instead, he bellowed, "Good timing." Having said that, he once again gripped the 100-cutting murderer's sword and swung straight through. Chapter 69, A Change of Dynasty and the Promise of the Future. See only, the bloody knife that flashed with a cold light. With a thunderous momentum, it ruthlessly chopped on top of the blood centipede's hideous and horrifying head. This strike seemed to contain endless power, accompanied by the blood centipede's agonizing hiss of the creepy centipede. Shasta. Blood splattered everywhere. Along the center seam, blood centipede's huge body was directly split in half. After the blood centipede was split open, minced meat inside fell all over the place. One moment, the ground beneath his feet was directly corroded, and those minced meat lost the nourishment of spiritual energy and quickly dried up and withered. Take another look at the blood guard. After the bloodshed hand was cracked, the force could not be withdrawn. This blood-clothed guard was equivalent to a hard broken arm, worthy of the existence that killed the white bone boatman. You're still the first person to break one of my arms. Bloodguard covered his broken arm with one hand. A sinister voice spoke. His expression would have been hideous. And now a broken arm. Lin Knight could no longer tell if he was in pain or twisted right now. Only the wound is visible, constantly ticking and dripping scarlet blood. I should understand that you are boasting or sneering. Boasting was appreciating Lin Knight's strength. The sneer was that Lin Knight didn't know the heights of heaven. Also, by this statement of the bloodguard, Lin Knight also sidestepped a piece of news. The death of the white bone boatman had indeed reached headquarters. Since it is in praise, by the trial just now, it shows that we lords are not useless, and perhaps, one day, a real change of dynasty may be possible. With his cultivation at the early stage of Ghost General, cutting off an arm of a mid-stage Ghost General was already enough to prove Lin Knight's strength. Lin Knight, however, heard a different meaning in these words. I am but also self-preservation. Not to prove anything. What does this have to do with changing dynasties? As you know, I am now no longer qualified to be called a lord. I hope you can carry my expectations to the end. In the future, the corpse domain. No, even the desolate blood divine continent. There will be a place for you. Why are you suddenly giving me this? Lin Knight's brows furrowed, secretly saying that it wasn't good. Because, Bloodguard, the mission failed. Working under the Corpse King. Failure. And naturally, that means death. Words. This blood-clothed guard directly pinched off the blood-dripping jade pendant autonomously. Then, a venomous snake burrowed its way out of his mouth. The whole thing just fell straight to the ground and killed itself. Lin Knight just wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Finally, Lin Knight could only shake his head. You know, this world, itself, is full of ghosts and demons. Even if you turn into a corpse, it's not like anyone sees you as different. You could have turned into a bat and escaped, or you could have used the corpse domain and fought me. And why bother using such extreme methods? That's just it. It's better to clean up the battlefield first. As the blood-clothed guards died, the tide of corpses began to gradually recede. The events of the apocalypse seemed to be over at this point. But, Lin Knight, however, had a frown on his face and didn't look the least bit happy. Blood corpses can't be beaten. Here comes the chariot. The chariot was destroyed. Here comes a bloodguard. Now, the bloodguards are dead too. Is there a more powerful master behind us? Even. It's the last necromancer out. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, quietly waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. That way, there may still be a ray of hope for survival. Husband, what's wrong? The blood corpses receded, and the ghost bride came forward again. I'm wondering if the corpse king will come along later. I don't think so. The tide of corpses has clearly begun to recede. If the corpse king was pressing at the back, he shouldn't have waited until now. Ghost bride glanced at the battlefield and analyzed. But Bloodguard crushed his jade pendant. No one knew what this jade pendant represented better than Lin Knight. If the news of the white bone boatman makes it to headquarters, the death of that bloody guard, the corpse king should have gotten the message as well. What does the husband mean? If we decapitate the corpse king, will corpse country gulch be thorough? Lin Knight hadn't finished his sentence yet, but he only saw that the ghost bride's eyes were already glaring like bronze bells. Husband? What are you saying about tigers and wolves? We're thankful that the necromancer didn't make an appearance himself. You still think you can kill the corpse king? What's the problem? It's not that Yenner grows others' ambition. With us ghost generals, it's not enough to stuff the corpse king's teeth in the past. In other words, you have also fought with the corpse king many times in your dreams. You know his strength best. Just because we can't, you don't mean someone can't. Who? Lin Knight didn't say anything, just looking in the other direction of the battlefield, but only to see, at this very moment, inviting disaster seeds, also known as the foul tire. It was gnawing on the already dead blood corpses on the battlefield. Lin Knight clearly remembered. In the beginning, with the cultivation of a ghost general, he not on the ghost marshal level Black Taiyu. Nowadays, he has been promoted to ghost marshal. After gnawing through these corpses again, is there a chance to just gnaw through the corpse king as well? Speaking of which, Lin Knight was also overwhelmed with emotion. This thing, breaking through is like drinking cold water from a stepping stone. It's only been a few days. He has been promoted to ghost marshal. For a moment, Lin Knight suspected that his bottleneck was asleep. Lord, Sayaka isn't the kind of transgressive Nara you think she is. The moment of doubt, Ran suddenly came over. What's that? Your lordship remembers that Sayaka has a special ability. Reincarnation? That's right. Every time Sayaka transmigrated his strength would be qualitatively increased. I gave birth to Sayaka as a first reincarnation. It was the addition of this special ability that caused him to eat the black Teiyukai. You mean, it only takes one more reincarnation to maybe get a chance to eat the corpse king? The ghost mother didn't say anything, but nodded her head as a sign of acquiescence. To transmigrate you need to use a pregnant woman. But where can we find a pregnant woman in the middle of nowhere? My lord, have you forgotten? What? Pregnancy brochure. Yeah, words. Lin Knight slammed his thigh. It's a ing snooze. It's a pillow. I had thought the booklet was redundant. I didn't realize it played a key role here. Open it. Young woman Wang from Longevity Village and young woman Li from Infong Village have already missed their delivery time. But there are still 4 hours left for the young woman Lu from Huangsha Village. Just in time. Go to Huangsha Village. Lin Knight didn't even think about it. Directly in one direction and quickly. The wave of corpses started in the morning. It was now midday. Before dark, it was imperative for Lin Knight to make it to Huangsha Village. Otherwise, you miss the best time to deliver. If it's too late, consumed until tomorrow. Even after killing the corpse king, missed the bonus settlement for the natural disaster. That would be tantamount to a waste of effort. Chapter 70, Reincarnation. Second reincarnation. Time passed by. When Lin Knight had just arrived at Huangsha Village, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just when Lin Knight walked into the village, the scene in front of him directly made him suck in a breath of cold air. The body. Look around. As far as the eye could see, there was a cold corpse. Some of these corpses had pained faces and twisted limbs, and then it was spread across the floor like that. Blood gurgled from the wound, gathering into a dark red stream, slowly flowing through a land shrouded in death. From a distance, as if a sea of death. Husband, what's going on? The ghost bride took a general look. The misery was nothing less than the corpse countryside of the time. When the corpse tide opens, it requires majestic blood chi to run the corpse mountain and blood sea formation. And these people, they should have accidentally become the sustenance for the sacrifices. Lin Knight was a ghost general. All the blood and energy in the body will be drained. Not to mention, the other side is just ordinary people. What now? Go to the pregnant woman first. And after another half hour or so passed, Lin Knight and the others searched the houses door to door. The pregnant woman was finally found in a dilapidated house. Regrettably, the pregnant woman died of shock due to blood loss and the baby in her womb was suffocated alive. Also, still work? Push opened the bedroom door. Looking at the pregnant woman in the bed who was still in pain after her death, Lin Knight was a bit stunned for a moment. Another dead body. My lord, have you ever heard of the corpse-born son of a ghost carrying a coffin? Get to the point. It works. Except that. But what? It would be fine if only the baby died. But with the mother dead as well, and no power to support her, I'm afraid the baby would have a hard time being born in the womb. Because the body won't make the effort. The murderous tire went in and couldn't get out. What then? This was the only chance to kill the corpse king. Lin Knight didn't want to give up so easily. Ryoko. Still the witch spoke faintly. It seems that it can only be done through this method. What? Borrow. Corpses. Return. Soul. The witch said. Word for word. Simple to understand. It's the scene where a female ghostly creature is found, possesses a pregnant woman, manipulates the body, and assists in the birth of the ghostly fetus. One moment. Everyone collectively looked at the ghost mother. Aha? What are you looking at me for? You are the birth mother of the murderous fetus. Surely this is best done by you. If Lin Knight was female, he might even try. But the problem was that Lin Knight wasn't a female. And Lin Knight wasn't a ghostly creature either. Isn't it all standing around? Carrying a baby for 10 months to the final delivery. You guys don't know how hard it is to give birth to a child. Not to mention, the ghost mother's child wasn't even born in the first place. It's hardwired from the stomach. Such an experience. Who wants to go through that again? It is said that motherhood is the best way to be a mother. But then and you can't keep pulling babies out of your stomach with a knife that cuts out your heart. What then? And after? Just as the crowd was at a loss for words, Green, who had always been quiet, suddenly spoke up. My lord, sister, let me try. Are you sure? Since I was born as a young opera singer, I have never married in my life. In fact, I also want to have a child very much. And Sister Xiaolan has a deep bond with me. In this way, I have returned my wish. Xiao Cheng spoke with incomparable sincerity. Occupations do not discriminate. Only, in this world, she works at the same place as some of the prostitutes. It's all in the greenhouse. If you really want to say the difference, nothing more than a sellout. A sellout. But the end result of all of them is that they can't marry like normal women. Yes, I respect that. Still, I must warn you that once you possess a pregnant woman, her physical senses will be shared with you, and you will suffer immense pain during labor and delivery. Lin Knight spoke solemnly. Don't worry, I'm fine with it. Having said that, Little Green directly turned into a wisp of smoke and drilled into the pregnant woman's body. Close behind, the murderous fetus also entered the pregnant woman's belly. At this very moment, the time had come to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The time for labor is approaching. Lin Knight was the only man present. He had to temporarily stand back in the doorway of the house. After about 10 minutes, the crowd walked out of the room. The feral fetus successfully experienced a second transmutation. At this point, and then look at his attributes. There has been a sea change. Name, Eternal Knight. Dao, Ghost Martial, Middle Stage. Current form, Inviting Disaster Species. Token, Unknown, depending on the token, may change the evolutionary direction. Binding, Ghost Mother, with Ghost Mother next to you. You form a son and mother double fury combination, and your strength will be additionally strengthened. Passive, Reincarnation. Current number of reincarnations, 2, can cross 2 minor realms. Fields, living and dying. Special note, Zimmer twins is the name of a combination. As in we're the handsome and compelling combination, not a ghost species name, so the fierce fetus is still the inviting seed, and Ran is still the grieving ghost mother. Reincarnation, the big-headed corpse fetus can keep drilling into the pregnant woman's mother's body, taking over the baby's soul inside for reincarnation. And every time he is reincarnated, his strength will get a qualitative metamorphosis. Life and spirits in a pestilence, the fierce fetus is a sign of calamity. He suffers ostracism wherever he goes, and with a single thought, he directly selects an area to become a cursed place. Skill extension, in the cursed area, the people lose their sanity and begin to eat people. Plants turn into demonic plants, entangle houses, and thirst for the bodies of bloodthirsty animals. The murderous fetus after the second reincarnation, the strength had risen another small realm, plus cross-country fighting, plus the ghost mother is around. Shouldn't be a problem against the corpse king. But here and now, Lin Knight's mind suddenly had another bold idea. If every once in a while, let Saya reincarnate, then wouldn't we just take off? Lin Knight glanced at the pregnancy manual. Already missed 2 pregnant women though, but there are several more rows listed below. The latest one. It's lined up directly after 9 months. Why is there nothing after October? Who's pregnant now and hasn't given birth 10 months later? Just, hear that. But only to see. The witch suddenly shook her head. Theoretically, yes, but further on, the bodies of ordinary people can no longer carry such a dense chi. The fierce tire drilled in. Not only is it impossible to reincarnate, a slip. Pregnant women may also explode and die. What does Granny mean? As the strength of the fierce fetus increases, the higher the requirements of the objects it needs to carry. And I'm afraid that for the next reincarnation, I'll need the belly of a ghost marshal as a medium for it to work. Got it. In a nutshell, it's just that you can't get infinite bugs. Otherwise, get 1 or 2 dozen pregnant women for the fierce fetus and put them in front of you. He could be invincible in a day. Chapter 71, Water can carry a boat, but it can also repel a boat. Husband, you really want to do this? Everything is ready. The ghost bride looked at Lin Knight again. The expression was full of worry. The corpse king won't give us a chance to live. We can only save ourselves. Wait. Certain death. Proactive. Perhaps. There's still a silver lining. In that case, Yenner will spell out this life to protect husband for the rest of his life. Thank you, ma'am. Lin Knight was slightly moved. As the ghost bride would say, her body was cold, but it wasn't about her heart. Sometimes, Her unspoken words were always inexplicably touching. But, then again, how should we find the necromancer's palace? Now groping aimlessly. Obviously, the timing will be a little too late. Don't forget, ma'am, where we are. Huangsha village. Wait, no, husband means. That's right, exactly. The location of Corpse Country Gulch is both a disadvantage and an advantage for us. White bone boaters can patrol along the river. Why shouldn't we? Not to mention, the broken flesh inside had turned into bloody corpses crawling out. It is now more accessible by water than before. Husband, I understand. And after, about 2 more hours passed. At this point, the day had come to evening. The natural disaster events in other areas have come to an end. By the last light of dusk, Lin Knight and the others rode on some dead wood. Finally it was time to come to the necromancer's jurisdiction. Come to the center. Lin Knight finally saw the source of the so-called blood river. See only. It was a lake that looked as if it had been drenched in blood. The lake took on a bizarre and deep blood-red color, as if it was a sea of blood flowing from the depths of hell, emitting a strong and pungent bloody scent. This blood-colored lake does not exist in isolation. It is closely connected to the surrounding terrain through an intricate fork in the road. These bifurcations stretched out as if they were veins, delivering a steady stream of scarlet blood to all corners of the Corpse Country Gulch. Each tributary is like a devil's outstretched tentacle, greedily eroding every inch of land and vegetation. Perhaps, and it's because of that, it caused the remnant sun over the sea of blood to be abnormally scarlet, dyeing the sky in half the color of blood. Beyond that, on the opposite shore of the bloody lake, it seemed that there was also a meat grinder that resembled a demonic chariot. The same 4 guards wearing blood-dripping jade pendants were watching from the side. Behind it was a long black dragon. Under the watchful eye of the blood guards, those people who had been captured were dragging their heavy steps forward slowly. From a distance, it's like the Walking Dead. Wait for them to line up on their heels. One of the blood-clothed guards, without saying a word, directly threw him into the meat grinder. The demonic chariot opened its fanged maw and chewed for a while. The blood and water, along with the broken flesh, piece after piece, all spat into the lake. As the blood flowed, the entire lake was gradually dyed a shocking blood-red color. The original crystal-clear stream has now become turbid, floating on the water surface of a variety of unidentified objects, some shaped like limbs and arms, some like broken internal organs. The whole scene is like a picture of doom that sends shivers down one's spine. How? Words. Lin Knight also just let out a long sigh. Survival of the fittest. For the average person, living in a world like this, living is supposed to be a mistake. Death in turn is a relief. Or again, the roles they play are sustenance in themselves. To save or not to save? Lin Knight shook his head. It wasn't that Lin Knight was cold-blooded. Just, you can't save something like that. The world, the killings are staged every day. Corpse Country Gulch is so much for the necropolis. Even, the entire desolate blood divine continent was the same. If Lin Knight was held back by these things, one day, he would drag himself down because his heart was in the right place. But, then again, have you seen the necromancer's palace? Not that it's at the Ghost King level. All will have their own exclusive chambers. Lin Knight had come over for so long. Not a hair in sight. Or say, Corpse King special. No need for a palace. Didn't see it. The latter all shook their heads in confusion. But, the witch seemed to see what was going on. But what? There are special energy fluctuations underneath the blood lake. Will, Granny is saying. That should be it. Words. The crowd suddenly fell into a collective silence. If that's the case, it's not a good idea. Let's not talk about whether or not you can beat the necromancer. Simply diving under the blood lake and fighting is a major hurdle. What now? Ryoko. Lin Knight seemed to think of it before he muttered something. Since we can't sneak in, we'll just have to lure it up here. It wasn't Lin Knight's character to return empty-handed. Even if he dies, he must die a worthy death. How do you draw? Lin Knight didn't respond again, but the gaze went once again to the strung-out chariot. If it's determined that this is a formation, then this meat grinder is the eye of the formation. If the energy supply is cut off, Lin Knight didn't believe that the Corpse King wouldn't come out. But there are still 4 blood guards next to the meat grinder. The blood guards are no ordinary blood corpses. They were all clear at the early stage of Ghost General. If there's a blood guard commander here, similar to that Lord's player, their cultivation level had even reached the middle stage of Ghost General. Let's kill these 4 Ghost Generals first. Speaking of which, Lin Knight felt a bit ridiculous himself. A minion. The cultivation levels were all the same as his. And right now, Lin Knight, however, was thinking about how to kill their Corpse King. Mud. Spell it out. Success or failure is at stake. Instead of living and developing and harboring, might as well take the initiative and put up a fight. Lost, die without regret. Winning, meritocracy. Think about it. Lin Knight picked up the large sword in his hand and charged directly in the direction of the chariot. The several female ghosts, on the other hand, very silently picked a blood-clothed guard each. Closer. When he arrived in front of the chariot, Lin Knight stomped on the ground and then used his strength to leap up violently. The cultivation of an early-stage ghost general was all pooled in the greatsword. Shasta. The large sword that was already shining with cold light became more and more dazzling. A hauntingly cold aura flickered at the blade. The surrounding air also seemed to start twisting and distorting due to this powerful energy fluctuation, and a low humming sound was faintly heard. And after this strike that gathered the momentum of wind and clouds was thoroughly brewed, Lin Knight tightly gripped his large sword. Then go with the flow. A chop down. It's too late to say. It was fast then. One of the blood-clothed guards sensed an unusual fluctuation. He subconsciously blocked in front of the chariot. Lin Knight's strike was too overbearing. See only. A bloody light suddenly cut through. This blood-clothed guard was directly split in half in response to the sound. As the force was too swift, the chariots behind them were also tragically affected and stopped chewing. Chapter 72 Blood Sea Corpse King, Terrifying Pressure. Lin Knight's blood knife had just chopped down. In the meantime, the attacks of the Ghost Bride and other female ghosts also came as promised. Bone Umbrella. Sonic Edge. Includes red silk thread. Under a furious bombardment. For blood guards in Fang chariots. Died violently almost at the same time. One moment. The villagers who had lost their guards were like disturbed swarms of bees and instantly exploded. With the deaths of the blood guards, they began to scatter in all directions. Some panicked in the direction of the gully and fell back into the river of blood. Some were desperately running wildly toward the open field, as if countless demons were chasing them behind them. The sounds of running and shouting were intertwined. The whole area around the blood lake, it's in total chaos. Escape? Can you escape? Or rather, and where can we escape to? With the moment the chariot stops resupplying. See only. The surface of the otherwise quiet lake suddenly began to ripple. That feeling. It was as if some great hand was stirring below. At first, the ripples were still just tiny ripples, like the traces left by a gentle breeze across the grass. But soon they gradually spread out, intertwining and fusing with each other to form an increasingly obvious water pattern. The ripples are getting bigger. To the end, it was like boiling hot water that started to bubble up. An aura of terror to the extreme came from beneath the lake. Just as the crowd was wondering, a huge bloody hand reached out from the river of blood and clutched the riverbank. With a dull roar, the Corpse King's massive body slowly rose from the river of blood. It was a body that was extremely decayed and reeked of a foul odor. The clothes on his body had long been torn and tattered, revealing rotting muscles and grimy white bones underneath. Even more terrifying, the muscles on the corpse's face were twitching and shaking uncontrollably from beginning to end. The eyes bulged out of their sockets and were bloodshot. The mouth also spewed out a stream of black turbid gas from time to time, emitting a pungent stench. Its entire body was in an extremely twisted and deformed state. Lin Knight, due to having met in advance, his expression was fairly normal. Everyone else felt chills and shivers just looking at it. It was a few mole crickets like you who ruined my good deed? The big formation was destroyed. Lost blood support. The Corpse King jumped out from underneath the river of blood the first time he sensed the abnormality. Just after going out, he visibly froze when he saw the scene in front of him. A ghost general. 2 ghosts will. 3 ghosts will. 4. Aha. These days, have I been in seclusion too long to keep up with the times? Or is there a new change in the warfighting system? When a few ghost generals are brave enough to challenge the Corpse King? Blood Sea Corpse King, you have killed innocents indiscriminately and done many evil deeds. Today is the day of your death. Oh, look out. It's not just molehills, or a couple of living Buddhas. Do you think that, by killing the blood guards, you will be able to save them? How naive. And after, the Corpse King merely waved his hand casually. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful air current was like a raging torrent, sweeping in with a mountainous momentum. This air current came with a fury, as if it wanted to devour everything. It whistled and roared. Everywhere you go, flying sand and stones, grass and trees were all uprooted. The gale kicked up the dust and fallen leaves on the ground, forming a huge vortex that swirled and flew in the air, as it rippled around the fleeing people. They didn't even have time to let out a single scream before their corpses were scraped by this blood-colored storm. See? A mole is a mole. Griffins don't deserve to live. They're born to feed. Not only did the Corpse King not bat an eye after these fleeing people were crushed, and, from the expression on his face, he seemed to be quite pleased with his masterpiece. Name, Blood Sea Corpse King. Dao, Ghost King, early stage. Category, Corpse. Current form, already in final form. Vice profession, Formation Alchemist. The Sea of Corpses and Blood is from his handiwork. Body technique, Sea of Blood. Skill, Corpse Soul Hand. Corpse domain, Blood Hell Inferno Pool. Forbidden spell, Scarlet Storm. Introduction. The Corpse King of the Blood Sea was originally a general under the bloodthirsty general, but he seemed to be unwilling to govern just one corpse country gully, so he secretly set up forbidden formations in a vain attempt to sacrifice the living beings of an area, and then fulfill his promotion to the middle stage of the Ghost King. Sea of Blood endless, as long as the Sea of Blood spreads to the place, the Blood Sea Corpse King can, in an instant, appear in any corner. Corpse Soul Hand. The Blood Sea Corpse King attaches the target to his hand and pierces right through his chest. Blood Prison Inferno Pool. The Corpse King summons a boiling hot lake of blood-colored inflammation, and the target sinks in and is directly burned and corroded, with no bones left. Scarlet Storm. The Corpse King brews a terrifying blood-colored tornado, and wherever it passes, the target is directly weathered and corroded into a ceramic piece of people, and once touched, it will be shattered into a ground of flesh and blood. Skill Extension. A storm, if it blows over the Sea of Blood, will roll up the waves and cause a huge waterfall tsunami, with the blood water spreading and drowning all living beings. Husband, what should we do now? The Ghost Bride frowned and exited in a deep voice. Now that the Corpse King is gullible, it's a good opportunity for us. In a moment I'll be in charge of distracting the Corpse King. You guys cover the fierce tire. As for the people who died, Lin Knight's own purpose wasn't to rescue them. Now the Corpse King had misjudged Lin Knight's motives. It just so happened that it also gave Lin Knight a cover. Husband, you're asking for death. Just for a moment. The Ghost Bride then heard that something was wrong. No, Lin Knight was just the Ghost General. The Corpse King is the King of Ghosts. Two great realms were crossed in a row. The Ghost General takes the initiative to attract the attention of the Ghost King. What's the difference between that and looking for death? Mother, don't worry. It'll be fine. Don't forget that dream realm. I'm most familiar with the Corpse King's moves. This is a job that only I'm best suited to do. Lin Knight comforted. Husband, I'm with you. I naturally understand your mother's heart, but the Corpse King's words are right. In the face of absolute strength, there's no difference between one more person and one more cannon fodder. Rather than that, it's better to cover the ferocious tire. But, the Ghost Bride wanted to say something else. There's no buts. Just arrange it. Husband, Yenner, obey. It seemed to be the first time Lin Knight had called her by her first name. Or maybe it's something else. One moment. The Ghost Bride suddenly froze. Ryoko. Only then did she shake her head with a complicated expression. Husband, you're always most eloquent when you're looking for death. I'm counting on you, ma'am. Ugh, that's just it. I know that my husband is bound to die in this trip. How could husband not be heartbroken for Yenner, knowingly dead? Don't want to drag Yen down. Both. Even if Yenner puts her life on the line, she will spare her husband all worries. Commiserations, ma'am. For the first time, Lin Knight placed a deep kiss on the Ghost Bride's forehead, then resolutely looked at the Corpse King. Chapter 73. The ghostly capital descends. Ghosts and shadows. Blood Sea Corpse King, take a closer look at who I am. Lin Knight stood alone in front of the Corpse King and confronted him through the air. Say this. Lin Knight's tone of voice was deliberately put out loud. He was thinking, try to distract the necromancer as much as possible. Words. The Blood Sea Corpse King subconsciously had to ignore it. He never remembers the name of a mole, but just a quick glance, he really did feel that Lin Knight was a bit familiar. In the necromancer's mind, he can be sure. Before that, he definitely hadn't seen Lin Knight. But why was there an inexplicable sense of familiarity? That feeling. It's like, once upon a time, they had fought no less than dozens of times. Who the hell are you? You'll see in a minute. And after, Lin Knight moved with a thought. The domain skill was directly activated. As Lin Knight mouthed the words, the space around him instantly distorted. In the depths of that endless darkness, a mysterious and terrifying force began to quietly surge. All of a sudden, the sky was torn open. A huge crack like the mouth of a hideous beast, spewing out rolling black smoke, accompanied by a low growl and eerie flashes of light. An eerie capital city slowly emerged from the crack. San, Lo, Yui, Do. Lin Knight was word for word. The weirdness is getting stronger. An eerie and terrifying capital city completely condensed, like it was from the abyssal hell. See only. Its walls towered over the city and were as black as ink. The walls are covered in spikes, thorns and twisted runes that send shivers down your spine. The streets of the city were narrow and winding, lined with a patchwork of buildings, but revealing a dilapidated and deserted scene. A thin layer of mist filled the ancient stone road, and some vague figures could be vaguely seen weaving and wandering in and out of it. Some of these figures were shaped like ghosts, while others appeared to be walking corpses, and their mournful cries echoed over the entire city, making the place look more and more eerie. The city gates slowly opened. A smell of decay and death instantly hit him, as if he wanted to devour all life. X. Dynasty. Remainder. Sins. The Corpse King was certain that he had never seen Lin Knight. But this building, he will not wear out even if he turns to dust. Just a glance. The Corpse King then identified Lin Knight. If you are also a Ghost King, perhaps, this king still has a chance to be suppressed by you. It's just a shame. Your cultivation is a bit too weak after all. This building, only its shape, not its reality. Though, recognize the moment of Maro Yudu. The Corpse King's brow frowned slightly, but it was only a frown. It's enough to deal with you. Yes? No? The corner of Lin Knight's mouth hooked into a cold smile. After the words were spoken, his hands quickly formed seals, and a streak of ghostly light shot out from the blood knife in his hand, not entering the Senluo Yudu. In an instant, the originally illusory figures in the city became solid, and the sound of ghostly sobs became louder and louder. Immediately after, tens of thousands of ghostly shadows appeared in the main city of Maro Yudu. Lin Knight was releasing all 400,000 blood fiend grievances within the Bloodsword, though they used to be on the side of the Corpse King, but here and now, under the influence of the artifact spirit contract, they could only be forced to help Lin Knight fight. If they could only have one master right now, it would have to be Lin Knight. If this king is correct, the news that came from the Jade Pendant earlier should be that you beheaded this king's blood clothes guards. I admit I underestimated you. You're a lot more powerful than a normal ghost would be, but that alone would not be enough. The silhouette of the Moro Ghost City loomed above the sky, and the huge black walls breathed an endless eerie aura. There were bursts of ghostly sobs coming from the city, as if countless wronged souls were crying out. And after, the Corpse King also seemed to have realized the seriousness of the problem. He let out a violent bellow, and the blood aura on his body became even more intense, like a substantial blood mist spreading out. Guided by the Corpse King, his skin began to take on an eerie greenish-gray color, and his muscles were gnarled and hard as steel. A pair of blood-red eyes revealed endless killing intent and madness. Each step caused the ground to shake violently, as if it was going to tear the land apart. All evil spirits on command, surround the Corpse King. In the meantime, a large number of grievous evil spirits surged out of the Ghost City, and they lunged at the Corpse King with their teeth and claws open. Humph! Sculpture! See this scene. The Corpse King's eyes didn't even blink. He swung his thick, powerful arms and easily knocked the approaching evil spirits out of the way. However, the evil spirits came in a steady stream, like a tidal wave, and gradually surrounded the Corpse King. Faced with such a large number of enemies, the Corpse King roared angrily and spewed out a blood-colored fury from his mouth. This fury spread quickly, just like the move that killed the villager. Everywhere you go, all the evil spirits, one after another, were corrupted into puddles of blood. The pressure on the evil spirits plummeted, but Yudu's shadow continued to suppress, only to see the Corpse King's entire body exuding a palpitatingly terrifying aura. His eyes widened angrily and his mouth recited words as if he was performing an extremely powerful secret art. As his incantations grew more urgent, the air around him began to tremble violently. Suddenly, the Corpse King violently raised his hands and gathered all the chi in his body into his palms. Only an earth-shattering roar came from the powerful and incomparable Corpse King as he violently swung his gigantic and decay-emitting palms, fiercely blasting on top of the Ghost City's shadow with unparalleled power. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be shaken by this terrifying power and trembled violently. The Ghost City's shadow began to falter under the impact of this powerful force, as if it might dissipate at any moment. I told you, your breath is too weak. Yudu's strength back then wasn't a paper tiger that you've conjured up now. Suppress the Ghost City's shadow. The Corpse King's tone was inexplicably filled with a hint of smugness. Speaking up, I have to thank Lin Knight for this. Good news. A remnant of the former dynasty has been found in my jurisdiction. Better news. He was still only at the Ghost General cultivation level. That's not what performance is. If this is reported to the bloodthirsty general, he has just apprehended a remnant of the former dynasty. Believe, he will surely be richly rewarded. And his status would rise along with him, becoming the head of the 108 domains Ghost King in one fell swoop. The status was second only to the domain master of the Corpse domain. Bloodthirsty Shogun. Compare that to this. Why did he have to take a huge risk before setting up a forbidden formation and forcibly breaking through his cultivation level? Just paper tiger? He looked up at the Ghost City's shadow that was about to collapse. Lin Knight muttered something. As it is, then, completely, show your true form of it. Chapter 74, The Ghost Capital Rises Again. Ghostbusters Blood City. Not if Amaro Yui can even. Then the Blood Breath and the Pantheon are stacked on top of each other. The Blood Hell Pantheon. Words. Lin Knight closed his eyes. Empty your body completely. The 10,000 transformations blood creation technique operated autonomously and began to absorb the blood water in the lake crazily. Under the shroud of a rich blood aura, the originally dead and dying Ghost City that was about to dissipate actually began to undergo amazing changes again. Only those ancient and dilapidated buildings, as if they were given life, slowly wriggled. Their walls were gradually tinted with a scarlet color, as if blood was flowing, while the roofs flickered with a bizarre red light as if they had been soaked in blood. Over time, this change is becoming more and more dramatic. The store signs on both sides of the street had also turned blood red, with some twisted runes and patterns faintly surfacing on them. The entire ghost city was filled with a pungent, bloody odor that made people sick to their stomachs. In the meantime, the ground in the city was also no longer flat, but a deep and shallow gully appeared, filled with dark red liquid, as if the earth was bleeding profusely from a gaping wound. Even the sky was affected. The originally gray and gloomy clouds were gradually dyed in blood, and from time to time lightning bolts crossed, illuminating the creepy scene. You're obviously from Yudu. How could you possibly know the blood chi skill as well? The people of Yudu cultivate ghost chi and yin chi. The corpse people led by Chi Yu cultivated blood chi and corpse chi. But, when he saw that Lin Knight was able to absorb blood and water and manifest a ghost city, the corpse king's eyes glazed over. No, even if you possessed the blood chi skill, it's impossible for your physique to support such a dense blood chi. This lake of blood was created by the corpse king himself. It's gold. No one knew better than the corpse king. Wait, inside your body, there's even a blood bone. Not true either. You can't be this fast with blood and bone absorption. You even comprehended the 3-in blood body. You, what the hell are you? How can you be carrying so many treasures? One moment. The necromancer felt like he didn't have enough brains. It was clear that the other party was just a ghost general, but the undercard shown on him was far more than the ghost marshal. It's him, the ghost king. There's a lot you don't know. The corners of Lin Knight's mouth rose slightly and he didn't explain much. In a battle of this level, it was also fortunate that the blood Yama hand could not be used. Otherwise, if Lin Knight showed his hand again, I'm afraid the corpse king would recognize him as his godfather on the spot. Well, the king has changed his mind now. I won't suppress you immediately. I'll take you alive, then slowly skin you, draw your tendons, and then pick your bones clean and study them one by one. Flesh and blood are not to be wasted. They are to be taken separately and thrown to the meat grinder. And finally your soul. The king will take it out and put it under the blazing fire and smoke it for 10,000 years. Say these words. The corpse king's face was hideous, and his mouth was filled with malice. It's better to get past Blood City first. Lin Knight looked at the corpse king with cold eyes. There was no ripple in his expression. So what if it's upgraded to Blood City? A ghost general is always a ghost general. It can never be changed. And, you're not the only one in this world who sucks blood, either. Words. The corpse king directly opened his fanged and fishy mouth, and a powerful suction force gushed out from it. In an instant, countless scarlet blood filaments converged towards the corpse king like spiritual snakes, and were drawn into its body in a steady stream. As these blood filaments were injected, the corpse king's originally dried out and decayed body actually gradually began to fill up. Finally, when these blood chi were absorbed to an extreme point, the corpse king roared angrily, and his entire body erupted with a terrifying energy fluctuation. Immediately afterward, he leapt up. 2 dazzling rays of light erupted from his palms like 2 roaring dragons, charging straight towards the Blood City's shadow above his head. Only an earth-shattering roar could be heard, and the entire space shook. Along with the corpse king's strike, a thin crack began to appear in the Blood City silhouette, and these cracks spread out quickly like a spider web. Finally, as in physical exhaustion, under this berserk strike by the corpse king, the Blood City's shadow instantly shattered and dissipated into a bit of bloodlight in the void. The remnants of the former dynasty also left you any cards. Now use them all, or else, you will never have another chance. After landing, the corpse king took another step and paced towards Lin Knight. There are no more cards. And my mission is accomplished. After Blood City was blasted to pieces, Lin Knight was revolted. Straight away, he fell to one knee with his sword in one hand. A streak of redness beaded down from the corner of Lin Knight's mouth. But at the moment, Lin Knight, however, laughed. That smile, full of cunning, full of weirdness. What are you laughing at? The corpse king didn't understand what was so funny about a dying man. I'm laughing. Laugh. I'm drained of blood in my body though, but it's time for you to die. The words just fell. See only. I don't know when. The fierce tire suddenly landed on the corpse king's neck without God realizing it. And after, in the corpse king's astonished gaze, only to see the ferocious tire open its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp and pointed fangs, and lunging at the corpse king's neck in a swift and furious manner. Driven by a great force, the corpse king couldn't break free at all. With a creepy chewing sound, the fierce tire hardened the corpse king's neck and bit it into mincemeat. Between the blood and flesh, the corpse king hissed in pain, but to no avail. And that originally strong and clear consciousness was now like a candle in the wind. and began to gradually become blurred. Over time, the fuzziness grew stronger, as if there was a thick veil hanging over the necromancer's mind. It struggled to stay awake, but found its thinking increasingly sluggish, as if it were stuck in a deep quagmire from which it could not extricate itself. The Corpse King felt a wave of panic as it knew full well what losing consciousness meant. However, no matter how much it struggled, that vague force always ruthlessly eroded its consciousness, devouring it bit by bit. Finally, the neck was completely bitten off. Rumble of a stomach. Only the sound of a head hitting the ground and rolling was heard. The Corpse King's huge headless body collapsed to the ground, never moving again, and the Corpse King's consciousness was completely overwhelmed by darkness, plunging into endless chaos. To this point, the events of the natural disaster are completely over. Close behind, Lin Knight then heard a series of system beeps. Chapter 75 Heavenly Blood Coffin, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. Ding! Worldwide system announcement. The natural disaster event in all regions has officially ended, and the primary Death Crossing dojo will be opened by default in 2 months. Ding! Worldwide system announcement. Due to player Lin Knight's beheading of the Corpse King of the Corpse Domain's Corpse Country Gully, he has become the new overlord of this region by default, and has gained the qualification to compete for the Domain Lord. Ding! Worldwide system announcement. Due to the official end of the natural disaster event, all small regions of the Inshan Ghost Market are open. Ding! System prompt. Due to your extra decapitation of the Corpse King and perfect completion of the natural disaster event, you are rewarded with an unconditional promotion of the territory to the first rank. Ding! System prompt. Due to your territory's first promotion to the upper grievance rank, 1 burying sky blood coffin is rewarded. Ding! System prompt. Due to your successful recapture of Corpse Country Gully, you have detected the remaining will of the Ghost General and retroactively rewarded a random former dynasty relic. Ahead is a worldwide announcement, followed by a personal tip. One moment. The World Channel went straight up crazy. Decapitate the Corpse King? Become the new overlord? What do you mean? Just started. The crowd hasn't reacted yet. Until the good old days. It was only then that one of the Lord players carefully spoke up. Well, it seems that someone has decimated the Corpse King of the region. What is the Corpse King's cultivation level? Demon King or not? Demon King or not? Clear the early stage of Ghost King. What is your cultivation level? Late Ghost Soldier. Let's say that this lord called Lin Knight had better talent and got promoted to Ghost General by a fluke. That is to say, someone decapitated an early Ghost King at the early Ghost General stage? Well, seems like it. Boom. War geez. What kind of devil is this player called Lin Knight? How did you kill all the Corpse Kings after the promised natural disaster event where everyone personally had trouble defending themselves? Is it a necromantic event or a player's natural disaster? Everyone is harboring a good deal. Why are you suddenly flying off the handle? The World Channel is buzzing. However, Lin Knight didn't care at all. At this very moment, he had already begun to check the information about his territory after his promotion. Territory, Mausoleum. Rank, Spiteful Spirit, Upper. Attribution, Lin Knight. Architecture, Hearth, Burial Chamber. Funeral Blood Coffin. Netherworld, Acacia Tree. Ancient Well, Courtyard Wall. Tombstone. Population, 13, Forest Knight. Ghost Bride. Bloodclothes Secret Envoy. Broken Soul Scholar. Red Pink Skull. Red Velvet. Grieving Ghost Mother. Witch. Corpse Controlling Child Ghost. Inviting Scourge Seed. Penalized Evil Ghost. Morning Door. Hanged Man. Warbeast. Corpse Crow. Grainfield. Glutinous Rice Field. Creepy Plant Base. Blood and Bone Flower. Corpseborn Vine. Coffin Fungus. Veins. Rivers of Blood. Pits of Bone. Assets. $230. 000 in Plutonium. Blacktail's Legacy. Introduction. At this level, it already has the qualification to extend the chamber. Since it's a mandatory upgrade, it's not the natural kind of upgrade that comes with any extra population or buildings. So, the territory is basically unchanged. The only thing that qualifies to open an extended chamber, it's been developing the top, and the bottom needs to be compatible as well. That is to say, underneath Lin Knight's cemetery, there was no longer just his own burial chamber. With enough ghost stones, he could expand many chambers autonomously. Even help the Ghost Bride build an exclusive bedchamber as well. Right. Just now, the territory was promoted and a coffin was rewarded. So now it was just the right time to look at the attributes as well. Blood Coffin, Special Construction. Grade Morning. Attribute, using the blood coffin as a medium. The burial sky blood coffin will sense all the scents around it, and then autonomously convert them into blood chi and channel them into the host's body, which is equivalent to the host being able to cultivate even when he sleeps. Not bad. After reading the attributes of the blood coffin, Lin Knight muttered, the crypt could be expanded. and the sleeping coffins would have to be upgraded a bit. The system then rewarded a coffin in a very humane way, and from then on, Lin Knight never had to sleep in a wooden coffin again. One more thing. In reality, it was more like a similar magic treasure that aided in cultivation. Only, Lin Knight was mostly used to lie down in coffins and sleep, so the system automatically positioned it as a building. Territory view complete. Next up is everyone's favorite part of touching the body. Just now, it was only the settlement reward for the natural disaster event. In addition to that, after the Corpse King died, the individual also exploded some items. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, formation atlas. Grade, unknown, due to being a forbidden formation. It cannot be graded for now. Attribute, by possessing this atlas, one can set up a forbidden formation that absorbs the chi and blood of others and raises one's cultivation level. Special note, please use this formation with caution as it is too costly to build. The first item exploded the Corpse King's forbidden formation. After reading the introduction of its attributes, Lin Knight's entire body directly sucked in a breath of cool air. It's this formation. Once upon a time, almost the entire neutral population of Corpse Country Gully had been sacrificed, so much so that every time Lin Knight approached the blood river, he had the feeling that the blood chi in his body was being drained away. Formations like this one, which took over the creation of heaven and earth and absorbed the chi of others, perhaps, should not have appeared in and of itself. Second item. Uncommon ground, equipment. Grade, morning. Category, armor. Attribute, holding the armor in front of your body when you are fatally attacked will counteract some of the force. Additional skills, Corpse Chi Frenzy. Blood Fury Diffusion. Corpse Breath Frenzy Bloodbath Diffusion, skill. Skill description, bring it on even if it's just a normal attack. Affected by the bloodbath, it can ignore the soul's body. Backstory, the Corpse King is inhumane and kills like a man, making this artifact tainted with sky-high fury and resentment. Under the influence of resentment, it emits blood-devouring light all around, which can't be covered up in any way. Introduction, Jia. This armor is a symbol of the public enemy of all people. Take it with you. Please beware of the covetousness of some ghostly creatures. This includes being dragged into a dream by the Ghost General and a forced fight with the Corpse King, including the battle that attracted the Corpse King's attention just now. In a fight against a necromancer, Lin Knight had noticed that whether the Corpse King was unleashing his corpse soul hands or blasting the Blood City to pieces, he was wearing a strange equipment with a brazen aura on his arm. To this point, it was only then that Lin Knight finally realized. Turns out it's a piece of armor. And after, Lin Knight didn't even think about it and directly put it on his hand. On the one hand, it can increase one's combat power, defense, disregard for souls, and other aspects of one's attributes. On the other hand, it could also act as a shock absorber, making it so that the blood knife in Lin Knight's hand wouldn't easily fall off during the battle. As for what is ignoring the body of the soul, it's actually quite understandable. Under normal circumstances, killing some of the PPO would require a layer of heart's blood to be smeared on the artifact before it could be used. Now there's no need to bite your fingers. A normal physical swing will do the damage, because the fury would assist in tearing apart and eroding away PPO's soul body. Sure, here is just an example of an ordinary ghost cultivator. Lin Knight's 100 slashes murdering blade came with a fury, and even without the armor, Lin Knight was able to easily tear through the defense of the ghostly creature. Chapter 76, Princess of the Dead Dynasty, Flower of the Backyard. Corpse King Order, Props. Grade, none. Attributes, this is an ordinary token for the Corpse King to call on the blood clothes guards, and does not have any other substantial effect. Last item, most common. Just, when he saw its introduction, Lin Knight's entire breath became shortened. The Devil King's Order or not. So much for the necromantic order. This damn thing just happens to be a token of a penalized evil spirit. Think about it. Lin Knight didn't hesitate to give it to the penal evil ghost. Half an hour later, the penal evil ghost evolved again. Name, Penal Evil Ghost. Dao, Ghost General, Midterm. Current form, Punish Evil Underworld Marshal. Next form Death Shackle. Token, 9 Spectre's Soul Locking Chain. Weapon, Severed Head Axe. Skill, Decapitation. Ghostland, the death penalty. Beheading, the Punish Evil Underworld Commander wields a bloodstained iron axe chained to a chain, dealing a fatal decapitation blow to the target. Death Penal Colony, the Punish Evil Underworld Marshal will visualize a penal colony, and then there is a guillotine inside the colony, which will chop the target's head right off. Originally, the Punishment Evil Ghost was only in the late stage of Ghost Soldier, but later on, he had been picking blood and water to precipitate his cultivation, and he broke through to Ghost General on his own. Nowadays, the Penal Evil Ghost had found its token again, breaking through to the mid-range Ghost General in one fell swoop. He became the strongest person present with a cultivation second only to the Fierce Fetus. Speaking of murderous tires, noteworthy, after the Fierce Tire ate the corpse of the Corpse King, It was upgraded by another rank and an additional skill was opened. Name, Eternal Knight. Dao, Ghost Martial, late. Current form, Inviting Disaster Species. Token, unknown, depending on the token. May change the evolutionary direction. Binding, Ghost Mother, with Ghost Mother next to you. You form a Son and Mother double fury combination. And your strength will be additionally strengthened. Heart, Blood Sea Demon Heart. Passive, Reincarnation. Current number of reincarnations, 2, can cross 2 minor realms. Fields, living and dying. Blood Sea Demon Heart, after taking the corpse of the Corpse King, the heart of the inviting Scourge Seed has undergone a qualitative change. Even if the soul is destroyed and the body falls, as long as this heart is still there, it can be regenerated by placing it into the blood pool. This is part of the evolution of an organ part. Similar to Lin Knight's ordinary bones evolving into blood bones. But from the description alone, the attributes of the fierce Tyre were obviously much more powerful. Everything is processed. Glancing up at the sky. It was dusk when I came. Having fought the Corpse King for so long, cleaned up the battlefield again. At this very moment, night had fallen completely. It was also time for Lin Knight and the others to leave. However, Lin Knight and the others were just about to leave, but only to see, after the death of the necromancer, the lake of blood began to dry up at a rate visible to the naked eye. The water level is getting lower, revealing the collapsed necropolis palace at the bottom of the lake. The earth is barren, and after, just when Lin Knight thought this was about to end, immediately after, at the bottom of the otherwise dry lake, above the ruins of the palace, a strange bouquet of flowers suddenly grew. After the backyard flowers, the ghost bride blurted out almost subconsciously. Rumor had it that the harem flower would only have a chance of appearing when a power was overthrown. Given the size of the Corpse King's palace, he does count as a force. Yenner, this is a creation that belongs to you. If you don't go now, when will you wait? Words. The ghost bride nodded heavily, then floated just above the ruins. The moment you touched the backyard flowers, only the originally eerie and terrifying figure of the ghost bride was instantly enveloped by a brilliant and eye-catching bouquet of light. The light was like an auspicious light from the sky, wrapping her tightly in it. Over time, the light began to gradually penetrate into the ghost bride's body, as if giving her new life and strength. Against the backdrop of dusk, you could see those rotten and tattered clothes on the ghost bride's body gradually turning into wisps of light smoke floating away. In its place was a scarlet, demonic, and mysteriously glittering fancy dress. Beyond that, her face has also undergone an amazing change. The original pale ghostly face, at this moment, also became dignified and beautiful. The skin was as warm and delicate as sheep's fat jade, the eyes were as bright as stars, and the vermilion lips were red without pointing. When the light finally dissipated, a brand new ghost bride appeared in front of everyone's eyes, just like a fairy descending into the world as beautiful and unassuming, so that people dare not look directly at her. Name, Fei Yen. Dao, Ghost General, medium term. Category, Ghouls. Current form, Princess of the Dead Dynasty. Next form, Blood Princess of the Cold Palace. Token, Territorial Promotion Nightmare. Imprint, Backyard Flowers. Squires, none, limit 4. Heart Technique, Thousand Silk Blood Swallowing Technique. Ghostland, Blood Red Funeral. Introduction, a thought of good, a thought of evil. She also used to be kind and gentle, full of expectations to marry the sweetheart. Thousand Silk Swallowing Blood, the ghost bride comprehends the axiom of lifting threads through puppets, and she passes the red silk threads into the target's body, whereby the blood in the target's body is drawn and absorbed by her along the red threads until the target's blood is withered and he becomes a dry corpse. Blood Red Funeral, the ghost bride will conjure up a dream of an underworld wedding scene, but since she already has a husband, usually when this ghostly realm comes out, it represents nothing more than burying the target alive. After promotion, the ghost bride, in addition to her cultivation level advancing by 1 rank, she turned on another form exclusive feature. A ghost bride who becomes a princess of a dead dynasty already has the qualifications to recruit a squire. And after, the ghost bride didn't even think about it and looked directly at Xiao Chui and the other female ghosts. Where's Jade? Miss? Xiao Chui took 2 steps forward, her gaze full of perseverance. Since my mark is the harem flower, then my 4 escorts will be named after the flower. The ghosts' voices mourn where the blood lotus blooms, and the underworld water is not open to ghostly complaints. Xiao Chui, from now on, you will be my lotus escort. If you don't return to your position now, when will you do so? Lotus Squire, return to your position. Immediately after, the ghost bride looked at Ran again. The forests and paths cover the barren hills, and the orchid mound is surrounded by a quiet atmosphere. The petals are frosted with grudges, and the slender stems weep with dew and cause sorrow. Little Lon. Lon is the gentleman of flowers. The gentleman knows the 6 arts: gong shong, horn, chanting and feather. From now on, you will be my land's escort. Ran, return to your position. Then there are the gaudy ghosts. The famous flowers of the past are still there today, but the color of the past has already contained sorrow. Before the red face grows old, the body dies first, and the blue blood cries out in tears. Little Red, you were originally suited for a peony rose, but I sympathized with you and improvised for the flower of the other shore, also known as the bloody manzanita. From there, the rose is no longer a symbol of affection. Rather, it's a host for the wronged souls. Return of the blood squires. Finally, there's green. The dark night clouds cover the cold light. The lonely cliff thin shadow bloom ghostly fragrance. The frosty skin and vegetal petals contain a secret grudge, and the ghostly fire of green phosphorus surrounds the broken heart. A flash in the pan. Just like a playwright's short but brilliant acting career. Shao Chang. From now on, you are the representative of a flash in the pan. Blossoms are known as jonquils, also known as beauty under the moon. Moon Squire. Return to your position. Stygian water morning lotus. The empty valley. Peshawar. Hanabi moon shadow. All 4 squires return to their positions. One moment. Ghost bride before carrying sedan chair ghost child disappeared. Replaced by 4 clear color ghost general early stage of the escort. Chapter 77 Blood Bone Chariot. Flesh and blood regeneration. Let's go. After another moment of time, Lin Knight faintly spoke out. The loot has been picked up. The ghost bride successfully evolved. The 4 sovereigns have also returned to their positions. There's no point in staying here any longer. But, on the way out, the witch's eyes, however, were dead set on the strung-out chariot. My lord, if you can, why don't you take this chariot as well? Why? Lin Knight didn't understand. What use is there for a paralyzed chariot? If the wifey is right, this should be a renewable chariot. Aha, what does renewable mean? Do chariots have chariot babies? Your lordship may interpret it as a ghostly creature. They have the same sense of autonomy. Only, the body type is just the form of a chariot. Provided enough corpses are provided, they will achieve flesh and blood regeneration. Subconscious. Lin Knight then checked a glance at its information. Name, Battlewagon of Blood. Type, Chariot. Passive, Regeneration. Ability, Strangulation. Backstory, the previous chariot was still an ordinary chariot, but the Corpse King had strangled too many people with it, and over time, the flesh and blood of those remaining victims slowly fused with the chariot, eventually forming a special kind of symbiote. Regeneration, as long as the Blood Bolt chariot isn't destroyed by going up in smoke, it can infinitely repair itself through corpses. Strangulation, the Blood Mistress chariot has an autonomous consciousness. It will open its demonic maw and chew up the target with its sharp fangs before spitting out the bones. I see. After reading the attributes of the bloody battlewagon, Lin Knight nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, through the matter of the chariot, it also once again refreshed Lin Knight's perception. It turns out that in this world, there are ghosts whose size is that of a chariot. Return to the territory again. The tide of corpses had completely receded. Around the territory, apart from some scattered corpses, there were 2 paralyzed stone-throwing chariots. Name, Battlewagon of Blood. Type, Chariot. Passive, Regeneration. Ability, Stone Throwing. Stone Throwing, the Blood Mistletoe chariot has an autonomous consciousness, and it will take chewed-up corpses, leave out a head alone, and throw it. Same type of ghosts. The attribute is still the same. Only, the function becomes stone throwing. Come on man, in. It was the broken soul scholar and the punished evil underworld marshal who stepped forward. Because the 4 female ghosts have now become the exclusive escorts of the ghost bride, push these 2 chariots back into the territory as well. Understood. Although they were now paralyzed, the witch had said that they could still repair themselves if enough corpses were provided. Each demonic maw is equivalent to a special creature, and their flesh and blood regenerate quickly. Also because of this, when he was leaving, Lin Knight brought back the meat grinder next to the blood lake as well. Then 2 stone-throwing chariots, placed in the territory, to aid in the battle. One day, when others attacked the territory, Lin Knight could also roll out chariots and throw out human blood heads to strengthen his soldiers. The meat grinder chariot, on the other hand, helped crush the bones to form bone meal, and then reclaimed the wasteland and planted blood and bone flowers on it. Granny, everything is processed. Lin Knight looked at the witch again. Anything else, my lord? Something just occurred to me. What? If the chariot is capable of flesh and blood regeneration, could I cut a piece of flesh and blood from it every so often? What does the lords mean? The defense of our territory is too poor now. Last time when the corpse-scented magic potato was ripe, a few shadow ghosts could easily climb up the courtyard wall. So I was wondering if it would be better if we used the regeneration function of the chariot to place a great wall of flesh and blood? Words. The witch pondered for a moment first. Only then did he speak slowly. Theoretically it is possible, but it's an extremely large project that requires countless corpses to feed. And, The entire process of casting the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood requires the constant pouring of blood. It's like the human body. Once the blood circulation stops nourishing, the flesh and blood will dry up and decay. Corpses? They're all over the place under the graves at the gate. We can take those and feed them first. And as for the blood? Granny, don't forget what we're in for. My lord. You mean? The witch seemed to think of some horrible scene. I said, what if? Anyway, the central blood lake has dried up. If we open up a blood pool in our territory and connect all the rivers to the blood pool, this corpse mountain blood sea formation, will it work for me? On the one hand, it's reusing the big formation. On the other hand, these rivers of blood can also serve to water the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. Change the eye of the Great Formation to our territory? Exactly. Lin Knight nodded. Before, the Corpse King was the master of Corpse Country Gulch. He can build this formation and go against the heavens. Now Lin Knight had become the new overlord. Why can't you inherit what few legacies the Corpse King has? Lord, the reasoning is like this. But treating the symptoms is not curing the root cause. The water of the blood river can provide nourishment for the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, but the water of the blood river will one day dry up. To maintain the operation of the Corpse Mountain and Sea of Blood formation, it still needs to be continuously provided with blood. The witch woman hit the key with a single word. Before, the Corpse King's choice was to sacrifice the people, but there was no way that Lin Knight would do the same. And what if I use my essence blood? The essence blood of a lord? Right. It was Lin Knight who used a blood knife and made a cut in his palm. It's okay to channel some into the blood pool. If that's the case, then it should be fine, and the effects will even increase on top of that. Though, Lin Knight's blood production rate alone was limited, but some things are more expensive than others. The gap between ordinary people and martial artists was simply unimaginable. A single drop of his blood is equivalent to the blood of thousands of ordinary people. Moreover, as Lin Knight's cultivation continued to increase, the cost-effectiveness of essence blood would continue to rise continuously. And after, say it and do it, Lin Knight first carried his blood knife and walked over to the choking chariot. Don't play dead. I know. You're alive. As he said this, Lin Knight pulled the corpse out of the demon's mouth again. What do you want? Chariot spat. It had previously been affected by the unlucky ghost and choked while chewing on the corpse, and now that Lin Knight had cleared its throat, this chariot was naturally able to speak again. I'll lend you something. What? A piece of flesh and blood on the body. Will you do it yourself? Or will I do it myself? Lin Knight was too lazy to talk nonsense. Damn human. Take your bloody knife away from me. I hate the smell. It looks like I'm going to have to do it myself. Chapter 78, The Eerie Silence of the Mountain Gods, Dark Gods. It looks like I'm going to have to do it myself. Words. Lin Knight picked up the 100 murderer's blade and slashed directly at the chariot. Amazing. Obviously just a chariot. It oozes blood like a human being. The scarlet liquid seemed to be alive, flowing slowly down the body, and finally converging into a shocking line of blood. The mottled marks and deep and shallow wounds on the car's body were all covered by the bizarre blood at the moment as well. The smell of blood began to fill the air. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. But Lin Knight continued to scratch at the chariot as if he hadn't heard it. Stop it. Stop it now. I agree with you. 10 fingers to the heart. Not to mention the cutting of flesh and bone. The demon chariot finally couldn't stand the pain and chose to compromise. Remember, it's to produce a piece of flesh and blood every so often. Only one piece can be given. No. I will forge a great wall of flesh and blood. Don't you give an inch. Lin Knight didn't say anything, but then picked up the bloody knife. Well. I'll promise you. Won't I? Look at what this is called. Suffer along with the corpse. Now under new ownership. More ruthless than the Corpse King. Don't worry. If you work under me, I won't treat you badly. Every once in a while, I'll provide you with a good corpse. As he said this, Lin Knight took the choking corpse from earlier, chopped it up a few more times, and sent it into the chariot's mouth. Lin Knight was well versed in the principle of giving a sweet date with a slap. Otherwise, the chariot is masculine, and when the time comes, the quality of the flesh and blood is not up to par, and all is in vain. The great wall of flesh and blood is too much work. All I can say is try my best. The bloody warrior made a humanized teeth-clenching gesture. It's alright. You've got 2 more brothers on your side. 3S. Triple efficiency. Finally, with the collective efforts of the crowd, with the old acacia tree as the center, Lin Knight opened up another blood pool in the middle of the territory. Then all the rivers will be connected to the territory. With the moment Lin Knight dripped his essence blood into the blood pool, the original lush, old acacia tree that shades the sky has undergone a radical change. See only. Its originally gray-black trunk gradually became scarlet like blood, and its branches were hung with bizarre and bright red veins, as if flowing with life's blood. The leaves of the tree were no longer the color of emerald green, but had turned a deep, dark red, as if they had been dyed with blood. The old acacia tree completely transformed into an undead blood tree that emanated an aura of death. And after, Lin Knight suddenly felt that the blood chi within the territory was much thicker. Undead blood tree, hidden building. Grade, unknown. Attributes, the old acacia tree, which was originally a yin-gathering tree, now only provides the power of blood chi. And when practicing under the blood tree, the absorption of the power of blood chi will be accelerated. Additional attribute, the undying blood tree will vaguely attract over some special creatures to inhabit it, and they join the territory and will follow the Lord's drive. Plus the undead blood tree, together with the funeral blood coffin, plus the tripling blood body. Lin Knight could no longer imagine how fast his cultivation speed should be. Close behind, Lin Knight heard another series of system beeps. Ding! System prompt, conditions are met. Congratulations on your territory's successful promotion from Grudge upper rank to Fierce Fury lower rank. Ding! System prompt, due to your success in upgrading your territory to the Fierce Fury lower order, you are additionally rewarded with a creepy silence mountain god. In fact, the territory could not have been promoted so quickly, simply because of killing the Corpse King. Lin Knight had hoarded out a stage for nothing. This was what led to, in just one day, 2 consecutive grades being raised. Territory, Ghost Village. Rank, Fierce Fury, lower. Attribution, Lin Knight. Architecture, Spirit Hall. Tomb Room, Burial Blood Coffin. Yin Mansion, Immortal Blood Tree, Ancient Well, Tombstone, Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, in production. Population, 13, Lin Knight, Princess of the Dead Dynasty, Secret Envoy in Blood, Soul Breaker, Red Pink Skeleton, Red Velvet, Grieving Ghost Mother, Witch, Corpse Controlling Child Ghost, Inviting Scourge Seed, Punishing Evil Underworld Marshal, and Mourning Hangman. War Beast, 1, Corpse Crow, Chariots, 3, 1 Meat Grinder, 2 Stone Throwers, Formation, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood, Door Gods, Eerie Silence Mountain God, Funeral Gate, Hangman, Grainfield, Glutinous Rice Field, Creepy Plant Base, Blood and Bone Flower, Corpseborn Vine, Coffin Fungus, Veins, Rivers of Blood, Pits of Bone, Assets, $230, 000 in Plutonium, Black Tail's Legacy. Introduction, the Corpse King is dead, and the invisible ban on stealing heavenly chances and luck has disappeared, so please build as many shady houses as you can in the village, and watch out for the children who are beginning to erupt from within the graves. It's still the same. The system will humanize the top and bottom. Before it was just the tomb. Lin Knight needed to collect ghost stones to expand the chamber. Now it's become a village. Lin Knight again needed to collect enough ghost wood to build enough houses, as a way to cope with the refreshed children within those graves. One more thing, being promoted to a village, it is natural to need a god to protect you. Before the witch built a land temple, but it has not been able to attract the wild gods to the area. Lin Knight also didn't expect the system to directly reward a mountain god. Name, Eerie Silent Mountain God. Taoist behavior, none. Category, spermatozoa. Current form, Eerie Silent Mountain God. Next form, Black Mountain Old Demon. Relic, unknown. Skill, Silent Chat. Introduction, the creepy Silent Mountain God is an elf made up of a pile of rocks, and due to its special size, it can automatically reorganize itself even if it's crushed, so it can't talk about Taoism, and it can't be killed. Silence in chat, the village blessed by the Silent Mountain Stone will not have good weather, nor will it have a good harvest. Instead, under its influence, the village location will become a place of absolute silence, causing some low-level ghosts not to dare to approach easily. See only. It was a stone man-like structure with its own ritual hearth on its chest. Then it walked to the entrance of the village and kicked over the small broken temple the witch had built, instead squatting there itself. As it crept down, its body was completely hidden, revealing only the stovepipe on its chest where it could offer incense. From a distance, it looked no different from a small broken temple. However, what puzzled Lin Knight was this. Why this evolutionary route is the old Black Mountain Demon? Shouldn't it be a continuation of the evolution of the gods? This category is also incorrect. If the world did not have God as a classification, that should also be a guardian spirit. But why would it be sperm? What was even more mind-boggling to Lin Knight was, the mountain gods are considered gods, but why carry a creepy silence? Or say, there are no gods in this world, and if there are, they are all black gods, and so on. The black gods? If anything, this world, for sure, doesn't have those gods in the traditional sense. Then at that time, when Lin Knight called out to Thunder Ancestor, who was manifesting, it seemed to be a thought of some horrible reality. One moment, Lin Knight only felt like he couldn't help but tremble in his soul. Chapter 79, The Mirror of Reincarnation, the Dojo of Transitioning Deaths. A new day. Lin Knight planned to make a trip to the Inshan Ghost Market. This is a new scenario that opens up after becoming an overlord. Simple to understand. It is to drive development among the lords that the system refreshes a trade street within each small area. But, before departure, Lin Knight had one more thing to do. After the battle yesterday, it seems that a relic of the former dynasty was rewarded. Idol. Just happened to check it out now. What is a relic of a previous dynasty? As the name suggests, it's the props from the dynasty of General Ghost. When he opened the lucky draw carousel, there were many items displayed on it, and Lin Knight's eyes were glazed over. Ding! System prompt, detected having a chance to extract a relic. Please ask if you want to extract it. Extract. At this time, Lin Knight wouldn't hesitate at all. Ding! System prompt, the extraction was successful. Congratulations on drawing one of Maro Yudu's reincarnation Sin's Mirror. Sinful Mirror of Reincarnation, Magic Treasure. Grade, Unknown. Attributes, there are two sides to this mirror. One reflecting what happened in the past and the other reflecting what will happen in the future. Backstory, rumor has it that the people of Yudu use this mirror to reflect the sins committed by their subordinates. And if someone is a malefactor and refuses to admit that he has made a mistake, the mirror of reincarnation will reflect the sins of this person clearly. And the Thousand Hands Emperor Kuei has not used this mirror to catch the spies. Surprisingly, it's a magic treasure that reflects the past and the future. After reading the attributes of the sinner's mirror, Lin Knight directly sucked in a breath of cold air. One slip. The side of the sinful mirror then shines on the gaudy ghost. And after, Lin Knight then saw an unbelievable picture. Both of her parents died young, and she was adopted by her uncle at a young age. However, her uncle is a complete money grubber, and in exchange for a high fortune, at the age of 16, her uncle sells her to a rich man who is seriously ill to make her happy. Wedding night. The rich boy died directly in front of the gaudy ghost. The rich family considered the gaudy ghost an ominous sign and banished it from their home. At the point of no return, being succored by a bookish man, thought it was true love. I didn't realize that it was also a beast of a man with a face in a garment. The husband is a heavy drinker and a frequent drunken domestic abuser of the voluptuary. One day, in exchange for wine money, the husband sold the showgirl, by hand, into a greenhouse. The gaudy ghost was completely disheartened. Since then, she secretly vowed that even if she turned into a stern ghost, she would use her beauty to suck out the essence of all shameless people. And her sojourner's field is actually a greenhouse. No wonder the ghost bride once said that she sympathized with the gaudy ghosts. To this point, Lin Knight finally came to his senses. After everything was taken care of, Lin Knight put away the sinful mirror and then set out on the road to the ghost market. The rush is boring. Idle. Lin Knight climbed back into conversation with the witch. Granny, what do you want? My lord, do you know what the Dodo Dojo is? After the end of the natural disaster incident, Lin Knight clearly remembered the system saying that the primary Death Crossing Dojo would open in 2 months. Lin Knight had no way of knowing what the transitional Death Dojo was. Words. The witch pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Have you ever heard of the 3,000 realms of the burial end? My lord? I know. Granny said it before. The world is too big to imagine. Not only is there a blood basin of misery, there are more than 3,000 other realms like this in total. In those days, every realm was constantly staging killings in order to fight for territory. So such a struggle was also known as the Battle of the 10,000 Spirit Burial Heavens. And then what? Without realizing it, Lin Knight was listening out of his mind. The Ghost Emperor, who can burn the sky and boil the sea with the lift of his hand, and the Ghost Emperor, who can cross the void with a single thought, in order to avoid the living souls from being devastated and the continent from being destroyed by the rules. All the strongest people then united and opened up an extra space. This space is the Transit Death Dojo, Lin Knight said, following the witch's words. Exactly. And after, the witch seemed to think of something else and then spoke. Rumor has it that the Transitional Death Dojo, with countless fallen powerhouses and countless opportunities, if Lord has the chance to enter and explore, a single magic treasure could even change your life against the odds. Got it. In that case, this Death Crossing Dojo is a must-go. Walked a bit more. Some neutral people began to gradually appear on both sides of the wide river. See only. Each of the people held a special lantern in their hands. As they made their way to the bank, they then gently bent down and carefully placed it on the shimmering surface of the river. The lantern was like a flatboat, drifting slowly down the water of the Blood River. The faint and dim light wavered on the water as if it would be swallowed up by the darkness at any moment. What are they doing? Seeing this scene, Lin Knight was puzzled. Don't forget, my lord, what tomorrow is. What day? It had been a month since he crossed over, and Lin Knight wasn't really sure what day tomorrow would be. February 2nd, Ghost Lantern Sacrifice. Assuming the day you just crossed. Default January 1st. Exactly 1 month has passed since the natural disaster. Today February 1st. Chronologically, tomorrow is indeed February 2nd. But isn't February 2nd in the real world when the dragon rears its head? What does it mean to sacrifice a ghost lamp? The simple understanding is that lanterns are set off to honor their loved ones who have passed away. And most of these people's loved ones have been decapitated by the corpse king. So they come to both sides of the blood river a day in advance to offer sacrifices. Got it. Lin Knight was thoughtful. And after, he wanted to say something more. But at this point, he suddenly felt a strong aura lock onto him. Killing intent? Turn your head. Lin Knight realized that the other party was clearly a Lord player as well, because real-world travelers are highly recognizable from the native population. Just one glance, Lin Knight then saw that it was the same kind. See only. Beside this lord likewise stood an old woman. The old woman and the witch are of similar age, but the witch had only a leech blood pan, while the other woman held a staff. A lantern hangs from the staff with the word hate written on it. Beyond that, behind this lord stood 2 rows of maids. Each of the maids had 2 small balls tied to them, and likewise carried a lantern in their hands. Overall it looks like it's no different than jade. Only, the word on the lantern became the word sad again. You must be the new Corpse Country Gully Overlord. The other overlord was the first to exit. Something wrong? Lin Knight narrowed his eyes slightly. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Let's not talk about the fact that the killing intent just now had marked Lin Knight as an enemy. Let's just say that picking a lantern in broad daylight doesn't make the other person look like a good person. In that case, I'm offended. Among the impressions, Lin Knight should be meeting this person for the first time. Even if you're going to fight, at least have a reason. Chapter 80, Sad Celebration Lantern. Granny Lamplighter. Perhaps you're not clear about it. The primary transitional death dojo can only be teleported by the overlord of each small region. And when you kill the bloodthirsty Shogun you'll inherit the corpse domain lord. Now, you are the new overlord of our Corpse Country Gully. And there's another reason why I have to go to the dojo of the ferrying of the dead. So, I'm so sorry. I can only strike you down first and then inherit your identity. The man said in a single word. When the Corpse King was alive, with the man's current cultivation level, he couldn't fight at all. However, he was also not expecting that the new overlord was only at the early stage of Ghost General. The man naturally could not let go of such a great opportunity. So, Lin Knight heard and understood. Pitbulls are not guilty. Because of his identity, it caused some people with ulterior motives to covet him. However, all but ignoring a terrible reality. Indeed, Lin Knight was only at the early stage of Ghost General right now, but he was able to kill the Corpse King at the early stage of Ghost General. So Lin Knight's undercard wouldn't be as simple as he thought. Offended. In that case, let's fight. There wasn't much Lin Knight could say about his enemies. Yes, and after. The old woman next to that lord then stepped forward. Name, Granny Lampflower. Dao, Ghost General, Midterm. Category, People. Current form, Lamplighter Granny. Next form, Narama Priestess. Token, Human Skin and Bone Lamp. Weapon, Hate Staff. Skills, Running Out of Oil. People dying. Domain, Heavenly Blight and Earthly Underworld. Oil dying. Granny Lamplighter will inflict an aging curse on the target, causing the target to continually age out of strength over the course of the battle. Human death and lantern extinction. Granny Lamplighter will extract the target's essence and deposit it on top of the lantern hanging from her staff. And when the lamp goes out, the target will directly die a violent death. Heavenly Blight and Earthly Underworld. Granny Lamplighter illuminates a dark and shadowy underworld, causing all targets within range to enter a weakened state. I forgot to tell you that the talent I drew was Lamplighter. I think you should be aware of the horrors of a natural disaster. And at a normal rate of development, an ordinary lord would not be able to defend against it. I'm not talented, but I've taken in a group of native forces in a place called Long Lantern Town. The lanterns they picked in their hands, named Sad Kang, were all made by me. Relying on their assistance, I not only passed the Corpse Tide test, but also killed quite a few neutral lords. It seems, taking in native forces is really something to be proud of. The man's tone was full of smugness as he said this. The man's tone was something that Lin Knight disliked. But there was one thing that Lin Knight had to admit. Indeed, the ghosts of this world are unimaginably terrifying. The normal rate of development is simply irresistible. Lin Knight had a strange encounter. Doesn't mean everyone has it. If not, the previous lord of the murder house trial sleep would not have joined the Corpse King. My lord, what should we do now? I'll take the fight. Granny Lanternflower's attributes were terrifying though, and she was one rank higher than Lin Knight's cultivation. But Lin Knight believed, with the addition of the blood sword and a great perfection, he should not be inferior to Granny Lamplighter. However, Lin Knight was just about to make his move. The Ghost Bride, however, took the initiative to stop in front of Lin Knight. Husband, this lantern woman's form is one step higher than the witch. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. It's better to let me do it. Don't forget, the Ghost Bride has just been promoted to Princess of the Dead Dynasty. Her cultivation level was also in the middle stage of Ghost General. Then be careful. In regards to the Ghost Bride's strength, relatively speaking, Lin Knight was still relatively confident. Words. The Ghost Bride nodded heavily before stepping forward. Old man. Let me meet you. Little girl. The old woman won't let you get away with 3 points just because you're young and beautiful. Granny should just go all out on her own. In that case, good riddance. Words. Granny Lamplighter paused the staff in her hand for a moment, then directly activated the domain skill. As she rose with her movements, a powerful and mysterious force gushed out directly from her body and shot up into the clouds. Shasta. The originally clear sky seemed to be covered by a large invisible hand, quickly becoming dim. The dark clouds tumbled and gathered together, forming a black canopy that weighed heavily above everyone's heads. The wind began to howl as well, rustling the trees around them. Leaves are falling in droves. It was as if the whole world had been plunged into a depressing, intense atmosphere. It is the sky that is withered and the earth that is dark. Granny Lantern Flower was trying to come up and first weaken the Ghost Bride, then use her cultivation advantage to directly suppress the Ghost Bride. The ideal is beautiful. The result was destined to disappoint Granny Lamplighter. With a single movement of the Ghost Bride's mind, a blood moon suddenly appeared in the midst of the originally blackened realm. The witty moonlight tilts down. In the light of the blood moon, the Ghost Bride was directly immune to the weakness effect. Or rather, as long as the blood moon can shine, the Ghost Bride will never enter weakness. Little girl, you even have such skills. The heavenly blight and earthly underworld was easily disintegrated, and Granny Lanternflower's heart palpitated within her. Old man, please. Immediately after, another red silk thread protruded from the Ghost Bride's sleeve, wrapping the entire body of Granny Lanternflower within. The end of the silk thread was threaded into the body of Granny Lamplighter. Soon, the scarlet blood then drenched the silk threads. It made the already blood-red silk threads look even more scarlet and dazzling at the moment. Little girl, I admit that the move just now was indeed a bit surprising, but this move of yours is inevitably a bit insulting to the old woman. Murphy, you want to decapitate a mid-ranking ghost general with just a wound caused by a red silk thread. Although Granny Lanternflower's body was bound, there was not the slightest bit of panic on her face. Why should the old man be in a hurry? We'll see if it's not good enough. The corners of the Ghost Bride's mouth turned up slightly as she said this. That smile, pure as snow, noble as a lotus, give people a feeling like a spring breeze, but also like a blooming Tianshan snow lotus, not mixed with a little bit of the worldly atmosphere of the dust. Humph, it's just a little sculpture. Granny Lamplighter snorted coldly. Although his hands were bound, the staff of hate stood on its own. Immediately after, the lantern, picked up on the staff, began to flicker and glow with a dim, faint candlelight. No good. Granny Lamplighter is going to unleash the death of the man. Once it's brewed, the Ghost Bride dies a direct violent death. Someone exclaimed a word of alarm. However, just as Granny Lanternflower was just about to make her move, but only to see, a bizarre blood flower suddenly bloomed on that red silk thread that was originally without any ripples. There is no soil as a medium, only blood as a supply. How can flowers bloom on silk thread? Could it be that? Does that mean? Chapter 81 Blood Moon Crazy Flower. Blood axe hanging. See only. Under that scarlet blood slowly penetrated. The originally plain and ordinary silk threads actually began to undergo jaw-dropping changes. The threads of blood seemed to be given life as if they were meandering along the silk threads, gradually coming together. Over time, this converging stream of blood grew larger and larger. Eventually, surprisingly, a delicate and beautiful blood flower bloomed on top of the silk thread. This blood flower was like a finely carved work of art, with each petal displaying a unique and deep red color, as if it was condensed from countless drops of blood. And after, with the first one, there's a second one, the third flower. No, countless flowers. As the blood continued to be drawn, more and more blood flowers began to bloom from the red silk thread. The color of the petals is becoming more intense, until the end. The petals even begin to beat like a child's heart. This breath, this volatility. Granny Lampflower seemed to have thought of some horrifying reality, and in an instant, her face showed horror as her pupils began to dilate. And after, it was as if it was precisely to verify Granny Lamplighter's suspicions. Just a bang. The petals could no longer encase the rich liquid. Countless blood flowers bloomed in unison, like a bunch of fireworks, along with the flesh and blood of Granny Lamplighter. It directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the air. Granny Lampflower, a mid-range ghost general, died just like that. Quiet. Quiet. One moment. The whole world seemed to go quiet. Ryoko. Only then did that lord open his mouth with a face full of horror and incredulity. My martial arts. You actually killed Lamplighter. All attendants, At my command, set up a formation, and after the man's words fell, all the lamp-picking maids, moving in a neat and tidy manner, began to walk quickly, following a specific trajectory. The footsteps were light and vaguely nervous. The sorrowful celebration lantern emitted a cold light that shone on the ground like a ghostly flame flickering. As they moved, the candlelight in the lantern wavered, and the interplay of light and shadow vaguely outlined mysterious runes. Formation. An inexplicable feeling of desolation struck. Lin Knight suddenly felt a little sad inside. Surprisingly, it was a formation that affected emotions. Subconscious. Lin Knight then wanted to draw his sword to break this formation. However, he was just halfway through his movements when Lin Knight inadvertently saw a small blade of grass on the ground. It's just such an unobtrusive look. Lin Knight suddenly felt so sorry for this little grass. One walks up and breaks it with one foot. I'd rather not kill. Lin Knight instantly had no desire to fight. When you are irradiated by my sad celebration lantern, you will become a lamb to be slaughtered, and you will not be able to produce a single bit of resistance again. Seeing this scene, the man who had been distressed by the death of Granny Lampflower 1 second, immediately turned his face into a smirk of triumph the next. Lin Knight gave a dark cry. He clearly knew that there was something wrong with these lanterns, but he just couldn't raise any battle spirit inside. However, just as Lin Knight was at a loss for words, he suddenly saw the fierce fetus sneak off the back of the ghost mother. What's he up to? And so on. This thing has evolved into a demonic heart. It doesn't seem to be affected by grief. Lin Knight immediately understood. And after, he proceeded to start distracting the man again. So, do you really think that's going to eat me up? No? Yes? Lin Knight's words just fell. Suddenly, just then, a black shadow, like a ghost, directly pounced onto the shoulder of a lantern maid. As the neck of one of the maids was bitten off, the power of the formation was greatly reduced. Lin Knight seized the opportunity and ran the soul-forging scripture again. One moment, he broke right through the emotional grip of grief. Then lifting the large sword in his hand, he also rushed in the direction of the man. Seeing the situation, the man was horrified. Though, he couldn't even figure out how that infant child was immune to grief. But right now, a matter of life and death. The man hesitated slightly and suddenly released another lantern. See only, it was a hot air balloon-like Kongming lantern. The light paper wall was slightly illuminated by the candle flame, like a lonely star slowly floating in the vast and boundless sky. As the breeze passes by, the lantern swayed gently, as if whispering to the wind. What's the point of releasing a lantern at this time? Lin Knight did not think that the man would choose to make a wish at this time. And so on. Nope, this should be a prop for catching up. Moment of truth. The man actually had the intention of running away. Just releasing a hot air balloon to escape in front of so many ghost generals? Do you really think you can get away with this? The man just sat on the peacock. Next, a bloody axe with chains, as if from the void, suddenly descended out of nowhere and hung above the man's head. No! A hysterical shriek rang out. But the blood axe doesn't stop landing just because of that. And after, all that was heard was a puff. The sound of chains cutting through gears came. It was like a judgment from above. The blood axe fell. The man, along with the hot air balloon, was directly split in half, suffered the effects of a flashback. The man's brain didn't die at the first sign of necrosis after he was decapitated. Lin Knight walked forward. Why your people are immune to grief? The man's pupils gradually dilated. His eyes filled with incredulity. You don't really think that you're the only one in this world who has an undercurrent? I can understand you wanting to get a piece of the Death Crossing dojo, but I carry around with me, princess of the deceased dynasty, broken soul scholar, inviting disaster seeds, punish the evil underworld marshal, waiting for a bunch of ghosts and generals. How dare you just take a lamplighter granny with you? Don't learned people even look at martial arts information before looting? I should say you have no brains. Or are you just too confident in your own undercard? Domain. Lord Domain. Yes. I'm sorry. I really know I'm wrong. Spare me. In the last few moments of the dying of the living, endless regret arose in the man's eyes. Wouldn't it be nice if he didn't rob? That way, with Granny Lamplighter, he still manages to make a living. It's just a shame. The opportunity to ferry the dead to the dojo was certainly tempting, but only if one has the life to enjoy it. Life is gone, but there's nothing left. I'm sorry, but I've never been in the habit of forgiving my enemies. And, in this world, it's easy for the dead to swindle. 2. In order to stop the trouble forever, after you die, I will also seal your soul. Words. Lin Knight snapped the man's neck. Then another talisman was manifested, completely sealing the man's soul. Finally, the group of lantern-picking maids were also easily dismantled under the pursuit of several ghost generals. Then, next, It's everyone's favorite part of touching a corpse. Chapter 82, Compassionate Voice Fulfillment. 7-star Life Renewal Technique. Renyin Fugue, Theater Score. Grade, None. Content, when the lights come on, the night is not yet over. Songs and dances. By the ancient road. The Qinhuai River is a place of mourning. The color of the ink is fragrant, but it's all illusion. The moon's shadow returns. The eyes are perplexed. By the Osmanthus Bridge. They look at each other. Under the bright moon. They are all in pairs. Bonus note, the author stuck a plot about lamps and some more lamp-related props to wish everyone a happy lantern festival in advance. Moments so long. Lin Knight was surprised to see props related to opera for the first time. And after. Lin Knight didn't even think about it and directly gave it to Xiao Chang. No. Now I should say Moon Squire. Second item. It was also a pamphlet that fell out of that Lord Player. 7-star Renewal Technique, Secret Technique. Grade, None. Introduction, pointing 774.99 Kongming lanterns, 7 stars into a star, gathered in the top 3 feet of the head of the person. I heard that the target can be renewed, but the folk and the cloud. Raise the head of 3 feet there is a god. Evil people, cannot be initiated successfully, can only be regarded as a kind of healing secret art. It doesn't necessarily increase life expectancy, but it can heal. It sounds very esoteric. Lin Knight directly gave it to the witch to study. Finally, it's the item that was popped out by that lamplighter granny. Nothing else. There's only one staff. In fact, this staff was not the original weapon of Granny Lamplighter, and that lantern with the word hate was also hung up later. So, it was when she was channeling her skills that she was relatively slow. Not really an insta-weapon for Granny Lamplighter. But for witches, that changes the nature. It's not just the weapons. It's more of a token for her. Own it. The witch evolved directly into the Hate Goddess. Name, Hate Goddess. Dao, Ghost General, Midterm. Category, People. Current form, Hate Goddess. Next form, Witch Priest. Relic, Flying Blood Centipede. Weapon, Hate Staff. Spiritual treasures, Leech Blood Basin. 8 trigram Soul Refining Furnace, Black Taiyu Legacy. Skills, Blessing Technique. Sneaky Plant Cultivation. 7-star Renewal Technique. Introduction, after the evolution of the witch, she comprehended more ancient secret sorcery, and with the support of the Soul Refining Furnace, if she found another furnace artifact spirit, Flying Blood Centipede, as a medium, she could also refine some special elixirs, to a certain extent. Witches don't have a single skill that directly injures people, but the help she brought from these secret arts never disappointed Lin Knight. Did those maids take a look around? Lord, only a few sad celebration lanterns were left behind after their deaths. A formation that affects emotions requires the cooperation of many people, and with only a few lanterns, I'm afraid it's impossible to perform it. Sad celebration lanterns, props. Grade, show. Number, 7. Introduction, I heard that these lanterns are made of special materials, and that gazing at them for a long time will cause inexplicable sadness, but the effect will be minimal for those with high levels of Taoism. Forget it then. Take these lanterns back and hang them in the territory at night as simple lighting tools. Understood. And after, Lin Knight and the others continued on their way to the Yinshan Ghost Market. It seems to be the weather itself in this world. Again, it seemed to be affected by the river of blood around it, even on a clear day. The whole thing also gives off an eerie feeling. That's right. Yen. Lin Knight suddenly thought of something. Husband has something to say. The ghost bride took 2 steps forward. What was that move just now? The line blossoming? As far as he could remember, Lin Knight didn't seem to remember that the ghost bride had such a skill. Does husband mean this? The ghost bride stretched out her slender fingers and pinched them with her fingernail caps, and a drop of blood squeezed out. And after, a bizarre scene then occurred, but only to see. A demonic blood flower suddenly grew on the ghost bride's finger. If you look closely, it's surprisingly similar to the backyard flowers. Right. Seeing this unbelievable scene, Lin Knight's eyes went wide. Blood Moon Crazy Flower. This was the latest move that the ghost bride had comprehended after the return of the sovereign. In that case, do all the other escorts have them as well? Lin Knight asked one more question. However, the ghost bride, was really like a bratty princess who sold out. Confidentiality. Interesting. Lin Knight shook his head, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, between the talk and the laugh. The crowd had also finally arrived at the legendary Yinshan Ghost Market. To everyone's horror, it was as if this place possessed a time prohibition. Just got inside. What had been a clear sky suddenly and temporarily turned black. A mysterious and eerie street quietly emerged in front of the crowd. A thick fog filled the surrounding area, as if the entire street was shrouded under an eerie veil. The dull moonlight shed a faint glow through the clouds, but it couldn't penetrate the fog. Walking into the street, a chill came over me. Morning Great articulated Blade Ghost Face. Where can disguise their face? Only sell 50. 000 plutonium coins. Children and men. Traveling immortal pillow for cheap sale. Sleep on it at night. Can soul out of body. I just refined the soulful sand. Do you have any that you need? Lin Knight took a general look. These yelling vendors were dressed in a variety of strange costumes and in very different categories. There are corpses. There are ghost classes. Even more so, there were demons that Lin Knight rarely saw. Some faces were as pale as paper, bloodless, and some had deep-set eyes, like two black holes, revealing endless eeriness. Still others had mouths that grinned up to their ears, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth that sent shivers down the spine. Their expressions varied, either hideous and terrifying or bizarre and inexplicable, each face looking like a monster out of a nightmare. Some wore black robes embroidered with blood-red runes and strange designs that flickered eerily as they walked. Some were clad in tattered and torn clothing, with strips of cloth fluttering in the wind like ghosts. Lords beware. At this time, the witch suddenly reminded. Granny, is it hard to believe that there is something else to say here? The fish and dragons here are mixed, and these hawkers also come from all the major local forces, without a bit of ability, and wealth must not be exposed, or else, what would have happened otherwise? Straight up murderous overkill, the witch said in a single word. Just down the street? Yes. It's kind of fun. Words. Lin Knight gently touched his nostrils. Although Lin Knight was now the new ruler of Corpse Country Gully, but a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Not to mention, Lin Knight wasn't a strong dragon yet. When the Corpse King was alive, the people of the ghost market might still give three thin faces, but Lin Knight's current cultivation level, forget it. Identity is nothing more than a pose here. Even one slip, it also speeds up your own death. Walked a bit more. Suddenly, there was a ragged little boy pulling on Lin Knight's coat. Big brother, check out my goods. Chapter 83, Een Mountain Ghost Market. Een Spirit Bonfire. Big brother, take a look at my goods. A peddler pulled on Lin Knight's coat. Lin Knight turned his head to look, but only to see. The other party was obviously just a child, but the voice was as harsh and unpleasant as sandpaper rubbing. Beyond that, in his hand, he also held a prop that looked like a lantern. Walking lanterns, props. Grade, morning. Introduction. When turning this lamp it can reflect different thoughts the host had a few quarters of an hour ago, but it requires some mental energy. Asking price. Just before Lin Knight had a chance to inquire about the price, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The ghost bride was quick on her feet and pulled Lin Knight down. Husband, the things here are not to be gazed upon lightly. Lin Knight shook his head, instantly sobering up. I'm sorry, I don't need this lamp. Having said that, Lin Knight was about to leave at a quick pace. However, just then, an overcast wind blew through. Between the swaying lights, the little boy, who had looked harmless, his face suddenly became hideously twisted. Why don't you want my goods? I want you to a. As he said this, Lin Knight drew out his bloody knife and directly chopped the little boy's head off. Knives rise and heads fall. One moment, countless pairs of eyes looked this way in unison. In their eyes, there was the teasing of feeling that this newcomer was somewhat interesting, and there was also the playfulness of having nothing to do with it. But the only thing that didn't surprise me, it felt as if, on the streets of a ghost city, it was a perfectly normal thing for someone to die. Not to mention, this ghostly creature is not yet human. When the little boy died, his body turned right into a piece of paper, and that marigold turned into a pile of ashes, and when the wind blew, it went straight up in smoke. Bad luck stuff. Lin Knight exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before putting away his blood knife. Granny, what kind of evil spirit is this? Paper flower dead bodies, the witch said in a single word. Normal paper people are puppets created by paper zappers, but this piece of paper, which already possessed its own independent consciousness, was thought to have backfired on its owner. Backfired on the master? Lin Knight was slightly surprised. A small piece of paper, so fierce? If my wife is not mistaken, this should be the masterpiece of the Paper Soul sect, only that this disciple has a low level of morality and touched the taboo paper tying technique without authorization, and ended up burying himself instead. So, after hearing this, Lin Knight was pondering. The others he doesn't care, as long as it doesn't affect you. Walked a bit more. A black-robed man appeared in front. Due to the fact that his entire body was shrouded in black robes and he was kneeling on the side of the street, Lin Knight couldn't see his entire body clearly. The only thing that was particularly noticeable was a shadowy flame on his chest that flickered and pulsed. Lin Knight's expression was fairly normal. Just, when the witch's eyes caught sight of the flame, the vision never left. What's wrong? Lin Knight also noticed the abnormality. Een Spirit Bonfire. The witch recognized this object at once. And what is that? A type of ghost fire. It's well known. There are 9 types of ghost fire in this world, and they are: Een Spirit Bonfire, Tendu Corpse Fire, Underworld Blood Fire, the fire of monastic hatred, the fire of lust and evil, and the fire of corrupting souls, ghost marsh miasma fire, spectral shadow guile fire, and doom mist calamity fire. The witch was also not expecting to meet a in spirit bone flame here. Is this flame powerful? Impression. Lin Knight seemed to remember that the desolate mountain bone collector's token was the in spirit bone flame. Let's put it this way. A single flame is enough to burn the entire Inshan ghost market. Aha, just a little flame. One that can burn a street? After hearing this, Lin Knight directly sucked in a breath of cool air. It burns for 300 years without going out. The witch added. Subconscious. Lin Knight then took another look at the small flame. So here's the question. The ghost market is a mixed bag. If the witch could recognize this fire, others should be able to as well. Is there no one to snatch this ghost fire? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Take another look around this person. All other areas are bustling with traffic. The only place that was empty was where he was paralyzed and kneeling. Then there's only one scenario to explain it. It wasn't that others couldn't recognize him, but this person was too powerful to approach. But then again, you set up a stall in the ghost market. Aren't you here to sell? Thinking of this, Lin Knight directly walked over. Is this flame for sale? Not for sale. The black-robed man didn't even look at Lin Knight. Nima, draw your sword. What are you putting it out there for if you're not selling it? It's not that they're not for sale, my lord. It's just that they don't need the money for it. Seeing that Lin Knight's expression was starting to look off, the witch hurriedly stopped the sentence. Do it for someone else. Lin Knight must have felt like his intelligence was being trampled on. No need for money to buy it. And with what? But this one is a witch. Lin Knight still decided to hear the witch out first. If my wife is not mistaken, this honorable man should have a serious illness. A disease for which there is no cure. So the venerable man set up a stall to sell fire not for plutonium, but only in exchange for a cure for the world. What a witch's eye. These words were seemingly addressed to Lin Knight, but they were actually addressed to the black-robed man. Fruity, hear that? The black-robed man, who was originally silent, suddenly erupted with a flash of light from the corner of his eye, and after, he suddenly lifted his black robe. See only, above his broad and solid chest, a shocking bloody hole appeared. The bloody hole was like a demon's open mouth, hideous and terrifying. Through that bloody hole, Lin Knight could clearly see the torn muscles inside as well as the broken tendons. Even, the scarlet heart was still faintly visible beating powerfully. In the meantime, Lin Knight's mind once again raised a layer of shocking waves. Two things caused Lin Knight's heart to tremble violently. The first thing that happened was that the man's chest was blasted like this, a few inches short of his heart, and he wasn't even dead yet. The second thing was, what danger had the man previously suffered that made the blood from this wound of his black? And, the bones are also corroded. The in-spirit bone fire backfires, the witch explained in a low voice. 9 divine flames with different abilities. Mist fire burns mist. Shadow fire can incinerate a person's figure. The man's ribs in his chest were corrupted, and it was thought that he should have suffered a counterattack in the process of capturing the bone fire. And, after being burned, there is no cure. Unrecoverable. The host can only watch as the bones decay and eventually turn into a mess. Does this old man have any cure for this? The black-robed man seemed to have seen the last glimmer of hope, and his tone became much softer. The witch didn't make a sound, but she looked at Lin Knight. Lin Knight didn't say anything even as he rubbed his nostrils, but the eyes stared straight at the ghostly flame. If this Lord can cure my chest, I am willing to offer the ghost flame unconditionally. Chapter 84, Decaying Bone Purification. Sorrowful Celebration Soul Lamp. If this Lord can cure my chest, I am willing to offer the ghost flame unconditionally. Good deal. Lin Knight almost didn't even think about it and directly agreed with a bite. Quiet. The scene was suddenly eerily quiet for 3 seconds. I don't know why. The black-robed man always felt that something was wrong. But what exactly was wrong? He couldn't say. Ryoko. It was Lin Knight who quickly changed the subject to hide the embarrassment. Granny, do you have any ideas? Yes there is. But what? There is still one more thing that needs to be borrowed from your holiness for the time being. As she said this, the witch looked at the mysterious man again. What? In-spirit bone fire. As long as a few of you can heal my chest, then it is now yours. The black-robed man didn't even think about it and directly gave it to the witch. Divine fire is certainly unattainable, but lives are lost. What was the point of having an empty divine flame? Lord, do you have any extra blood and bone flowers on you? Yes, there was a blood and bone flower base at home, so Lin Knight naturally carried it with him. As for how to use the blood and bone flower, the answer is also simple. The blood and bone flower itself grows on bones, and when combined with the corpse vine, it can repair shadow petrification. Refining alone, it naturally repairs decayed bones as well. All the ingredients come together. The witch offered her own 8 trigrams soul refining furnace again. Place the blood and bone flour in the furnace cauldron. Use the Een spirit bonfire as a flame. The witch immediately began to refine it, only to see the witch's hands forming seals and her mouth chanting. An obscure rune began to continuously float into the soul refining furnace. With the incorporation of the runes, coupled with the divine fire, the blood bone flour in the furnace gradually melted, exuding a rich blood. About 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, the soul refining furnace began to tremble violently, as if something was about to break out of the furnace. What's the situation? The black-robed man looked at the soul refining furnace with an expectant and worried expression. Kind of like a sign of Dansei. Again, kind of like a sign of a blown furnace. The blood bone flour itself grows on bones, and although it has alchemical properties, it also comes with the resentment of the bone's owner. The witch explained while continuing to speed up her seals. Bean-sized drops of sweat continued to drip from the witch's forehead. Predictable. How deep the resentment is in there. In that case, I'll help you. Only the black-robed man was just about to make his move. Lin Knight, however, stopped in front. It's better to let me do it. You're injured like this. It's better not to utilize your energy anymore. In other words, if you transport power and die, how can I do this business? Pass it on. Will others think I'm killing off people as well? And after. Lin Knight also sat down on the other end of the furnace cauldron and began to input breath suppression at the same time as the witch. Under the suppression of the 2 ghost generals' auras, another moment passed. The soul refining furnace finally calmed down. A rounded elixir emitting a strange light appeared in the crowd's field of vision. The witch breathed a long sigh of relief and reached out, the elixir falling steadily into her hand. Take it. The decayed bones will grow. The witch handed the elixir to the black-robed man. But before that, I have begged for many pills, and the bones do get a new lease on life. But in the end they get corroded again. The black-robed man was worried that it would go back and forth like this and end up being another basket case. Don't worry, this is only the first step. After the bone grows out, the old body has its own way to permanently not recur. Good. There's no other way at the moment anyway. It's a death either way. So what's the harm in believing you? Words. This black-robed man directly took the elixir given by the witch. The potency evaporates quickly. Just for a moment. The bones that had originally been decayed beyond recognition. At this moment it was as if they had been injected with a stream of newborn blood, and began to slowly grow at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was as if they had a life and a will of their own. A little bit of stretching. Then it gets longer. Until finally, it gradually returns to its full skeletal form. Cure. Really cured it? Not yet. The witch shook her head. Next, there is one more step. The most important and crucial one. Thoroughly solidified. It was as if the rotting bones had come back again. What to do? 7-star renewal technique. To perform a true 7-star renewal, one actually needed 7749 Kongming lanterns. 7 lights converge on 1 star. 49 lights bring together exactly 7 stars. But the black-robed man wasn't really renewing his life. He was just healing his wounds. So, 7 sad celebration lanterns are enough. Wait, I have heard of this technique. Don't you need a Kongming lantern? What is the meaning of these 7 sorrowful lanterns? The black-robed man looked at Lin Knight suspiciously. Alas, it can't be helped. The family is thin, so you'll have to make do with what you've got. Lin Knight Heart said, can cure your disease on the line. How do you still pick and choose on the? Will there be any negative effects? The black-robed man still felt a bit uneasy. In between, you might not be able to stop thinking about your lost ex-girlfriend, or your old dad back home. But of course, it doesn't matter if you can't help it and something comes out of your eyes in between. What's that song about? Men cry cry not. Can I request a different batch of lanterns? Can't. Words. The witch also stopped paying attention to the black-robed man's hesitation and began to set up the spell site. She placed the 7 sad celebration lanterns, gently on the ground, in a peculiar formation. Each lantern was painted with intricate talismans, vaguely translucent with ethereal light. The witch sat in the center of the formation, closed her eyes and stared, reciting an ancient and mysterious incantation under her breath. As the incantation sounded, the lantern began to flicker and the light grew stronger. Suddenly, a black shadow sprang out of the black-robed man's body and flew towards the lanterns, instantly being sucked into one of them. Immediately after, the remaining 6 lanterns also lit up, seemingly pulling at something. It seemed like some memories of the past came flooding back, or maybe it's something else. The black-robed man's body trembled slightly, and a look of pain began to appear on his face. But in order not to lose my temper in front of the crowd, he was still gritting his teeth. Just then, a gust of cloudy wind blew through and the lantern shook even more. The witch increased her mana output, veins rippling on her forehead. After a struggle, the lantern went out and the black shadow reverted back into the black-robed man. Not only did his body stop trembling, but he was completely healed at the place of the decayed wound, and there was no longer any sign of recurrence. Thank you, Granny. Thank you, Lord. The black-robed man was grateful, and the principle of the 7-star renewal is simple. To put it bluntly, it is the wick of the lantern that draws out the evil and sneaky substances left on the rotting bones and then refines or purifies them before returning them to the target. The reason why renewal is so hard to pull off. During the purification process, the evil substance is too strong, causing the wick to go out.